Where am I? Where the hell am I? Those were the first words and the final dying breath of the young guy who just woke up beside me. As soon as he finished, a cold, ancient voice, sharp as frozen steel, echoed through the room. This poor guy had been possessed by a demon. Without a single word of explanation, a massive greatsword swung down, tearing through the air, sending blood spraying everywhere, staining the thick boots of the spectators. That unlucky guy was executed on the spot. I swallowed hard, biting my lip until it bled to force the same question stuck in my throat back down into my stomach. I couldn't open my mouth, because I knew exactly what kind of hellhole this was. Just last night, I was still an office worker living in the modern world, rushing to clock in every morning, dragging my exhausted body back to my small apartment every night, finding my only joy in a survival RPG with a hellish difficulty level. Thousands of game overs, tens of thousands of retries, eyes burning and heavy. Finally, I managed to defeat the final boss with my own hands and clear the game that seemed impossible to beat. The exact moment the game clear text appeared, the monitor flashed, and I was sucked straight into the very cursed world I had just conquered. Looking at the headless body slowly turning cold on the ground, cold sweat soaked through my shirt. In the real world, if you die in a game, you can respawn at a save point, but in this brutal virtual reality world, there are no revival potions waiting for you. An empty health bar means permanent death, and danger is always lurking around every corner, not just from monsters, but from other races as well. I want to live. I want to return to my peaceful life. And to do that, I have no choice but to dive into the darkest dungeons. The law of survival here is simple, yet blood-soaked. To enter a dungeon, the prerequisite isn't courage, it's money and absolute power. Ever since I was a kid, I've been obsessed with gaming. Because I spent so much time in the hospital, grinding games naturally became part of my marrow, part of my life. All day long, I would just keep my eyes glued to my handheld console to kill time. But life isn't always a dream. Sometimes, the game over screen makes me snap. What the hell? Why is this AI so stupid? Why are you healing that thing instead of me? Utterly frustrated, I tossed the console aside and told myself to just quit. I guess even if you love something, you eventually get sick of it. Then one day, I realized that gaming didn't bring me any joy anymore. It didn't matter if it was open world, RPG, or FPS. The reason was that every game released each year was just boring. The plots and world building were generic, and the systems were shallow, lacking any real depth. In a state of extreme boredom, sitting on my hospital bed with my laptop, I wondered if there were no truly unique games left in this world. And right then, I stumbled upon it. I was drawn in by a terrible review titled Not Recommended. Dungeonstone. I was curious. What kind of game is this? It was Dungeonstone, an indie RPG with classic 2D pixel graphics, something extremely rare these days. As I started looking into it, I frowned. What the heck is this? It's all in English, not really my style. But since it was free, I shrugged and downloaded it to give it a try. The character selection screen popped up with a variety of classes, making me think, well, this game seems pretty diverse. Since I didn't plan on playing for long, I just randomly picked a Barbarian to get things moving. It had been a long time since I played a classic side-scroller like this, but after just a few steps, I quickly got the hang of the controls. At first, I just meant to compliment the game's art for being pretty decent, but then things started to spiral out of control. When I startled and looked at the clock, it was already late into the night. It turned out I had been completely captivated by this devilish game. My eyes were locked onto the screen, filled with excitement. This game was just too addictive. I have to admit, Dungeonstone had unique features that could be seen as both a captivating draw and incredibly annoying. For example, it forced you to have an NPC companion throughout the entire game. On top of that, the mechanics were brutal. One death, and all your progress was flushed down the drain, forcing you to start again, from zero. Even though it was fun at first, I couldn't help but yell out loud. Damn it, those stupid priests caused me to die right at the finish line. That made the nurse angrily remind me to keep it quiet in the hospital ward. I just scratched my head, sheepishly apologized, and quickly put on my headphones to avoid bothering anyone else. I focused with intense concentration, mumbling as I calculated every move in my head to dodge dangerous traps. The stubborn urge to conquer the game rose up inside me, especially since this was such a flop of a game that there wasn't a single guide in either Korean or English online. With determination, I promised myself that no matter how long it took, I would clear this game on my own. From the moment I started playing in the hospital, until I served my military duty as a social service agent, got discharged, went back to college to graduate, went to job interviews, and became a busy office worker, I never once gave up on grinding this challenging game. even though my character kept falling over and over again. Every time I saw that familiar death message, I'd roar in frustration. Dying again? Why does this keep happening? And then, after 9 long years of persevering through all the bitterness, the moment of glory finally smiled upon me. I shouted in extreme excitement in front of my computer screen. The final boss room is right there! On the pixelated screen, my little barbarian finally stood before the gate, called the Abyssal Gate. Unable to contain my joy, I threw my hands up and shouted, "You see that, you bastards? Has anyone else even made it this far?" I even teared up with emotion, thinking back on that grueling journey. 9 years I had sacrificed my entire youth just for this one moment. As soon as I clicked the mouse, the game immediately asked, "Do you want to enter the final boss room?" making me choose. Of course, without a moment's hesitation. But the system issued a cold warning. You may never be able to return. Do you truly want to enter? Looking at that ominous warning, I smirked with confidence. Just because it's the final boss? Sounds like a scary omen, doesn't it? But once I've climbed this far, how could I turn back now that I've reached the peak? Without a second thought, I clicked the button to start the game's loading sequence. As I waited for the screen to load, I relaxed back into my chair, telling myself not to expect a win on the first try. Instead, I needed to carefully observe its stats, skills, and especially its ultimate attack to plan for future attempts. I even started fantasizing about a best-case scenario. Imagine if, after all this careful preparation, I managed to take down the boss in a single blow. That would be hilarious. Wait, it's done? Maybe because I was so busy being smug, I reacted way too slowly to the system message saying, "You have arrived at the abyss," and the text announcing, "Tutorial complete." My mind went blank as I stared at the screen. Tutorial? What do you mean? I bolted from my chair, stunned as I realized something was wrong. Wait, hold on, this is Korean? Doesn't Dungeon Stone only support English? Thinking back to all those years of struggle, I couldn't help but grit my teeth in frustration. Had I really spent nearly a decade struggling to learn English just because of some prank by the developers? Before I could even collect my thoughts, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the computer screen after the user verification notice, and I cried out in panic. What is that? A searing pain, like being burned alive, suddenly tore through my entire body, leaving me clutching my head and screaming in agony. Amidst the chaos of the strange light engulfing me, I could only curse in frustration. What the hell is this? After the system announced the start of the transfer, I lost consciousness completely, and when I drifted awake, I heard noisy cheers echoing in my ears, congratulating the young warriors. A booming voice from above announced that everyone would be leaving this sacred place today, and I frowned, wondering who was shouting so loudly. When I fully opened my eyes, I was met with a passionate crowd chanting slogans about becoming true warriors, leaving me bewildered, with no idea what was going on. I realized with a jolt that I was facing a completely absurd situation, where modern LED lights had been replaced by flickering torches on stone walls. Even crazier, no matter where I looked, I was surrounded by half-naked, hulking barbarians with massive muscles. Standing at the center of the podium was a bizarre man with a flowing white beard, shouting orders for everyone to choose a weapon that suited them. My head spun with a dozen questions. What the hell is a weapon? Why can I understand this strange language I've never heard before? And most importantly, why am I here? But then, I tried to calm myself down. I silently reasoned that if this really was the beginning of an insanely difficult game, the most urgent task was to quickly grasp my surroundings and gather information. I looked down at my body, telling myself everything was probably fine, until I realized something deeply unsettling. My rough hands, these muscles, hard as rock, and these strange tattoos were moving with incredible agility under my control. I stared in stunned silence at my own massive, powerful frame and realized in horror, is this my body? My face turned pale with shock as I realized I had turned into an actual barbarian. Right then, the booming voice from the podium called out the next group to step forward. My mind was still in total turmoil when the burly, blonde man next to me stepped forward confidently after the loud call for Karak, third son of Vanon. I stood frozen in place, utterly stunned, blankly watching his back as he headed toward the podium to be presented to the leader. Karak stood proudly on the podium and firmly grasped his weapon. The leader nodded in approval and praised him in a booming voice. "A double-bladed axe, an excellent choice," he immediately declared. "Karak, third son of Vanon, you are now a true warrior." Anna, second daughter of Fenelon. Stepping forward to witness this scene, I suddenly froze as a strangely familiar feeling washed over me. Wait, this situation feels familiar. Before my eyes, Young warriors took turns choosing their weapons, amidst cheers and encouragement. You have chosen a spear, a weapon, perfectly suited for someone as clever as you. One by one, they performed the ritual, and were recognized as official warriors of the tribe. A magnificent view of the kingdom appeared, accompanied by a resounding blessing. May the blessing of Raphonia always be with you, which left me absolutely stunned. My brain instantly clicked, and my eyes widened with realization. It was definitely Dungeon and Stone, the game I had spent 9 long years with, and the familiar character selection screen was now playing out vividly right before my eyes. That's right, when I chose the Barbarian class to start the game, the opening scene played out exactly like this. I couldn't believe it. I had actually transmigrated into the very Barbarian I had just finished grinding. I still couldn't accept this harsh reality, frantically wondering, how the hell did this happen? It's impossible. Just then, I noticed the Barbarian with red hair standing next to me, his face pale, trembling and muttering in fear. This is Dungeon and Stone. He looked around with chaotic eyes and a look of sheer terror. What the hell is this? Why am I here? Seeing his unusually fearful expression, I silently assessed that he was completely different from the brave, courageous barbarians surrounding us. In a blink, I realized a shocking truth. It turned out I wasn't the only one dragged into this game world. That guy was just like me. But before the red-haired guy could finish panicking, a bone-chilling voice cut through the air. Who just spoke up? The supreme leader suddenly appeared, radiating murderous intent, his eyes burning red as if he wanted to devour someone alive. He closed in on the red-haired guy, and me like a gust of wind, scaring him to death, then coldly demanded, "Was it you?" I yelled out in a panic. No, I was just standing next to him. Sweat poured down like rain, and I cursed internally. What the hell is going on with this idiot? Facing the overwhelming killing intent, the red-haired guy stuttered, trying to salvage the situation. In that case, I'm sorry. But the leader didn't budge at all, his eyes locked onto him coldly. It was you. The red-haired guy was scared to the point of tears, trembling as he asked, "You mean this is really Dungeon and Stone?" Before he could finish, the leader's massive axe swung down in a flash. He silenced the guy's unfinished sentence with a strike. So what? Fresh blood splattered onto my face as the entire tribe watched in shock. Seeing the head of that poor fellow player roll away from his neck, my heart pounded with terror. What the hell is going on? The chieftain stood right beside me, radiating a murderous aura, forcing me to suppress my fear and tell myself to stay calm. With sweat mixing with the blood on my cheek, I warned myself sternly. If I let any emotion show right now, I'm a dead man for sure. The chieftain wiped the blood off his axe and loudly declared to the orc tribe, "The son of Kadua has been possessed by an evil spirit." He turned around and commanded with authority, "Everyone, immediately erase whatever the evil spirit just said from your memories." The coming-of-age ritual continued as if nothing had ever happened, and that was when it finally clicked. I understood. Vital intel number 1. Players who transported into this game like me, and that red-haired guy, are considered evil spirits. Vital intel number 2. If anyone discovers this true identity, the only outcome is death. Vital intel number 3. If I hadn't been quick-witted enough to stay calm just now, that head rolling on the ground could have been mine. In short, the conclusion is simple. I need to pass this trial without showing any slips. But life isn't a dream, and a serious problem hit me right after the chieftain's call. Next, Serum, son of Senek, stepped up. Watching the barbarians walk up one by one at the call, my chest tightened with anxiety. The call for the next person kept ringing out, urgent and demanding. Meanwhile, I was completely clueless about one core thing. I didn't even know my character's name. I'm Hansul, and I just arrived here. Now, I could only scream wildly in my heart. This damn game should at least give me my name. Don't I have a status board or something similar? I can't just guess blindly when my life is on the line like this. Next, the urging call for the next person rang out, pushing me to the brink of death. I was forced to bet my life on it. The chance of success was low, but it was my only option. I clenched my fists and frantically mapped out a plan in my head. I'll wait exactly 2 seconds after the next name is called before stepping out. If it turns out to be some other evil spirit's name, then I'll just have to leave it to fate. Just then, the silver-haired chieftain spoke up again, booming, "Bron, son of Jandon." I started swallowing my saliva, counting the seconds in my head. 1, the crowd around was still dead silent, eyes darting everywhere. 2 seconds had passed since the name was called, and still, no one moved. And I knew if no one stepped up, the tragedy from before would repeat itself. So, I decisively stepped 1 foot out of the ranks, drawing everyone's gaze. I stood tall with dignity, telling myself, Then that must be my name. Let's hope so. Hearing the chieftain's impatient shout for Bron to step forward, I kept a cold expression and moved ahead. I marched proudly toward the formidable High Chieftain, looking like a true warrior. He squinted at me, scrutinizing me with sharp eyes as if trying to see through my soul. The suffocating tension finally eased when he nodded slightly and called out, "Young warrior." He pointed toward the pile of weapons and boomed, "Choose your weapon." I secretly rejoiced that my desperate gamble had paid off perfectly. I curled my lip into a smirk of triumph. Bron, son of Jandon, so that's my character's name. After learning my identity, I quickly clenched my fist to prepare for the second crucial decision, the one that would determine my life. I silently analyzed the stats in my head. Although the barbarian tribe has no talent for magic, they possess extremely powerful physiques. So, at first, I only planned to build my character into a pure melee fighter. I slowly reached toward the weapon rack, telling myself the weapon I chose would definitely be this one. The chieftain standing nearby frowned, looking suspicious at my strange actions. But instead of choosing swords or axes like the others, I proudly grabbed a giant iron shield. With a firm gaze, I thought, I'm confident this is the smartest decision right now. Immediately after, the chieftain spoke up, acknowledging, "Son of Jandon, with this, you have become a true warrior." The game system immediately flashed a brilliant yellow notification. The synchronization process was complete. In the real world, my familiar workspace suddenly lit up in the middle of the night. The computer screen displayed a text notification. Equipment level increased by 24, while my character info and daily log were recorded to be sent to the administrator. The detailed status board for the character Bron Jandon clearly displayed stats from level 1, Constitution 25, Mental 35, to a comprehensive combat rating of 67. Remembering back when I first played this devilish game, I had chosen to wield a giant greatsword for my barbarian. The reason was simple. It looked super cool, but the result was that I paid the price by having my character die countless times under monster claws. Every time I saw the "You died" screen, I would pull my hair in frustration and scream, "Arg, dead again? How should I build this character to increase my survivability?" I had tried enough different weapons, from dual axes and heavy hammers to spiked chains, to find a way out. Even after testing every playstyle in that crazy meta, my combat style was still incredibly unstable, and I only barely managed to keep my life in every match. And then, on a beautiful day, standing in front of the in-game weapon shop, a bold idea suddenly flashed in my head. Does the barbarian tribe really have to play as a main damage dealer? When this is a race that possesses abundant vitality and superior physical strength, even if their defensive capabilities aren't as good as the dwarves, the barbarians still have all the basic stats to become a true tank. Actually, Bron wasn't that interested in this playstyle because it required extremely rigorous training, but he thought it would be a shame to waste all the hard research he'd done, so he decided to try it just once. He recalled the earth-shattering battles he had experienced in the virtual world before. Facing a giant, towering monster, the little barbarian warrior holding a hammer and shield back then could only stare in amazement. But then, the screen displayed the result. Stage cleared successfully. The monster's damage was completely reflected back thanks to his incredibly effective counter skill. Watching that scene unfold, he couldn't help but wear a smug smile, muttering to himself, "This guy is just too OP. This decision is the smartest move I could make right now." With determination and not a single shred of regret, a loud, clear shout rang out, ordering the city gates to be thrown wide open. The massive stone gates of the fortress creaked open, welcoming the young warriors as they prepared to embark on a new journey. Every single barbarian warrior who had just completed the coming-of-age ritual would now officially begin their challenging conquest in the dungeon. Their eyes were all filled with resolve, knowing that their next destination was the legendary Dungeon City, known by the proud name of Raphonia. Standing before the mighty army, their leader gave a sharp signal and loudly commanded the warriors to set off. He shouted from behind to bid the group farewell. "Your fate lies there." And just like that, the whole crowd surged forward in a rush, creating a chaotic and boisterous scene. Running amidst the aggressive crowd, Bron whispered to himself, "For now, I'll just follow them. It's safer that way." But looking at the crowd blindly charging ahead like moths to a flame, he couldn't help but wonder if they even knew where they were going. As night fell, blanketing the ancient houses, a loud shout suddenly rang out, demanding the whole group to stop. A barbarian guy yelled in total confusion, causing the whole crowd to panic. "I think we're lost." The crowd immediately grew angry, clamoring and cursing. "Karak, the third son of Vanon, led us in the wrong direction. He doesn't deserve to lead us. He must take responsibility for this." That left Bron just shaking his head in frustration at these idiots. because they were the ones who had been foolish enough to follow him. Under immense pressure, Karak had to hang his head in sorrow and admit defeat. All right, stop it. I admit I lack the ability and will step down from the lead position. Immediately, a strong blonde woman confidently stepped up and declared clearly, then let me lead everyone. The second daughter of Fenelon is here. Anna is very smart. She will definitely lead us in the right direction. She gave a confident, arrogant smile to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Seeing her smug face, Bron squinted, looking extremely skeptical. Anna. Sure enough, just a moment later, the wise girl was sweating bullets, tearfully admitting, I think I'm lost too. The whole crowd collapsed in despair and started wailing. Panic quickly spread through the ranks. How could this happen? We have to reach the dungeon within the time limit. Anna backed away in sorrow to take the heat while the crowd continued to bicker loudly. Anna doesn't deserve to lead anymore. The next one to lead should be Jin, the second son of Tian. No, I don't agree. I think standing on the sidelines, Bron sighed, wondering if these losers had lost their brains. Because if they kept arguing like this, they would never reach the dungeon. Even though he didn't want to attract any attention, after a moment of hesitation, he decisively walked over and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. Anna, the blonde, was looking dejected. She jumped, turned around to see the giant holding a shield before her, and asked nervously, Bron, son of Jandon, are you here to blame me too? Bron shook his head slightly, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, No, I'm here to show you the way to the dungeon. Hearing that, Anna immediately widened her eyes in surprise, mixed with hope. Really? But how? He quietly pointed his hand toward a group of people in armor walking in the distance. You just need to follow those guys. They were human adventurers, grumbling with disdain. Ugh, so disgusting. Look at those barbarians gathering over there. What a bunch of stupid savages. It's the middle of the night, and they're fully armed. How do they expect to get anywhere? Anna's eyes lit up as she realized the truth. She exclaimed excitedly, I understand. All right, I'll give it a try. Immediately, she turned back and loudly announced to the whole tribe that she had found the way to the dungeon, causing the crowd to cheer and praise her. Really? You truly are a wise person. Oh, wise Anna. Leaving Bron, who stood nearby, speechless, wondering if these people had actually lost their brains. She smugly swung her sword and loudly ordered the group to follow her. The whole crowd rushed off, and finally, they found the glowing teleportation gate. The crowd cheered excitedly. The dungeon! Watching the group eagerly enter the portal as if they were going to a festival, Bron could only sigh in deep resignation. Damn it. That's really the dungeon entrance. Standing at the boundary of life and death, he swallowed hard, hesitating, wondering if taking a step into the dungeon now was really the right decision. To be honest, with the current chaos of the tribe, he thought if he secretly left the ranks to run away, no one would even notice. Thinking back to his past life, he was just someone sickly, lying in a hospital bed year after year, an ordinary person who had never even thrown a punch at anyone. Could someone as weak as him fight and survive against the brutal monsters in the dungeon? And was there really no other way to pay taxes to the kingdom of Raphronia, besides risking his life as a soldier? Taxation was one of the cruelest mechanics of this wretched game. Dungeon and stone. When every citizen from 20 years old and up had to pay taxes on time. Otherwise, the only outcome waiting for them was the death penalty. In the game, there were a few ways to earn money for taxes, but the most common methods were, first, charging into the dangerous dungeon to slaughter monsters. The second method was accepting manual labor jobs at taverns in the village. The problem was, the biggest issue was that he was a barbarian, and in everyone's eyes here, barbarians were just a bunch of stupid savages who destroyed furniture, so no tavern would ever hire them. In this game, the barbarian race could not do common jobs like regular people. That is the reason why this is the only character class that is given a weapon right at the start of the game. And if it weren't for this damn mechanic, he wouldn't have had to go fight monsters. The urgent announcement from the stage rang out again, signaling that the dungeon entrance would close in 10 more minutes, pushing him into a dire situation because this dungeon only opened once a month. If he didn't go in this time, he would have to find a way to survive in this prejudiced city for a whole month without a job. And would the meager rations provided by the chieftain be enough to help him hold out for a week? Even if he was lucky enough to survive for a month here, his physical condition would surely fall into the worst state imaginable. So if you want to enter the dungeon, this is the perfect time. Yet, your feet are frozen stiff, refusing to move. Your heart is pounding uncontrollably from sheer terror, because this is no longer a virtual game. Your actual life is on the line. Just as you are spiraling into a crisis, a hand suddenly slams onto your shoulder, and a clear voice calls out, Bron. You startle and turn back to see Anna, the blonde girl, standing right next to you, making you stumble and misidentify her. The third daughter of Fenelon, Anna? She immediately corrects you with a stern expression. I'm the second daughter of Fenelon. The other warriors have already entered the dungeon. We're the only two left. Hurry up. We're late, and we don't have much time. On the platform, the emergency announcement blares again, signaling that the dungeon gate will close in 5 minutes as the brilliant light begins to shrink visibly. Standing before the closing entrance, Bron firmly tells her to go in first, and he will follow immediately behind. Anna nods in agreement, but as she reaches the threshold of the portal, she suddenly halts, turns back, and smiles radiantly, thanking Bron for his timely help. You shyly avoid her gaze and coldly reply that she doesn't need to thank you for anything. Anna looks at you curiously and asks how she can become as wise as you. Because she has never seen a barbarian warrior so quick-witted and intelligent, she really wants to learn from you. Seeing the look of admiration on her face, you think to yourself that the only way for her to be like that is to be reincarnated in her next life. But to save face, you offer a safe, vague answer. Always think carefully before acting. The innocent girl nods, as if she understands. Anna breaks into a radiant smile, thanking you for your sincere advice and promising that she will find a way to repay this kindness if she is lucky enough to survive and return. Hearing the phrase, survive and return, Bron falls silent. In the game, the barbarian tribe are naturally fearless beings, and it seems that in real life, they are no different. You look straight into Anna's eyes and ask a question filled with doubt. Anna, are you not afraid of death? The smile on her face fades at your sudden question, but she quickly regains her composure and calmly asks you back. Isn't that natural? She bravely admits that she is also very afraid of death, but since she was born with the destiny of a warrior, she would rather choose to fight than die in vain. She then asks if you think the same way. Her answer shakes you, and you silently admit to yourself that you are no different from her. It turns out they are just like you, with no other choice but to fight to survive in this ruthless world, leaving you full of admiration for their incredibly extraordinary, courageous spirit. You clench your fists, feeling a surge of anger, and tell yourself that you, too, are a true barbarian. Meanwhile, the emergency announcement from afar sounds again, full of urgency. With only 1 minute left before the dungeon gate closes completely, even though your legs are shaking uncontrollably, you flash a cunning grin, reassuring yourself. Scared? Sure, I'm scared. But seeing the portal boundary begin to distort, you firmly swing your shield and shout, "The dungeon is about to close. There's no other way but to risk it all." Ignoring the priest's frantic warnings, "It's too dangerous. Please fall back." You rush straight into the light, with the ironclad belief that this powerful body and the massive amount of gaming knowledge gathered from thousands of characters will help you succeed. Violet light engulfs your entire body, and you roar with pride into the void. I will definitely. You put everything into your final roar before disappearing into the void. Survive in this godforsaken place. The system window flickers with a chilling notification. You have entered the Level 1 Crystal Cave. Opening your eyes to a pitch-black void, you look around in confusion and mutter in bewilderment. What is this? Where on earth is this middle-of-nowhere place? Bron confidently holds his head high and tells himself, I am a seasoned expert in this game, Dungeon Stone. You narrow your eyes, reflecting to find the most logical conclusion for your current situation. Bron calculates internally that if you combine the ironclad body of the barbarian race, you remember the image of your gamer self from your previous life, and confidently affirm that, with your vast store of gaming knowledge, you will surely survive. That's what I naively thought back then. Bron shifts his eyes constantly and curses in frustration. Damn it, it's so dark. How am I supposed to see anything? You recall the original design of the game in your memory, searching for a connection. You place a hand on your chin, deep in thought, and mutter. According to the game design, the walls of the Level 1 Crystal Cave are supposed to have luminescent crystals, so I shouldn't even need a torch. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashes through your mind, and you widen your eyes, asking, wait, don't tell me, is this the Dark Zone? That super rare area on the outermost edge of the Level 1 dungeon? The place completely devoid of any light at all? You look at the pitch-black mist surrounding you in a panic and tell yourself, but the Dark Zone isn't usually a random spawn point, is it? No. This is reality. So there are no guarantees. The spawn point is random, so it's very possible I just got unlucky and landed in the Dark Zone right from the start. To test the system, you repeatedly shout the holy commands. Status board, equipment board, character info, inventory, skills, daily log. Standing in the chilling, silent space, you sigh helplessly and curse out loud. Damn it, nothing is working. As expected, not able to just sit and wait for death, you resolutely grope the freezing stone walls and tell yourself, waiting here won't solve anything. It's better to just try walking in one direction. You begin to carefully use your hands to feel along the walls in the dense darkness. As you walk, you cautiously ask yourself, am I moving too slowly? Maybe crawling would actually be faster. But regardless, I have to be really careful just in case. Before you can finish your thought, a chilling, grinding metallic sound echoes, making you jump and yelp. You collapse to the stone floor, clutching your leg, which is being tightly clamped, and scream in pain. A goblin trap. Fresh blood gushes out as the iron trap sinks deep into your flesh. At the same time, the ruthless system notification pops up. Your character has stepped into a goblin trap. You bite your lip until it bleeds. You try to endure the excruciating pain and tell yourself, must endure it, must stay calm. Bron kneels on the cold stone floor, tightly clamping his mouth shut, and silently warns himself, I can't make a single sound. Goblins are trap-setting monsters at level 1, and the goblin that set this trap is definitely lurking somewhere nearby. Holding his breath in the pitch-black darkness, his eyes burned with a sharp, vigilant gaze. He squinted into the silent shadows and then doubtfully wondered if it was possible the goblin wasn't actually around. Bron shivered, trying to push that naive thought out of his head. Maybe that's the case. What if I'm lucky and it's already gone somewhere else? Such comforting thoughts are always the most dangerous. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario if I can't be sure about the situation. He silently calculated the hidden threat. If there's a trap here, there must be a goblin nearby. And if it hears me scream, resting his head against the ground, he suppressed a moan in pain. Bron whispered, it's definitely going to find out I'm caught in the trap. He shuddered at the thought of the monster's cruel nature. It would lurk in the shadows, patiently waiting until he was completely exhausted before tearing him apart. Breaking into a cold sweat from the tension, Bron told himself he had to be extremely careful. That's why I can't afford to make any noise. That's how this Dungeon Stone game works. Alright, first things first, let's do what needs to be done. He looked down at the iron trap biting into his leg and cursed through gritted teeth. This trap is coated in paralytic poison. Damn these barbarians. I wish they'd given me actual boots instead of these useless, tattered sandals. Bron furiously braced himself against the bone-deep pain to try and pry the trap off. Damn it. What's the point of whining now? Stop babbling and start moving. If I have to fight anyway, I might as well end this quickly. He began to drag his blood-stained feet forward, whispering a challenge to the hidden enemy. Come out. The poison seems to be spreading. My right foot is starting to go completely numb. Bron mustered his strength and shouted into the dark void. I know you're hiding there. Show yourself. Damn it all. Why is it so terrifyingly quiet around here? But then again, maybe because of the paralytic poison, I don't feel much fear. Let's count that as a plus. He couldn't contain his anger and let out a roar that echoed through the cave. I told you, come out, you bastard. Bron panted, looking around at the empty stone walls, a doubt suddenly creeping into his heart. Maybe this is all in my head, and there really isn't a goblin here at all. He dragged himself along, stubborn, muttering to himself, if you want to hide, just stay there, I'm leaving. Even if I'm acting like a fool, I'll be the last fool left alive. He gasped for air as he dragged his injured leg, not forgetting to hurl insults to bait the enemy. Your mother was a goblin. Bron began to feel dizzy from blood loss, but he kept on babbling provocations. Your father was a goblin. Your siblings are all goblins, so you're obviously just a cowardly goblin too. This is dangerous. The blood still won't stop flowing, and my head feels like it's been soaked in alcohol from losing so much blood. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in alarm when he heard a faint sound, the sound of footsteps. It moved, Bron smirked, a provocative smile forming. What's wrong? Can't handle me insulting your family? The footsteps came from behind. It seemed to be getting closer because he was intentionally moving away from its position. He tried to walk faster in the dense darkness, knowing full well it was tailing him, but being unable to see was a huge obstacle. I have to speed up my escape. He gritted his teeth against the pain, trying to drag his bleeding legs as fast as possible. He heard behind him, the small, quiet footsteps of the monster following him, without ever losing ground. After running a distance, Bron pretended to trip and fell to the ground to bait the prey. He glanced back to observe the movement and silently analyzed it. It's keeping a certain distance while following me. When I stop, it stops too. Seeing the monster begin to reveal itself with a smug look, he sneered in disgust. It's gloating, waiting for its prey to bleed to death. It's definitely looking forward to me slowly dying in panic while it lets out that creepy laugh. He intentionally let out a pained moan and collapsed to the ground. Ha, what a clever guy. Now it isn't even bothering to hide its voice anymore. Fine, time to change plans. Lying motionless on the cold ground, Bron closed his eyes tight and waited. All right, your prey has fallen just as you wanted. Come on over. The goblin holding an axe stepped closer, staring at his bloodied leg and letting out a suspicious growl. Bron urged the enemy on in his heart. Hurry up and step closer. Suddenly, a small stone flew and hit his head, making him wince in pain. What the? Bron was extremely angry but forced himself to hide it, smiling bitterly. Did it just throw a stone at me to see if I was really dead? Damn it. Why is this monster so smart? Compared to those barbarians, they are much sharper. It's coming closer now. He held his breath, lying still and waiting for the perfect moment as he heard the goblin's footsteps right behind his back. The moment that hideous hand touched him, Bron immediately flared his crimson eyes with killing intent and roared. Unfortunately for you, I'm a barbarian too. He sprang up with lightning speed, whirled around to face the enemy, and bared a savage grin. Welcome to the end of the line. Without hesitation, Bron put all his strength into swinging his giant shield straight ahead. Die, you scumbag. The goblin, bewildered and not understanding what was happening, only had enough time to gape and let out a panicked screech. Craw, but life isn't like a game. He broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the swing of the shield had missed its target due to a miscalculation of distance. Damn it, my reach is too short. In that split second, Bron's other hand suddenly flared with a burst of power that left him stunned. What is this? Without even needing his brain to command it, his blazing arm shot forward like a crushing machine. He shouted in panic, "My body is moving on its own." Amidst the dark space, Bron swung his fist, striking the stone floor like a thunderbolt, thinking, "This is amazing. I can vividly feel every movement of this goblin." Sensing the primal power surging through every muscle, he roared with excitement. "I'm much stronger than it is," Bron yelled in triumph at his newfound power. "This body is completely different from that sickly, bedridden shell I had my whole life. You're the prey here. You pathetic goblin, this is the body of a barbarian." He frantically pounded his hand, pouring his absolute rage into the cold stone floor. Every punch Bron threw tore through the air, carrying a primal force that crushed all resistance from his enemy. He didn't hold back, raining down blow after sledgehammer blow that shattered the very ground. Under that overwhelming pressure, the goblin was nothing more than a mangled heap of meat. Bron threw a punch so powerful that the monster's blood splattered everywhere. Finally, he raised both arms, combined his strength for a finishing strike, and ended the life of that lowly predator. Just as the goblin breathed its last, a cold system notification blinked before his eyes. You have defeated a goblin. Experience points. 1. Bron sat slumped on the ground, panting, his eyes widening as the monster's corpse began to emit a strange light. Staring at the mystical sight, he muttered in astonishment. Its body was fading away, everything happening just as if this were still a game. Amidst the dissolving mist, a sparkling ruby appeared on the ground, making him exclaim in curiosity. He leaned down to pick up the stone, his eyes flashing as the truth dawned on him. It was the main currency used in Dungeon Stone. He examined the stone under the dim light and excitedly started doing some mental math. A Tier 9 magic crystal. The actual value, when converted to the economic logic playing out in his head, made Bron's excitement vanish. It was just enough to trade for a loaf of bread. He gave a faint smirk, a smile of utter bitterness. Damn it, is this all I get after struggling to survive through all that crap? Bron stumbled, leaning his weight against the cold rock wall to support his exhausted body, and whispered a reminder to himself. That's right, this place. Recalling the terrifying images of dragons and monsters from the game, he had to admit this was a realistic world where dungeons and brutal monsters truly existed. Bron shuddered as he thought about the bizarre rules governing this place. Monsters would leave behind loot upon death and then vanish completely into the void. He envisioned the miniature society outside the dungeon to give himself some motivation, and in that bustling city outside, there were familiar sights just like in the game, with countless different races living together. Looking down at his blood-soaked feet, Bron firmly confirmed that this was definitely the world inside the game he knew so well. But as he lifted his gaze toward the dark ceiling, he resolutely extinguished that last naive illusion. I will never mistake this cruel reality by thinking it's just some fun game. Bron trudged forward with heavy steps, while the system notification flashed bright red, warning him that he was still bleeding. He winced, forcing his aching leg, which was hindering his progress, to keep moving. Damn it. It's not like I've got a broken bone like some weakling, but the result of casting aside my shame was actually quite sweet. Because he wasn't putting weight on his injured leg, the pain lessened significantly, and his speed was even faster than expected. The best reward was that he would never step on another trap on the ground again. No sooner had he said that than he slammed right into a bear trap, which pinned him against the wall, making him wince and moan. Damn it, another trap. Now other parts of his body were starting to ache too, but he had to grit his teeth and endure it to survive. The system window flickered continuously, notifying him that he was still bleeding. Bron voiced his anxiety. The bleeding wouldn't stop on its own. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, panting as he muttered a plea for help. This situation is way too dangerous. I need to find someone who can help stop the bleeding immediately. Trying to cling to a faint glimmer of hope, Bron encouraged himself to stand up. If I just keep dragging myself in one direction, I'm sure I'll escape this devilish dark area. In his delirium from blood loss, he suddenly remembered the unlucky red-haired compatriot from the tribe earlier and wondered to himself, I wonder what actually happened to him. Is he really dead, or did he wake up in his original body back on Earth? Having gone through such a near-death experience, I think I finally understand why humanity needs religion to hold on to. A bright red warning window popped up, notifying him that his health was below 5%, making him curse under his breath. Of course, in moments of despair, this system is only good at distracting me. It says if I don't get treated soon, the character will die. It was exactly like his own miserable situation right now. Bron gritted his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain, laboriously clinging to the jagged rock wall and dragging a long trail of blood behind him. Seeing a faint, glimmering light ahead, he gasped and comforted himself. I must be heading in the right direction. It's getting brighter. Obviously, the whole first floor couldn't be plunged into darkness forever. Fixing his eyes on the glowing cave entrance, Bron told himself with his last ounce of strength, I have to quickly crawl to that lit area. That's my only hope for survival. He staggered forward, his mind still clinging to a naive belief. Surely out there has to be at least one or two kind-hearted people ready to save me, right? But just as he saw a hallucination of another barbarian reaching out to help him, Bron collapsed and cursed bitterly. Damn it, what a ridiculous joke. A mocking, hallucinated voice echoed in his head. Why would they help a dying barbarian like you? Are you a stunning beauty or a wise scholar? You're just a savage fool, a bit bigger than the average person, he said, clutching his head and groaning. I think I'm really losing my mind. Bron staggered to his feet, laughing at his own hallucination. You bastard. I guess you're pretty smart too, because you're just me. If I don't keep moving forward, what the hell else can I do? I have to do something. I've reached the point where I'm even starting to see hallucinations now. That cruel hallucination continued to ring in his ears. Maybe you'll run into a monster before you even meet a human. But he tried to brush it off and motivated himself. Whatever. At least out there I'll have better visibility than this foggy hole. His vision gradually blurred, and he felt his consciousness fading. His identity kept splitting in two, then merging again, then becoming hazy. Surely, I'm going insane from losing too much blood. The internal war in his mind grew more intense as one half screamed, I have to survive at all costs. Anyone, please, please save me. While the other half taunted, survive? Look at your pathetic self. How do you expect to do that? You trash. You're going to die anyway, aren't you? Just give up, and you'll finally be released. Bron reached a blood-covered arm forward, screaming madly at himself. Shut up. I will never give up. No matter what happens, that light, even with the damn system, continuing to flash the red text warning that his health had dropped below 4%. He used his last ounce of strength to crawl out of the cave, desperately turning his gaze outward to plead for help as he whispered, Please, is anyone there? As he collapsed, Bron's eyes widened in shock. Through his hazy vision, he spotted a group of adventurers standing before him, and he felt a surge of desperate hope. He silently cried out, Are those adventurers? Meanwhile, a swordsman in the group pointed at him and called out to his teammate, Drouse, look over there. There's a barbarian about to kick the bucket. A barbarian? The system interface suddenly blared a warning that Bron's health had dropped below 2%. An achievement notification popped up mockingly. Achievement unlocked. Health dropped below 2%. Reward. Your mental stats will continuously increase by +1. The blonde swordsman walked over to examine him, scoffing. Judging by his look, he's just a newbie. Bron was so furious he cursed him under his breath. Damn it. If you know I'm a newbie, then just help me. You jerk. Bron's bleary eyes swept across the whole party, his brain immediately switching into defensive mode. This group looks pretty shady, doesn't it? The blonde guy rubbed his chin, questioning suspiciously. How could a mere newbie possibly drag himself here faster than us? Bron tried to gasp for help, but felt a wave of frustration. Damn it, my throat is locked up. I can't even speak. Bron could only let out choked, guttural noises, his eyes rolling back as he glared at them, wanting to scream. Damn it, stop just standing there and staring like that. Save me already. The blonde swordsman, with a glittering badge on his chest, continued to look down at Bron's battered body with a cold, icy gaze. Suddenly, his lips curled into a calculated, sinister half-smile as he looked at Bron. He turned to the priestess behind him and asked with an indifferent tone, "Priestess, do you think you can heal this guy?" Hearing this, Bron felt a spark of hope. What? A priestess? You guys actually have a priestess with you? Bron thought, quickly analyzing the situation. If they've got a priestess in their party, they must be some high-level, serious players. But before he could even smile, the pink-haired priestess replied coldly, "I refuse." Bron was shocked into total silence. Instead of pleading, the blonde swordsman just nodded, as if he understood. "Oh, is that so?" He turned to his comrade next to him, clicked his tongue, and sighed at Bron. "Well, that's a shame. Passon, can you give me one of your recovery potions? Those are supposed to be for emergencies when we can't use holy magic, aren't they? And you've got plenty on you. Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as we're out of here." Being pestered, the teammate clicked his tongue tisk in annoyance, but ultimately threw a glass vial filled with a bright red liquid toward their captain as Bron watched. He caught the vial, smiled as he looked down at Bron, and kindly reminded him, "Since this isn't holy magic, it's going to hurt a little when you take it." Bron growled in his throat, annoyed. "I don't care, just hurry up and do it, you idiot." Instantly, he tipped the glass vial over, pouring all that blood-colored liquid straight into the gaping, bleeding wound on Bron's leg. As the notification, "Your health is increasing rapidly due to the recovery effect," appeared, Bron's eyes suddenly bulged. It felt like thousands of burning needles were piercing his skin, and he screamed in his mind. "What the hell is this?" Bron roared in agony. "It hurts so much. It feels like my whole body is melting." So this was the reason they strictly forbade using potions in the middle of a battle. The bone-chilling pain made him grit his teeth and scream, "This hurts like hell." The remnants of the potion rolled on the ground, but the deep wound on Bron's leg had miraculously closed up. Having survived the near-death experience, he sighed in relief. Phew. His heart hammered in his chest, and Bron muttered, "I really thought I was going to die." At that moment, the blonde captain, Drouse, flatly interrogated him. "Now, will you tell us? How did a newbie like you manage to crawl all the way here before us?" He enticed him. "If you know about some secret passage, I'm willing to buy that information." Bron cursed silently. So that was their real goal. Knowing full well that no one in this world is kind for no reason, Bron had to come up with an excuse better not let them get suspicious. "I don't know. As soon as I stepped into the labyrinth, I found myself here." Drouse rubbed his chin, pondering. "Is that so? I see. I've read about this before. Due to spatial instability, people sometimes fall into the edge of the dark zone. Though the odds are so low, it happens maybe once every few hundred years." Bron was startled to hear such an absurd statistic. Once every 100 years, huh? He observed the party, judging that they had both a mage and a priestess, meaning they must be at least mid to high level. "And yet, I went through this on my very first trip, something these veterans have never even seen before?" The swordsman Drouse nodded in satisfaction. "A pretty interesting story, thanks." He waved his hand dismissively. "You can go now, and forget about the cost of that potion." Bron could only watch them leave in silence, realizing a basic truth. Time inside the labyrinth is as precious as gold. Watching their backs, he gave a bitter, mocking smile. The fact that they wasted any time on him at all was already a miracle. Bron wearily propped his blood-stained hand against his giant shield and slowly stood up. He told himself he should be happy to have survived, but that feeling of being pitied was truly disgusting. Bron watched the group of adventurers casually walking up the glowing stone slope. Captain Drouse turned to his teammates and commented, "That barbarian was certainly very lucky." Lucky? He had to go through all of that from the start. If he'd stepped on a trap on the first floor, even if the trap didn't kill him, he'd be dead by now. "I'm saying he was lucky to have run into us." Passon, the redhead, was immediately teased by the female archer. "He was lucky he met Drouse, not you. You're too stingy to even want to use your own potion. There are plenty of jerks like you out there." "You think so too, right, priestess?" The priestess kept her expression cold, not bothering to reply. The archer poked the redhead in the ribs, defending her. "You think everyone is like you? If it weren't for the temple's rules, she would have healed him already. And honestly, I've met plenty of two-faced people like you know." The argument continued as the archer spoke up. "Passon, you should really learn a thing or two from Drouse. Like how he asked about the secret passage out of genuine concern. For example." "That's right, because barbarians don't like to receive help from others." Drouse laughed heartily, feigning modesty. "Haha, You flatter me, Passan, the redhead suddenly asked. Curious, but seriously, when will this barbarian's blood trail end? Hasn't it been going on for a long time now? After observing for a while, Passan remarked, looking at the barbarian's mental state from earlier, I don't think he's as lucky as you say he is. Well, I'm sure it'll end somewhere around here. Drouse pointed toward a corner shimmering with light. If we want to take the shortcut, we need to turn at this corner. It's great to have a guide. The female archer chimed in with praise. Drouse, you're amazing for being able to memorize the entire map of the first floor. Most guides only know the general direction. Is that so? Suddenly, Drouse froze and stared straight ahead. He flashed a smug smile at the sight of the giant gate. I think we're the first ones to make it here. Good thing we were fast. Drouse's armored hand slowly touched the rock wall right at the boundary. Before them stood a massive teleportation gate emitting a brilliant glow. Drouse, the blonde captain, announced clearly, All right, this is the teleportation gate that takes us to the second floor. Let's go. The archer and the rest of the team started moving toward the gate. Suddenly, the old mage stopped and called out, Wait. Drouse and his teammates turned around, puzzled. The mage pointed down at a trap on the ground. Isn't that the sandal the barbarian was wearing earlier? He raised his hand and cast a spell that lit up the space. I think you were right. Under the magical light, a winding trail of blood stretching from deep within the shadows appeared clearly. The group of adventurers stood stunned, speechless. The old mage mused, Drouse, how long does it take to get from here to where we met that barbarian? The captain replied, Unless you take the shortcut, it's at least 15 kilometers. The old man laughed eerily. Heh heh heh. He crawled that far in total darkness. What a monstrous bastard. The female archer muttered, He must be insane. Passan, the redhead, pondered, If it were me, would I dare spend hours not knowing where the destination is? I didn't notice it before, but now that I think about it, that barbarian reached his right hand out to us. The image of the glowing red crystal flashed in his memory. That's right, he was trying to show us the magic crystal. Passan admitted with a faint smile. Because other than that, what else did he have to trade with? I take back the nasty things I said earlier. Drouse, what was that barbarian's name again? Back to Bron. Reality proved that the other's judgment was completely wrong. Was he just lucky? People like that will die soon. No, those madmen never die, unless they encounter an extremely unusual situation. He slammed his shield into the ground, affirming that no matter how difficult things got or how much pain he had to endure, he would never see death as an escape. The system notification announced, You have killed a goblin. Bron thought to himself. After that near-death experience, he put his strength into crushing a monster. Die, you bastard! Bron valiantly slammed into his enemy. He kept clashing with the goblins, standing there panting in the middle of the monster horde. He was confident that they would just keep coming. At first, he was a bit worried. But since he regained his vision, these goblins were no longer a threat. Bron carefully stepped over a blatant trap. These traps were scattered randomly on the ground. Those idiots should at least know how to cover them with dirt for camouflage. When a goblin with an axe jumped out, he just scoffed, thinking their ambush was too predictable and their hiding spot too obvious. Bron immediately swung his shield and knocked it away. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? However, he started to feel exhausted. The only problem now was Bron clutching his growling stomach. Ugh, I'm so hungry. He reached into his side pouch, hoping for something. I clearly remember the vice captain giving me some food. But Bron's fabric pouch was now pathetically flat. He irritably held up the empty bag. Damn it, was crawling along the ground earlier a wrong decision? Bron bit into a crumb of bread. Out of 7 days' worth of rations, 5 days' worth had disappeared. He sat down next to the glowing crystal. I guess I have to ration this as much as possible. Bron chewed noisily and clicked his tongue. Why is this dry piece of bread so delicious? As he used his saliva to soften it up, the taste was truly very sweet. But the joy didn't last. He grimaced. I'm starting to get thirsty now. Bron sat alone in the stone cave. Where am I supposed to get water now? When it rains, it pours. The game interface appeared in his memory. In Dungeon and Stone, there was a hunger system. It only activated when in the labyrinth, and he never needed to carry water because just eating was enough. Bron sighed heavily. But this isn't a game. It was already an extremely difficult game to begin with. But when it becomes reality, the difficulty of this world is truly beyond imagination. He picked up his shield again and started walking. This is just another world that happens to be similar to the game I know. Bron started to reason. Since the vice captain didn't give me any water, there must be a water source somewhere in this labyrinth. Hiding behind a rock cliff, he watched excitedly. I knew it. The sound of running water. Aside from the blonde bastards group from earlier, This was the first time he had encountered someone else in this place. Even though they crossed paths in such a deserted area, no conversation took place between them. It was as if in this hellish place, there was an unwritten rule. Don't interact with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. Ignoring the world, he squatted down to count the loot he had collected and muttered, 41, 42, 43, 44. Looking at the glowing red stones, Bron nodded to himself. I've gathered quite a lot. Remembering the moment he almost bit the dust, the current situation was quite impressive. However, another huge problem arose. Yawning wide, he shouted in frustration, I'm so tired. Hunting all those goblins was bound to exhaust him. But now, he was truly sleepy. And usually, there are two ways to sleep in this labyrinth. The first way is to leave his miserable life to fate and just pass out. Or the second way, become an ally to protect each other. Recalling earlier, he had tried rushing over to grab a guy's collar to ask to join, making the other man turn pale and stutter. Sorry. He hurriedly and awkwardly refused, but our team already has all the necessary members. Turning to block another group, he was also bluntly driven away. Our team is full. Some even pinched their noses to avoid him and declared flatly, we're not interested in a barbarian. Ugh, the smell of blood is awful. Back to the present, he stood alone in a corner, grumbling, not expecting to be shunned by everyone. He gritted his teeth and cursed, those bastards. He thought indignantly, I wasn't even asking to join the official team anyway. I just wanted a temporary ally to spend the night with. But then a voice suddenly echoed. The young man with the bulky backpack turned back, grinning brightly, and asked, Are you? He gave a radiant, ambiguous smile, and continued, Looking for a sleepover partner? Hearing that, a vein popped out on his forehead. Bron, you barked. What the hell did you just say? Damn it, what kind of weirdo is this? The guy calmly replied, I guess you're not looking for a sleepover, buddy. I thought I could get some shut-eye because you looked like a reliable barbarian, but I guess not. You suddenly realized and cursed, if that's what he meant, he should have just said it clearly from the start. You quickly corrected him. No, I'm not looking for a sleepover partner. Your gamer memory reminded you that sleepover partner is indeed a specific term in the game, so the guy cheered up. Oh, thank goodness. Then stay with me. My name is Han. Bron was still breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he thought the guy meant an ally or a friend. Hearing a man say that word in real life just felt so perverse. Shaking off the shivers, you reached out your blood-stained hand. Fine. My name is Bron, son of Jondon. The two shook hands happily, and Han was in high spirits. Then I'll call you Bron. It's best to have 3 sleepover partners, but it'll take too much time to go around looking for other members. Suddenly, he glanced at you with a smile and flushed cheeks. So, why don't we just spend the night together? That made Bron freak out and curse. What the hell? You shivered and went pale, thinking, is it just how this guy talks? Why does it sound so weirdly ambiguous? Even though your skin was crawling, you still muttered, yeah, all right. And so, Han high-fived you to seal the deal. It's decided then. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to see who sleeps first? And that's how we decided to spend our first night together in the labyrinth. Even looking back, it still makes me shiver. The game ended, and Han smiled triumphantly. Oh ho, I won. I get to sleep first, right? With your hand clenched into a rock, you swallowed your bitterness. Fine. You cursed inwardly. Damn it. I knew I'd lose. There's not a shred of luck on my side. Han held out a pocket watch. Take this. This is a watch. You can wake me up when the short hand points to here. You pouted, thinking he must think barbarians don't know how to tell time. He enthusiastically added, You understand, right? Do you want me to explain it again? Making you reply with annoyance. It's fine. You were furious, swearing in your head, This sucks. Looking at the expensive-looking watch, you told yourself, this must be how most people see the barbarian tribe in Dungeon Stone. It felt really condescending, but surely there would be a time to take advantage of this. You turned to look at your new acquaintance snoring away. You sighed, thinking, look at how comfortably he's sleeping. Is this what a veteran adventurer is like? Watching Han sleep soundly, you wondered if he would lend you his sleeping bag if you asked. Sighing deeply while on guard duty, you muttered, how boring. There isn't a single goblin or adventurer lurking around here. Even though this is convenient, though. Staring at the pocket watch in your hand, you grew impatient and urged, move faster. Time dragged on, second by second, minute by minute, in a torturous way. Finally, when it was time to switch, you called out to Han, wake up. The guy scrambled up, rubbed his eyes and asked, did anything happen? You firmly replied, no. Han stretched, smiled, and said, "All right, thanks. You should get some sleep too. I'll wake you up in 2 hours." You gave a non-committal nod. "All right," and lay down. But your eyes were still wide open, thinking, "There's no way I can rest." Seeing that guy mutter praises, thinking he didn't ruin this, you screamed in your mind, "How can I trust someone I just met?" So, you had to act it out by sprawling your arms and legs out, telling yourself you were snoring loudly. You tried to open your mouth wide and shut your eyes tight to make it convincing, just like a barbarian who had gone through a long, exhausting day. Peeking with half an eye to gauge the situation, you prayed, hoping he wouldn't notice. Seeing Han smile and mutter, "What a funny creature," you thought triumphantly. No, it's working perfectly. It's so easy to guess what they're thinking because they always assume barbarians are idiots. Continuing the snoring act, you encouraged yourself. All right, the stupid barbarian is sound asleep, still maintaining that defenseless pose. You calculated that since you were so exposed, he would surely make a move if he had any ulterior motives. As a result, when your guard shift ended, you sat up, clutching your shield with a haggard face, swearing that you hadn't caught a wink of sleep. Han's gaze flickered to the side. You had been furious for 2 hours, but this jerk didn't do anything. Exhausted, you slumped to the ground, holding your face and groaning. "I should have just slept. What the hell was I doing?" Even though you regretted it, you held your ground. "But there's no way I'm letting my guard down that easily in front of a total stranger. I can't sleep until I'm sure you're trustworthy." With a blank, soulless expression, you admitted it to yourself, even though you felt like you were going to die of exhaustion. Forcing your heavy eyelids open, you mentally coached yourself, "I cannot fall asleep." You were drifting off when suddenly a shout rang out, making you jump. Bron saw his companion grabbing his shoulders, shaking him. You froze and stammered, I. You quickly regained your cold demeanor to cover it up. "I wasn't sleeping," but you were immediately busted by him. "Why don't you wipe the drool off your face first?" Embarrassed, you wiped your mouth and coughed. Sorry," which made Han laugh. "Well, it's fine. Luckily, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't say anything more." Realizing you had actually fallen fast asleep, your eyes widened in shock. Even though you were blushing, you managed to get out a sentence, "Thanks. If you want, you can get some more sleep. I'll stand guard." He smiled genuinely and replied, "It's fine. You look really tired. Why don't you sleep? It's my turn to stand guard anyway." Looking at that friendly smile, the barrier in your heart gradually lowered, and you said softly, "Thanks." Remembering when you first met and he gently asked, "Are you looking for a sleepover partner?" Bron silently judged that he seemed like a good person. Remembering he was the first person willing to talk to you when you were in a difficult situation and flashed a bright smile. "My name is Han," you pondered. He didn't blame you for dozing off. He even kindly waved his hand. "Well, it's fine. Luckily, nothing happened while you were asleep, so I won't say anything more," and even refused to accept compensation for your mistake. He lay down, sprawled out, and snored away. You bitterly realized in the dungeon stone world you knew suddenly, your eyes snapped open, sharp and cold. You concluded with a harsh thought, "There's no way anyone is this nice." The shadow of your companion loomed over you, accompanied by a weird smile and a chilling question. "Are you awake? I won't say much about what happened while you were asleep, and I'm even refusing to accept compensation for your mistake." He lay there, arms and legs spread out, snoring loudly. He sighed to himself, reflecting on the dung endstone world he knew. Suddenly, his cold eyes snapped open. He drew a harsh conclusion. Who on earth would be kind enough to do something like this? The shadow of his companion loomed over him, accompanied by a twisted smile and a chilling question. "Are you awake?" He raised the sledgehammer high, preparing to bring it down, and said gently, "Why don't you get some more sleep?" Lying exposed on the ground, his eyes widened and his muscles tensed as he realized the Grim Reaper was beckoning. The hammer whistled through the air, and he gasped in shock at the lethal blow. Quick as a flash, he rolled to the side to dodge the strike, letting the hammer shatter the crystal slab on the ground. Regaining his balance after the narrow escape, he stepped back into a defensive stance, his face burning with killing intent. Seeing his prey slip through his fingers, Han broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering in terror. Ignoring the nonsense, he gripped his shield and pressed his hands to the ground, preparing to lunge forward like a bloodthirsty beast. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, the other man scrambled to plead, Wait, let me explain," he thought to himself with contempt. What kind of pathetic excuse is he going to try now? The man retreated in a panic, raising his hammer to block, and screamed, "Wait," making him curse under his breath. What a total idiot. Without a word, he lunged forward, slammed his shield straight into the man's face, and thought, What the hell do you think a barbarian is? Taking the brutal hit, the hypocrite spat blood and flew backward, his boots sliding across the ground in humiliation after the fiery impact. He closed the distance and grabbed the man by the collar, while the coward continued to beg stubbornly. Wait, I can explain. Staring with a venomous gaze, he analyzed that the man wouldn't die from just one hit like a goblin, so he needed to land one more strike. Said and done, he brought the shield down again and roared, "Get your head smashed in, you piece of trash!" The traitor collapsed onto the cold stone floor, wailing miserably, still desperately clinging to life. The man crawled pathetically on the ground, while he loomed behind him, like a vengeful spirit. He listened to the man crying pitifully, "I'm sorry." The man turned back, his face bruised and streaming with tears, begging, "Please, spare my life." He looked down coldly and interrogated him. "Why did you do this?" The man stammered his confession. "Your magic crystals. I wanted your magic crystals. I was just going to knock you out and take them. Trust me." He thought with a scoff. "You were going to kill a barbarian just for a few magic crystals?" The man nodded repeatedly, adding, "Yes, and your shield too. I was going to take it. Barbarian equipment is high quality and sells for a high price." Thinking he had successfully covered his tracks, the man forced a weak smile. "See? Right, so you'll spare me, won't you?" But he immediately saw through it, thinking, "No, this scumbag is still hiding something." Without an ounce of mercy, he delivered a kick straight to the man's face, making him spit blood once again. He pointed the edge of his shield right at the man's throat, threatening him. "This is your last chance. Be honest." Also, the game's logic. In this game, killing another adventurer is a serious crime. There had to be a bigger reason. Driven into a corner, the young man shouted his confession. "Your heart." He frowned, confused, and asked, "What was that?" The man confessed in terror. "It's true. The heart of a barbarian is being sold for a sky-high price." He continued, "I heard they're being used as ingredients for a new type of magic." At this point, he realized the truth completely and understood. "I see. To this guy, I'm just a goblin carrying a lot of loot." The image of the barbarian race appeared like a beast of burden, a difficult creature to eliminate, and in the eyes of this hunter, he was a fat gold mine with enough value to bring. He bitterly summarized the opponent's motive, a massive reward. He grabbed the man by the collar and shook him. "Then why did you strike now instead of when I was napping the first time?" The man whimpered in reply. "Because I needed to get some sleep too," making him speechless with disdain. He wasn't careful at all. He was just a pragmatic parasite. Choked until he could barely breathe, the scum still tried to stammer out. "But since I've confessed everything, you'll spare me, right?" Bron pensively lowered his head, looking at the trash trembling on the ground, and asked with a smile, "Spare you? I'm sure I'll run into many others like you, and they'll all say the same things to me, right?" Bron's eyes turned bloodshot, with killing intent, as he roared, "So, do you really think I'll spare those bastards over and over again?" The scammer, terrified, gathered his courage to argue. "No, of course not. I'm not like those people." Just as he raised his shield to deliver the final blow, the man screamed in a panic, "I'll hand over all my possessions to you." Bron's blood-stained hand tightened around his weapon while the man continued to beg for his life. "I don't have much money now, but once we get back to the city, please, give me one more chance. You won't regret it." Ignoring the pleas, just one day after stepping into this twisted game world, Bron had officially taken a human life. Along with that, the system notification popped up, congratulating him on his first kill and rewarding him with 1 point to his spirit stat. 2 days had passed since he logged in. He was now decked out in gear he'd looted from Han shoulder armor, a backpack, a sledgehammer, and even high-quality leather boots, along with a skyrocketing stat sheet. Bron had finally graduated from living like a wild animal. He had a water canteen for thirst, a compass for navigation, a pocket watch to tell time, and even bandages and medicine for his wounds. Thinking about it, it was quite ironic. It turned out that only after coldly taking the life of another human being could Bron actually start to enjoy life like a real person. His character stat sheet glowed brightly as Bron swung his hand, knocking away an unlucky goblin blocking his path. Bron Jandon, Level 1, Physical 25, Spirit 37 new, +1 skill level, Equipment 72 new, +48, Total combat power, 81, new, -13. Watching the monster vaporize after just one hammer blow, he muttered to himself, wondering, should I have chosen a weapon from the start instead of carrying a shield? But he shook it off. Who would have thought I'd be this good at fighting? Perhaps because he was borrowing the power of a barbarian, he always felt like he was being controlled by a different personality during combat. Lost in thought, Bron stopped when he suddenly encountered 2 goblins wielding weapons. He analyzed the situation quickly. Since it was already the second day, the goblins had started moving in pairs. But his combat stats had also increased significantly thanks to all the stolen gear. So, even though the two hideous monsters lunged at him with their mouths agape, Bron easily smashed them with his shield, keeping his grinding progress smooth as grease. Another 1,000-pound blow was delivered, sending the monsters to meet their maker. After dealing with the nuisances, he sheathed his weapon and let out a long, tired sigh. His eyes were blurry and rimmed with dark circles. Bron groaned, complaining that he was about to die from exhaustion. Fighting continuously without a break, it was a miracle he had held out this long since the purge of Han. He needed to get some sleep immediately. He dragged his weary body up, struggling to stand. He muttered to himself that even though he didn't have an overnight partner, being single was better than inviting trouble. He'd rather get gutted by goblins in his sleep than entrust his life to some old, opportunistic adventurers. Just as he finished that pleasant thought, Bron immediately grimaced and cursed. Damn it, these short-statured bastards have a sharp sense of smell. Every time he tried to doze off alone, they would sneak up with knives in hand. Driven mad by sleep deprivation, Bron grabbed his hammer and screamed at the top of his lungs. I haven't even had 10 minutes of shut-eye, you dogs. His frantic hammer strikes shattered a patch of ground into a pile of filth. After slaughtering every single one in sight, he let his shoulders slump and squeezed his eyes shut, praying, please, don't show your faces anymore. Just let me get one decent night's sleep. But life isn't a dream. No sooner had the damn system pinged a notification that the player was being attacked in their sleep, Bron jumped in shock as a nasty goblin plunged a blade into his flank. Stabbed painfully in the side while sleeping, Bron turned pale, thinking to himself that he hadn't felt a thing. Damn it. Enraged, he swung his hammer, crushing the ambush monster and shouting curses. Before he could even catch his breath, another goblin lunged from the shadows, making Bron flinch. Panting from exhaustion, he glared and let out a defiant growl. Seeing their companion vaporized in an instant, the remaining goblin panicked and shrank back, not daring to advance. Watching the monster turn and scurry away, Bron breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, get lost. I don't have the energy to chase you anyway. He winced, clutching his bleeding wound, and muttered, if I were a bit shorter, or if that goblin had jumped higher, it definitely would have slit my throat. Pulling out a recovery potion, Bron lamented that he hadn't expected to be so off guard that he wouldn't sense them approaching. It seems I really need a proper rest. But first, I have to deal with this wound. Pouring the potion over himself, he winced, his face contorting in pain as it stung. Ugh. Why does healing with potions hurt even more than the stabbing? Continuing through the cave, Bron calculated that 14 hours had passed since he parted ways with Han. Now was the time everyone started looking for overnight companions, but he couldn't trust anyone, knowing how valuable a barbarian's heart was. A flicker of hope ignited, as he concluded that if it were a fellow barbarian, he could absolutely trust them. Let's go with that. I'll find a barbarian. But fate led Bron to encounter a group of humans who greeted him with smiles. Hey barbarian, are you looking for an overnight partner? It made him feel discouraged, thinking, humans again. Another member of the group enthusiastically pitched in. You look pretty tired. Want to join us? Bron kept his weary thoughts to himself. Nothing but humans. They kept pouring on the sweet talk. You'll be the third person. Since you're a barbarian, we trust you completely. He smirked inwardly. Humans were so ironic. Yesterday, they shunned him, but today, they were fighting to snatch him up. He firmly shook his head, refusing. No, I'm looking for another barbarian. He analyzed the situation himself. It made sense. Yesterday, he looked like a bloody mess, and he was only wearing one shoe. So, who would want to take in someone like that as an overnight partner? The adventurer looked surprised and asked, Huh? You're looking for another barbarian? That's tough. Why are you looking for them? Bron was startled, realizing the problem. Because barbarians usually climb to the upper floors within 2 to 3 months after their coming-of-age ceremony, so there are probably fewer than 100 of them left on the first floor. Right, with this massive, hulking frame still dragging along on the first floor, he must look like a joke to them. The group eventually left, offering a blessing for the goddess Laphonia to protect his journey. He replied with thanks and wondered to himself, am I really going to have to give up on finding a barbarian? Bron decided to change tactics. Okay, let's be realistic. Being a barbarian doesn't really matter anymore. I just need an overnight companion, as long as they aren't human. Mumbling his calculations as he walked, he decided it had to be a different race. Even if their numbers were smaller than humans, there were definitely more of them than barbarians. Elves, who always kept their promises, or dwarves, as passionate as any barbarian, would be the best choices. He added to himself that any race would do as long as it wasn't human, because most other races had their own distinct characteristics. They wouldn't be blinded by a few measly coins and harm other adventurers like the humans would. After setting those standards, Bron wandered the cave for about an hour. Suddenly, he froze when he spotted a figure huddled under the rocky cave ceiling. The other person jumped in shock as well when a giant appeared. The system notification announced, "You have encountered an injured elf." Meanwhile, Bron smirked triumphantly, thinking, "Found one." The female elf looked terrified, her eyes wide and guarded. He was certain that his goal for tonight's survival had appeared. "Found you. You have encountered an injured elf." In a deep, gravelly voice, Bron asked tentatively, "Elf, are you alone?" Instead of answering, she reached out to grab her bow in a defensive stance, making him sigh as he thought, "She's too cautious." But that's expected. Who wouldn't be scared out of their wits when they're already hurt? Suddenly, she finds a massive barbarian looming over her. Bron frowned, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to win over this prickly elf to be his nightwatch partner. Staring at the oozing blood, Bron assessed that she was wounded in the abdomen, and judging by the cut, it didn't look like a goblin's dagger. Furrowing his brows, he asked in a low, heavy voice, "Were you hurt by humans?" At the mention of humans, the female elf jolted, stepping back, unable to speak. Her legs gave out, drained of all strength, and she collapsed helplessly onto the cold ground. Clasping her hands before her chest, she sobbed and begged, "Please, have mercy and save me, sir." Bron went blank, let out a confused, "Huh?" With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded desperately, "Please, please just spare me this once. Please, Barbarian, I have a little brother at home who needs me to take care of him." He stood looking down at her and clicked his tongue, assessing her. What the hell is this? What kind of elf has no self-respect? Most elves in the game were incredibly cold. Seeing her appearance and how arrogant she looked, I just assumed she'd be like that too. Bron silently kicked himself. If he'd known her personality was like this, he would have approached her differently. Well, time to clear up the misunderstanding with a friendly smile. He tried to craft what he thought was the warmest smile possible and reassured her. "Don't worry." With his fierce, intimidating face standing out in the dark, Bron calmly told her, "I have no intention of killing you." But she shrieked miserably, "You liar!" She covered her face and sobbed. "I know you're a barbarian, but do you really have to go this far? Please, just this once, let me live." Hearing this, Bron broke into a cold sweat. He wondered in confusion, what on earth do barbarians usually do, anyway? While grumbling and rummaging through his backpack, he cursed under his breath. Why was she this terrified just because of one sentence? Damn it, what is the reputation of this tribe anyway? He tossed the roll of bandages straight at the female elf and suggested, "Why don't you treat your wounds first? We'll talk later." She caught it, stunned, then blurted out the name of the item. It was Lycho leaves. Bron's eyes lit up, and he mentally took note of it. He had been afraid they might be poisonous, so he hadn't dared to use them, but now he could use them freely. Still shaken, the female elf looked up and asked with a blank expression, "Why would you give these to me?" With a philosophical look on his face, Bron replied coolly, "Is there a reason needed to help someone?" But inside, he was screaming, "Of course there is, a huge one." He turned his back and instructed, "I'll keep watch, so you just worry about treating your wounds." At the same time, he set his ultimate goal. He wanted to be this elf's overnight companion. While standing guard, Bron analyzed the situation, sounding a bit like a scumbag. But this wasn't exactly the worst situation for her, either. He continued to assess her exhaustion. Glancing at her appearance, he concluded that she was also incredibly beautiful. Her current situation was far more miserable than his. A moment later, the sound of tearing bandages rang out, followed by a soft report. "All done." Bron turned back, slightly surprised. "Done already? She's quite handy." Since she seemed less guarded now, he thought they should start the introductions. He looked down and formally introduced himself. "My name is Bron, son of Jandon." The female elf shyly replied, "Win." Seeing her submissive attitude, Bron wondered, "Why are you so afraid of me?" Then Win timidly replied, "Because I am an elf and you are a barbarian." He was left dumbfounded internally. Huh? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Immediately, images of a bloodbath flashed through Win's memory, illustrating the saying that barbarians and elves are two hostile races. A scene of a giant barbarian bringing a weapon down on a head, with an incredibly violent-looking elf. Bron suddenly remembered and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, right, it has everything to do with it, damn it. But this was the first time he'd heard about a hostile relationship between these two species. Didn't they have a great relationship in the game? Afraid Bron would misunderstand, Win hurriedly waved her hands to explain. "No, I mean that war ended 10 years ago. didn't it? I don't hold any grudge against the barbarian tribe, she said, shrinking back. So, I don't want to fight you, sir. Meanwhile, Bron's gamer brain was working overtime. 10 years ago? So how much time had passed compared to the game's storyline that he knew? But whatever, he didn't have time to go looking for anyone else anyway. Bron declared loudly to settle the matter. I don't hold any grudges either. Win's eyes lit up with joy as she asked, Really? Not missing a beat, Bron leaned over, resting his hands on his thighs, and flirted with complete seriousness. So, Win, do you want to be my overnight companion? Win was stunned and repeated. Overnight companion? Bron explained the situation. I am extremely tired right now. I'm sure you are too, so why don't we cooperate tonight? The beautiful girl placed her hand on her chin, deep in thought. Then, suddenly, she had an idea. An old legend popped into her head. I heard that barbarians consider their warrior honor the most important thing in the world. Grabbing onto this lifeline, Win clasped her hands and looked at Bron with hopeful eyes. Can you swear on your warrior honor that you won't harm me? Bron tossed his cloak back, smirked, and nodded. A vow? Of course. I swear on the name of my tribe. But inside, he was laughing to himself. Man, I don't care a lick about warrior honor, but I guess it's good to use every once in a while. Hook, line, and sinker. Bron sat down opposite her with a stern expression. All right, but let me make one thing clear first. The female elf looked at him, puzzled. Yes? Bron uncomfortably corrected the honorifics. I'm not sir, I'm Bron, son of Jandan. At the same time, he thought about recovering a bit of his youth. He wasn't sure, but Bron's body was only 20 years old. He closed his eyes, placed a hand on his chest, and vowed solemnly, I, Bron, son of Jandan, swear on the honor of a warrior. Win also obediently clasped her hands together and promised seriously, I, Win, swear on the name of my tribe. Both of them pledged not to harm the other throughout the night, making Bron secretly happy that he could finally get a decent night's sleep. Once the formalities were over, he suggested right away, I'm going to sleep first. I'm sure you want to as well. The female elf replied awkwardly. Not really. But if that's what you want, Bron shoved the pocket watch he'd snatched into her hand and warned her carefully that it was an expensive item, so she should take good care of it, making Win obediently nod and promise. As he laid his back against the stone floor, he sighed, thinking that finding a good night's sleep was so difficult, but better safe than sorry. Bron decided to pretend to sleep for 10 minutes to see how she would react. He was drifting off when he jumped, eyes wide, at a sharp call. Sir! Bron scrambled up with drool on the corner of his mouth and asked what time it was. Win excitedly held up the watch and reported that 2 hours had passed. He wiped away the drool. He was stunned, wondering when he had fallen asleep. He hadn't even had the chance to pretend. Was the power of the blanket and backpack combo that terrifying? If that barbarian had lent him these things, he would have ascended to heaven when he was ambushed. So, he decided to let his partner have the sleeping potion, shielding her, and advised her, You can use the backpack as a pillow. Win's eyes went wide with confusion. Even though her mouth wanted to refuse, she hugged the blanket tightly with glowing, rosy cheeks. He turned away decisively to keep watch, leaving her to whisper happily, I'll make sure to use these carefully. Thank you. No sooner had she set the reward down than the elf girl fell straight into a deep sleep. He couldn't help but admire her ability to doze off the moment her head hit the ground. He looked at her sympathetically, thinking she must be completely exhausted. Win's day had probably been just as tiring as his. Sitting with his legs crossed and his back against the stone, Bron pondered, feeling as though 5 days had already passed. It's only been 3 days, but I'm already starting to overthink things. Guess that means my mental state is actually improving. He started drifting into thoughts about his real life, wondering what his body was like back in the real world and if anyone had reported him missing yet, only to realize with a bitter pang that no one would even bother checking on him. He quickly shook off the gloom, telling himself to stop thinking about it even if he went back. There was nothing waiting for him anyway. It was easier to just look at it that way. Watching the time tick away on his watch, he realized his resolve was about to evaporate. After a few more guard shifts, it was time to get his ass moving. Glancing at his sleeping companion, Bron calculated that there were only 10 minutes left in their shift. His eyes flashed with a pragmatic calculation as he wondered to himself. He kept staring at Win as she slept soundly, weighing whether or not he should ask her to keep traveling together. His gamer instincts kicked in, analyzing the pros and cons. Since she's an elf, she'd definitely be a huge asset in a fight. But if they formed a party, he'd have to split the loot, which would cut his own share significantly. Even though the goblins had been swarming in large groups since 3 days ago, Bron was confident in his own muscles. He smugly figured he could easily snap the necks of 3 or 4 goblins at once. So, between a safe night's sleep and getting more magic crystals. Which choice was more logical? His train of thought was cut short when he heard footsteps crunching inside the dungeon. Two human adventurers appeared out of nowhere, whispering and checking to see if this was the elf they were looking for by spotting her familiar bow. After Bron shot them, a death glare that nearly scorched their faces. One guy stepped up and demanded, "Hey, you barbarian, what's your relationship with that elf?" He coolly replied that they were just overnight companions, making the fat guy sneer mockingly. A barbarian and an elf? That's quite the combo. He chuckled, then asked curiously how much time they had left. Bron's gaze turned sharp as a razor, radiating a chilling aura as he growled back, "I've got no obligation to answer you." It made the two of them break out in a cold sweat and back away in fear. The fat guy flashed a sleazy, lustful grin and nodded. "I see." He immediately turned on his heel and ordered his lackey, "Let's go." Watching their retreating backs, Bron frowned, feeling a bad hunch. What the hell is this bad feeling? They're definitely hunting for Win, 100%. Without a second thought, he turned around and shook her hard to wake her up. Win! But the elf was still groggy, burying her face in the blanket, and mumbling, 5 more minutes. His blood boiled. Bron gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. They're about to be ambushed and she wants to sleep in? Losing his patience, the barbarian grabbed the whole blanket and shook her violently. "Wake up!" Being tossed around like a doll, Win opened her eyes hazily with a small moan. Sensing something suspicious, Bron leaned in, staring her down to call her out. She's faking it. The blanket that had slipped down earlier was now pulled tight over her face. Busted. Win's eyes snapped open in panic, and she jumped back with a reflex like a spring. The elf scrambled backward and shrieked. He leaned in close to interrogate her. "Why were you faking being asleep?" Win broke into a cold sweat, stammering, If I woke up." Her eyes welled up as if she were about to cry, and she sniffled, "I thought you'd just leave me behind." Bron paused for a moment, wondering, is that what she's worried about? He coldly confirmed the reality. She and Win were not official allies, just temporary overnight companions. A cheap relationship maintained by taking turns on guard duty for exactly one night. As he slung his shield over his shoulder, ready to leave, he thought to himself that as soon as she opened her eyes, that damn promise would automatically vanish. While Win clumsily chased after him, asking what happened with those two guys, Bron reported the situation. Win blinked and sighed in relief. "Nothing happened?" Bron snapped back, scrutinizing her. "Then how the hell did they know it was you?" She hung her head and confessed, "They must be in the same guild as the human who tried to kill me." Recalling the memory, Win trembled as she confirmed the crest embroidered on their clothes matched exactly. That guild was called the Crystal Alliance. Bron's pragmatic brain immediately went into overdrive. Damn it, it's not just one or two nobodies, it's an entire organization. Things were heading in a real shitty direction. It'd be best to dump this elf and make a run for it. He looked at the elf clutching her bow, trembling with anxiety. But the barbarian's conscience, which had only just emerged, let out a weary sigh. Come to think of it, this elf is only, 20 years old? Putting his backpack on, he clicked his tongue and gave in. "Fine, let's talk while we walk." Seeing this, Win's eyes lit up, and she hurried after him, pestering him. "Are you really going to help me?" But Bron immediately poured cold water on her. "Let me hear your story first, then we'll see." He kept marching forward and urged her, "I'll listen while we walk. We're already behind schedule." That made the girl beam as she nodded eagerly. "Okay," and started recounting her miserable situation. Win opened up. "I happened to run into them on the first day I stepped into the labyrinth, and our group decided to team up as overnight companions. Remembering that fateful night," she shuddered, "I had a bad feeling about something, so I woke up in the middle of the night. What hit her eyes was a human standing there, looming over her with a nasty grin. "Oh, you're awake?" The man licked his lips pervertedly and ordered, "You can go back to sleep, it's fine." While struggling to keep up with the barbarian's long strides, the elf continued, "I only realized it later. That guy was the manager of a gang whose main business model was hunting people right here on the first floor." She hung her head miserably. "I managed to escape miraculously back then, but his guild's lackeys have been hounding me like dogs ever since. That was also when I got wounded in the stomach." While walking, Bron suddenly slammed the brakes, whipped his head around with a grim face, and interrupted. "Wait, how?" Win guessed. "I think they've been using communication stones to keep tracking me," Bron muttered. "Communication stones? How the hell did those exist in the game I used to play? I need more details." The girl beside him hurried to explain. Communication stones are a type of magical artifact that allows people to talk to each other after syncing up, and their range is about 300 meters. Bron realized it was like a modern walkie-talkie. There was nowhere to hide. The manpower was huge, and they were equipped with magical communication gear. If he ditched Win now, she'd definitely get caught. While running for his life with his shield, Bron asked, "You don't look like you've done anything wrong. So, why does that guild keep chasing you so persistently?" Well, seeing her hang her head, he raised an eyebrow and guessed, "To silence you?" Win just broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "I'm sure there's more to it than that," the elven girl confessed shyly. "When I first escaped, I was swinging my dagger around wildly, and it just happened to strike his most sensitive spot." Curiosity piqued. Bron turned back to ask for clarification. "His sensitive spot? What do you mean?" Win's face turned bright red, and she stumbled over her words until she finally managed to blurt out, "His crotch. That spot, you know," she said with an awkward smile, explaining the victim's tragic fate. "I heard it was completely severed. He couldn't even reattach it with magic potions." Hearing about that life-altering accident, Bron broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "That's more than enough reason for them to tear this dungeon apart to hunt you down. You idiot, how can you still smile?" Bron scolded, though he quietly thought to himself that it was poetic justice. Meanwhile, Win chuckled softly. Sorry. Suddenly, the elf's eyes widened in alarm as she caught an unusual signal. Win spun around and whispered urgently, "Bron, someone is tracking us. Don't look back." Using her keen elven senses, she listened closely and estimated the distance. "They are about 150 meters behind us." Hearing this, Bron Jandon thought it was far too great a distance to detect anything, but it didn't seem like she was lying. Is this an innate elven ability? Sensing the danger, he decided, "We need to pick up the pace. Can you keep up?" Win gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, I can for now." The wound on her abdomen had reopened, and blood was seeping through, but she didn't complain even once. As they dashed through the darkness, Bron silently gave his partner some credit. She was tougher than he thought. After running for a while, he asked, "What's the distance between us and our pursuers now?" Win reported nervously, "It's still holding at 150 meters. Bron frowned, analyzing the situation. Even though they were running for their lives, the gap wasn't widening. That guy tracking us must be constantly reporting our position to his allies. The situation is getting dangerous. He gripped his hammer tightly. He made a calculated decision. We have to take them out. If I were their target, I would definitely do the same. However, Bron kept a cool head to weigh the pros and cons. But once we kill that bastard, there's no turning back. I need to think carefully. What are the risks, and what will we gain?" Seeing the barbarian fall silent, Win called out to him anxiously. While Bron's brain was working at full capacity to make a solid decision, he thought, "I need more details." Getting straight to the point, Bron asked, "Win, what are you best at?" The elven girl excitedly started showing off her domestic skills. "I'm good at dusting and cleaning, though my cooking is a bit subpar." Bron was speechless and glared at her. "What the hell are you talking about?" Bron Jandon grumpily clarified the intent. The question startled her, and she scratched her head, smiling awkwardly. Oh, I see. You meant in combat?" Regaining her composure, Win puffed out her chest and declared confidently, "I'm very good with a bow." A fireball blazed in her hand as she added another impressive skill. "I can also use fire attribute elven magic." Bron nodded, evaluating the asset running beside him. She was the perfect archetype of an elven archer, and she even possessed the fire attribute, the rarest element of all. Getting straight to the core, he looked deep into her eyes and interrogated her. "Have you ever killed anyone before?" Her hand tightened around the bow, and Win replied, "Never." However, Win's eyes immediately turned resolute. She gritted her teeth with a determination to survive. "But I can do it." Hearing this, Bron let out a sigh, as if he had finished his calculations. "I see, Win." He offered an exploitative contract right there on the run. "Do you want to become my partner? This agreement holds until we escape the labyrinth. I'll take 9 parts, and you get 1. I won't accept any complaints." Before the leader could even finish his sentence, the elven girl eagerly shouted her consent to be exploited. "I will. I agree." The deal was struck in an instant. Bron returned to the present and asked quickly, "Good. What's the current distance?" Win immediately scanned the signal and reported, 100 meters. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the enemy's persistence. "We're running as fast as we can, and they're still closing the gap." Seeing a dark, narrow turn in the cave ahead, Bron's tactical mind kicked into gear. Instead of continuing to run blindly, he swerved sharply, turning into a blind spot and shouting an order to his new recruit. "Win, we're turning here. Summon your spirit." Win obediently followed his instructions. "All right, She immediately summoned a fire spirit to provide light, and both of them slid down the slope. As they slid down the rough surface, Bron muttered to himself, "I never thought I'd end up bringing myself back to this place." Standing in the dim, hidden corner, Wynne strained her ears and reported anxiously, "I feel like they're getting closer." Seeing this, Bron immediately issued a combat order. "Now, dismiss the spirit." The elven girl quickly retracted the magic and answered curtly, "Done." A few seconds later, the pursuer appeared, dashing right past their hiding spot, making both of them jump in alarm. Pressing himself against the rock wall, he frowned and analyzed. "They're still tracking us despite the poor visibility, and they even stopped right on top of us. There's definitely someone in that group with professional tracking skills." Seizing the golden opportunity, Bron whispered to her. Wynne met his determined gaze, and he firmly ordered, "Shoot." Without a moment's hesitation, Wynne raised her bow, pulled the string taut, and aimed straight at the enemy, standing blankly below. A whistling sound rang out as the arrow pierced through the top of the poor guy's head, sending him out of the labyrinth immediately. The human collapsed onto the cold ground, while Bron and Wynne stepped out from the shadows with a cool, intimidating aura. However, the elven archer stood frozen, looking at the corpse with a pale face, unable to say a word. Seeing his teammate shaken from taking a life for the first time, Bron walked over and patted her on the shoulder. He consoled her, "You did well. If you had hesitated just now, both of us would have been in danger." After reassuring her, the barbarian immediately crouched over the body, starting his professional looting habit as if it were an unbreakable routine. As he picked up a glowing blue communication stone, the device emitted a frantic scream from the other end. "Sin! Sin!" A man's shrill voice rang out with orders. "Sin! Answer me! Damn it! We lost contact with Sin. He was chasing the elf and the barbarian. Everyone listening to this broadcast, pay attention." The man roared with ear-splitting intensity. "Gather all units at the goblin area for me." Listening to the live broadcast, Bron crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Is his name Sin? I thought I'd get a decent haul, but the guy didn't have anything valuable on him. You practically inventory the loot. A decent pouch of magic crystals, 2 daggers for self-defense, and a healing potion swiped from his belt." Wynne strokes the leather outfit she just got from the corpse, mumbling, "I've already swapped into the clothes he was wearing from head to toe." "It feels a bit weird wearing a dead person's clothes," Bron says, while fiddling with the communication stone, comforting his teammate. "But it's better than nothing, right? That leather outfit is definitely better than the rags she was wearing earlier." Glancing up at the elf in her new gear, Bron silently rates her as soon as she changed. Her presence became much sharper, in a good way. Pushing the clothing topic aside, he holds up the new toy and asks the expert, "So, how does this communication stone work? Let me guess. There's got to be some annoying button on the side, right?" The barbarian firmly presses the switch on the stone. Immediately, the portable radio starts blaring a report again. "I repeat, that scum, Sin, who was chasing the elf, has been taken down. She's in the goblin area, and she's with a barbarian equipped with a sledgehammer and shield." The guild leader drops the final bomb with an insane price tag. The bounty for the two of them is 10,000 gold. Hearing this, Wynne's face goes pale. Trembling, she calls out, "Sir, what do we do?" He remains incredibly calm, calling his teammate's name. "Don't worry, Wynne. Quickly summon your fire spirit. We're going to start moving along the outer edge of the dungeon." As he breaks into a sprint, he lays out his absurd goal. "We're heading straight to the second floor." The elf cries out in panic. "What?" Her slender legs struggle to keep up, breathless, but she can't stop questioning the madness of the plan. "Sir, are you seriously planning for us to make it all the way to the second floor?" Seeing her keep babbling with that "sir this" and "sir that," Bron firmly nods to confirm his recklessness. "Exactly." Running at full speed, Wynne nervously reminds him, "The first floor and the second floor are completely different. You know that, right?" Bron replies flatly, "I know." He calmly lays out his defensive strategy. "It'll be fine if we just hang around near the entrance. Plus, you and I make a pretty good team." Hearing they make a good pair, the elf's cheeks turn bright red, shyly asking back, "We're a good team?" He states it with conviction. That's right. The gamer's analytical brain in his head starts crunching numbers. A melee tank paired with a long-range DPS has always been the perfect combination. Besides, if I team up with Wynne, how could the first floor ever yield enough loot for 2 mouths to feed? Wynne still can't hide her anxiety, so she mumbles her objection. "But this is our first time. How can we risk going straight to the second floor? This feels just like walking into an orc den just to avoid a pack of goblins." Suddenly, the communication stone in his hand starts spewing more filthy chatter from their pursuers. "Those losers still haven't found them yet? If you find that elf, on top of the 10,000 gold bounty, We'll give you the privilege of enjoying her first. This makes her tremble in terror. She's so scared, she clings tightly to Bron's cloak. She whimpers. Sir, he immediately reassures her with a masculine tone. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. But the portable magic device keeps spreading terror as another guy suggests a cruel idea. That's a sweet deal, but if she struggles too much, can I just chop off an arm or a leg? Then a savage laugh responds. Go ahead. Just make sure to keep the important parts intact. You get what I mean, right? Ha ha ha. Horrified by the enemy's cruelty, Win trembles, clinging to Bron and nodding frantically. Sir, I'm going. Let's go to the second floor. Bron smirks to himself. What a perfectly timed psychological trigger, since now he doesn't have to waste his breath convincing her anymore. It's true that he's always liked doing good deeds and helping those in need. But of course, only when it brings a juicy benefit to himself. He turns and gives a slight nod. All right. Bron's eyes narrow with intensity as he thinks to himself, if I can wipe out this inhuman scum, while also satisfying myself by accidentally doing a great deed, it's a win-win situation. So, there's no reason for this barbarian to refuse to help. Hurrying to keep up, Win asks tentatively, Bron, do you actually know the way to the second floor? He answers decisively. I don't know the exact route, but if the two of us just keep running straight north, we'll get there eventually. His knowledge of dungeon map structures starts to kick in, because this labyrinth's layout is designed with a specific logic. If a player just follows the darkest areas, they're bound to find the teleport gate to the higher floors. Suddenly, Win stops in her tracks and gasps. Bron, wait. The elf points to a patch of open ground, warning him about a goblin bear trap ahead. He thinks, surprised. Traps appearing this late? How odd. Recalling how he stepped on one the moment he took a few steps earlier, another logical hypothesis flashes in his mind. Could these damn goblins be so afraid of light that they don't dare to venture near or set traps in lit areas? Thinking of this, he wants to cry, wondering just how unlucky he was to fall asleep in the dark on the very first day. Meanwhile, Win has already knocked her bow, ready to charge. Let me handle this. You can rest and save your strength. Watching the back of the elf as she eagerly rushes forward, Bron calls out, You'd better not be foolish enough to use spirit magic right now. You need to save your energy for the big fight ahead. Pulled back to the harsh reality, the elf turns and smiles weakly. Oh, of course. Watching her clumsy, guilty-looking sprint, Bron knows for a fact she's lying through her teeth. Meanwhile, Win runs off, wondering, how does this giant know what's going on in my head? Suddenly, two goblins jump down from the ceiling to ambush them, leaving Win wide-eyed in terror. With the quick reflexes of an elf, she instantly leaps backward, dodging the monster's vicious swipe. Her leather boots land firmly, helping her quickly regain her balance. Pressing the advantage, Win draws her bow toward the ceiling and lets out a sharp counterattack. The arrow pierced the goblin's skull, making it roll its eyes, cough up blood, and drop dead to the ground. Seeing its comrade killed, the remaining monster roared in a frenzy and charged straight at the female archer. Facing imminent danger, Win didn't flinch. She calmly pulled back her bowstring, preparing to finish off the moving target in front of her. With sharp eyes and intense focus, Win drew her bowstring taut, aiming perfectly at her target. The arrow tore through the wind, flying true and sending the monster to its maker instantly. Once everything was settled, Win turned around, flashing a bright smile to claim credit. Did you see that? I did a good job, right? Bron nodded in praise. Well, you did great. That was some top-tier elven archery, he thought, secretly impressed that she moved even more nimbly and skillfully than he had imagined. Holding out his hand with two glowing red crystals, he said, Here are the magic crystals. Win's eyes lit up, eager to split the loot. You take 9 parts, and I get 1, right? She clasped her hands together hopefully. My younger brother has been begging me to buy something. At this rate, I'll be able to earn a decent amount soon, won't I? Seeing her so excited over a meager 10% cut, he broke into a cold sweat and replied, That's right, keep it up. That fired her up even more. Yes, I will work hard. This left the barbarian completely bewildered, wondering if she was truly this naive or just being sarcastic. Suddenly, the communication stone crackled, updating them on the situation, broadcasting more details. We're raising the bounty on that elf's head to 20,000 gold pieces. Win jumped and cringed as the boss yelled ruthlessly, not caring who got hurt. Seeing his companion panicking, Bron calmly reassured her, Don't worry, there's no crazy person who would dare to search around in this kind of darkness. Besides, he knew all too well that this ragtag alliance didn't have a shred of teamwork to begin with. Just as expected, the radio frequency started getting cluttered with various excuses. I'm busy relocating to hunt razor-maned wolves. Does anyone want to go take a break with me? This allowed him to triumphantly point out, "See, there are tons of people who don't care about that bounty at all." Despite his words, Bron still felt a nagging sense of unease, because everything was going too smoothly. With his track record of bad luck, he knew some kind of trouble was bound to happen. While he was lost in thought, he blurted out, "Huh?" A swarm of zombies appeared out of nowhere in front of them, making Win cry out in alarm. "Sir, there are ghouls over there." Bron was just as stunned. "Huh? That's strange. Why are there ghouls here?" According to his knowledge, the monsters on the first floor were distributed by region, and ghouls should only be hanging around in the south. Bron's eyes narrowed as he formed a hypothesis. Could it be that they had run so far that they had reached the border? Surrounded by the horde of zombies, Win turned to him, anxiously asking for orders. "Can I fight them on my own?" Bron immediately hefted his axe and stepped up, refusing. "No, we'll fight together." Because the game mechanics dictated that players only received bonus points for defeating a monster species for the first time. This meant that to level up quickly, they had to kill as many types of monsters as possible, so encountering the ghouls now was actually a huge windfall. Deploying into battle formation, Bron spoke clearly. "I'll take the front line as the vanguard. You handle the ones further back, okay?" As he approached the zombies, he silently recalled their behavior from the game. These ghouls would stand completely still until their prey entered their target range. Just as predicted, the moment Bron crossed the threshold, a ghoul immediately gaped its drooling mouth and roared violently. The whole pack started charging aggressively, but Bron remained incredibly calm and clicked his tongue. Luckily, everything was still going according to plan. He swung his shield, smashing it straight into the face of the lead monster and shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Even though the ghouls possessed strength and speed far superior to the puny goblins, in the end, they were just low-level monsters, with a predictable, monotonous attack style. A zombie tried to sneak an attack from behind the Barbarian, but before it could even touch his cloak, it was neatly taken down by Win. Bron felt smugly satisfied. Having such a reliable teammate made this way easier than he thought. Along with the notification of receiving experience points for killing the ghouls, the two of them swept their way north until the third day in the labyrinth. While they were walking, Win suddenly stopped and called out, "Huh? Sir, look at this." The elf pointed down at the bright red blood on the ground, analyzing it. "It's blood. I don't think this is goblin blood. Whose do you think it is?" At the same time, she reported that this blood trail led exactly in the direction they were heading. Hearing the word blood, Bron's face turned pale as he broke into a cold sweat, wondering, "Blood? Don't tell me there's no way it's that much of a coincidence, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes landed on a rusted bear trap sitting right there next to a familiar, tattered sandal. Bron stood frozen, speechless in the face of the cruel reality. It hit him hard. His eye twitched repeatedly when he realized this was exactly the damn spot where he had set foot on his first day of being thrown into this maze. And lying quietly right behind the spot where he had been standing back then was the massive teleportation gate, emitting a brilliant light. Stupid memories flooded back. The image of the large barbarian dragging his blood-soaked body, desperately crawling away from the gate, appeared vividly. Too bitter about the mockery of fate, he slammed his shield into the ground and roared in a fury. "Damn it, are you kidding me right now?" That made Win, who was standing next to him, shrink back in fear, teary-eyed. "I'm sorry." It turned out the teleportation gate to the second floor was less than 10 meters from his original starting point. He gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky in resentment. This is insane. If back then, he had just crawled in the opposite direction for a bit, he wouldn't have had to suffer like that. How much worse could his bad luck get? Seeing his partner so enraged, Win trembled and hurriedly asked, Sir? Did I do something wrong?" That startled Bron, and he tried to brush it off. "What's wrong with you?" He had to calm down, waving his hand to explain, "It's not your fault, don't worry about it." But she couldn't help but be curious and stuttered. "Then why are you?" Piecing together the evidence at the scene, he did the math in his head, the bloodstains, the bread color, the torn sandal, and the look on his face. Win suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Listening to her, she teared up in sympathy. "Sir, you've had to endure so much, haven't you?" He broke into a cold sweat, silently assessing the situation. Did she really look at this situation and guess the reason for his behavior? Seeing her clasp her hands in prayer, "Surely you must have lost a dear comrade here. I believe they have gone to heaven." Bron hurriedly brushed that thought aside in his head. "No, of course not. There's no way I'd believe that. She must be misunderstanding something." Pushing that aside, he cleared his throat and asked, "Anyway, are you ready to go up?" He received a bright, beaming smile in return. "I'm a little scared, but I don't think I'll die if I'm with you." "My lord?" Bron concluded, noting her strange habit of elongating her words. Well then, let's go. Win immediately replied, got it. Before the system announced the destination, you had already reached the second floor. Stopping at a corner, you felt a sense of relief, silently thinking to yourself that you didn't plan on dying so easily. Without time to mentally prepare for the next level, both of you fell freely from mid-air. Landing hard on your sturdy back, Bron heard her scream in panic. My lord, are you okay? You secretly thought about how you'd always wondered what going through a teleportation gate felt like. Then, groaning, you crawled up and muttered, I'm fine. But it felt like total crap. It's as if a frog at the bottom of a well chewed me up and spat me out. I'm genuinely surprised. The other girls never told. To me about this. I've never teleported through a gate and fallen like this before. You felt a twinge of envy. After all, she had landed perfectly. I'm really jealous of that agility, which the Barbarian tribe just doesn't have. Regaining your formation? You suggested, let's scout this area first. While wondering if this was indeed the northern part of the goblin forest on the second floor, keeping a sharp eye out, you analyzed the surroundings. There was a gate behind you that could take you back to the first floor at any time, and I can't sense any living creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the stars above, I can see quite clearly. You assessed the situation silently. However, it wouldn't get any brighter as time passed because this was inside a labyrinth. Then you heard Wynn curiously ask, My lord, is this really the second floor? I've never heard of the second floor being a forest, which led you to your conclusion. They must be talking about a different section of the second floor. Recalling the game's mechanics, you mused that the first floor had 4 gates, and each led to a different area. The north was the goblin forest. The images of each location appeared clearly in your mind. To the east was the beast's den, which contained countless brutal undead. The west was the land of the dead. And finally, there was an extremely harsh area. To the south was the Black Rock mountain range. Suddenly enlightened, Wynn eagerly raised her hand to add, I think I remember now. And no matter where we go, they all lead to the third floor, right? You nodded in confirmation. That's right. And you began to ask her about the path to escape this place. But what should we do now? Do you know the way back to the city from the labyrinth? The elf, Wynn, rested her chin on her hand and asked a silly question in return. Won't we be automatically sent back when the labyrinth closes? Bron had to summarize the rules clearly in his head. The first floor was 168 hours, and the second was 240 hours. When time ran out, the labyrinth would spit the adventurers back to the city. Quickly calculating, you planned to route yourself here to avoid those troublesome people. The Crystal Alliance would never come up here because they don't work well together. We'll stay on this second floor before the 168 hours are up, then go back down to the first. Either way, we can't stay in one spot. You made your decision, but we can't just hide by the teleportation gate all day. So let's explore this place a bit. Quickly offloading the responsibility of scouting, you ordered her to lead the way. Wynn excitedly accepted. Sure thing. Walking between the trees, Wynn skipped along happily. Being in the forest feels so nostalgic, she said with a bright smile. Even though she knew a swarm of monsters lived here, it still felt a bit like the elf shrine. As she walked, she reminded you to be careful. Ah, there's a trap there, so please try to step exactly where I step. Pointing to a hidden corner on the path, Wynn warned, Look there. There's a trap too. You were confused. I don't see anything. So you had to let her guide you carefully. Right over there, under that pile of leaves. Watch. The warning barely finished before she picked up a stone and threw it straight at the pile of dry leaves, triggering the dangerous animal trap and making you jump. Your eyes widened in surprise as you silently praised your teammate. She was right. Was this the tracking ability of the elf tribe? Then you saw her standing with her hands on her hips, looking smug. What do you think? You nodded in recognition. Suddenly, she seemed really reliable. You nodded thoughtfully. Bron praised her. I think you're good at throwing rocks. But deep down, you thought there was no reason to praise her that much. Wynn's eyes widened in protest. What? Is that all? Finding traps is supposed to be your job, you replied calmly. Don't get worked up over such a trivial thing. You're already a true adventurer. Hearing that, the elf beamed with joy, her cheeks turning a light pink with excitement. Wynn shyly clutched her chest and replied obediently, Okay. You glanced at her and smirked to yourself. A true adventurer, huh? She's quite easy to manipulate, isn't she? Suddenly noticing something unusual, you analyzed, but something seems off. There are traps, but I can't sense any goblins around here. You quickly recalled the knowledge. Of course. Unlike the first floor, having traps in this area didn't necessarily mean there were goblins nearby. The traps on the second floor were more like terrain features than anything else. You quickly gave orders to rally your spirits. Enough chatting. Focus. You go first, I'll follow. Win happily obeyed. Understood. Bron mentally recalled information from the game. This place was called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides the traps, another characteristic was that goblins usually traveled in packs of about 10. Sometimes there were even mutated goblins that acted as warriors or archers. The further you went toward the edge of the forest, the more mutated monsters there were, including high-level ones. You calculated a safe plan, but that didn't matter, because you intended to stick around the teleportation gate anyway. You laid out a clear strategy. We'll clear the traps in the surrounding area and start expanding our search range. If we fall into a dangerous situation, we'll run straight back to the first floor. She responded clearly. Understood. You watched Win throw rocks to clear the path, thinking to yourself, we'll expand the area by using rocks to break the traps. It would be very troublesome if we accidentally stepped on one while running away. Once finished, Win excitedly turned back to claim credit. Did I do well? You immediately clapped to praise her. You're great. You really are a true adventurer. While having fun, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in alert. Win lowered her voice to report the situation. My lord, it's a pack of goblins. You immediately asked, how many? She estimated, I'm not sure, but definitely more than 10. I think they're about 50 meters away. Observing the target carefully, Win whispered, it looks like what should we do? You quickly made a decision. We'll fight. How close can we get without being noticed? Win confidently replied, if I go alone, I can get within 30 meters. You nodded, finalizing the plan. Got it. We'll follow the plan. She responded quietly. Understood. Win began to tiptoe on the dry, leaf-covered ground. You watched every step of your teammate and silently marveled. It's truly amazing how she moves through all that brush without making a sound. Perhaps the elf tribe is just like that. Getting close enough, she crouched behind the tree, aiming straight at the monsters. Bron stood back, watching Win signal that she was ready to engage. She pulled the bowstring taut, ready to loose her arrow. The arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for the goblins. At that exact moment, he kicked off the ground, surging forward. As he sprinted, he couldn't help but wonder, did she manage to hit anything? I couldn't hear a thing because of the distance. As he dashed past his teammate, he shouted, provide cover fire from behind. Win responded firmly with a clear, copy that. Finally, with his sturdy shield in hand, he heroically charged into the fray, officially kicking off the party and dishing out some heavy damage to the unlucky goblins. Just as the battle started, he gritted his teeth, realizing a harsh reality. The second floor was definitely on another level. He quickly assessed the situation, noting a few complications. The number of goblins was 3 times higher than on the first floor. It was a bit intimidating. Even though they were just goblins, there was also a goblin warrior in the mix. He should have been terrified, but contrary to logic, his inner toughness flared up. To his surprise, he didn't feel scared at all. Instead, his warrior's heart was beating wildly with pure adrenaline. Unable to suppress his bloodlust, he charged forward, roaring like a god of war, ready to tear them apart. The heavy shield in his hand struck out, catching an unlucky goblin right in the jaw and sending it spinning away. Seeing this, the enemies rushed in to strike back. He flicked his eyes toward the two coming from his sides without flinching. He swung his muscular arm, delivering a devastating blow, knocking one back as it tried to close in, then casually used his weapon like a fan, wiping out the rest who dared to get too close. His eyes were sharp, burning with killing intent, as he locked onto his next target. With a precise strike, he sent the enemy flying into the air. While busy dishing out the pain, he suddenly felt a chilling, murderous intent behind him. A blade grazed his cheek by a hair's breadth, making him jerk his head back to dodge. Damn it, he muttered. As he backed away to create some distance, sweat dripped down his face. That was too close, he thought. His head would have been gone if he'd been a second slower. The monsters rushed in like moths to a flame, regardless of their own lives. He scowled. Damn it, they won't even give me a chance to breathe. Even if they were just regular goblins, facing more than 5 at once was quite a threat. With all escape routes blocked, he braced himself to take the hits. It seemed he had no choice but to take some damage. But then he smirked, as an arrow flew in from nowhere and struck an enemy right in the throat. But that's only if I'm alone. In the distance, the elf Win finally breathed a sigh of relief after that masterful support shot. With his teammate handling the sniping from behind, his morale instantly soared. Looks like Win is back in position. I'll clean this place up. He spread his arms wide to welcome the monsters, roaring a challenge like a madman. Come on, you bastards, bring it on. The battle ended, and the system displayed a dry notification. You have defeated a goblin warrior. EXP gained. He tallied the loot. I earned 11 magic crystals after clearing out that first group of goblins. He squatted down, looking pleased with his hard-earned rewards. Considering it took me all day to earn 44 on the first floor, this is a satisfying haul. I wish I could have gotten the warrior's weapon or armor, but they disappeared, along with the goblin's corpse. As a fair and square leader, he split the loot. Even though these are all rank 9, the swordsman's magic crystals are more valuable, so I'll give you a larger share. Win happily accepted the 2 bright red crystals. Thanks. She stood up and adjusted her backpack. He gave the order to move out. She eagerly replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, he continued to dream of getting rich. He couldn't wait to see how much money he'd have by the end of the 4th day. However, he pondered on the harshness of the dungeon. Once we traveled further than 3 kilometers, we started encountering groups of goblins every 5 minutes, and the trouble kept escalating. He clicked his tongue upon seeing a new group of monsters, this time including archers. Suddenly, Wynn reported a supernatural phenomenon in a panic. "Sir, that archer is turning invisible." He immediately took a defensive stance. Raising his shield, he barked a reminder. "That's invisibility magic. Stay focused." Wynn, behind him, obediently shouted. "Understood." The goblins with daggers seized the opportunity to act as bait. He assessed the situation. Things were getting tricky because of the goblin archers. He casually smashed a low-level minion with his hammer to clear the path. He confidently declared, "But I don't think we'll lose." While he was slashing his way through, a dark arrow was silently aimed at him from the shadows. Sensing the projectile, he activated high-focus mode. "With this body, I just need to focus." His eyes widened, capturing every frame of the incoming projectile's movement. His massive frame nimbly dodged, spectacularly avoiding the arrows flying toward him. After dodging the arrow, he instantly bolted toward the bushes where the sniper was hiding. His muscular arm gripped his weapon tightly, putting all his strength into preparing a fatal blow. The goblin archer only had time to look up with wide, terrified eyes before its head was separated from its body, crushed instantly. A perfect, finishing blow sent the enemy to its grave. The system chimed again. "You have defeated a goblin archer. EXP +1. After handling the mess, he stood in the dark forest and spoke up. "Let's take a break." As soon as he finished speaking, the elf immediately slumped, sitting down on the ground and groaning. Finally, a break. "How many hours have we been walking around?" He calmly stated the exhausting figure. "About 15 hours. Seeing his teammate worn out after a day of grinding, Bron generously offered, "If you want, you can sleep first." Her eyes lit up, as if she'd found gold. "Really?" Then she innocently asked, "Where are the sleeping bag and blankets?" He helplessly sighed, playing the role of a babysitter. "I'll get them out." The gear was quickly unloaded, and the shield and bow were set aside to set up the makeshift campsite. While standing guard, he glanced at her as she fell into a deep sleep and thought, she must be exhausted. She never used to make a sound when she slept. Watching the elf's peaceful face, Bron nodded to himself smugly. "Well, maybe she feels safer around me." Looking up at the vast night sky, he stretched and summarized their productive day. "We've been hunting for 15 hours straight," Bron mused, analyzing their gains. "We've earned more rewards than we could have ever imagined on the first floor, but we've started running into other adventurers because we're going further and further out. They all travel in groups of 3 or more, and sometimes there are even beings from other worlds." Leaning against a rough tree trunk, he clicked his tongue in weariness. "Of course, we just pass each other every time we cross paths, but even just seeing them is draining my energy." Bron's gaze turned cold and vigilant. He had learned a hard truth about dungeon survival. Fellow adventurers were often more dangerous than the goblins themselves. His eyes flickered toward his sleeping teammate. He sighed to himself, especially now that he had a major reason to worry. He muttered a critique of his companion's appearance. Her being this beautiful was honestly a headache. Suddenly, the elf poked her head out from the blanket, blinking at him flirtatiously. "Am I really that beautiful?" Bron jumped, stammering a bit to hide his embarrassment, and wondered in total confusion. Wasn't she just sleeping a moment ago? Hearing the compliment, Wynn replied obediently, "Okay." She rolled over and went back to sleep with a satisfied smile, leaving him with a huge question mark over his head. What was wrong with her? Every other elf he had ever known was nothing like this. Time flew by, and the system signaled that the 4th day of this cycle of slaughter had begun. He lunged forward, swinging his command hammer. With him leading and the elf following close behind, they moved in a flash. By the 5th day, they were leaning against each other, gasping for air, enjoying a rare moment of peace after exhausting battles. Tension escalated as the 6th day passed, and Bron and Wynn had to proceed with absolute caution. Bron remained vigilant against other adventurer parties passing through the mist forest. Finally, the moment of release arrived, and the 7th day was upon them. He breathed a sigh of relief and tightened his backpack straps. It was finally time to leave the dungeon. Right on cue, the system displayed a countdown timer. 21, 13. Only 2 minutes and 47 seconds left until the first floor closes. Wynne dragged her blanket behind her, shuffling along with a haggard expression. "I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep as soon as we get back." Seeing this, he nodded in understanding. "I agree. Let's head back now." The girl pouted and replied, "Okay." Bron walked carefully, calculating the time. Getting there early was better than being late. On the way back, the elf's radar went off again. Wynne lowered her voice in alarm. "Sir, be careful. There's a new trap ahead." He quickly grasped the pattern. The goblins must have respawned. It wasn't just landmines. She reported the targets in detail, noting a group of goblins about 70 meters away at the 1 o'clock position. 8 regular ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. "Shall we fight them?" Weighing the value of the final experience points of the day, Bron firmly declared, "We will fight." In the distance, the green-skinned goblins were huddled together, grinning foolishly, completely unaware that a nightmare was about to knock on their door. Suddenly, a critical strike from the shadows flashed out, leaving the unlucky goblin just enough time to widen its eyes in terror. Bron appeared from the darkness like a war god. His hulking, muscular frame cast a shadow that crushed the confidence of the small monsters. His eyes flashed with a savage crimson light, and his bloodlust surged. Seeing a creature even more terrifying than a monster, the goblins cowered, sweating profusely. Bron delegated tasks clearly, smashing a soldier aside while laying out the plan. "Wynne will handle the archers, so I'll target the warriors first." The warhammer in Bron's hand swung relentlessly, delivering bone-crushing blows to any monster that dared to block his path. Overconfident in his own brawling skills, he smugly flexed his abilities. "After all these battles, I've become a master of these kinds of brawls." Bron kept his eyes and hands in sync. Behind the front line, he didn't forget to praise his excellent teammate. "Besides, I think Wynne is slowly getting used to this. She knows exactly who to shoot when necessary." She certainly said there were 2 archers, but he didn't see a single arrow flying toward him. The time to clear out the entire group of goblins had shortened. He didn't forget to give a thumbs up. "Well done, Wynne." The elf beamed with pride. He. However, Bron still gave a serious reminder to optimize their tactics. "But let me know when you've finished off the archers. I don't want to keep worrying about them while I'm fighting." Wynne obediently admitted her mistake. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir." She hurriedly explained her oversight. "I wasn't sure if the last one had actually been hit." Hearing that, he nodded in sympathy. "Oh, is that so?" Inside, he silently held this caution in high regard. That was true. Uncertain information was far more dangerous. Looking at the elf's bewildered face, Bron smiled proudly, like a father watching his daughter grow up. She had matured so much over the past few days. He was busy basking in his own glory as a mentor when he was startled by Wynne pointing and shouting, "Sir, there's something really cool over there." Approaching the object emitting a faint blue light, Bron realized immediately that it was an ultra-rare drop. It was an essence of a goblin archer. But instead of jumping for joy, his face immediately sank, and he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. Why did it have to drop in such an awkward spot? Memories of the game flooded back as he recalled how overpowered the item was. It was part of the Dungeon Stone skill system, providing a passive and active skill with stats that varied depending on the type. You could only take 1 per level, but it was basically a cheat code, so to an adventurer, it was more precious than a treasure vault. Bron continued to analyze the risks of this gamble. There was a limit to how many you could absorb, and the power of the essence varied greatly depending on the goblin type. Therefore, the character's fate depended entirely on the essence chosen. Staring at the glowing orb, he was still amazed by the surreal nature of this real-life game. The drop rate is nearly 0. I never thought I'd see it here. While he was lost in awe. Wow. So this is an essence. He was left speechless. This is way too lucky. I have a bad feeling about this. Wynne innocently asked a bold question. Will you turn into a goblin if you eat it? He suppressed a sigh, waving away the secret thought of how he couldn't possibly be this lucky, and patiently acted as a teacher. No, you'll only receive a portion of the goblin's power. To make it easy for her to visualize, Bron gave a vivid, dangerous example. For instance, that guy who hunted us on the first floor. He absorbed the essence of a razor-maned wolf and tracked our scent. He generously made an offer. Do you want to take it? Hearing this, the elf scratched her head and politely declined. Well, not really. Immediately, Wynne excitedly changed her tune without missing a beat. Then, I'll take it if you don't want it. He silently broke into a cold sweat at his teammate's carefree attitude. I feel like she's getting thicker-skinned every day. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Actually, He had carefully calculated his own upgrade path. I already know exactly which essence I want. If I just blindly absorbed whatever I found without thinking about the future, I'd end up wasting a fortune later. A goblin archer essence holds no appeal for a brute like me. Closing the subject, Bron sternly laid down the ground rules. All right, Win. As long as you promise me one thing, the essence is yours. I meant to tell you when we reached the first floor, but a piercing scream suddenly tore through the night. From the ridge above, a mob of people appeared, weapons drawn and radiating killing intent. Stand still, the armored leader pointed right at his face, shouting as if he owned the place. What the hell do you think you're doing, you barbarian and that goblin? He furrowed his brows in confusion. Huh? Win hid behind him, arguing back in a panic. Wait, what are you talking about? We're just hunting. Bron gritted his teeth, realizing his bad omen had come true. I knew our luck was too good to be true. His large hand pressed onto the elf's shoulder, cutting her off decisively. Don't bother answering them. Win. She looked up, dazed. Huh? Before she could even understand what was happening, he shoved her forward hard, forcing her straight into the orb of light. She gasped and shrieked in surprise. The moment she made contact, the essence shattered, turning into a blinding stream of energy that flooded into the elf's body. The group stared in shock, the leader sputtering with indignant rage. What the hell? She ate it. What the hell did you just do? Seeing a priceless treasure vanish into thin air right before his eyes, the man shrieked like a madman. That essence was ours. Ignoring their pathetic barking, he stood his ground and pulled Win behind him to protect her. While she clutched her chest, still dazed, she muttered, Ugh. Thank you, sir. I already expected we might run into people like that. They must have rushed over here as soon as they saw the light from the essence. But what can they even do now? Win had already swallowed it. He stood like a mountain blocking the path. He spoke with a steely voice, declaring war on the rabble. Bring it on, if you want to fight. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Bron quickly assessed the battlefield. We're outnumbered, but we need to be bolder precisely because we're at a disadvantage. They'll underestimate us the moment we let our guard down. So, he exploded with killing intent, roaring to provoke the mob. I'm ready to fight. Come and get it, or if you're scared, just get the hell out of here. As soon as the words left his mouth, his muscular legs stomped hard into the ground, and he turned and bolted without a moment's hesitation. Running for his life, Bron yelled at his teammate, Don't slow down until we reach the teleportation gate. Win, naturally, scrambled to keep up. While running at full speed, the elf looked back, confused. But those 4 people, they're gone, right? Do you think they'll chase us all the way down to the first floor? Even if they don't, they're probably heading to the same place we are anyway. Win was bewildered. What do you mean? Between heavy, gasping breaths, he explained. They're a 4-man team. That's an ideal number for clearing the second floor. But they were hanging around the entrance to this floor. That means they're probably planning to head back to the first floor and return to the city by the 7th day. In short, Bron confirmed, they're doing the exact same thing we are. Hearing this, the elf looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Oh, I see. You're amazing, sir. While she was busy singing his praises, Win's innate radar suddenly blared an emergency alarm. She shrieked, terrified. Sir, a group of goblins is running away from humans 50 meters away. He decided to dodge the monsters. This time, we'll avoid them. But things never go as planned. See above for context split. A group of goblins is running away from humans 50 meters away. He decided to dodge the monsters. This time, we'll avoid them. Win panicked and added, It's no use. They're running right toward us. He furrowed his brows, confused by this irregularity. What? The goblins have never detected us before in the past few days. That's all thanks to Win's detection ability. Suspicion rose in him. Is this just a coincidence? He quickly pivoted. For now, we'll head the other way. Just as she was about to obediently follow, a razor-sharp arrow whistled through the air, making her jump in terror. With lightning-fast reflexes, Bron lunged forward to embrace Win, throwing her to the ground to dodge the deadly projectile that grazed past their heads. Glancing at the arrow embedded in the tree trunk, his pupils contracted as he realized the bitter truth. This arrow didn't come from a goblin archer. He was still holding her tightly in his arms. The elf coughed awkwardly. I could have dodged that, but he cut her off immediately with a grim expression. It's those guys from earlier. Looking at the green monsters rushing toward them, Bron immediately read the enemy's dirty tactic. They lured the goblins. They must be waiting for us on the other side. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he exposed their scheme. Their plan is definitely to use the goblins to exhaust us. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, he turned to give an order. We'll have to fight. Use your power. The elf blinked, confused. My power? He annoyed. Reminded her of the loot they had just snatched. I mean, Use the power of the essence. Like a living encyclopedia, Bron mentally recalled his knowledge. Every essence has its own unique ability. He scanned the data in his brain. What Win absorbed earlier belonged to a goblin archer. According to the game's system, it would boost his stats. A virtual parameter screen appeared in his mind with a series of bonus points, along with a conclusion. It also added an active and a passive skill. She was still frantically waving her hands. But I don't know how to use it. He just glanced at the idiot beside him and delivered a blunt truth. It's already working. Looking down at herself, Win was startled to see her body gradually becoming translucent. She had perfectly activated the rogue's active skill, stealth. He stroked his chin, pondering the mechanics of this real world. It works just by sheer will instead of having to say something to activate it? Meanwhile, the owner of the skill was still clueless. Huh? It's working? Pushing the research aside, Bron threw a heavy object at her. Take this. She took back the shield and the hammer. He gave clear orders. I'll deal with the goblins myself. In the meantime, you find the guy with the crossbow. Seeing her teammate intending to solo the fight, the elf panicked. Huh? Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? His eyes grew sharp, cutting off her hesitation. There's no time. Just hide. And when I give the signal, shoot the guy with the crossbow. You only have one chance. Grabbing his weapon and charging toward the front line, he roared back. Until then, don't do anything. Win called out after him in vain. Wait, sir. What signal? His armored boots stopped, blocking the path. He confidently assessed the position. This is enough. The ravenous monsters charged from the bushes. He locked onto the goblin on the left. Swinging his shield to block attacks, he kept an eye out for the dirty snipers. Those bastards haven't shown themselves since the first crossbow volley. He braced his arm and slammed his hammer down on the goblins, shouting firmly, but I bet they'll crawl out the moment these goblins die. The battlefield was chaotic once again. Ron fought alone, struggling in the midst of a swarm of green goblins wildly swinging their blades. As he crushed the skull of one enemy after another, he quickly analyzed the situation like a computer, estimating there were about a dozen goblins. He realized 2 of them seemed to be swordsmen, and since no arrows were flying his way, he concluded there was no archer. Before the words could even leave his mouth, an arrow flew in and struck his shield, shaking his entire arm and forcing him to eat his words. There's one. Bron gritted his teeth, his mind racing amidst the bloody skirmish. He had to watch out for the goblin archers now, and suddenly, he felt a chilling shadow lunging at him from behind. The sudden threat was a crafty goblin that had crept up behind him and climbed onto his neck, trying to choke him. Bron gritted his teeth, struggling to fight off this dangerous grip, all while bracing himself against the relentless attacks from the goblins on the ground. The situation was dire. He had to watch for the sneaky crossbowman, while receiving absolutely no help from the elf, Win. Fatigue washed over him, and with his wounds piling up, the barbarian couldn't help but pant heavily. He planted his feet, slammed his hammer down, and dropped to one knee, exhausted. He gasped and muttered, "Things are getting really dangerous now." Suddenly, his keen intuition made his eyes widen in shock as he thought, "What is this?" Seeing 2 streaks of light tearing through the air toward him, he panicked and shouted, "2 arrows at once?" He quickly analyzed their trajectories. One was from the goblin archer, and the other was definitely from the crossbowman. Cold sweat poured down his face as he tensely admitted, there was no way he could block both at the same time. Making a split-second decision, he roared, "Then I'll block the crossbow bolt first." Sharp, bone-deep pain hit him, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. The goblin's arrow had embedded itself right into his elbow. Feeling the freezing poison spreading rapidly, he panicked and thought, I think this arrow is poisoned. My left arm is completely paralyzed. Looking at the heavy weapon in his hand, he weighed his options. Only his right hand could still move. I have to choose between the hammer and the shield. The decision was made in an instant. He let go of his hammer, letting it fall to the ground, and told himself, just keep the shield. Standing firm with the steel shield in front of him, he roared defiantly. He took a defensive stance and muttered angrily, the real enemies are those bastards hiding in the shadows, not these small fry goblins. He assessed the desperate situation. Using the hammer would make clearing the goblins easy, but how could he block the incoming crossbow bolts without his shield? No hammer, no problem. He unleashed a powerful kick, slamming it into the stomach of the nearest goblin. Get lost. Then, he used his steel shield to bash the entire swarm of monsters away. Get out of my sight. Wiping the blood off his face, he shouted irritably. Damn it. There are still this many of you? Suddenly, the goblins scurried away, leaving him stunned and confused. What? They're all running away? He let out a sigh of relief and reassured himself. No need to waste energy chasing them. He had finally survived. A mocking laugh echoed from the bushes. You cleared out all those goblins by yourself? 3 hunters slowly stepped out, and their leader clapped mockingly and laughed loudly. That was truly unexpected. Very impressive. He stiffened his face, looked straight at them, and said coldly, I knew it was you guys, but where's the crossbowman? The guy with the headband sneered arrogantly. Yeah, it's us. Where's that damn little elf? He gripped his shield tighter and glared, provoking them. Come and get me, the leader chuckled with interest. You really are a pure barbarian. You cleared out those goblins and you still have this much energy? He arched an eyebrow, looking at the wounds bleeding on his body, and suggested sinisterly. But you don't look so good, do you? If you tell me where that elf is, I'll be generous and let you go. Hearing that ridiculous offer, he smirked to himself. Let me go? Did he think he was stupid enough to believe that empty promise? Seeing his provocative smirk, the leader frowned in annoyance. What the hell are you laughing at? Then he cursed at him, calling him a lunatic, and ordered his subordinates to beat him to a pulp first and ask questions later. The old man named Elias drew his sword and took a stance, carefully warning his partners not to let their guard down and to treat this fight like they were hunting a giant monster. Without wasting another word, he put power into his legs, stomped on the ground, and roared as he lunged forward. Let's do this. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth, feeling his left arm still completely numb. He wondered if Wynne had found the crossbowman yet and decided to send a unique signal that people in this world could easily recognize. Just as that brilliant idea popped into his head, he smirked. That's it. He firmly raised his middle finger to the sky with a confident, arrogant grin, thinking to himself, I'll use this. This bizarre gesture made the hunters stop in their tracks, confused, and they shouted, asking what the hell he was doing. Meanwhile, he was sweating, wondering if Wynne would understand this signal. Because the distance was so far, he couldn't hear anything, but he was committed now. He leaped into the air to strike down, telling himself there was no other way. He just had to trust her. His steel shield collided fiercely with the headband guy's sword, creating a powerful shockwave. The guy struggled to hold his ground, groaning in pain, and frantically screamed for his partner, Elias. Hearing the call, the old man Elias immediately circled behind him, swinging his sharp blade repeatedly to provide cover. Under the sudden attack, he winced and groaned, silently acknowledging that this old man Elias was no joke. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he held his ground, telling himself he absolutely could not retreat now. He gritted his teeth and pushed his shield forward with all his might, determined that he must draw their attention to create an opening for Wynne. While defending against attacks from both sides, he broke into a cold sweat and muttered anxiously, but a terrible thought flashed through his mind, making him go cold. Don't tell me she's been taken out by the crossbowman. Just as despair was about to set in, an arrow whistled through the air at a dizzying speed. The big guy standing on the sidelines suddenly opened his eyes in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Even the old man Elias was stunned, sweat pouring down in tension. He and the headband guy simultaneously shouted, "An arrow!" Watching the arrow's trajectory, he muttered with renewed hope, "Is it a crossbow bolt? Or is it from Wynne? Who the hell shot it?" An arrow struck his shield, and he cheered. Sure, it was Wynne's work, but his flicker of hope was quickly snuffed out. The hulking enemy brute raised his shield and roared orders at his lackeys. Just focus on taking down that barbarian. I'll handle blocking every single arrow coming our way. He swung his massive shield, batting the arrows aside with a smug grin, taunting the shooter by asking where they were aiming while he stood in the way. Bron cursed the bastard under his breath at the sight. He realized then that the guy's whole purpose was to stand there and single-handedly shut down Wynne's arrows. The situation was back to square one. Bron stumbled back, laboring to block the lightning-fast strikes from the ice forehead guy and old man Elias. The clash of steel rang out incessantly. Bron gritted his teeth, admitting he couldn't hold them all off at once by himself. Old man Elias seized the opening, swinging his sword down in a lethal arc while muttering under his breath. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as the blade tore through the back of his shirt. But Bron gritted his teeth against the searing pain. He whispered to himself with grim resolve, "I have to sacrifice whatever it takes to win." Blood poured freely from the deep gash on his back. Bron gritted his teeth and muttered, "My left arm is shot anyway." With a surge of determination, he braced himself to charge and slammed hard into the ice forehead guy. He smirked to himself, thinking that trading a useless arm to take out that red-haired punk wasn't such a bad deal. Taking the brutal impact head-on, the red-haired guy puked blood, whimpering in terror. "You really are a monster." Ignoring the pathetic groveling, Bron's eyes burned with the cold, sharp gaze of a true predator who had long forgotten about his own wounds. Seeing his comrade downed, old man Elias immediately used the momentum to leap into the air, swinging his sword frantically toward Bron's head. With lightning reflexes, the barbarian heaved his heavy shield backward to dodge the Grim Reaper's blade. The missed strike made the old man stumble, his eyes widening in confusion as he looked at the prey that had just slipped from his grasp. From afar, the hulking shield-bearer yelled, warning his allies to focus while he blocked the arrows. Before he could finish, a flaming arrow flew in and exploded right against his shield, sending him reeling while Bron smirked, muttering to himself, "Nice one." Seeing the shield-bearer struggle and curse because of the blast, Bron mocked him inwardly. "Serves you right. You really thought you could block all those arrows? My archer is an elf, you idiot," Bron declared triumphantly, then swung his shield hard, slamming it straight into Old Man Elias's face. The earth-shattering blow left the old man staggering and off balance, creating a perfect opening for Bron to reset his stance. Seeing the tide turn so quickly, the red-haired guy dragged himself up, panting in panic. Things are looking pretty bad. The coward turned tail and ran for his life, shouting promises that he'd go deal with that cursed elf, leaving Bron cursing because the distance was already too great to chase him down. Old Man Elias charged again, screaming for Bron to give up. Bron just parried with his shield, thinking to himself, "I have no choice but to put my faith in Win now." He planted his boots deep into the dust-choked ground, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into one final counterattack. At the same time, Elias threw out a violent, horizontal slash that tore through the air, but as the blade swung, the old man's eyes suddenly bulged in horror as he realized something was wrong. Ignoring all defense, Bron used his own body as a battering ram, launching his massive shield straight at the old man with the force of a wild beast. The terrifying impact sent the lackey flying backward. Enraged, the old man swung the edge of his shield downward, standing there panting before his battered enemy. Bron coolly declared, "Now, it's just you and me." Then he thought to himself that this old man's strength was formidable. He couldn't understand why a master like him would team up with such bottom feeders. Even so, as they clashed once again, Bron smirked to himself. "Choosing the wrong allies was the biggest mistake of your life, old man." Watching the old man continuously retreat to dodge his blows, Bron narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "Planning to keep backing away forever? Hoping to stall for time until that red-haired brat comes back, aren't you? But I won't let that happen." A cunning plan flashed in his mind. He would pretend to swing his arm wildly and throw his shield away. Bron smirked and decisively flung his only piece of defense high into the air. The feint worked perfectly. As he lunged forward, the giant grabbed the old man by the collar, gritting his teeth and growling out every word. With zero mercy now, he used his rock-hard forehead to deliver a devastating headbutt squarely into Elias's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Bron roared with terrifying fury. "You think I'm gonna die in this dump? Die!" Finally, the blood-soaked giant stood tall and proud, with the lifeless corpse of the miserable swordsman at his feet. The life-or-death battle was over. Bron wiped the sweat and blood from around his mouth. His chest heaved as he struggled to catch his breath. From the dark forest, the elf Win came running out in a panic, calling out anxiously, "Bron!" She teared up, asking if he was okay while checking him over. Seeing that she was safe, Bron felt a wave of relief. It looked like Win had won her fight on the other side, too. Seeing his body tattered and bleeding, Win frantically shoved a potion into his hand, urging him, "Your wounds are too deep. Drink this recovery potion, quick," Bron asked in confusion. "Drink it?" She insisted firmly that this potion worked much better when swallowed than when applied externally. "Plus, you've been poisoned, so drink it fast," she urged, leaving Bron to stutter obediently. "All right." After downing the bitter potion, he tossed the empty vial onto the cold ground. As soon as the medicine hit his stomach, Bron's whole body erupted in a brilliant red aura. He winced and fell to his knees, feeling as if his internal organs were being cooked alive. Every vein throbbed with maddening pain, and his skin burned and itched uncontrollably. Watching Bron struggle through the potion's side effects, Win cheered him on excitedly. "Hang in there, you can do it," Bron asked warily. "What time is it?" She checked her watch and replied, "It's 11:20. 10 minutes have passed." Hearing that, Bron calculated that they had exactly 40 minutes left before the first floor closed. They had absolutely no time left to rest. Without missing a beat, Bron suddenly barked an order. "Take your clothes off." Win, the elf, jumped in shock and shrieked in horror. "What?" She blushed and backed away, stuttering. "Why all of a sudden?" "No, he must have a reason." Leaving Bron speechless as he tried to explain. "No, not you. I meant, let's strip the gear off those hunters." Realizing what he meant, Win let out a shy, awkward sound. Meanwhile, the system timer showed 39 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. However, realizing they were short on time, Bron quickly changed his mind. Forget it, there's no time, we'll just take their magic stone pouches and backpacks. So, Win hurriedly went to collect the items from the red-haired guy and the crossbow user, while he urged her to hurry up. Time ticked down to 34:27, then 26:48. Win happily held up the looted crossbow and called out, "Hey!" After looting everything clean, the two ran for their lives through the forest, ignoring the time as it ticked down from 13.5 minutes to just over 2. When the clock hit exactly 50 seconds, Win excitedly pointed forward and shouted, "There's the portal," and Bron decisively ordered her to dash straight inside. With only 48 seconds left, they both managed to dive through the glowing gate. As the countdown stopped at 40 seconds, a notification popped up confirming they had successfully reached the first floor. Win stretched out as she landed gracefully and cheered. That was so much fun. Bron, meanwhile, was sprawled face down on the ground. Annoyed, he thought to himself, we got thrown out like that, so why does she land perfectly every single time? The spirit girl turned back with a radiant smile and said, "You worked hard." Bron scrambled to his feet and replied, "Yeah, you too. We had about 30 seconds left, right? That was a close call." Suddenly, remembering the unfinished business, Win shouted, "Oh, right. The essence thing." He looked at her, confused. "What essence?" She quickly reminded him about the promise he made her make earlier. Memories flooded back. Bron nodded. "Ah." He cleared his throat. "Right, but there's no time now. Let's talk about it once we're out." His words made Win stammer and hesitate. "That thing." "Yeah." Looking at the system clock, there were only 10 seconds left. Bron panicked, scratching his head and wondering, damn it, what was the name of that tavern again? The countdown dropped to just 4 seconds. The giant was sweating, clutching his head and groaning, while his teammate looked on in confusion. At the very last second, he cheered loudly. "Oh, the Black Whale. Let's meet at the Black Whale Tavern." Win hurriedly shouted back her agreement. As she finished, the labyrinth officially closed, and a blinding light appeared to transport them back. Back in the outside world, Bron let out a sigh of relief. He stretched and stood up straight as the teleportation light faded, murmuring, "We're back." Standing before the towering city walls, he quietly confirmed, "Back in Ronia." Looking at the crowded plaza, Bron clicked his tongue, thinking, I knew all the hunters would gather in one place, but this is insane. Taking out his pocket watch to wind it, he reminded himself that time in the labyrinth moved slower than outside. So, no matter how many days they were stuck in there, it would always be noon the next day when they returned to the city, and he had to reset the watch to exactly 12 o'clock. While lost in thought, a large barbarian waved at him from afar. "Jandon's son, Bron," he frowned, racking his brain. "Who's this guy again? Starts with a V, I think?" The two giants slammed into each other, shaking hands vigorously. Bron confidently called out, "Vanon Kara's second son, right?" But the guy corrected him, saying he was the third son, leaving Bron to just nod and say "ah" to cover his embarrassment. Bron patted the guy's shoulder and laughed. "Carrick, Vanon's third son. Glad you're safe." Just then, another guy cut in, making Karak excited to greet him. "Oh, Siram's fourth son? You survived too?" The whole group continued to shout and cheer for each other to check on how everyone was doing, leaving Bron standing on the sidelines, muttering, "This guy is pretty famous." Meanwhile, the locals started bragging about how easily they had split wolves in half with their axes. Caught between a bunch of loud, muscular guys, Bron groaned to himself. Are they holding a party here? Where did all these barbarians come from? Just then, someone yelled, challenging Karak to go to the checkpoint for a duel to prove their courage. The challenge was like lighting a fuse. Karak aggressively agreed to prove his warrior spirit, and the whole crowd rushed off. As they walked, they bragged about who had collected the most magic stones. Hearing the urging shouts from afar, Bron just sighed, trudging along and answering wearily, "I'm coming." At the achievement checkpoint, the female clerk kept reading out the impressive numbers for the warriors. 24,476 stones, 28,420 stones, 41,498 stones. The crowd of barbarians gasped in awe, gathering around to praise their countrymen. Over 40,000 stones? Amazing, Karak. Vanon's third son really is the warrior of warriors. Turning to Bron, the clerk looked at the giant sacks and asked, surprised, "Are all of these magic stones?" He calmly nodded in confirmation. "That's right." As soon as she announced she would start the calculation, her nimble hands moved so fast that Bron's eyes went wide. She's really fast. In the blink of an eye, the clerk clearly stated the final number. "Done. The total is 182,413 stones." As soon as the result was announced, the muscular crowd's eyes went wide in shock as they screamed. 180,000 stones? Bron, the son of a commoner, got 180,000 stones? That's the highest record of all time. They looked even closer and kept screaming with envy. It's not just the magic stones. He's even got axes, boots, and a backpack there too. How could this happen? I'm dying of jealousy. Bron is truly the greatest warrior. Being hoisted into the air by the excited crowd as they chanted his name, Bron understood exactly why these idiots were reacting so wildly, and he broke into a smug grin. The barbarian proudly thought to himself, "Of course, I'm definitely the first barbarian to enter the labyrinth with empty hands and come back as a civilized person like this." Caught up in the heated atmosphere, he joined in, raising his steel hammer high and roaring, "I am the greatest warrior." While enjoying his glory in the air, he thought, "This isn't bad at all." Suddenly, the guards shouted at them, "No making noise here," and the group quickly apologized, shrinking away. Even though the guards demanded silence, the barbarians were still so loud that people could only sigh in frustration and mutter, "Is this checkpoint always this noisy? It's those barbarians again." After finishing the procedures, the muscular group sat around in a heap, waiting. Sitting tucked away among his countrymen, he calculated carefully, "It's best if I just stick with the other barbarians, just in case there are procedures I don't know about yet." So, he decided to wait for everyone to get out and follow them. As he scanned his surroundings, he suddenly froze when he spotted a familiar figure and muttered, "Huh?" The young man immediately recognized his old teammate and whispered, "Win." Seeing the spirit girl happily chatting with her stylish kin about how to work with fire spirits, Bron felt a bit of a disconnect. He glanced at the barbarians next to him, who were picking their noses and shouting. He sighed, comparing the two, thinking, "So that's the kind of people she hangs out with. I'm surrounded by a bunch of savages. Honestly, it's hilarious." Suddenly, I see Win turn toward me, waving and smiling. Bron Jandon nods, feeling satisfied. "Thank goodness, she's looking this way." He mouths a signal, "See you tonight." She gives a subtle nod and smiles back. Well, that went well. However, when an elf friend asks if she knows that brute, she jumps, frantically denying it altogether. At the same time, a barbarian leans over to grill Bron about what the hell he's looking at, and if he knows that fairy girl, which makes him jump and deny it instantly. No. Hearing that, his countryman buys it completely and roars triumphantly. "I knew it. A great warrior like you wouldn't be cozy with those cowardly pointy ears, right?" Those booming words reach the elf friend immediately, making her eyes bulge with rage. The barbarian can only clutch his forehead and curse under his breath. Damn it. The situation suddenly gets tense as the two sides, barbarians and elves, glare and growl, ready to tear into each other. It drives Bron crazy, wondering if he's going to lose his mind with this group of people who lack any sense of shame. What the hell is going on here? Is this some ghetto version of Romeo and Juliet? Luckily, the checkpoint gate slams open, saving the day. Bron breathes a sigh of relief. "Oh, are they finally done?" His countryman slaps his shoulder, urging him to get going since everyone has gathered. "Let's head out." With that, the whole group shouts and gets up in a ruckus. "All right, let's go." As he walks, he thinks, "I can't talk to Win in this kind of atmosphere. I'll have to talk to her late tonight." Just as they reach the city, a child runs out, calling out, "Daddy!" Bron, walking behind, can only sigh heavily at the reunion. The father and child hug tightly, the child sobbing. "I missed you so much, Daddy." The father replies, moved, "I missed you too. Did you behave while I was gone?" In another corner, a girl hugs her relative, overjoyed. "Brother, you're back. I'm so happy you're still alive." In contrast to the happy reunions, a woman grips a man's shirt, wailing. Joy and happiness for some families, but not for Rarian. "Where's my husband? Where is he?" The man can only hang his head and apologize. "I'm so sorry." Nearby, a mother collapses to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "No, no. Ah!" While the little daughter asks, bewildered, "Mommy, where's my brother?" The mother cries out her son's name. Plel. Plel. A warrior kneels, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. It's all on me." His teammate quickly comforts him. "No, there was really nothing we could have done." Witnessing this scene, he thinks to himself that he's played Dungeon and Stone so many times. The wailing still echoes everywhere. Robin, why did it have to be like this? How the hell did it end up like this? Bron quietly weaves through the chaotic crowd. He reflects deeply, but facing these faces in real life rather than through 2D graphics, it feels incredibly strange. Changing the scene to a tavern, a barbarian raises a giant beer mug and yells, "Drink up!" The atmosphere is loud and rowdy, the muscular group chugging beer and cheering. "Drink. They race each other, tipping back those massive mugs, their mouths like bottomless pits. Bron sets his mug down hard, looking at his countrymen with annoyance, and wonders, are these guys all crazy? He silently reminds himself why he's sitting here. As mentioned, the reason he's tagging along with these barbarians is just in case he missed some important procedure. Seeing them yelling and pouring beer loudly, he clicks his tongue. Important procedure? My foot. They're just pouring alcohol down their throats. If I stay here, I'm just wasting my time. So, the guy stands up, ready to leave. I've got things to do. I'm heading out. The countryman sitting next to him asks, surprised, huh? You're leaving now? The whole barbarian group buzzes with disappointment. The protagonist of the day, Jandon's son. Where are you going? Why leave so early? Bron breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, I'm the protagonist? Damn it. I hope they don't try to stop me. Luckily, they're very laid back. They wave goodbye in unison. Well, that's that. Good luck, the greatest warrior, son of Jandon. Bron walks away quietly, without another word. He strolls out of the tavern, leaving the noise behind as the sun sets. Enjoying the late afternoon air, he breathes a sigh of relief. So peaceful. Watching the villagers going about their daily lives, he thinks that here, there are no monsters or people wanting to hurt him. Passers-by casually invite each other for drinks and share everyday family stories. Pausing in front of a clothing store, he concludes that this place has laws, rules, and offers a truly relaxing feeling. Hugging the pile of new clothes in his arms, he relaxes his mind, thinking, even if I stumble here, I can still get back up as if nothing happened. There might even be someone willing to reach out and help me. Pushing open the door to the inn, Bron Jandon reminds himself that while this might be a different world and much more barbaric than 21st century Earth, he locks his room 305 and heads to the bathroom. Even so, letting the warm water wash away his exhaustion, he closes his eyes and enjoys the peace. Life in this city, after all, isn't that bad. Toweling his hair as he walks out, he stretches comfortably. That felt great. Without hesitating a second longer, he flops onto the soft bed. Sprawled out looking at the ceiling, he covers his eyes and confesses honestly. No, to be truthful, the big guy curls up on the bed like a weak child and mutters, I want to go home. I really, really want to go home. Darkness swallows the quiet room. He thinks bitterly, even if there's no one waiting for him at home. Waking up at 9:18 p.m., Bron clatters as he gets dressed to head out. As he puts on his shoes, he calculates. He left the dungeon at noon. So I've slept for about 4 to 5 hours. Now I need to go to the Black Whale Tavern to meet Win. But when he asks for directions, an old bread seller replies in surprise, the Black Whale Tavern? That place disappeared 10 years ago. Bron, the young man, is stunned. Disappeared? The old man waves his hand, telling the story. Yeah. The son got into gambling, so the place changed owners and even the name. What a shame. That place was doing great for generations. He pales, realizing the issue. He had anticipated this. But the world in the game is definitely years behind the reality of this world. Bron hurriedly asks what the new name of the tavern is, making the old man scratch his head, trying to remember, what was it again? Standing in front of the new tavern named Piton Pu, Bron watches the glowing sign and mutters, Piton Pu. He looks at the building and thinks to himself, is this really the old Black Whale Tavern? It looks completely different from the game. At least I can still read the language of this world. I'll have to stop by the library or something similar soon to learn more. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the loud, bustling noise of the tavern and a waitress busy pouring beer. Bron frowned at the chaotic scene, muttering, what a mess. Before he could even find where his teammate was, a familiar voice called out, hey, over here. Win stood up happily, waving her hand. He glanced over and was surprised to realize the girl sitting next to her was the one from earlier. The silver-haired girl had her arms crossed on the table, eyeing him coldly before tilting her chin up. Are you that barbarian? Bron approached and answered bluntly. I am Jandon's son, Bron. And who might you be? The girl coldly delivered a line that froze him in place. I'm her sister. When Bron asked for her name, she replied coldly, just call me Teresia. He thought to himself, her sister's name is Win. Looks like she doesn't want to tell me her real name. He smirked, curious. So, Teresia, why are you here? She immediately slammed her hand on the table, her voice dropping. Barbarian, I have a question for you. Teresia glared at him with piercing, fiery eyes. Why on earth would you arrange to meet a young girl so late at night in such a pathetic tavern? She continued her barrage of insults. Last night, you called Win out to this seedy place and then stood her up, leaving her outside all night. And now you dare ask why I'm here? Before he could react, she finished with a contemptuous scolding. You shameless barbarian. He stood there, getting chewed out to his face. Bron looked blankly at her, furrowing his brows. What do you mean? Last night? Teresia narrowed her eyes threateningly and snapped. Are you playing dumb? Confused, he turned to look at his teammate. Win, how long has it been since we left the dungeon? The girl stammered, flustered. About 30 hours, sir. Hearing that number, Bron was so stunned his face turned pale. He muttered to himself. 30 hours? Sweat poured down his face. He realized the harsh reality. It wasn't 4 hours. It had been 30 whole hours. The young man finally understood the situation and thought, no wonder I felt so refreshed when I woke up. I slept for over an entire day. Seeing Win's teary eyes, he felt guilty from the bottom of his heart. I'm sorry, Win. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and lowered his head to apologize sincerely. I apologize 1,000 times over. I just spent that entire time sleeping. This earnest attitude left the elf sisters stunned, causing Win to stutter. Brother. Seeing her reaction, he wondered, she's actually shocked? Could it be? She's never seen a barbarian apologize before? Teresia cleared her throat to regain her superior air and tilted her chin. Anyway, I wouldn't expect a barbarian like you to know anything about punctuality. So, what exactly did you call Win here for? Bron lazily picked at his ear and replied nonchalantly. Look, I could give you a long list of reasons, but I'm not obligated to report to you. If you're so curious, just ask Win yourself. Seeing his dismissive attitude, a vein popped out on Teresia's forehead. She spat back angrily. I knew those damn barbarians were always pieces of work. You're just a rookie, anyway. Teresia slammed her hand on the table to continue lecturing him. What does that have to do with anything? You should get rid of that arrogant attitude, unless you plan on taking care of Win for the rest of your life. Honestly, such a savage. Caught in the middle, Win could only awkwardly call out, please, don't. Not wanting to argue further, Bron placed a heavy money pouch on the table and declared, here, take this. This is 350 stones. He explained briefly why he'd called her. This is Win's share from those essences. Seeing the two of them stare blankly, he clicked his tongue, thinking, why do I feel like I'm in a Korean drama? In his head, he imagined the classic scene of a mother-in-law throwing money at the daughter-in-law, saying, take this money and stay away from Win. Seeing them refuse to take the money, he frowned and asked, why aren't you taking it? Teresia glared at him with suspicious eyes and challenged him. Are you plotting something else, just as I suspected? He sighed, turning to his young teammate for her opinion. Win. Do you agree with her? The girl hung her head, flustered, and replied. About that, Bron closed his eyes and sighed, explaining everything clearly. The deal, when he gave her the essence, was that she would help me until I earn the amount of money I need. Win looked up, surprised. Huh? Just that? He nodded firmly. That's right, and we'll split the money on a 5-to-5 ratio. Hearing that, the elf girl's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. But then her smile faded. Win lowered her head sadly. I'm sorry. He stood there, stunned and regretful, thinking, why? We make a pretty good team, don't we? Teresia immediately grabbed her sister's hand and declared loudly, from now on, Win will go into the dungeon with me. Teresia explained the reason. We only followed tradition by letting her go alone the first time. Otherwise, I never had any intention of letting her go by herself. Hearing that, Bron clicked his tongue, finally realizing the situation and feeling a bit jealous. So, that's how it is. She already has someone to carry her. Damn those people with connections. Teresia pushed the money pouch toward him and said decisively, if you understand now, just take this money. He quickly called out, wait, I assume these 350 stones are the result of splitting the essences based on current market prices, right? She replied coolly. Of course, it's loot that we both earned. He countered immediately. Then, I'm short 280 stones. We promised a 9-to-1 split. Caught in a lie, Teresia smirked dismissively. Ah, right. I almost forgot. She casually threw another money pouch onto the table. Here, 280 stones. He frowned, snatched the bag, and cursed to himself. What the hell? Was she trying to scam me? Taking the money, his anger boiled over. Bron muttered in his head. Those stingy, pointy-eared brats. Now I see why barbarians hate these elves so much. He coldly ordered them to leave. If you're done, can you just get lost? I still have things to discuss with Win. Teresia immediately glared at him, grabbing his arm. You still have something to say? He looked at her, confused. Yes. Seeing the tension, Win spoke up to advise her sister. I'm truly grateful that you were worried enough to come here with me, but I think you can go home now. I need to thank him and say goodbye. Teresia looked at her sister for a moment, then sighed in acceptance. Fine. You aren't a child anymore, after all. Although she agreed to leave, she still turned back, pointed directly at the barbarian's face, and threatened him loudly. Then swear it. The barbarian asked back, looking confused. Teresia clearly stated her condition. Swear that you won't sleep with Win. Swear it, and I'll leave right away. Hearing that, Win blushed bright red and stammered in a panic. What? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Meanwhile, Bron kept a straight face, analyzing her words. Not sleeping with her? That means all other options are still on the table, right? His sharp-tongued older sister pressed, forcing him into a corner. Swear it. You had no choice but to close your eyes and agree just to get it over with. I swear. Bron thumped his chest, acting with all the heroic dignity of a warrior, even though he was inwardly mocking the whole thing. As if he gave a damn about that ridiculous warrior's honor. Win, sitting right next to him, could only stammer. Bro. Having received the oath, Teresia turned on her heel and walked away with a triumphant smirk. All right then, I'm heading out. Win hurried to call after her. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and said, Oh, I almost forgot about this. Teresia offered a gentle, sincere smile and said, Thanks for saving Win, Jandon's son, Bron. The moment his sister vanished from sight, Win collapsed onto the table, letting out a long, shameful sigh, leaving Bron to stare at her, speechless. She raised her big, glistening eyes to look at him, anxiously asking, What should I do? I've never dared to talk back to her like that before. Do you think she's angry? Bron calmly comforted her, his smile implying that she didn't seem that mad after all. Don't worry about it. Win breathed a sigh of relief, if you say so. Oh, that's right. Remembering the main point, the elf girl fidgeted with her hands, looking sheepish. Thank you for the offer earlier, but I've already decided to work with my sister a long time ago, so I'm sorry. You waved your hand generously and replied, You don't need to apologize. I mean, getting support from a high-ranking elf is a sweet deal. If I were you, I wouldn't be dumb enough to refuse either. Saying that, she took out a small pouch and pushed it toward you, and here are exactly 63,000 coins. This is the money from selling the magic stones we got from that red-haired guy and the crossbow user. I've already taken my share, so don't worry about it, she continued. I left their backpacks at my place. There's quite a bit of stuff in there, but I think you should go and check it yourself tomorrow. Bron inwardly applauded her. She always knew what he wanted to ask without him having to say a word. He had already given up on the idea of teaming up with her, but it was honestly a bit of a shame. Suddenly, Win hesitated and asked, So, how should I repay you? You were stunned. Repay? She blushed, awkwardly explaining, I said I would definitely repay you because you helped me. Hearing that, it finally clicked, and you thought, so that's why my sister forced me to swear I wouldn't sleep with her? She probably worried he would make some perverted requests. You scratched your chin, thinking about how to respond for a moment. You glanced at the food counter and casually replied, I can't think of anything right now. But how about this? Do you want to grab something to eat? Win put her hand to her mouth in thought, then shook her head. I'm not hungry. The barbarian decisively turned away and settled the matter. Then I'll just order for myself. Win blushed, flustered, and replied, Suddenly, the elf girl stood up and declared loudly, Then I want to drink the liquor that I intentionally skipped yesterday. The barbarian was stunned and asked, Liquor? She excitedly leaned in, trying to coax him. I want to share the first homecoming drink with you, she added, seeing his expression. Bron muttered to himself, A homecoming drink? I remember that kind of culture existed in the game too. Win explained seriously. For elves who live in temples until they come of age, the first homecoming drink holds great significance. She smiled and continued, I'm so happy. Suddenly remembering something, she pointed a finger, reminding him, You have to say thank you, too. You stammered, Thank you. The elf girl beamed and confirmed, Of course. We went through everything in the dungeon together. Sharing that first homecoming drink is only natural. Expecting something else? Win spoke up. Of course, this probably isn't your first homecoming drink either, but… You interrupted, confused. What are you talking about? This is my first time, too. Win's jaw dropped, and she shouted in shock. Ha! You replied. I remember you said you were only 20 years old. Win's eyes widened as she blurted out. You're not joking? Regaining your composure. You smirked and admitted. That was actually my first time stepping into a dungeon, too. With the misunderstanding cleared up, a feast of grilled meat and snacks was quickly served. Win lifted her massive wooden mug, smiling from ear to ear as she praised him. You did a great job, you know. Bron happily raised his mug in return. You too. The two wooden mugs clinked together loudly, followed by a hearty cheer. Bottoms up. Before long, they had wiped the table clean, leaving only empty plates. Starting to get tipsy, Win rested her chin on her hand and said with a goofy smile, "Hey, you're wearing a shirt today," Bron casually retorted. "Yeah, and you're wearing a dress today, too." He chugged the rest of his beer. Bron muttered to himself, calculating. Small talk is done. Time to get to the main point, right? Beside him, she was still full of praise. "You're so good at drinking, you know." You wiped your mouth and got serious, bringing up the earlier topic. "Win. Earlier you said you wanted to repay me, right? I've just thought of a way." The elf girl was startled, looking at him with a confused, blushing face. "What is it?" Leaning in, Bron whispered mysteriously, "Not here. My sister's team will catch us." Hearing that, Win's face turned even redder, and she waited, stammering. Then, the shy girl smoothed her hair and suggested, "How about we go to your room?" Then she nodded to herself, finalizing the decision. "Yeah, that sounds reasonable." Standing in front of room 305, Bron's voice commanded, "Win, stretch out a little." All that came back was a soft moan. "Ugh," covered in sweat with a look of extreme concentration, Bron grumbled. It turned out to be a violent session of joint stretching and muscle loosening. Win screamed, "My shoulder! You're dislocating it, you brute!" The rough barbarian could only gloss over it. "It's hard to control my strength." With tears streaming down her face, the elf girl wailed, "My arm has never been bent that far back before. Are you sure this is the right way?" She desperately swore on her family. "I swear on my family's life." Seeing that, Bron reluctantly gave up. "All right, just rest for a bit." Win rubbed her arm, feeling relieved. "Am I still alive? Is my arm still attached?" Meanwhile, Bron deduced the truth. "So that's how it is. That +4 agility stat doesn't mean a damn thing in real life." Regaining her composure, she looked at him suspiciously and questioned, "Did you bring me here just to test my abilities?" The barbarian admitted straight up, "Yeah, you're not allowed to use abilities in the city. I just wanted to see the difference between the essence of the game and real life." She responded, looking dejected, "I didn't know that." Remembering the past, Bron muttered an explanation. Dungeonstone wasn't exactly a user-friendly game. Just look at the 3 base stats, physique, spirit, and ability, and that's enough to understand. You rambled on. Those are the 3 main stats, but if you tap the plus sign next to them, thousands of detailed stats will appear. Let me give you a visual example. For instance, if your stamina increases, you can carry heavier items and land more effective physical attacks. He concluded that this is exactly why different characters have such vastly different combat capabilities. Even if their total stats are equal, he proudly boasted about his achievements while also letting out a few curses. "I learned all of this by grinding thousands of hours in this game. Yet, there are still stats whose uses I have no clue about, even after playing for 9 whole years. Damn those developers." Glancing at her, he analyzed. "One of the stats I understand the least is obsession. It's the stat that came with the essence orb that Win just swallowed." Bron asked, pressing for answers. "I don't know anything about it, other than it being a substat of the mental stat." "Win, since we left the labyrinth, have you felt any changes in yourself?" He nudged her with a suggestion, like overthinking certain things or perhaps losing your patience. Win blinked blankly and replied, "I'm not really sure." Suddenly, having a realization, the elf girl explained, "Oh, what about cookies? I didn't eat them that often before, but as soon as I got back, I devoured a whole bunch." Bron clicked his tongue and nodded, internally deducing the situation. Perhaps the obsession stat increases cravings? That would make sense, considering how useless it was in the game. While he was busy calculating, a hand tugged on his shirt, and she muttered that there might still be other new stats they don't know about. "I should keep those in mind," she whispered, before the elf girl called out softly, "Hey, forget about all that scientific theory." Win blinked her sleepy eyes and complained, "I'm sleepy." Bron clicked his tongue and had to abandon his half-finished thoughts. "There are still a few things I wanted to check, though." "Oh well, all right, let's go to sleep." The candle in the room went out, signaling the start of a long night's rest. Bron drifted off to sleep with a very peaceful expression. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he felt a startle. "Wait a minute." Looking down at the elf girl who was clutching his arm tightly while sleeping soundly, he broke out in a cold sweat, remembering that her sister had told him not to sleep with her. Gazing at Win's sleeping face, the barbarian clicked his tongue to reassure himself. "Well, I'm sure it's fine. I assume she meant no sleeping together in that way." The next morning, a pile of gear and weapons was spread all over the floor. Bron crossed his arms and evaluated. "So, this is the entire hall." Win crouched nearby, chirping in admiration. Wow, there's so much. It was definitely worth going to your place early. She looked up and asked, Are you going to sell all of this? He replied that he would sell everything except for a few items. The elf girl excitedly picked up a set of gear and pleaded, Can I have this outfit and this belt? The barbarian clearly set the price. Sure, if you're willing to deduct it from your share of the money. She happily replied, Okay. At the weapon shop, the bushy-bearded merchant held up a sword and enthusiastically named his price. I'll pay you 350,000 stones for this piece. Moving to the next item, a junk dealer narrowed his eyes and reported the total. All of this combined adds up to about 180,000 stones. Standing at the counter, the manager pushed a bag of money across and announced a total of 250,000 stones. Looking at the 3 large sacks of money on the ground, Bron calculated his earnings. I've made a total of 1,450,000 stones. Clutching her small pouch of money tightly, Wynne trembled, unable to believe it. Hey, this isn't a dream, is it? Meanwhile, Bron was busy crunching the numbers. If I subtract Wynne's share, I've made 1,400,000 stones. Even when playing the game, I never made this much money on the first run. He wore a satisfied half-smile. It was an incredibly great start. With everything settled, Bron turned and firmly said his goodbyes. All right, I guess we go our separate ways here, Wynne exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He wondered, confused. Why is she so surprised? There's nothing left for us to do together. The elf girl hung her head, sadly making up an excuse. We're heading in the same direction anyway, so we can walk to the central plaza together. Even though, in her heart, she was secretly feeling regretful. I just wanted to be by your side a little longer. Seeing this, he gave in. Fine. After walking for a while, they encountered a crowd blocking the entire corner of the street. Stretching her neck to look inside, Wynne asked curiously, Huh? Why are so many people gathered here? The barbarian frowned, looking ahead, and answered, That guard over there is pointing his spear and shouting to clear the way. Everyone back off. Bron calmly explained the situation. It's an execution. On the gallows, a man with his neck stuck in the guillotine was staring with wide, panicked eyes. Right below, a woman with her hands tied behind her back was collapsed, sobbing miserably. Bron muttered, recalling the plot. These people didn't commit any heinous crimes like murder, rape, or arson. The executioner's hand gripped the rope tightly. The guard shouted loudly, We will begin the execution. Bron continued to recite the strict laws. Their only crime was failing to pay taxes. He recalled the harsh setting of this world. Raphronia is the last remaining city in a world that has withered away under the cursed hand of a witch. Images of monster corpses flashed through his mind. The only place to harvest resources in this cramped space is the labyrinth. Images of the pile of weapons flickered, and he coldly concluded, So those who cannot pay taxes are simply executed. The guillotine blade came crashing down mercilessly, sending sprays of crimson blood splattering everywhere. Bron clicked his tongue, saying it's just to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Immediately, the frenzied crowd pushed and shoved each other to rush forward, screaming, Me first! Get out of the way! People hurriedly clutched loaves of bread, competing to dip them straight into the hot, fresh blood. 2 commoners greedily stuffed the blood-soaked bread into their mouths with frantic expressions, roaring, Oh, my lord. Witnessing the horrific scene, Wynne covered her mouth in terror and backed away, stammering, What is that? Why are they dipping bread in blood? Bron stood with his arms crossed, calmly explaining, There's a legend that you'll be blessed with financial luck if you drink the blood of those executed. Looking at the bright red blood flowing, Bron asked, Wynne, how much is the tax for the first year? She replied shyly, 700,000 stones for outsiders. He silently assessed the situation. It's a bit different from the game, but generally, it's quite similar. The barbarian continued to ask, And what about from the second year onwards? Wynne turned pale and broke into a cold sweat as she explained. 800,000 stones, plus additional conversion fees. Hearing that, Bron muttered to himself, exactly like in the game. Looking at the crowd frenziedly biting and fighting over the blood-soaked bread, Bron calculated that the taxes would increase every year of work, so I need to become much stronger within the next year. Imagining the worst-case scenario, he shuddered at the thought. If he couldn't return to his old life and refuse to train, he would likely end up as the kind of blood that those people would use to dip their bread in. Mentally drafting a survival plan, he set his goals. To avoid that outcome, he needed to save money. Recalling the game map, he steeled his resolve. At the very least, he had to become an adventurer capable of reaching the 6th floor. With the noble goal of surviving in this world and avoiding being turned into a dipping sauce, Bron stepped into the vast space and marveled to himself. The library from the game was still under construction, wasn't it? As he walked, drawing judgmental stares, he muttered, "Why is everyone staring at me? Geez. Probably because they rarely see a barbarian showing his face in the lib." He cut himself off, stunned by the unbelievable sight before him. Looking closely at the drooling, sleeping face of the woman slumped over the desk, Bron tried to rack his brain. Some daughter of a noble family, second or third? He poked her shoulder, frowning in confusion. What the hell was she doing here? Woken up, Anna opened her sleepy eyes, looking around, completely clueless. She dizzily recognized an acquaintance and spoke up. Jandon Bron's son. He nodded in greeting, glad to see she was still doing well. Immediately, she jumped up, slammed the table with a loud bang, and shouted, "Same goes for you." Jandon Bron's son became the center of attention. Bron hurriedly urged her to keep her voice down. She still yelled at the top of her lungs, "Sorry, I never thought I'd run into a fellow barbarian here." Helpless against the human megaphone, he sighed. "Fine, whatever. What are you doing here?" Anna looked down at her book and explained with impeccable logic. "You said I should think before I act, so I figured I needed more knowledge to do that." Hearing such a philosophical answer, Bron nodded in approval. That's commendable. He silently judged that she definitely had something different about her compared to those muscle-brained barbarians out there. Anna continued seriously, "While wandering the maze, I realized that monsters aren't the only enemies." Trusting his intuition, he guessed that something had definitely gone wrong in the maze. If it were any other barbarian, they'd just be busy bragging about their achievements right now. Clutching the book to her chest, she sighed heavily. "Yeah, that's why I decided to go to school. But reading books is just too hard." He was speechless, muttering, "That's the problem?" Ending her short-lived academic career, she stood up and declared, "So, I'm planning to go to the temple and ask the elders to teach me how to read and write." Seeing her about to bolt, Bron asked in surprise, "You're leaving now?" Anna scratched her head, admitting, "If I don't go now, I'll forget all about it." The pragmatic man could only shake his head in exasperation. The more he learned, the more he realized barbarians were truly a pathetic species. After a few steps, Anna suddenly turned back, grinning broadly. "I just remembered I promised to repay your advice if we both survived." She winked and made a generous offer. "If you ever need help, come to the Raging Bull Inn. I'll do my best to help you." Though a bit skeptical of her memory, Bron nodded in agreement. "Sure, just don't forget this promise in a few days, Anna." Watching her sturdy back fade into the distance, he calculated to himself, "I'll probably need your help sooner than expected." Returning to the harsh reality, Bron looked up at the vast space and muttered, "But how am I supposed to find the books I need in a place this massive? It's huge." While struggling, his eyes caught a nearby desk, and he let out a surprised gasp. Approaching the girl, slumped over the table, he thought, "She must be the librarian, right? To think she'd be sleeping on the job." Regaining his composure, the barbarian cleared his throat. Startled by the loud noise, the female librarian hurriedly lifted her head. The librarian blinked groggily and asked, "What is it?" Bron got straight to the point. "I'm looking for a book. Can I find books related to history here?" Before he could finish, she muttered a spell. Seeing his body suddenly glow, he jumped back, thinking, "Did she just cast a spell on me?" The barbarian wondered blankly. But nothing changed. Yawning, the librarian lazily explained, "Just walk around now, and you'll find the books you want. Just note that you can't check them out. Please return them to their original spots when you're done." He scratched his head, not quite understanding. "I just need to walk around?" Watching her slump back onto the table to continue snoring, he was speechless. She's asleep again? What is wrong with this woman? Leaving her be, he turned and walked inside, calculating. "I quickly understood how the magic worked the moment I started walking around the library." Picking up a glowing book, he nodded, concluding, "I guess this magic highlights the books related to the keywords I have in mind." He clicked his tongue, realizing why there was only one librarian in this massive place. Flipping the page, he muttered, "I'll start with this one." The contents of the first book, titled The World's Collapse, appeared. Thousands of years ago, no living creature could survive on this land due to a witch's curse. He continued reading the epic. The last remaining fortress, Rafdonia, was the only place that escaped the disaster. The royal family opened a path to another dimension for those starving due to limited resources. That was what eventually became the maze we know today. Closing the book, Bron silently judged that the early history of this world was quite similar to the game's prologue. He moved on to his next target. The second book, Basic Commentary on Alchemy. Looking at the illustration of a magic stone, he summarized that it talked about how magic stones taken from monsters could be crafted into bread, steel, and similar items. He rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. No matter how many times I read this, I can't understand the theory. Whatever, I'll just memorize it for now. He switched to the next book, titled The Third Holy War, muttering, "This one talks about how barbarians and spirits started hating each other." He clicked his tongue and skipped it. All right, this fourth book, this is exactly what I need to read. The content of the fourth book, Evil Spirits of the Abyss, caught his attention. Evil spirits in this world refer to those from another dimension who possess other people's bodies. He nodded, acknowledging, well, technically, that's entirely accurate. Looking at the image of the purge, he analyzed it. It didn't explain why this happened, but it was clear how hard the royal family and the temple had tried to root out this phenomenon. Returning the book to its place, Bron concluded the matter. In other words, as long as I don't say the forbidden words, I'll be fine. He mocked himself. It was a clever trick, since he was the very spirit being referred to. Opening the fifth volume about the king's death, he skimmed through the book. It was about the first king, also known as the immortal King Levigian III. His death was 150 years ago. Bron furrowed his brow, piecing the events together. The game started the day after Levigian III died. So that means it's already 150 years past the game's timeline. He realized why the knowledge he had from the game kept contradicting the reality of this world. Picking up another book titled Observations on Spatial Instability, he rubbed his chin in curiosity. Is this the book the blonde guy who saved me was reading? Remembering the night, he muttered that what he had experienced was indeed rare, just as the blonde guy had said. As he read a certain page, his expression dimmed. However, the book mentioned a hypothesis that entering just as the spatial gate was closing might be related to this instability. Realizing the harsh truth, he buried his face in his hands and cursed under his breath. So, falling into this debt-ridden mess was basically my own fault. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. I'm not going to think about this anymore. Looking out the window as the sun set, he decisively closed the book. It's dark already. I'll read the rest later. Lying on his bed at the inn, he counted the days. It's been 3 days since I left the dungeon. He rested his arm on his forehead to plan. A month here has 30 days, right? The dungeon opens at midnight on the 1st, so I have 27 days left. Closing his eyes to fall asleep, he made a resolution. Starting tomorrow, I'll go find a new party member. Half asleep, he suddenly jolted awake, eyes wide, startled by the sound of furious pounding on his door. He heard a frantic voice calling out, "Hey, hey, wake up." Bron blankly called out the name of the intruder, Win. He grumpily opened the door and grumbled, "What the hell brings you here this early in the morning?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bizarre gust of wind blew directly into his face, making Bron's face wrinkle up. Standing before him was the elf girl, hugging a shimmering green wind. She proudly boasted, "I successfully made a contract. Look, I tried 10 times with the spirit stone my sister bought me, and it finally worked." Hugging the floating burden, Win laughed happily. "And it's a wind type. It'll be amazing when combined with fire." Standing there, enduring the wind that was ruffling his hair, he answered with a calm, deadpan expression, "You're lucky." He mentally calculated the economic value, spirit stone, an item that allows contracting with a spirit, with only a 10% success rate. It's insanely expensive. And she tried it 10 times? This girl must come from a wealthy, prestigious family. With his face stinging from the wind, he waved his hand dismissively. "I get it. Now, can you get rid of that thing?" She pouted stubbornly. "But you haven't seen everything I can do yet." Bron stared coldly, pointing at the room being ravaged by the wind. "How much more of my place do you want to turn into a battlefield?" Looking where he pointed, the elf girl gasped in horror, realizing the consequence of her showing off. The elf girl covered her face and screamed in panic. "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." The wind spirit floating in midair looked blankly at its master's panic. A moment later, the room was spotless. Bron sat with his legs crossed, silently evaluating. She once said she was talented at cleaning, and she really is fast. Win wiped her sweat and reported proudly, "All done." He spoke nonchalantly. "Congratulations on successfully contracting a spirit." She beamed with joy in response. "Thank you." He reminded her seriously, "But you don't need to go through the trouble of coming to find me. Wouldn't it be better to use your time more wisely before returning to the dungeon?" Win looked stunned and stammered, "That's true." But she lowered her head, rubbed her thigh, and muttered indignantly, "But I ran here because I wanted you to be the first to know." Seeing that, Bron frowned, thinking, "Is it because I'm her first teammate?" She seemed quite attached to him. but this kind of relationship was best kept at the level of business partners. He quickly flipped his persona to customer service mode with a professional smile. He said brightly, "Well, I plan to stay here for a while, so if you have any problems, feel free to come find me. I've always wanted to be friends with Win." He finished with a smooth line. "We're comrades who have been through life and death together, after all." Win's eyes welled up with emotion. The elf girl nodded eagerly. "Yes." Meanwhile, Bron calculated the benefits. Building a relationship like this was definitely a good move. As dusk fell, Bron stood before a building and muttered, 26 days left before I have to return to the dungeon. Whether it's long or short depends on your perspective, but I know how to use this time effectively." Looking up at the sign, he wondered, "Is this the Mad Bull Inn, where people of my race stay?" As soon as he stepped inside, a group of burly, noisy people erupted. "Who's that? It's the strongest warrior, Jandon's son. That's Bron." "What? Bron?" The shouting was deafening. "Bron, I've heard of you for a long time." He winced, covered his ears, and clicked his tongue. "Man, they're always as noisy as a marketplace." Someone put an arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. "What wind brings you here? Are you planning to stay here too?" "Good idea. This place only costs 300 stones a night." Bron was surprised and thought, "What? 300 stones? That's dirt cheap." The man pointed to a room packed with people like sardines, proudly boasting, "There are 10 warriors sleeping together on 5 beds in one room. But if it's you, we're willing to give you a whole bed." He broke into a cold sweat, realizing why it was so cheap. He hurriedly changed the subject. "No. I came to find Fenelon's third daughter, Anna." The other man corrected him immediately. "Anna is Fenelon's second daughter, Bron." From the stairs, a muscular woman stepped down and called out in surprise, "Jandon's son, Bron." The guide loudly introduced Fenelon's second daughter. "Anna, Jandon's son Bron is here to see you." Anna walked calmly through the crowd straight to him, tilted her head, and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Bron went straight to the point. "I have a favor to ask. I want to fight you." She raised an eyebrow. "To train?" He nodded affirmatively. "That's right. I need to train." He analyzed the situation internally. If he relied solely on pure combat skills, he definitely wouldn't survive a duel against these guys. Anna scratched her head, looking confused as she replied, "That's not really how it works," she said, pointing to the open field where dozens of people were clashing loudly. "Just run to that training ground. You'll find someone to spar with right away." Bron muttered to himself, speechless. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. No need to beg her for this. Standing before the training ground, bathed in the brilliant afternoon sun, Anna announced boldly, "Aside from the morning, I'm ready to fight you any time." She stretched her limbs and spoke decisively. "In that case, let's get started right now, Anna." A bystander shouted like a megaphone, "Hey everyone, Anna and Bron are about to clash." The sharp sound of weapons colliding rang out. Bron raised his shield, determined. "I came here to learn, but that doesn't mean I plan on losing." Anna crouched, swung her greatsword through the air, and brought it down with a powerful strike. Her eyes burned with a fiery, competitive spirit, holding nothing back. The result was harsh. Bron panted heavily, his entire body covered in bruises and smelling of sweat, muttering, "I'm getting absolutely crushed here." The crowd outside cheered. "Anna is the strongest warrior now." She swung her sword onto her shoulder and asked warmly, "Are you still okay?" He sat slumped on the ground, brushing off dust, and replied, "Yeah." While the crowd continued to shout her praises, Bron secretly acknowledged that she was truly skilled. "This is definitely a great way to spend my time." He wiped blood from his lip, his eyes gleaming with fierce resilience, and roared, "Let's go again." Bron gritted his teeth and raised his shield to block her crushing blow. Anna shouted with excitement, "Again!" She wildly swung her greatsword around, screaming continuously. Again. Once more. Darkness began to fall. Bron hid behind his shield, gasping for air. He leaned his sword against the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. She asked, "Do you want to continue?" "I want to take a break." He acknowledged his opponent's ability. Anna was very strong. He answered firmly, "No, that's enough for today." Anna happily agreed. "I understand. Well done." Watching her, he silently assessed her. She was smarter than the others of her kind, and he didn't think she would betray him since she was of his own race. He asked, "Hey Anna, are you planning to enter the dungeon alone next time?" She replied blankly, "Probably. I don't have enough money to form a party anyway." Having found his target, he held out his hand. "In that case, my best option is you. Do you want to be my partner?" She asked in surprise. "A partner?" He stated his conditions directly. "Yeah, but I'll take 80% of the profit. In exchange, I'll pay the party registration fee." Suddenly, Anna's expression darkened. and she interrupted him. That's enough. No need to explain any further. Seeing her attitude, he broke into a cold sweat, panicked. Damn, does she not like these terms? He quickly backed down. Listen, I'll also pay for gear and everything else. Before he could finish, she stepped forward and gripped his hand tightly. Anna beamed a radiant smile, shattering all his doubts. Even if you tried to explain, I wouldn't understand anyway. I'll trust you. Bronjan breathed a sigh of relief. He held her hand firmly and replied, I really look forward to working with you. He cheered inwardly. Awesome. Now I have a companion. The next day, the two of them walked together to their tribe's temple. An elder with long silver hair welcomed them, greeting Fenelon's second daughter, Anna, and Jandon's son, Bron. He looked at the old man and clicked his tongue internally. I didn't want to come here because of him at all. But I have no other choice, the elder asked with a hearty laugh. It's rare for a warrior to leave the temple and then come back. Did you come to learn how to read and write like her? He replied with a firm, no. The elder asked curiously. Then what did you come here for? He went straight to the point. I want the god seal, he declared firmly, thinking to himself. More accurately, I want the immortality seal. This was an overpowered skill he absolutely needed if he wanted to clear the dungeon. He recalled the basic settings of this world. Every species in this strange land had unique characteristics. Fairies formed contracts with spirits to borrow their power. Meanwhile, dwarves received blessings for their armor, boosting item effects. Beastmen could form contracts with ancient beasts known as holy beasts. And finally, those of his own kind possessed the god's seal. The elder suddenly leaned his face in close, squinting suspiciously. Oh, how do you know about that? He flinched, backing away in a cold sweat. The old man kept pressing. That's not something a young warrior should know, is it? He gritted his teeth, cursing. He's getting suspicious again. Regaining his composure, he calculated confidently. But it's fine. This is exactly why I went to the library to find information about the god's seal. He calmly blurted out the perfect excuse he had prepared. I read about it in a book. He added historical details. I heard that the god's seal helped a lot in the war against the fairies. The elder burst into laughter and slapped him hard on the back. Is that where you learned it? You actually read books? That's quite interesting. The old man stroked his beard, satisfied, and announced, I am very proud of you. And of course, there is no reason for us to refuse giving the god's seal to a warrior when they request it. Hearing that, he was thrilled and ready to close the deal. Then right now, but the elder suddenly interrupted in a serious tone. But, young warrior? The elder raised his fist and announced loudly, You'll need about 800 stones for a god's seal. He frowned, staring at him doubtfully. Do you think you can afford that amount? Bron replied calmly, I'll pay it. The girl standing next to him gasped in surprise. Are you serious? He thought to himself. That's right. This item is very hard to get in the early game because it's too expensive. Remembering the game mechanics, he muttered. Especially because the higher your level, the more you need rare materials instead of just money. Smirking confidently, he sealed the deal by throwing a money bag onto the table to show off. Here is 1 bag of 500 stones and 3 bags of 100 stones. I have the money. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Son of Jandon Bron, where did you get this much money? He had already anticipated this. He thought, I've already come up with a reason for this. He smirked craftily. I would have been disappointed if you hadn't asked. Starting the show, he acted it out perfectly. Well, I was lucky enough to stumble across an injured fairy on the first floor. He lied without batting an eye. He continued, I made her work like a slave to earn magic stones. I fed her essence. He put on an evil face to end the story and extorted a pile of money from her sister as compensation. Heh, those fairies are so pathetic, aren't they? Hearing this, the elder burst into a hearty, satisfied laugh. I don't know. When was the last time I laughed this hard? The crowd around them began to gather and cheer. That's amazing, son of Jandon. Bron, you cleaned out those cowardly pointy ears. You might be the first person to ever do that. Truly incredible. Bron sweated as he looked at the crowd, wondering, do they really hate fairies that much? The elder pressed an object into his hand. Here, this is a gift, because you've shown amazing potential. Do they really hate spirits that much? The elder shoved something into his hand. This is a gift, because you've shown amazing potential. He stared in confusion. Looking at the 2 coins in his hand, he cursed under his breath. What the hell? Did he just get 200 stones back? I just made 200 stones from a made-up story. Excitedly staying in character, he waved his arms and shouted, I will continue to bleed those pointy-eared freaks dry to become a great warrior. The crowd roared in excitement. He's amazing. Soaking in the cheers, Bron smiled brightly, thinking to himself, these people are starting to grow on me. They're much more lovable than I thought. A sigil is a type of enhancement skill. It works by forcing the body to absorb the essence of magical materials to grant special powers. He remembered the barbarians tattooing their children at birth, while their souls were still pure, so that the soul veins remained visible even into adulthood. This is why all barbarians have tattoos, the old mage asked one last time. I'll give you one more chance to reconsider. Young warrior, you won't be able to get any other type of sigil if you choose this path, he replied firmly. It's fine, he calculated internally. The high-level immortal sigil was the core of a tank-build barbarian. The old mage began to lower his hands. Then, I shall begin, he analyzed silently. Other abilities also offered high performance, but choosing the immortal path was an obvious choice. For any gamer who had played this long, magical light flared as the needles pierced his back. Bone-chilling pain hit him, causing Bron to wince, but he gritted his teeth, screaming internally. Do I have to go through this every single time? This hurts like hell. As soon as the ritual ended, a system notification appeared. You have activated the first level of the immortal sigil. Natural regeneration skill significantly increased. Physical stats increased by 13. Putting his shirt back on, Bron turned and bowed. Thank you, sir. The dark mage let out a mysterious chuckle. Heh. Bron broke into a cold sweat as he walked out, feeling confused. Why was the old geezer laughing? The old mage grinned wickedly, muttering, That's the first time I've ever seen a warrior thank a mage. He walked out quickly with a tense face. Did I do something wrong? Better get out of here before he starts getting suspicious. The scene shifted from the quiet night to a bright, sun-drenched morning. He walked down the street, calculating. The next morning, I went to the merchant district to buy the necessary equipment. What I felt during my training with Anna was that I'm not suited to be a swordsman. As he pushed open the door to the weapon shop, he thought to himself, I plan to focus solely on shield techniques once I get that essence stone, so building proficiency in swordsmanship would just be a waste of my time. The shopkeeper greeted him with a smile. Welcome. What are you looking for? He replied decisively. I want a one-handed blunt weapon. The shopkeeper led him to an area full of heavy weapons and introduced them. Well, from here to here are the blunt weapons that barbarians absolutely love. Looking at the crude pile of weapons, he silently judged that they certainly matched a barbarian's taste. He waved his hand, refusing. I want something a bit more standard. A weapon like that would have devastating power, but it's unnecessary for the monsters on the first floor, which are very easy to kill. The shopkeeper pulled out a mace. How about this one? He took it and nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. It's not too big. 220 stones. The system reported. Character has equipped a medium-sized mace. Total equipment level increased by 85. He continued shopping. I also got a custom-made helmet because the ones they had didn't fit my head. 170 stones. A half-plate armor that fit perfectly. 360 stones. Checking his wallet, he sighed. I bought everything I needed and only have 50 stones left. A long time had passed since I left the dungeon, and naturally, my daily routine had been established. While eating breakfast, the elf wind chirped. Hey, he muttered, recounting his day. At 7 in the morning, I wake up and have breakfast with Win. He asked, You came all the way from over there. Isn't it far? She smiled shyly and replied, That's because the food here is cheap and delicious. I continued the loop, he thought. Then I go to the library and read until 4 in the afternoon. He looked at the librarian and shook his head. She's asleep again. At night, in a noisy tavern, he calculated. After that, I have dinner at a place I've never been to before, to gather information I couldn't find at the library. The hunters at the next table were excitedly discussing something. The monster there sounds really dangerous. While chewing his food roughly, Bron commented that this place was expensive, but the food wasn't good at all. Around 5 in the afternoon, Bron dragged himself to the Barbarian residential area to start his physical training. By the 7th day of training, he decided to switch things up by honing his sparring skills with his other muscular brothers. Wiping off his sweat, Bron waved and shouted. I have to admit, there's no such thing as proper combat techniques here as I expected, but diving in and brawling with pure instinct is not a bad practice at all. Sure enough, the constant beatings paid off. Reflexes increased, agility increased. Even his eyesight was sharper. And finally, his physical stats nudged up by another point. Thanks to getting beaten up regularly, he could occasionally defeat Anna in sparring matches, making the surrounding crowd cheer excitedly. Jandon's son, Bron, wins. He took back his cloak. He smiled. Thanks for today, too. The crowd kept shouting, unbothered. The greatest warrior, Bron. She wiped her sweat, smiling brightly, admitting, You've gotten stronger. Bron looked at her. silently evaluating. Her skills were good, but she suffered from fighting too mechanically by the book. He had mentioned this, but it was so ingrained in her that it would be hard to change overnight. At exactly 9 at night, he dragged his exhausted body home to wash up. And just as expected, Win popped up again, chirping, "Hey, let's go get dinner." While drying his hair, Bron asked helplessly, "Every time you come over, you have to walk for an entire hour. Don't you feel tired?" She blinked her big, round eyes and replied happily, "Not at all. Let's go." After they finished eating and drinking their fill, it was usually close to 11 at night. Only then would Win finally agree to head back to her place. Standing in front of her door, she waved goodbye, looking reluctant. "I'm heading in now. Good night." Seeing Bron's cold expression, she didn't forget to leave behind a sweet wish. "Good luck in the dungeon tomorrow." He nodded and replied, "Yeah, you too." Watching that silly girl walk away, Bron muttered to himself, "Is it already tomorrow?" Time really flies when you're caught in this endless cycle of eating, training, and sleeping. A month has slipped by in the blink of an eye. Now, the countdown shows only 24 hours left until the labyrinth opens. The system interface pops up, displaying Bron's basic stats. From his physical condition to his gear, everything has reached a new level. Bron Jandon, Level 1. Physical 66, New plus 41. Spirit 37. Ability Level 1. Item Level 218. New plus 146. Total combat power 158.5 new plus 77.5. The next morning, at exactly 8:10, he and Anna arrive in front of the magnificent gates of the Explorers Guild. Correction. The previous lines contain a slight mix-up in the source text regarding stats. I have formatted them for clarity. Walking up to the reception desk, Bron declares clearly, "I'm here to get the binding spell." The receptionist pushes up her glasses, looks at the two of them, and asks, "Just the two of you?" He nods in confirmation. "That's right." She guides them. "Please place your hands on the crystal ball." A brilliant magical light flares up. Once the system finishes scanning, the clerk immediately gives them the price. 2 level 9 explorers. That will be 15,000 stone coins in total. Bron reaches into his purse, feeling the pinch, and thinks to himself, "That's seriously expensive for a one-time use charm. But I don't have a choice." Beside him, Anna whines in distress about how many steaks that amount of money could buy. Ignoring her rambling, Bron reminds himself that the starting point in the labyrinth is random. If he doesn't use this binding spell to stick with his teammate, they're going to be in trouble early on. Curious, he glances over and asks what determines an explorer's rank. The professional receptionist replies, "We evaluate based on the amount of essence contained within the soul." Taking the opportunity, he adds another cynical question. "So if my rank is higher, does the price go up?" The receptionist smiles a professional, forced smile. Naturally, yes. Once the paperwork is finished, she kindly reminds them, "All done. This magic is only effective for 24 hours from this moment. Remember that well." After finishing, Bron turns to pat Anna on the shoulder and invites her. "Let's go eat." Sitting in front of a table overflowing with meat, Anna stammers, unable to find the words. "Bron, what is all this?" He nonchalantly replies, "I ordered the most expensive meal in this place for 800 stone coins. Consider it a feast before we dive into that hellhole." Drooling, she remains in a state of shock. 800 stone coins for this meal? Is this a dream? Seeing her comical expression, Bron gestures with his chin. "Just try it." As soon as she stuffs a piece of meat into her mouth, Anna's eyes widen as she yells, "Hick nguh! It's so delicious. What is this? I feel like I'm in heaven." She chews ravenously like someone who hasn't eaten in years, rambling non-stop. "From now on, I'll work even harder. I'll earn tons of money so I can eat this again. And again." He breaks out into a cold sweat watching that human-powered excavator. He smiles awkwardly. "Sure, good luck with that." At the same time, Bron can't help but wonder to himself, what on earth does this girl usually shove in her mouth? Finished with their gluttonous meal, the two drag themselves to the labyrinth entrance, only to receive a notification. The labyrinth opens in 10 minutes. A guard blocks their path, grumbling, "You aren't allowed in yet." Standing and looking up at the massive, swirling teleportation gate, Bron muses. "Last time, it was so chaotic I didn't pay attention, but this gate is huge." While lost in thought, the corner of his eye catches a familiar sight. That is, before he can finish, a piercing scream rings out. "Stop!" A group of shirtless barbarians comes thundering toward them, ruining the atmosphere and shouting at the top of their lungs, "I see the gate! We made it, brothers!" Another muscular guy cheers, As expected of Pat Thun, we arrived just in time. The followers chime in, praising him. Pat Thun is a great warrior. Anna crosses her arms, watching the rowdy group, and clicks her tongue. I bet they just finished their coming-of-age ceremony. Bron sighs, exhausted, thinking to himself, every time, these guys wait until the very last second to sprint here like their lives depend on it. Don't they ever get tired? Meanwhile, the shirtless leader is still proudly thumping his chest. I told you to trust me. Anna strokes her chin with a nostalgic smile. Aw, looking at them makes me miss the good old days. He glares at her, pouring a bucket of ice-cold water on her mood. Wake up, miss. We only went through that exact same thing just 1 month ago. A harsh notification sound rings out. You may enter now. The magical gate glows brilliantly, and the crowd surges inside like a broken dam. Anna excitedly urges him on. Bron, let's go. He calmly reaches out to stop her. Wait, Anna, Bron begins to explain. There's something I want to test. I once read that if you enter while the space is unstable, before he can finish, she cuts him off with an excited face. It's fine, Bron. Anyway, I don't understand a word you're saying. I'll just follow you. Hearing the announcement that there is only 1 minute left until the gate closes, Anna starts to panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. But shouldn't we go in right now? Ignoring his teammates' trembling, he observes and evaluates. Its size is definitely much smaller than when it first opened. Bron calculates, I remember it being about this size when I went in last time. We will enter right when he says that. The familiar warning from the guard rings out. The gate will be closing soon. A cold glint flashes in his eyes. Waiting for the perfect moment, Bron waves his hand and shouts, Now, let's go, Anna. Taking the command, she lunges forward. The two leap into the magical vortex, leaving behind shouts of alarm from those behind them. Wait, it's too dangerous. The surrounding scenery immediately sinks into a silent, pitch-black void. He slowly opens his eyes in the darkness, peering through the silent night. The corner of Bron's mouth curls up triumphantly, thinking, I knew it. Beside him, Anna flails her arms and legs around in a panic, crying out, I can't see anything, Bron. Bron calmly reassures the noisy machine. Calm down, Anna. This is a dark zone. A flame erupts, dispelling the darkness as he calmly holds up a torch. I brought a torch this time. She blinks, confused, and repeats, You did? Skipping over his teammates' confusion, he points ahead and asks curiously, What is that, Bron? Under the flickering light, he stares fixedly at a mysterious stone pedestal, thinking triumphantly, This thing is still here, just like I predicted. Bron turns to explain to the clueless girl, That is a monument. We can open a portal to the second floor using that. We're going to the second floor right away. With a cunning grin, he proudly mutters to himself, A professional gamer has to know how to exploit bugs. Without hesitating for another second, Bron places his hand on the cold stone slab. A blinding magical light immediately explodes outward. The light spreads, creating a massive, brilliant teleportation gate that illuminates the entire dark space before them. While Anna drops her jaw in astonishment, he calmly commands, Let's go. At the same time, the system interface constantly flashes notifications. You are the first to open the gate. Receive +2 EXP. Character leveled up. Maximum essence capacity increased by 1. Stepping through the gate, she is still in shock, asking, How did you do that? Ignoring his teammate, Bron carefully observes his surroundings, analyzing the terrain. The dark ground is mushy beneath every step. You were the first to open the gate, earning 2 experience points, and you've leveled up. Your maximum essence capacity has increased by 1. Stepping through the portal, she was still in shock, stammering, How did you do that? Ignoring his teammates, Bron carefully observed his surroundings, analyzing the terrain. The dark ground felt soft and mushy under every step. These are the ruins of some ancient stone structures. She excitedly kept rambling. The clan leader said it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. He quickly made up an excuse. I read about it in a book. Anna's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh, you're so smart. Bron shrugged, trying to change the subject. It's not like this place is anything special anyway. Walking through the gloomy, leafless forest, he shuddered as a chilling breeze swept by. Listening closely, he could even hear faint, mournful wailing in the distance. This place is definitely the land of the dead. He turned to check on his companion. Anna, do you feel it too? She looked back, confused. What do you mean? Stroking his racing chest, he described it with excitement. It feels like something is filling my entire body, right down to my veins. Your mental state must have leveled up. Congratulations. He nodded, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Mental state. Huh? So that's how leveling up works in this world. He glanced at his updated status board, silently synthesizing his game knowledge. This Dungeon and Stone game has a level system, too. The magic energy used for skills increases with your level. Plus, the amount of essence you can absorb grows with every rank. Clenching his fists and feeling the new surge of power, he calculated that since he had reached level 2, he could handle consuming 2 more essence crystals. However, he frowned, puzzled. But it's strange my mental state went up without me killing a single monster. Bron replied calmly. I think unlocking that gate counts as an achievement. Of course, he felt smug. He had done it because he knew exactly that would happen. Bron continued his deduction based on the game's mechanics. This is called an achievement in this world. While you get experience from defeating monsters, you only get that bonus once per type. So, after a certain point, leveling up becomes incredibly tough. He had discovered the secret way to break that limit, which was opening the first gate using a speedrun strategy. The experience gained from opening the gate doesn't stop after the first time, so if you know how to exploit it, this is a goldmine for farming experience. He smirked with calculating eyes. Bron resolved to keep this trick a secret. I need to squeeze every bit of benefit out of this before those other guys catch on. He turned to his naive companion and said sternly, Anna, what we just talked about is a secret. If anyone asks, tell them, it took us about 2 days to reach the 2nd floor. She nodded obediently. Got it. Bron breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, great. Now Anna will keep her mouth shut. He stepped deeper into the dark forest, cautiously planning his next move. Before long, veteran adventurers will come sniffing around here. They'll definitely get suspicious if they see newbies like us already this deep. So, it's best if we stay under the radar and avoid being detected. Bron nudged his partner. Anna, we should get out of here first. I'd rather face monsters than deal with those annoying adventurers. To keep his hands free for combat, he tied a torch tightly to the top of his helmet with a rope. He chuckled, calling it the Barbarian candle mode, a highly practical method other adventurers used, even if it did look a bit ridiculous. Anna, curious, tried it out and gasped in amazement. Oh, this is amazing. It's not hot at all, he proudly explained. Of course, this torch is a magical tool. Once lit, it burns continuously for 3 days. Moving deeper inside, Bron recalculated the game data. The monsters in the Land of the Dead are generally stronger than the ones in the Goblin Forest. However, the advantage is that this place has absolutely no traps. In terms of danger, it's actually much easier than the Goblin Forest. In other words, the open terrain here is a huge advantage for 2 barbarians to really go wild. Suddenly, Anna froze. Her amber eyes narrowed in vigilance at a strange movement ahead. She shouted a warning. Bron, look there. He glanced over and analyzed. Only 3 of them? Maybe because it's only the first day. By the 3rd day, the numbers will definitely triple. Anna, excited, hoisted her greatsword onto her shoulder and grinned, looking fierce. I've been itching for a fight. Perfect timing. Let me handle these guys. As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed off like an arrow, charging straight toward the approaching undead. With a thunderous battle cry, she swung her sword in a clean arc, slicing right through the unfortunate monsters. Wiping them out in a heartbeat, she smirked arrogantly. Too easy. I guess the 2nd floor is nothing special after all. But in the very next second, her face turned pale as she stammered, trembling, Be Bron. Anna jumped in terror and clung tightly to Bron's arm, making him laugh and sigh at the same time. She had a warrior's build but the courage of a mouse. He explained calmly when he heard the mournful wailing in the distance. That's a banshee. They usually don't attack unless provoked, so just ignore it. She still hadn't recovered, clinging to him and asking, I get it, but are you sure we don't need to kill it? Wouldn't that be dangerous? He shook his head. Our physical attacks won't do anything to a spiritual entity like a banshee. Not to mention, if we strike first, we'll get cursed. As soon as he said that, the banshee's hideous ghost suddenly appeared, shrieking miserably as if to haunt them until they left the maze. Hearing the word curse, her hair stood on end. She stammered, praising him. A curse? That's terrifying. You really are a wise warrior. Deciding to come with you was a brilliant move. Suddenly, another strange noise erupted, making her scream and choke him by the neck. Bron, what was that sound? Bron was being strangled and turned blue, wheezing. Let me go. Anna pointed forward, trembling and shouting, Look, skeletons. As they saw the moving bones lumbering toward them, they both fell into an awkward silence, realizing she was still clutching him tightly. She blushed and coughed to cover her embarrassment, then grabbed her sword, clearing her throat. I'll take care of these guys. Bron coughed as well and shouted, Anna, aim for the energy core in the center of their ribs. But ignoring her partner's advice, she delivered a thunderous strike that crushed the skeletons into 100 pieces. She turned back with a blank expression, scratching her head. Huh? What did you say? He sighed helplessly. Nothing. Never mind. At the same time, the system notified him. You have destroyed a skeleton. Received +1 EXP. After that encounter, the two continued moving north for nearly 8 hours. And naturally, they began to encounter new types of monsters. Your report says you've defeated a skeleton and earned 1 experience point. After that encounter, the two of them continued moving north for nearly 8 hours. And naturally, they began to run into new types of monsters. Before them stood a group of elder ghouls, twice the size of the regular ghouls they had encountered earlier. That wasn't all. Along with them were fearsome skeletal variants known as skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Yet, the battle was surprisingly easy, partly because the number of monsters on this first day was still sparse, and Bron's combat skills had improved significantly. First, take his new mace. It was the perfect size and weight, fitting his grip perfectly. Thanks to this powerful weapon, he could crush monster skulls much faster and more effectively than with the axes or double-headed hammers he used before. Next was his half-plate armor, designed to be as sleek as a vest, which reduced the area he needed to cover with his shield, allowing him to unleash faster, more aggressive attacks. While his steel helmet might not offer perfect protection against bolts from mechanical crossbows, it was more than enough to deflect the weak arrows fired from the rotten bows of the skeletons. Using his shield to swat away an arrow that grazed past him, he smirked with mocking defiance. Try a little harder, if you want to land a hit, will you? Even though the kids were confident in their sweeping ability, Bron glanced to his side, silently acknowledging that while he was top tier at eliminating enemies, there was another true badass on the team, Anna. She was swinging her greatsword, cutting through a whole pack of skeletons in the blink of an eye. Watching her fight so fiercely, he nodded in admiration. The Barbarian ancestral goddess was named Viola, right? She's truly incredible. Honestly, Bron hadn't understood why she had to scream so loudly every time she charged into battle. But now, experiencing the thrill of combat firsthand, he realized that yelling really helped release pressure and made the fight feel much more satisfying. This sensation was completely different from the dull battles he'd had when he was with Wynn, leading Bron to excitedly think, so this is what it feels like to be part of a team full of real pros. The battle ended triumphantly, and system notifications popped up one after another. You have defeated Elder Ghoul, received 1 EXP. Defeated Skeleton Warrior, received 1 EXP. Defeated Skeleton Archer, received 1 XP. Anna glanced at her teammate's arm and warned him in a panic. Bron, your arm is injured. He looked at the smoking wound and calmly reassured her. It'll heal soon. Look, the wound is already closing up. Anna's eyes widened with excitement. Whoa, it really is healing. Is this the effect of that divine mark? Bron nodded slightly. That's right. He silently assessed the actual effectiveness. The first level effect of the immortal mark was an enhancement of natural regeneration, taking only a minute to heal wounds half a centimeter deep. On top of that, his stamina recovered much faster, significantly increasing his endurance. It was incredibly painful when the mark was applied, but he had to admit it was truly effective. Taking a few steps forward, Bron crouched to feel the ground and noted, the ground isn't damp anymore. The terrain has changed. Hearing a mournful howling echoing in his ears, he gripped his weapon tighter and warned, moreover, the beast's howling is getting louder. Get ready. Anna and Bron carefully observed their surroundings before he warned, a rank 8 monster is about to appear. Anna suddenly jolted, asking anxiously, what is that sound? Bron gritted his teeth. Speak of the devil. It's exactly as I feared. Get into battle position. Anna, a giant 3-eyed monster, suddenly materialized in front of them, causing Bron to gasp. It's a Defon, he thought to himself in shock. I've heard that this species specializes in swallowing the light of the dungeon, but I never imagined I wouldn't be able to see it until it appeared right on top of us like this. Facing its mouth filled with sharp fangs, he swallowed nervously. It looked even scarier than he had imagined. Bron shouted, commanding his teammate. Aim for its head just like I said earlier. Attacking anywhere else is useless. Anna firmly hoisted her sword and charged. Got it. I trust you. She leaped bravely into the air, swinging her greatsword directly toward the monster's head. Her strike landed, but the recoil was so strong that it knocked her off balance. Meanwhile, he also quickly rushed in to assist. His thunderous mace strike slammed into the monster's thick hide, but it only created a dull clanking sound, forcing Bron to curse. Damn it. His hands trembled and went numb after the impact. Bron panicked, thinking, it's too tough. It felt like I just slammed into a boulder. The The monster roared in anger and swung its claw, smashing straight into his steel shield, forcing him to use all his strength to endure it. He thought, its strength is truly terrifying, but at least I've successfully drawn its full attention toward me. While the monster was busy dealing with Bron, Anna jumped from above and swung her giant sword down at its head for a second time. Another metallic clang rang out. Anna's eyes went wide with shock. She realized in horror that her sharp blade couldn't pierce the enemy's defenses at all. The monster's blood-red eyes suddenly flashed with a violent light. It swiped its hand, slapping her directly. The immense force of the blow caught Anna off guard, sending her flying backward. Her greatsword stabbed deep into the dry earth, creating a long furrow. Struggling to get up and grabbing the hilt of her sword, she shouted to her teammate with concern. "This monster is way too stubborn." Bron, while bracing to block another attack, furrowed his brow, recalling old knowledge. In the game, this Defon species was famous for its insanely high defense stats, but I never thought it would be this ridiculously tough in real life. Anna's greatsword, even with all her might, could only leave a tiny scratch on its head. Worse yet, the wound healed itself in just 3 seconds. He realized with a shiver that this was the passive, body preservation skill, which was incredibly annoying in this species. The beast tilted its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, emitting a wave of purple, oppressive killing intent. Bron's expression changed instantly. He clicked his tongue. "Damn it," Anna asked, trembling. "What is that?" Bron gritted his teeth as he explained, watching countless rotten arms emerge from the ground. "This is the Defon's active skill. It's summoning ghouls with the Call of the Dead move." The demonic entity roared in triumph as the aggressive pack of ghouls began to crawl out, surrounding both of them from all sides. Trapped in a pincer move filled with monsters, Bron gripped his weapon, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking, this battle is going to be extremely difficult. Dealing with the urgent situation, Bron shouted orders to his teammate, "Anna, take care of the ghouls first." As soon as he finished speaking, he bravely lunged straight toward the death fan to pin it down. "I'll hold the death fan back for now." The massive beast swung its claws down with immense force, but Bron managed to raise his steel shield just in time, holding his ground firmly. Under the crushing pressure, he gritted his teeth, letting out a low, pained groan from his throat. But in the very next second, Bron's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the monster's next strike tearing through the air. He struggled continuously to deflect the frantic clawing of the three-eyed monster, creating sparks that flew in all directions. Just then, she ran up from behind and shouted the good news. "I've wiped out all the ghouls." The bodies of the ghouls, sliced in two, began to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only faint wisps of black smoke. She excitedly hoisted her sword and lunged straight toward the death fan. "I'll lend you a hand." Taking advantage of the monster being preoccupied with its attack, she closed in from behind, raising her greatsword to deliver the finishing blow. Her powerful strike slammed into the beast's neck, but once again, it just let out a dry, rasping sound. Seeing his teammate starting to feel discouraged, Bron immediately reminded her to stay focused. "Don't get distracted." At the same time, he did his best to swing his mace, slamming it straight into its face with incredible force. "You bastard!" Bron's earth-shattering blow finally had an effect, causing the giant monster to stagger and lose its balance. Black blood gushed from the wound on its face under the pressure of the spiked mace. Seeing that, he smirked triumphantly. That hit felt amazing. It must have taken some serious damage to be bleeding this much. Before he could even finish his sentence, the monster went berserk, swinging its claws with lightning speed and striking him directly. Blasted far away, Bron scrambled to get up, checked himself, and sighed in relief. What the hell was that? But it's fine, I'm okay. Drops of black blood from the beast's face splattered onto the barren ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Bron silently noted that the force of that last hit would have been enough to send a goop to the respawn screen in a heartbeat. But even more terrifying was the gash on the monster's head quickly smoking and sealing itself shut. "It's regenerating again." Bron broke into a cold sweat, beginning to feel desperate. "My attack speed isn't fast enough to keep up with its recovery rate. What do I do now? Should I just give up on killing this one and go hunt Tier 9 monsters instead?" Suddenly, she lunged forward and hugged one of the giant monster's legs, causing Bron to cry out in surprise. Anna gritted her teeth, straining every sinew and D4, all the rippling muscles of a barbarian warrior to pull its leg with all her might. Seeing that reckless move, he immediately realized her intent. Ah, she's trying to throw it off balance. Impressed by his teammate's quick thinking, Bron roared with excitement. "Great idea, Anna." He immediately coordinated with her, lunging to smash his mace into the beast's other leg. He shouted, "Let's take it down," Suddenly losing its balance, the Death Fan's massive body crashed to the ground, causing a minor earthquake. Watching the three-eyed monster writhing on the ground, struggling to move, he breathed a sigh of relief. Approaching it with a crafty look, Bron smirked at the helpless monster. "Looks like you can't get back up on your own anymore, huh?" Bron's face lit up. He laughed heartily, feeling that the time was ripe. Seeing his teammate's cheerful expression, he recalled an old memory. This feeling is exactly like when I was in elementary school on a field trip, experiencing mochi pounding. Finally, I've made up for that psychological trauma from back then, when the kid they paired me with kept crying to go home. Enthusiastically swinging his mace down, Bron shouted, "This is fun, right, Anna?" She pounded her sword rhythmically in response. "I think so too." Bron wondered to himself, is this really the traditional hunting method of the barbarians? At the same time, the system notified him. You have defeated a Death Fan. Gained 2 EXP. Right after the battle, Anna bent down to pick up a shimmering stone and cheered. "Bron, look at this. It's a giant magic stone." He glanced at it and casually stated a harsh truth. "It's only worth about 100 stones. That made her gasp and shout in shock. "What? A Death Fan this tough? And the crystal is only worth 100 stones? Bron gently explained. "But, including the pack of ghouls, we collected 300 stones. Still," he sighed to himself, unable to deny that the payout was way too low, even though they had risked their lives to take down something as hard as a rock. Dazed for a moment, she looked up and asked with hungry eyes, "Bron, how much was that cream bread we had at the inn?" "It was like 300 stones, right?" After calculating, she beamed with a satisfied smile. "So, every time I kill a Death Fan, I get to enjoy a super delicious cream bread." He was speechless, looking at his teammate. "Is that how you convert currency?" Fired up and ready to fight for good food, Anna waved her arms and shouted, "This is no time to rest. Let's hunt. Let's keep hunting." He watched her silently and muttered a wet blanket of truth. "Besides, we're splitting the money 80-20, so you're actually only getting 0.2 of a Death Fan." He smirked and walked after her. "All right, let's go." At the same time, he pondered, "Looks like being with a maniac isn't so bad after all. Win is a bit too passive." At that same moment, in a far-off place, the elf Win suddenly shivered with goosebumps and muttered with a pout, "Why am I feeling so annoyed all of a sudden?" After that, the two of them continued to roam the area, stalking the Death Fans. Whenever they encountered one, they immediately coordinated to attack its two legs, to knock it down first. And just like that, by continuously pounding its head like they were pounding mochi, the monster would quickly meet its end. He calculated that, throughout that whole day, they had managed to grind down about 70 Death Fans just like that. Bron raised his hand to signal a stop. "That's enough for today." He silently contemplated the game's mechanics. In the early stages of Dungeon Stone, where the drop rate for essence is extremely low, most players have to build their playstyle around whatever essence they're lucky enough to find. He looked at the flickering fire and sighed, thinking, "That's why I'm aiming for the Death Fan's essence. It will combine perfectly with my immortality trait thanks to its incredibly good passive skill. It's a shame I haven't picked any up yet. I need to get an essence stone soon." By the second day, the Death Fans started appearing in pairs. However, because the two of them had mastered the secret to dealing with them, everything went quite easily and smoothly. He and Anna quickly coordinated to knock one down first, then worked together to finish off the other one in a flash. Of course, if they couldn't take care of the Death Fans quickly, they would easily be surrounded by ghouls and put in danger. So, he immediately shouted to urge his teammate, "Run, hurry." Bron knew the characteristics of this species very well. The Defends wouldn't chase enemies outside of their territory boundaries, so, as long as you turned tail and ran for your life, you could escape. But starting in the afternoon, the Defends were no longer appearing in pairs. They increased to 3 at a time. Realizing the numbers were becoming overwhelming, he shook his head slightly and told himself, 3 at once is too much for the two of us. A wise warrior knows when to run. Let's find somewhere else." As the second day came to a close, they decided to stop hunting for the night. Anna scanned the area, found a secluded corner, and excitedly suggested, "How about this spot?" "Bron, I think it's pretty cozy." He nodded in satisfaction. "I agree. This place is good." But just as they were about to set up camp, both of them were startled by strange noises coming from below. 3 human adventurers who had been sitting listlessly on the ground suddenly jumped, looking around in terror, staring blankly at the 2 savage warriors who had suddenly appeared. Bron frowned, his guard up. It was more adventurers. "Hey, what are you?" Anna cut them off with a hostile, growling tone. "What are you looking at?" She hefted her greatsword onto her shoulder, radiating killing intent as she barked. "If you don't have business here, get the hell out of my sight right now." Seeing her terrifying expression and that massive blade, the three humans turned white as a sheet, trembling so hard they couldn't even speak. The leader quickly let out an awkward cough to save face and turned to run for his life. He stammered, "Sorry about that." Watching their frantic backs retreat, Anna's face fell into shadow, her expression becoming cold and deadly serious. She turned to her teammate and said in a low voice, "Bron, we have to move. They know where we are now. We need to find another place to camp. Humans just can't be trusted." Walking beside her, Bron pondered silently. It seemed like last time, Anna had also made her distaste for humans quite clear. I wonder what happened to her during her last dungeon exploration. He watched his companion's lonely back and muttered to himself, "I suppose I'll have to find a chance to ask her later." The two of them silently walked through the dark, quiet, and eerie forest in the middle of the night. Anna looked around and let out a long, heavy sigh. "I don't think we're going to find a spot as good as the last one." He gently comforted her, "Let's just find somewhere decent for now." But then a strange, mocking laughter echoed in their ears. A weak, whispered voice followed. "Help! Help me, Bron!" Stopped dead in his tracks, his guard instantly raised. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise, looking toward the source of the sound. Anna leaned in and whispered tensely, "Bron, that isn't the sound a person makes when being attacked by a monster." He looked grim and replied, "I know. This is definitely a case of humans killing humans. We need to get out of here now." Before they could slip away, a cold voice cut through the darkness. "Who's there?" The two of them froze instantly, holding their breath as they looked toward the blurred silhouette standing by a flickering fire. Glancing at the ground, Bron was terrified to count the victim's 4 corpses, still fresh. He carefully assessed the wounds. Bron shivered, realizing there were no signs of monster activity, only the remnants of a campfire and the traces of poison. He squinted at the slender figure standing amidst the ruin. He thought to himself, so it's this woman." From the tip of the sharp knife in her hand, fresh, crimson blood was still dripping onto the cold ground, drop by agonizing drop. The red-haired woman glanced at the two of them with contempt and spoke in a chilling tone. "Are you rookies?" Meeting her gaze, Bron realized with a shudder that she was a ravager, a type of predator who specialized in hunting other adventurers. Instead of collecting monster cores, they took the shortcut of mugging others for their gear to get rich quick. Of course, this kind of robbery was completely illegal in Ronia, and the punishment for such crimes was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But just like the time I managed to send those 6 adventurers to their graves without anyone batting an eye or launching an investigation, even though that was a clear case of self-defense, it's obvious that if no one speaks a word, nobody outside the dungeon will ever know what happened inside. The red-haired woman strolled closer and asked in a mock-friendly tone, "Is this your first time seeing a real-life ravager?" She narrowed her eyes, staring at the two of them with clear hostility. "Savages?" Bron started sweating bullets, internally assessing the dire situation. "This is really bad. I've never seen a ravager who looked this professional. She must be at least 5 feet 7 inches tall, slender build, vibrant red hair draped over her shoulders, a cool scar near her right ear, and a stylish tattoo right under her eye. With such distinct features, if I've never heard of her, she must be incredibly good at keeping a low profile in this dangerous line of work. Simply put, she's the type of assassin who cleans up the crime scene and never leaves witnesses alive." He swallowed nervously and whispered, "I think she's really strong." Bron could only silently agree. A quick count showed 4 bodies lying cold on the ground. Looking at their high-quality gear and the presence of a mage, they must have been seasoned adventurers who operated at least from the 5th floor and up. 3 of them had no external wounds, but had vomited violently before dying, proving they had been poisoned. The last one probably had poison resistance, which is why he lasted a little longer. Seeing this, Bron asked, "Are you with these guys?" "Who knows?" She smirked, then casually knelt down to loot the corpses. "I'm sure they thought the same thing when they were alive." Bron bitterly analyzed the situation. She actually dared to turn her back on us to loot the bodies. It seems that in her eyes, us 2 savage novices are just small fry, not even worth worrying about. Watching the victim's massive greatsword magically disappear into her tiny pouch was surreal. That must be one of those expensive spatial bags only the wealthy can afford. He couldn't even imagine how many times stronger she was than the two of them. Just then, she suddenly turned toward them. The mangy pair jumped, startled out of their wits. Bron's mind raced at lightning speed, desperately searching for a way to survive. He realized the only way they could make it out of this life or death situation alive was Anna. Beads of sweat rolling down her face as she gripped her weapon, whispered to her comrade, "Are we doing this? Are we going to fight?" "No way!" Bron let out a sharp cry. "Run! Run for your lives!" They both scrambled away, sprinting as fast as their legs could carry them without daring to look back. The red-haired plunderer just stood there, watching their retreating backs with a sharp, calculating gaze. Though they had managed to put some distance between them to catch their breath, they had no idea when she might feel like giving chase again. Bron glanced nervously over his shoulder as he ran. Luckily, Bron began to spot the symbols he had carved into the tree trunks to mark their path earlier. If we follow these marks, we'll reach the safety of the floor 1 portal in no time. But the joy was short-lived. His eyes widened, stunned by a sudden turn of events ahead. They both slammed on the brakes, nearly burning through their souls as they crashed into a group of strangers who had just appeared. It turned out to be 4 other human adventurers. The bald leader looked just as bewildered and asked, "Are those barbarians? I know humans are the least trustworthy creatures alive, but in this life-or-death situation, we have no other choice." Bron immediately shouted for help. "We're being hunted by a plunderer from behind. Help us." The bald guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "What proof do you have that you aren't in cahoots with those bandits, trying to lure us into a trap?" Bron bellowed with total conviction. "I swear on the honor of a barbarian warrior, it's the truth." The bald guy rubbed his chin, pondering. If you say so." Meanwhile, Bron thought triumphantly to himself, "A warrior's oath truly is a universal lifesaver." The bald guy turned to consult his companions and nodded in agreement. "But if we manage to take down that plunderer, all the loot will be ours." "Fine." He waved his hand with a mysterious gesture. "Great. Follow me this way first. I'll use a special ability I have." Both of them were suddenly startled. The bald guy crouched down and activated his magic. "No one will notice us if I use this." The golem's ability. It allows the user, along with anyone within a 3-meter radius, to blend into the surrounding environment, creating an incredibly powerful stealth zone. Its only weakness is that you cannot move, but in return, it allows you to completely avoid unwanted encounters. Seeing the stealth aura surround them, Bron sighed with relief. "We're so lucky." Just then, the bald guy turned back with a twisted smile. "Yeah, truly lucky." He grinned from ear to ear, revealing his true colors as a cunning old fox. "You 2 barbarians walked right into our trap, handing over your lives and your goods." Suddenly, the system displayed a bright red notification, "Character afflicted by suppress effect." Their eyes went wide in pure horror. The bald guy chuckled mockingly. "Surprised you can't even move a finger, you little barbarians? Oh, I forgot. You can't even open your mouths to answer now, can you?" "Ha ha ha," Bron cursed internally. "Damn it, we've been had. These scumbags are all plunderers too." He analyzed the game mechanics. The suppression was an activated skill of a stone golem, something only an adventurer at this level would have. "I need to take damage, even just 1 point, to regain my freedom of movement." One of the lackeys rummaged through their belongings, gushing with excitement. "These 2 have made a killing over the last 2 days. Another chimed in greedily. "And now, it all belongs to us." The next guy lifted Anna's chin and clicked his tongue with regret. "What a shame. It was so hard to catch a girl, and she turns out to be a barbarian." The bald guy dismissed it with a smirk. "That's even better, isn't it? Don't you know how high the price for a barbarian's heart is on the black market?" Seeing their lustful eyes, Bron felt disgusted. "I can feel the filth of these bastards' desires with my whole body." The one with the knife stepped closer, sticking his face right up to them to mock them. "Look at that. How scary. Glaring at me like that is useless, you know. You can't break free from this ability just by giving me dirty looks." The bald guy ordered coldly. "Finish them off in 1 hit. Don't make it a hassle." The man with the knife replied with a confident smirk. "Teesk, what are you worried about? Have I ever messed up a job?" Looking at the sharp blade slowly approaching his neck, Bron was filled with fear. "Am I really going to die such a pathetic death in a place like this?" He swung his knife, wearing a contemptuous smile. "Goodbye, little barbarian." Bron gambled with his life. "No, if I just..." He quickly calculated. Take just 1 point of damage. The sharp blade pierced his shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. Having taken damage to break the status effect, he roared with excitement. "Now I can move." The assassin's eyes widened in terror. Bron felt proud of his quick thinking. I tilted my head back before he could stab deep, avoiding a fatal strike. The plan was a perfect success. He threw a massive punch, sending the guy flying. "What the hell? What is this monster?" The lightning-fast punch blew the enemy away in an instant. The group of plunderers stood there, mouths agape in fear at the bizarre sight. Then the bald guy shrieked in rage. "Hurry up and finish that bastard off." Blood poured from Bron's shoulder, dripping onto the ground. Ignoring the wound, he shouted for his teammate, "Anna!" Anna's murderous intent exploded as she broke free from the immobilization. Her eyes blazed with fury. Seeing her back in berserker mode, Bron sighed with relief, handing her the stage. The rest I'll leave it to you. He knelt, calling her name weakly. Anna shuddered, gripping her massive sword, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, preparing for a slaughter. She swung her blade, a storm that tore through the air, aimed straight at the enemy. Her muscular legs glided across the ground like an arrow released from a bow. With cold, bloodthirsty eyes, she raised her greatsword and brought it down directly on the bald guy's head. He could only let out a choked sound. Wait, a clean, swift strike sent the bald guy to the afterlife in a heartbeat, blood splattering everywhere. Anna spun around with expert grace, ready for the next target. Seeing their leader die so miserably in a split second, the lackey was scared out of his wits and bolted for his life. Ha! Anna clicked her tongue in disdain. Meanwhile, the coward was gasping for air as he ran. But the moment she turned back, her eyes widened in horror and she screamed, "What? Bron, you're bleeding so much. Don't you dare die on me," Bron whispered feebly. Anna medicine, but the thick-headed girl was still wailing miserably. "Bron is about to kick the bucket. I'll avenge you." Bron winced as he managed to choke out the last word. Potion. At the same time, the system notified him. Achievement unlocked. Permanently increased spirit by 3 points for being under 0.1% HP. Looking at the empty potion bottle rolling on the ground, Bron sighed softly. She began to fumble around to bandage his wound while muttering to herself. A move like this is bound to leave a scar, Bron silently told himself. Luckily, he'd bought that immortality seal when he had the coin. Otherwise, he'd be finished by now. Anna suddenly grinned and slapped him on the back. "Awesome. Bron, you're definitely the only manji with a cool-looking scar right on his neck." He was speechless, wondering if she actually thought this near-fatal scar was some kind of badge of honor. He thought to himself, surely no other manji had ever taken a blade to the neck and lived to tell the tale, not even the most muscular ones among them. Anna urged him on. "If you've grabbed enough gear, let's go. We have to chase down that guy from before. He definitely hasn't gone far." As soon as they caught up, Anna grabbed the runaway by the collar and hauled him back, scaring the life out of him. "Don't kill me," he screamed in terror. Bron calmly stepped forward to intervene. "Anna, let him go. We need his stealth ability to hide from that red-haired woman." But before they could even negotiate, a throwing star flew from out of nowhere and lodged straight into the bald guy's head, killing him instantly. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines as they stared at the corpse, their eyes widening in shock. Poisoned throwing star? From the shadows, the red-haired woman stepped out slowly, flashing a haunting smile. "Hello, savages. Your little fight earlier was quite impressive." He broke into a cold sweat, terrified. Had she been watching them the entire time? Realizing their retreat was blocked, he immediately shouted to urge his comrade on. "Anna!" The manji girl turned back, her eyes burning with determination as she gritted her teeth. Since they couldn't run anymore, they both lunged toward the mysterious red-haired woman. Anna let out a fierce roar, ready to fight to the death. She swung her massive greatsword, delivering a powerful strike from above. Bron also swung his spiked mace in perfect coordination, hoping to crush their opponent in one fell swoop. However, the red-haired woman glided aside with incredible grace, turning their powerful attacks into strikes against thin air. She closed the distance in a flash and countered, her blade slicing right past his defensive shield. The violent clash sent sparks flying through the dark night. Seeing her cold, expressionless face, he was struck with terror. She's too strong. How many essence shards does she have? Anyway, seeing his attack thwarted, he secretly calculated that if he couldn't pin her to the ground, his only choice was to overwhelm her with brute force. He roared, deciding to throw his entire heavyweight frame at her. "I'll push her." Using all his strength to pin the red-haired woman down, he shouted to create an opening for his partner. But at that very moment, his eyes widened in bewilderment as he realized something was wrong. He suddenly buckled to his knees, completely stunned. His entire body went limp. He had no strength left at all. He asked himself in a panic, did she pierce through my armor and strike my spine with just a single dagger? How the hell? A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could she be an aura user? If so, they had absolutely no chance of winning. Before he could finish the thought, Anna lunged forward, swinging her greatsword to land a fatal blow and save her comrade. But the red-haired woman was a step faster. A razor-sharp arc of her blade tore through the girl's defenses. Anna froze, blood spewing from her mouth, followed by a pathetic, hacking cough. Watching his comrade collapse into a pool of blood, Bron gritted his teeth, letting out a roar of helplessness and hatred. "Damn it!" The red-haired woman spoke with chilling indifference. "Surrender. The basilisk venom has already spread throughout your body." He panted heavily, thinking to himself that she was superior in every way, strength, speed, everything. Damn it. Were they really going to lose their lives in a place like this? Watching her calmly pull out her dagger, he could only gasp helplessly. But unexpectedly, she stopped and made an unbelievable offer. If you swear you won't breathe a word to anyone about what you've seen and heard today, I'll let you live, he asked back, bewildered. What? He was still in shock and disbelief. What? She shrugged slightly and explained, that was my intention from the start. Honestly, I have no desire to go around slaughtering you savages. She turned away, muttering cryptically, because I owe your Manji tribe a favor. It suddenly clicked for him. So that was why she just stood by and watched when those bandits attacked them earlier. If the bandits had finished them off back then, she wouldn't have had to get her own hands dirty. Anna, who was lying on the ground barely breathing, tried her best to choke out. Bron, don't believe her. The Manji girl gritted her teeth, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, refusing to back down. She's just toying with us. He looked the woman straight in the eye and countered, and what if I refuse this offer? She calmly delivered the blunt truth. Then I'll just send you off to the afterlife. That's a promise. He frowned, puzzled. A promise? A promise to whom? She shot him a cold, sharp glare that cut him off. That is none of your business. He kept his mouth shut and agreed. All right. He knelt down respectfully to make his oath. I swear, on the honor of a true warrior. Seeing his overly serious demeanor, she just scratched her head, annoyed. You really are a bit of a weirdo. She casually poured the antidote directly onto the wound on his shoulder. Then, she turned to look at Anna, who was sprawled on the ground, and asked, and that savage girl? What about you? Anna firmly refused, full of spirit. I refuse. The red-haired woman shrugged indifferently. Is that so? She nonchalantly raised her dagger, ready to finish her off. Then I have no other choice. Farewell. Seeing the cold look in her eyes, he panicked internally. This is bad. If this keeps up, Anna is really going to die. He shouted at the top of his lungs, urging his comrade. Just swear it, Anna. The girl looked back at him, confused and uncomprehending. Bron, she hesitated, trying to argue. But when it came to a warrior's vow of honor, he cut her off with a roar. You said you'd listen to everything I said. Trust me, Anna. Forget about that damn foolish pride of yours. What's the point of keeping that pride when you're about to kick the bucket, huh? The Manji girl was silenced, hanging her head as she pondered his harsh scolding. Finally, she gave in, muttering, Fine, I swear. As she withdrew her weapon, the red-haired woman suddenly had a question and asked, Hey, let me ask you just one thing. Finally, she gave in and muttered, Fine. As she started to put her weapon away, the red-haired mage suddenly got curious and asked, Hey, let me ask you just one question. Watching Anna gulp down the potion, he looked up as she asked, What floor are you on? Hearing this, she fell silent for a few seconds before answering calmly. She dropped the bombshell nonchalantly and turned to walk away. Floor 8. He was utterly shocked, thinking to himself, Floor 8? If she truly is an explorer of the 8th floor, then the fact that we both managed to keep our miserable lives is entirely thanks to the promise she just mentioned. Watching her retreating figure, he secretly gritted his teeth and swore silently. But next time we meet, things will be different. You thief. Immediately after, both of them entered the crystal cave on the 1st floor. As soon as she stepped through the teleportation gate, Anna slipped and fell face first onto the ground. Bron approached and asked kindly, Anna, are you okay? She could only stay silent for a moment before whimpering, It hurts so much. Anna clutched her injury, thinking to herself, But as someone who isn't a warrior, I'm not even worthy of complaining about my own pain. Seeing this, he became contemplative and worried. This is worse than he thought. Is the act of kneeling and begging for mercy by swearing on one's honor really that humiliating? Bron gently comforted his teammate. Hey, Anna, the warrior who survives to the end is the strongest, and thanks to that, we'll have a chance to take our revenge next time. She looked up and replied bluntly, You're talking too much. I don't get it. She hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, But I think I understand what you mean. Anna nodded confidently. Having to endure this humiliation, while wanting to end my own life, I guess that proves I'm a resilient warrior just like you. He could only stay silent. Bron broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Wait, I didn't mean any of that deep philosophy. Because I'm not some real barbarian. Anna clenched her fists with determination. I believe for sure that one day we will succeed in our revenge. He leaned against the cliff wall, wearily calculating. The two of us have been awake for 20 hours straight, going through so many terrifying incidents that our minds are exhausted. Yet, I still can't bring myself to close my eyes. Bron rubbed his chin, telling himself that even though his mood wasn't terrible, the feeling right now was still extremely bad. Looking to the side, Anna had fallen into a deep, death-like sleep. He quietly recalled the past. This feeling of humiliation was just like the time he was saved by that blonde girl and her group of arrogant explorers. The image of the swordsman looking down from above, handing Bron a chance to survive, surfaced vividly. When the priestess flatly refused to heal him, the swordsman threw him a recovery potion with a look of regret and pity. At that time, Bron had to crawl on the ground to snatch that bottle, just like a stray dog. Although he was happy to keep his life, he could never forget the crushing humiliation of that day. He swore to himself that he would never let himself fall into such a pathetic situation again. Where does the problem really lie? Clearly, in every situation, I have always made the most optimal choices possible. In other words, I have been too focused on the immediate benefits. But in that situation, what else could I have done? Right after I opened my eyes and transmigrated to this world, the sight that hit me was an explorer being beheaded in public. And after that, a series of crazy events far beyond the real world kept happening one after another. So I had no other choice but to prioritize my own safety above all else. But continuing to live such a miserable, stagnant life is not okay at all. He narrowed his eyes, making a firm decision. All right, time to change the plan. Bron shook her gently, calling out to the girl sleeping soundly. Anna, he suggested in a serious tone, if I said there was a way to help you become stronger, but it comes with extreme danger, would you do it? She firmly agreed immediately. I would definitely do it, of course. If I don't get stronger, sooner or later we'll all die anyway. This life is full of unexpected chaos, no matter which path you choose. She gave a bright smile. So it's better if we take the initiative and attack first. Bron nodded in satisfaction. All right, Anna, then we're going in, he roared heroically. Into the rift, we will actively hunt down the chaos first. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger. The system displays a notification. Eliminated Glom and Razo Mane Wolf, gained experience points. Bron assessed the situation. 4 types of monsters appearing at the same time? I didn't expect a hellish place like this to exist on the first floor, Anna replied lethargically. That's why this area is extremely deserted. The difficulty skyrockets because 4 types of monsters like to come out all at once, not to mention the dark, gloomy space that forced the 2 of them to light a flickering torch to find their way. There is no reason for explorers to wander into this corner, unless they want to take a shortcut to save time. He smirked triumphantly. But that means this is a perfect place to hide treasure. Anna suddenly stopped, pointing at a strange stone stele. Bron, what is this? As he stepped forward, Bron pointed to the stele and said, This is the monument to the first person who found this labyrinth. On the stone was carved ancient text, the last sage, Deflin Brondel Gabrielius, and to honor his great first steps. He mused. It was exactly like the quote in the game. This means the hidden conditions are likely the same, Bron said solemnly. Anna, I'm about to open a rift, but everything that happens from this moment on is a secret. She nodded decisively. I swear on the honor of a warrior. She asked with a confused pout. But what is a rift? He could only stay silent after hearing that. It is a labyrinth inside another labyrinth. In the game, it's called an independent dungeon. It is a dungeon conquered by pre-designated members. Bron silently listed the activation conditions for the first floor rift. You must place magic stones from 4 types of monsters on the monument. Goblin Magic Stone, Glom Magic Stone, and Razo Mane Wolf Magic Stone. Finally, a Dead Fen Magic Stone, combined with a Magic Stone from a level 8 monster on the 2nd floor. The spatial rift will open. Once done, he shouted, Let's go in, Anna. The Dead Fen Magic Stone will open an independent dungeon with a maximum capacity of 5 people. The difficulty of this independent dungeon will depend on the members of the party. Now, who will be next? The system displays. Character has entered the first floor rift. The concept of a rift is essentially a labyrinth within a labyrinth. In the game, they are called independent dungeons. It is a new realm that opens randomly on each floor, and a cooldown time always exists for these rifts. Bron knew that for the first floor rift to open naturally again, it would take at least 3 months of city time. But sitting and waiting for the rift to open on its own is extremely inefficient. People have started finding ways to forcefully open the rifts. There are 4 rifts on the first floor, and the one he and his teammates just entered is a dungeon called the Blood-Stained Castle. The sky is blood red, as if the world is about to end, with crows circling above our heads, heading toward a dark castle. Anna whispers in awe. It's so huge. Bron thinks to himself that ever since he used the Dead Fen Mana Stone, he was sure it would open the map to this blood-stained castle. He assesses the situation silently. Even so, seeing it with his own eyes in real life is incredibly overwhelming. The good thing is that on the first floor, all rifts are possible to complete. no matter how difficult they are. Bron contemplates. Now, who will appear next? The members who will join us to raid this place will be automatically chosen by the system. Anna suddenly starts, calling out, Bron, someone else is coming. A strange foot begins to poke out from the glowing red space rift. He and his teammates hold their breath, watching with a single question. Who could that be? In another corner of the first-floor crystal cave, the short-haired sister is scolding someone. Win, you used your spirit on your own again. Win mumbles, feeling dejected. Just using a dagger is too hard. The sister says sternly. I already told you that you need to be able to defend yourself without your bow or spirit. Win tries to explain. But that guy said, focusing on what I do best is what I should do. And an adventurer's duty is to trust their teammates and do their part as best as they can. Hearing Bron mentioned, the sister grips her sister's shoulder, warning, he's right. But this world isn't as nice as that. The sister continues to lecture. Teammates are just teammates in the end. Don't place too much value or trust in them. She lowers her eyes and replies, all right. But deep down, Win still defends him. But he's not a bad person. She quickly changes the subject. Anyway, can't we go to the second floor now, sister? I bet that guy is making a ton of money up there right now. The short-haired sister sneers, explaining, you can't climb floors quickly just by hunting a little on the second floor. That's why we're preparing to enter a space rift. Win's eyes go wide in surprise. What? I thought you had to be extremely lucky to get in there. The sister nods. That's right. There are quite a few seasoned adventurers who are so unlucky they've never set foot in one, she continues. But it last opened 8 months ago, and the maximum cycle for a rift is only 8 months, so the rift on the first floor will definitely open again soon. Win sadly thinks, so that's how it is, yet that guy didn't say anything to me about it. The sister crosses her arms, judging, that's only natural. After all, that Manji guy is just a total rookie. He's probably climbing the tower in the most inefficient way possible. She wears a smug, disdainful smile. She puts her arm around her sister to comfort her. Win, trust me, within just 1 year, you'll be so incredibly strong that Manji won't even be able to carry your bags. Suddenly, both of them jump in shock. What is this sound? The space around them suddenly cracks violently, making Win scream. A rift is appearing. The sister anxiously urges, run, Win. The younger sister hurriedly replies, yes, ma'am. Both elf sisters rush instantly toward the glowing red space portal. Win uses all her might to jump into the magical vortex before her, but the eerie light suddenly vanishes just as they touch it. The space portal slams shut, making the sister standing outside click her tongue in regret. Teesk, were we too late? Back at the blood-stained castle, with Anna holding her breath, watching. The first member to join our group is, before she can even process it, he sees a short dwarf running out and laughing loudly. You guys finally made it in. In front of Bron, a dwarf is grinning slyly. 2 Manji, not bad at all. Seeing a pair of beautiful legs stepping out, Bron nervously mutters. So, the second person is, a cute blonde mage appears, leisurely leaning on her staff, remarking, I was wondering where we'd end up. Oh, it's the blood-stained castle. He widens his eyes, silently shouting in surprise. A mage? Seeing this bizarre team, he breaks out in a cold sweat. Strange, there are still mages wandering around on the first floor. Our team isn't bad at all. I never expected to be partied with a mage in this godforsaken place. Anna pokes his arm, whispering excitedly. No, this is awesome, Bron. A real mage? Seriously? Isn't the old librarian a mage too? He speaks seriously to educate her. The librarian is a level 9 mage. Mages are an extremely important resource for the city, so only those with verified skills are allowed to set foot in the maze. Bron concludes. In other words, her appearing here means she's good enough to prove her worth. Eavesdropping, the mage smiles charmingly and praises. You're quite knowledgeable compared to the average Manji bunch. She puts her hands on her hips, introducing herself confidently. Let me introduce myself. I am a level 6 mage. My name is Unlua Raven. Bron bites his lip, judging silently. She seems a bit arrogant, but then again, the mages in the game were all hopeless jerks. So compared to them, she's still like a saint. Raven points her chin toward the man standing next to her. And this guy here is a professional porter I paid for out of my own pocket. The man immediately bows respectfully. I am Tajn. The dwarf reaches out to shake hands. Very happy to meet you all. I am Hikarod Murat. I've been an adventurer for 3 years now. Bron glances over and nods inwardly. No wonder his equipment is so high-end. He reaches out to shake hands firmly, loudly introducing himself. I'm Bron, Jandon's son. The Manji girl next to him excitedly follows suit. And I'm Fenelon's second daughter, Anna. She greets them with a wild flare. Finally, Bron narrows his eyes, silently assessing the situation. Breaking the silence, the dwarf turns to ask the female mage, "Say, you guys have no reason to be slogging away on this first floor. How the heck did you manage to get in here?" Raven shrugs, giving a vague answer. "I can't tell you the details, but I heard a rumor that a rift was about to open around this time." Murat nods in agreement. "Same here." Bron listens and silently mocks. "So they're hiding the method of forced entry. I guess this is a classic case of kicking away the ladder after crossing the bridge. The sorceress started dividing the authority, so the loot will be split equally among all of us, except for me. But will you all obediently follow my lead?" Murat puffed out his chest and assured her, "Certainly. Following the sorceress's orders is basic knowledge when exploring a dungeon." And Lua Raven smiled brightly. "That's great. I really appreciate that." Bron also knew how to play along and thought to himself, "Once there's a sorceress in the party, I have to listen to her, whatever. After all, the very person who convinced the royal family that evil spirits needed to be purged was a sorcerer, too." Thinking this, he cleared his throat. "I agree." But before the words could even leave his mouth, Anna puffed out her chest and shouted, "I don't agree!" He jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. She stammered, raising her voice in protest. She raised her fist and declared loudly, "I want Bron to lead us." Bron was horrified and hurried to stop her. "What on earth are you talking?" But she still shouted proudly. "He is a warrior wiser than anyone else. Bron is not an ordinary magi." He winced, pleading helplessly, "Please, just shut your damn mouth." She still wouldn't let it go and continued to expose him. "He even reads books for 6 hours a day." And Lua Raven covered her mouth and giggled. "A magi who knows how to read. He's definitely a rare find." Murat broke into a sweat, trying to mediate. "But we already made a deal, didn't we?" Her obsession flared up. Anna glared, roaring like a lion. "He is not a rare find. He is absolutely magnificent." She waved her hand and pointed straight at his face, as if she were standing on a podium. "An incredibly magnificent warrior. His name is Bron." Shocked by such a stinging display of arrogance, the dwarf was scared pale. The sorceress was speechless, with an expression like she was looking at a group of aliens. Meanwhile, Bron could only cover his face. So embarrassed, he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, please just tone it down for me." Seeing the situation getting tense, the dwarf laughed it off to ease the awkwardness. "To be so revered by your wife, that really is a great blessing. I'm so jealous of you, my manji friend." Anna turned bright red, flared up like a hedgehog, and shouted, "Wife? Who is his wife, you jerk?" Raven joined in the teasing. "Oh, come on, you don't have to be so shy." Anna flew into a rage, snapping, "I told you, it's not like that." Seeing the circus was getting too noisy, the porter had to intervene. "Everyone, let's put this aside and get moving." He let out a sigh of relief and wiped away his cold sweat. Thank goodness they finally changed the subject. It seemed like this lady wasn't curious enough to keep prying. She kept muttering about how we needed to split up and investigate different areas. I just prayed she would keep ignoring me like this until the dungeon run ended. Seeing the group getting ready to move, Murat asked in a panic, "Wait, are we just leaving like this? We only know each other's names and faces. Shouldn't we introduce our skills to each other first?" And Lua Raven immediately shut him down with a cold splash of reality. "Is that really necessary?" She arrogantly tossed her hair and declared, "The low-level monsters in this blood-stained castle are all rank 7 or below anyway, so I think just me and this Tajin guy are more than enough to wipe them out." Hearing this, all three of them, Bron, Anna, and Murat, were speechless, eyes wide at her arrogance. "Oh, and," the sorceress added casually, "I'll be taking all the loot from the Guardian. I need it for my research." Bron noticed the conflict starting to explode as Murat shook with furious rage. "You want to hog all the loot from the Guardian?" Conflicts like this were a daily occurrence in the dungeon. The dwarf gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do I look like an idiot to you, you arrogant sorceress?" He knew perfectly well that 100% of conflicts in dungeons started for one reason: money. Bron quietly watched, thinking that the Guardian's loot was the purest essence of the whole rift. For a financially secure sorceress, research is the top priority, but the most important thing for an average adventurer is always money. Seeing the tension rising, Raven hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "But, I will give you guys all the rift stones collected from this rift." He shook his head in frustration, as she had just directly touched the pride of the entire team regarding money. Murat yelled right in her face, "Do you mean to say we are only allowed to eat your leftovers? I absolutely will not agree to that." And Lua Raven stammered an explanation. "Isn't this a fair division? We aren't even sure what loot the Guardian will drop yet." Bron noticed she looked genuinely stunned. She clearly hadn't anticipated such a fierce reaction from everyone. He wondered to himself, is she actually that naive? After a moment of thought, Raven compromised. Fine. I'll give the equipment to you guys, but in exchange, I get the Guardian's essence. Murat nodded in agreement. Fine. Then the two of us will fairly roll the dice to divide the rift stones. Bron laughed mockingly to himself. Oh, so they're deciding that themselves? They've completely brushed the two of us aside in the loot-splitting conversation. He suddenly stepped forward to block their path, cutting off their selfish negotiation with a stern voice. Hold on, I can't return empty-handed without any share for myself. Bron calmly made his demand. I don't care about the essence or that pile of equipment, but we'll take the rift stones. This level was probably enough to negotiate. Raven narrowed her eyes in contempt. You are truly insatiably greedy. Do you think this party really needs you two, useless Manji? Murat chimed in, waving his hands. Asking for rift stones is too much, my Manji friend. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, it's ruined. And she was just acting like a decent person a moment ago. Bron shrugged, telling himself he was just testing them, and quickly lowered his tone. Fine. Then I'll give up on the rift stones. In exchange, give the two of us 2 other regular essences, as long as they aren't the Guardian's type. He calmly faced the suspicious, probing gazes of the both of them. Hearing a less greedy condition, Raven changed her attitude as quickly as flipping a pancake, smiling brightly. All right, that agreement is fine. Murat also nodded in agreement. I approve as well. He calculated that this was all they could squeeze out of them anyway. After all, given their level, there was nothing in this place that was truly attractive. Raven smiled and asked, So, we've reached an agreement then? The dwarf nodded. Remember to keep your word. Murat nodded in agreement. I'm with her on this. He calculated internally, figuring this was all they could squeeze out of them for now. Besides, considering their level, there wasn't a single essence in this place worth going after. Raven smiled and asked Han, So, do we have a deal? The dwarf nodded. Remember to keep your promise. They immediately turned back, putting on friendly masks as if that heated argument had never happened. The porter urged them on. All right. Are we heading out now? Murat lifted his hammer and laughed excitedly. Exactly. My body is itching for a fight. Bron just stood there, speechless and shivering, thinking to himself, what a terrifying bunch of adventurers. Seeing their fake faces, he realized once again the brutal reality of this world. Today, I've learned another hard lesson that I must get stronger as fast as possible if I hope to survive in this world. Bron clenched his fists, determined. Despite those jerks who loved to pull the ladder up after climbing it, he was going to reach the top no matter what it cost. The system immediately displayed a notification. The character had entered the Bloody Castle. The system showed the dungeon information. The Crimson Castle was divided into 4 sections. The first part was the suspension bridge, right at the entrance. The next part was the battle to defend the outer castle wall. The third part was the dungeon deep beneath the inner wall. And the final part was the chamber of devil worship, hidden deep within the Lord's secret room. Advancing to the main gate, Raven pointed, introducing the gargoyles guarding the door. The group of 5 carefully stepped onto the gloomy, dust-covered stone stairs. Those were rank 8 gargoyles. Their signature trait was that they usually stood motionless like mindless stone statues. But once an enemy entered their line of sight, Bron immediately raised his shield in high alert, because they would instantly launch a lightning-fast preemptive strike. That was also why this type of gatekeeper monster was so incredibly annoying and troublesome to deal with. He winced in pain as he took a surprise hit. Ugh. Their overpowered ability was the power to petrify opponents. As the petrification curse finished, Bron's body began to crack and harden in a terrifying way. In this dire moment, his teammates shouted in a panic. If one person took the hit from that ability, the others had the duty to kill the monster to break the curse. That was usually how it went. But Bron, hold on, the mage Raven grinned confidently. But things would be completely different when there was a mage in the team. She immediately waved her staff and cast a powerful spell. As the magic touched him, Bron felt instant relief. The magic broke the curse, neutralizing their most overpowered trump card. The gargoyle was now just an empty shell, a monster that couldn't petrify its opponent anymore. And its fate? It didn't amount to anything at all. The dwarf Murat also madly lunged in to scavenge the kill. He swung a thunderous hammer strike down onto the monster's head without a hint of mercy. A crisp, shattering sound echoed from its stone body. Crack. Murat seized the momentum and delivered one final, powerful blow to completely finish off the monster. The system coldly displayed a victory notification, along with a meager reward. You have defeated a gargoyle. Received 1 experience point. Tiny specks of experience glittered, gently covering the group as a consolation prize. Murat wiped sweat from his forehead and chuckled smugly. Ha, you guys aren't too bad yourself. The female warrior, Anna, stood nearby, silently impressed. The dwarves are just as skillful as I thought. The way he simply smashes everything, he looks like a real man. Suddenly, something crimson floated in midair, leaving everyone astonished. The porter trembled and shouted, pointing, "Bron, look! A return stone is moving." Raven smiled smugly, explaining as she quickly gathered the loot. "That's the return stone recovery magic. I'll hold on to these stones for now and occasionally give them back to you later." "Oh, that's great." "Haha. All right, let's keep moving." A loud explosion echoed, collapsing the dark path ahead of the castle. The group silently trampled over the ruins to advance deeper into the main hall. The space was so gloomy they couldn't see their own hands, causing Murat to grumble. "It's so dark. We need some light here." Oh, if that's the case, the beautiful mage had another chance to show off her skills by lighting up the space. As the light flared up, a horrifying sight hit their eyes. It was a pack of sticky, foul-smelling monsters. Zombies, a rankless type of monster. They didn't even drop return stones, and, naturally, offered no experience points. Unless they dropped essence, their corpses wouldn't even disappear. Raven looked disdainful, deciding to conserve her strength. Their attacks are so pathetic, they can only bite and claw. So, I'll save my mana. Makes sense. Wasting mana on a bunch of zombies would be a real waste. Ha ha ha. The rotting, sludge-covered monsters trudged forward, closing in on the team. They opened their slimy, drooling mouths, howling in unison throughout the hallway. Immediately, Anna drew her sword and lunged forward heroically. "This won't take long." Humph. A clean sword stroke tore through the night, making the zombies' black blood splatter everywhere. The female warrior fought fiercely, slicing her enemies in a flash. On the other side of the battlefield, the dwarf Murat also swung his hammer with a bam, smashing their flesh and bones to bits. Bron let out a low growl as he cleared out the last of the weakling soldiers. "It's over." The smooth coordination of the warriors quickly extinguished the last bits of life from the monsters. Just as they were about to clean up the battlefield, Bron's sharp eyes noticed a strange object glittering under the debris. The system confirmed the identity of the loot, the zombie commander's horn. Anna and Murat curiously gathered around to see the huge treasure. "A horn? It's so big. How do you use this thing?" "You'll find out soon enough." Ha ha ha. Moving a few steps further, the group was blocked by a solid barrier. This time, it was a steel gate. My hammer probably wouldn't even leave a dent. "Leave it to me." Raven, the mage, proudly stepped forward, muttering a spell. A kender. A terrifying blast of fire erupted, blowing the solid steel gate into 100 pieces. The heat and dust from the explosion forced the group to quickly cover their faces to protect themselves. As the smoke cleared, Bron could only stare in astonishment at the scene. Behind the broken gate, the mage Raven stood heroically, like a god who had just saved the world. She smoothed her hair, eyes squinting in smug satisfaction. Let's go. Mages are honestly game-breaking. The group turned their eyes to the next challenge as the information displayed. Part 1. The suspension bridge at the castle entrance. Looking down into the abyss, Raven clicked her tongue. I knew it. The suspension bridge was cut off right in front of the castle gate. Then she turned to command the brave female warrior. "Anna, blow the horn now." "Understood." Anna took a deep breath and used all her strength to blow into it. As soon as the horn sounded, the system immediately announced. The water magic array, which had been dormant, was awakened. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, making the female warrior panic. "What's happening?" A rumbling sound echoed from above, signaling that the bridge was lowering. Anna turned pale, not expecting the horn to have such a harsh side effect. Beneath their feet, the bottomless abyss shifted abnormally. Blood was rising from below. The porter was so scared he started stuttering, while the system added more haunting information. "Wait, there's something under the water." The dirty red color of blood and the crimson sky, there was always a reason why this place was called the Bloody Castle. Raven found the teammates' cowardice amusing. Teasingly, "They're just corpses. Don't get so worked up." "What? Who's worked up?" The system updated the quest again, with a minimalist message. The objective for this section is simple, but the content behind it is anything but. Survive until the drawbridge is fully lowered. This part has a certain difficulty level as you have to face endless waves of corpses. However, Raven smirked with arrogance, treating the monsters like blades of grass. "That only applies to an average party. I already anticipated this and prepared my magic." She spread her arms wide and loudly called to her teammates. "Everyone, gather around me. The difficulty will drop significantly with a mage who can use area of effect magic. Her staff glowed brightly as she began chanting a powerful spell. Raven finished the chant, and a surge of emerald green energy erupted, forming an absolute shield to protect the entire group. The magical wind swept through like a high-powered vacuum cleaner, clearing away all the corpses nearby. Murat stood by, showering her with praise, while Jandon looked on with a smug expression. Amazing. Well, they were just corpses, anyway, Bron observed quietly, sweat beading on his forehead as he was wary of her power. I knew she was good, but I didn't expect the gap in skill to be this vast. Raven shrugged, breathing a sigh of relief as she looked relaxed. Now we just have to wait for the bridge to come down, right? Who would have thought we'd breeze through this with so much time to spare? The massive gate finally collapsed, forming a solid path connecting both sides. Waving for the team, Raven stepped forward decisively. Let's head into the castle. And so, the first part of the Crimson Castle came to an end. Crossing the drawbridge, Bron moved silently under the weight of his heavy armor. This dungeon experience was laughably easy for him. A new map opened up before the group. We easily crossed the drawbridge and entered the outer wall. The outer wall surrounds the main castle. Normally, we would have had to face countless enemies here. But with this carry of a mage, everything was resolved with a single swing of her staff, Luis Tadiris. The battle erupted violently as the green magical wave swept across the battlefield. Bron frowned slightly to himself. This time, she couldn't wipe them all out instantly like before. Still, this was overwhelming. With just one spell, she had cleared 90% of the monsters. However, the largest monster still stood there, roaring, and the death demon remained completely unharmed. As expected of a monster with super regeneration, seeing this, Raven quickly stepped back and assigned roles. In that case, I'll leave the remaining monsters to you guys. Bron immediately shouted to his teammate. Anna! The female warrior, Anna, responded instantly and dashed forward. Understood. Both of them charged to engage the giant monster decisively. Their synergy created a storm of attacks. Dual man-ram formation. Murat, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat and asked Han, "Do you guys always hunt like this?" Hearing that, the porter whispered back, trembling. They seem really excited about it. Raven continued to lift her regal staff high, chanting, Lavios Chenton. A bolt of purple lightning streaked through the air, enveloping the poor demon's entire body. This spell was its natural enemy, a spell that deepens wounds. The death demon's advantage was its passive regeneration skill, which kept its body intact. The opportunity of a lifetime had arrived. Once that passive skill was locked down, Bron slammed his shield straight into its face. Even a death demon is just a slab of moving meat. A bright red light smoothly flew into the group's inventory. Anna leaned close to Bron and whispered, Bron, I finally understand why everyone praises mages so much. Murat stroked his beard, laughing heartily. Ha ha, indeed, having a mage in the party makes everything so much easier. Raven cleared her throat, puffing out her chest with pride. Well, that's why we have to study hard. Of course, talent is also an essential part. Bron silently assessed her in his heart. He had finally figured out her personality. She likes to pretend to be humble, but she's actually extremely fond of showing off and is deeply dedicated to learning and research. Raven put her hands behind her back and asked coyly, I was planning to collect some research materials around here. Could you guys give me a hand? Murat immediately laughed and agreed. Thanks to you, we have plenty of time, so of course I'll help. Haha. Hearing that, Bron quickly joined in to curry favor with her. I'll help out too. He realized he knew how he should behave around her. Once the harvest was finished, Raven nodded with a satisfied smile. Thanks to everyone's help, everything went so fast. Now, let's head to the next location. Bron stood silently looking at the pile of items, while Anna was busy licking her finger, wondering, how many cakes would this be worth? Hearing that, Raven waved her hand, urging them, hurry up. Bringing up the rear, Bron glanced at a hidden corner and felt suspicious. That's strange. She rummaged through this entire area, but ignored that. He silently pondered the mage's odd behavior. Could it be that she doesn't know about it? You just need to smash that statue to find it easily. And this was the hard-earned experience of a veteran former gamer. Some players have a habit of pressing the interaction button whenever they see a unique object or a suspicious wall. I am no exception. Thanks to that, I've discovered countless secrets hidden in Dungeonstone over 9 years of adventuring. But he still decided to keep it a secret to avoid trouble. It would be a blow to her pride. If a guy like him knew something that someone who dedicated her entire life to research didn't, it was better to avoid doing anything suspicious. The group continued walking along the gloomy stone steps, venturing deeper into the castle. Passing through the next gate, a new scene appeared. So this was the inner wall. The inner wall is the part of the castle located behind the outer wall. Raven looked around and clicked her tongue in disappointment. I've heard stories about this place, but it really doesn't seem to have any loot worth taking. I don't even see a single monster. Raven waved her hand, signaling the group. Let's move to the next location. The group carefully descended the dark stone stairs, leading deep underground. A cold system notification appeared. You have entered the first floor of the underground dungeon. Murat curiously asked the mage, Miss Raven, what kind of monsters appear here? Raven rattled off a long list. Skull rats, death demons, chimera wolves, corpse-eating demon lords, and corpse golems. Murat nodded, looking confident. I've fought all those monsters before. Except for the corpse golem, Raven immediately added. Corpse golems only appear in the blood-stained castle. Murat laughed excitedly. Haha, this is going to be a fresh experience. But the mage quickly poured a bucket of cold water on their excitement. Be careful of flesh explosions. The blast isn't too powerful, but their bodily fluids are acidic and can be lethal if you're hit at close range. Of course, I'll shield you all before that happens. Murat chuckled sycophantically. Haha. Nothing to fear when we have a mage in the party. Hearing that, and Lua Raven also chimed in sweetly. It's all thanks to having a brave warrior like you. Watching this fake conversation, Bron felt contempt deep inside. What the hell? Have they already forgotten about the heated argument over the loot earlier? After walking for a while, Anna curiously pointed and asked, Bron, is this a monster too? Bron was about to answer, but Lua Raven cut in. That is the skull rat I mentioned earlier. Raven kept on lecturing them with her knowledge. Skull rats are unranked monsters, just like corpses, but they aren't good at fighting. You just need to stomp on them. Before she could finish her sentence, Anna irritably cut her off. Hey mage, I wasn't asking you. The direct slap in the face left Lua Raven's face twisted in anger. Just then, Anna suddenly changed expression, her ears perking up in high alert. What is that sound? The once brave barbarian girl suddenly jumped up, crying and clutching Bron's arm tightly. From the shadows, a screaming ghost appeared, terrifyingly. Benny! Raven smiled smugly and casually warned them. Be careful. It will be really bad if you run into a Benny. She grinned wickedly and kept threatening them. It's not too dangerous, but you'll have a terrible, horrifying experience. Hearing that, Anna trembled in fear. Terrible? While Bron shook his head, sighing to himself. She's so petty and childish. Anna hurriedly coaxed the mage. What do you mean? Tell me more, please. But Raven just acted haughty. I don't know much about it, though. Hearing that, Bron had to play along to get information. I heard that mages always have ways to deal with bennies. Falling for the bait, Raven looked at Bron, surprised. You're actually quite knowledgeable. She smiled happily, confidently stepping forward. Well, enough joking around. I'll take care of these bennies. Raven raised her staff and chanted a new spell. A blast of fiery red magic erupted, burning the ghost and making it scream in pain. However, the remaining bennies kept stubbornly charging from the darkness to surround the mage. Without missing a beat, Raven continued to swing her staff, tearing through the night. A rain of fire poured down violently, incinerating the entire pile of bennies into ash in the blink of an eye. Raven elegantly turned back, brushed the dust off her clothes, and asked with a smile, So, shall we continue? Seeing that brutal display of destruction, the three warriors were left speechless, mouths agape. She's incredibly overpowered. The system notified them again as the group moved deeper. The party has entered the second floor of the dungeon, Wolf Chimera. At the same time, the identity of the new enemy was revealed. Demon Lord of Flesh. Bron shivered slightly, looking around the dungeon. Inside, it looked no different than a mad scientist's laboratory, because everywhere were monsters and disgusting objects. Of course, the real fun was just beginning. Murat, walking alongside, started flattering her again. Anyway, you really are amazing. Lady Raven, don't you feel scared at all? Raven answered calmly, sounding quite terrifying. It's normal. I quite like dissecting flesh, so this is nothing. Ah, it's here. Raven pointed to the sturdy stone wall in front and explained. According to the map I memorized, there is a hidden door behind this wall. It seems we will encounter corpse golems as soon as we step inside. Hearing that, Bron thought to himself, usually people have to get the map at the guard room, but she really prepared too thoroughly. Raven perceptively turned back to remind the team. We should leave the bulky luggage here. Raven turned to order Bron. Please light the torch. Jandon, I'll open the door right now. The hidden door slowly creaked open, revealing to the group an entire room piled high with terrifying corpses. The brutality of the room was clearly depicted. A pungent, foul stench hit their noses, and an endless mountain of corpses filled their vision. Bron narrowed his eyes at the ruins, silently exclaiming, "If it were before, I would have passed out on the spot." But the durability of his new body saved him from a narrow defeat. But this disgusting stench had no effect on the strong body of a barbarian. The first person to react violently and vomit uncontrollably was the poor porter. The second person to start feeling nauseous and go pale was Raven. Bron shrugged, looking at the mage who was coughing and slumped over. She might have been used to seeing things like this due to her dissection experience, but it seemed her sense of smell was too weak for this horrible stench. Murat looked uneasily at the two barbarians, still standing firm. "At least I'm glad you two are okay. Let's continue." Hearing that, Bron calmly nodded in agreement. All right. The group continued to wade through the pile of disgusting corpses. But it seemed this wasn't just an ordinary pile of bodies. From the middle of the rotten flesh, a weak voice rang out. "Hello." The group immediately froze. "Is it talking to us?" Then, other mournful whispers began echoing throughout the room. "Save me, father." Murat's face turned pale. "What the hell is this?" While Anna also trembled. "Save me." Bron immediately narrowed his eyes on high alert. The system displayed a familiar notification, but this time with a much more terrifying atmosphere. "First boss, Corpse Golem, has appeared." Another mournful voice screamed out, "It hurts so much." Hundreds of gaunt, twisted faces emerged from the pile of corpses, groaning in unison with desperate pleas. It hurts, I'm suffering. Kill me." Bron cursed silently. Damn it, in the game, these guys didn't talk. Seeing the haunting cries of, "Save me, father," Bron knew there was no more time to waste. He immediately turned and shouted to the team, "Everyone, pull yourselves together." Yet the once dashing dwarf stood there like a statue. Damn it, this cursed dwarf is frozen solid. Those eerie, ghostly voices continued to torment the team's minds. "Where are we? Father. Haha. Dad. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts like crazy." Hearing the munching sounds from behind, Bron glanced at the mage and the dwarf, then suddenly realized a harsh truth. These bastards have just been pretending this whole time. He gritted his teeth, thinking that it looked like they wouldn't be able to carry the team anymore. The giant corpse golem opened its mouth wide, reeking of death. It let out a deathly roar. "Die! Just die!" Amidst the terrifying atmosphere, Bron recalled memories of the game. Dungeon and Stone was the pinnacle of a niche game, but it also had features to cater to a wider audience. One of them was the illustrations so vivid and realistic that they looked like actual photographs. Because of this, these illustrations were often used as memes. As a result, many people realized that others didn't even know the game existed. And he realized once again that even with such realistic art, it was nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand in real life. The proof was the female mage, who was supposed to be highly skilled at anatomy. The dwarf, who must have faced countless monsters in his 3 years as an adventurer, and even the sturdy porter who, despite being just a support role, clenched his fists bitterly. They realized that they had been treating Anna and him like trash just because they were newcomers. Yet, the only ones who remained calm here were Anna and himself, the warriors. Manji confusedly turned to look at his frozen teammates. What on earth is everyone doing? He suddenly noticed a dangerous aura. She immediately turned pale and shouted, "Look out!" A stream of green liquid sprayed directly toward the team, leaving Anna stunned. Seeing that Murat was still frozen in shock, Anna shouted and rushed over to shove the dwarf away. The acid-filled body of the corpse golem splashed everywhere. Unfortunately, it sprayed directly into Murat's eyes. The dwarf screamed in agony. My eyes! My eyes!" Bron quickly assessed the situation. The dwarf had been neutralized in an instant. So what about the mage who always acted so reliable? The porter was helping the weak mage sit on the ground. While she continued to retch, she kept gagging incessantly. Bron shouted, giving orders to the female warrior. "Anna, get the dwarf to the back and protect the mage." Then he told himself, "Damn it, I'll distract them for now. If I'm not quick-witted, we're all going to die here." Pushing aside his fear, Bron tightened his grip on his weapon, bravely charging forward alone to draw the giant monster's attention. The corpse golem's attack pattern was actually quite simple. He dodged while analyzing it. It would throw flesh bombs at enemies standing at a distance. Humph. The monster roared, shifting its attack. As for enemies standing at close range, it frantically reached out with its slimy arms. It would drag them in to swallow them whole. Bron nimbly rolled to dodge, learning his lesson. Therefore, you absolutely should not get too close to a corpse golem. Because if you get too close, the corpse golem will switch its target to the mage instead of him. In a situation where she was still out of her mind, that would be the worst case scenario. He calculated his next move. He needed to maintain a safe distance until the mage regained her composure, while not forgetting his noble mission, and must constantly lure the golem this way to buy time. Behind the front lines, Raven panted heavily, sweating profusely, and let out a sigh of relief as she regained her senses. She immediately waved her staff to cast a powerful fire spell, Haida. She witnessed the fire burning violently as if it were scorching the sky. Bron was amazed. Is this the power of a mage? The destruction happened faster than he could have imagined. The first part of the corpse golem, which would normally take a lot of time and torches to deal with, had now been wiped out with a single spell. The outer body of the corpse golem was neutralized. The outer flesh burned away, revealing a massive, glowing red skeleton inside. But the real challenge was just beginning. Stage 2, Skeleton Golem Mode. Without hesitation, Bron shouted to boost his teammates' morale. It's not over yet. Anna, come here. He waved his shield, signaling to her. Manji, aim straight for its chest. The melee battle erupted with extreme intensity. The corpse golem was originally a highly dangerous rank 7 monster, but once it lost its outer layer of flesh, it was completely within the reach of the two warriors. The fatal strikes immediately destroyed the skeleton, and the system rang its death knell. You have defeated the corpse golem, gaining 1 essence. Bron stood leaning on his axe, gasping for air, when he suddenly noticed something unusual in the pile of ashes before him. Anna gasped curiously as she saw a shimmering light emanating from it. Bron, is this? Bron nodded with a radiant smile. That's right. This is the essence of the corpse golem, which made Anna cheer excitedly. Oh, through that, he also reflected on the laws of this world. Rifts were basically giant treasure troves. This place contained elite monsters that never appeared in normal areas. They were like a downpour after days of drought for adventurers, because they had very few ways to accumulate experience points. Therefore, the loot dropped by guardians was always something every adventurer craved. However, the greatest appeal of a rift was actually that the drop rate for monster essence increased exponentially. Bron looked at the shimmering essence before his eyes, thinking to himself, considering those rates, it is truly strange that it took us this long to pick up 1 essence. The battle subsided, and the dwarf rubbed his head in confusion. What do we do now? Meanwhile, Bron silently calculated the benefits. We are the ones who have the right to claim the loot. He analyzed the merit quite clearly. We did most of the work, and that was what we had promised from the start. Honestly, Bron was a little regretful. Actually, I wanted 2 essences. The Death Demon, with its excellent regeneration, and the fierce power of the Chimera Wolf. He looked toward the pile of ashes where the boss had just fallen. I didn't expect to get the essence of a rank 7 elite monster. The corpse golem, the one that only appears once in this blood-soaked castle. Opening his stat board, he nodded to himself. Besides, the stats it provides are truly perfect for a tank build player. Pain resistance plus 78, poison resistance plus 12, shadow perception, weight plus 21, bone density plus 55, strength plus 15, appetite plus 9. He began to analyze the pros and cons like a veteran gamer. My body will become slower due to the reduced perception, but the other increased stats will more than make up for that. Bone density has a huge impact on defense, and it increases by 55, while weight increases by 21, which is extremely useful for knocking back enemies or increasing damage for blunt weapons. He continued to marvel at the bargain. Pain resistance is also very useful, and strength and poison resistance are stats that cannot be complained about. But in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The problem lies in its skills. The active skill, Flesh Explosion, causes a massive explosion from a body part. It deals massive damage, but drains the character's own HP. The system displayed a new passive skill, Acidic Body Fluid, meaning his blood will have acidic properties. He sighed as he assessed it. Furthermore, because of the acidic body fluid skill, if the character gets injured, the acidic blood will stick to his equipment and drastically reduce their durability. Adding it all up, he concluded that, in other words, the corpse golem's essence is great, but it's going to cost a fortune in potions and equipment repairs. Just leave it for now and heal the dwarf first. An essence stone can stay there for half an hour. Once he finished speaking, a recovery potion was poured directly into the dwarf's eye sockets. Murat hung his head, his voice full of shame. I'm so ashamed. Things would have turned out terribly if not for you two. Bron didn't bother with empty pleasantries. I'm glad you realize that. You would have met your ancestors already, if not for us. Murat nodded remorsefully. I know. I'm so embarrassed, but as soon as I saw that thing, my whole body just froze up. He scratched his head, trying to make an excuse with a laugh. Haha, and I thought I'd seen everything there was to see when it came to monsters. Hearing this, Bron could only be speechless. We almost got sent to the afterlife by a mid-tier boss just because of some mental issue, even though we had more than enough power to crush it. He looked at the porter who was babbling apologies. "I am so sorry," and the mage was still sitting huddled in a corner, covering her mouth. He felt exhausted. Reality is always so cruel. Has she finally returned to normal? Confirming his teammates were okay, Bron immediately got to the point. "Well, it's time to talk about our pay. We defeated the corpse golem." Raven glared at him with sharp eyes. "I know. I'm glad I forced myself to use that magic." Her attitude made Bron pout and curse under his breath. Adventurers really are a bunch of jerks. Instead of thanking us, the first thing she did was ramble on about what she had done. Understanding the rules of survival, he argued bluntly that if he didn't speak up, he wouldn't get a single cent out of this. "We saved you, and that goes beyond our responsibilities. Do you disagree?" Raven was taken aback for a second before coldly replying, "I agree. So, what are you trying to say?" Bron tightened his grip on his weapon, standing firm as he prepared to show his cards. He gritted out every word, declaring clearly, "We're taking the Rift Stone." The group fell silent, the atmosphere so tense you could hear their heartbeats. The dwarf, Murat, broke the silence with an awkward throat clearing. Ahem. He gave a thumbs up, decisively siding with his savior. "I support him. I would have been a goner without this man." Losing an ally, Raven pulled her hat brim down to hide her annoyance. "I object," but she had to concede and offered a new compromise. "If we actually come across a rift stone, I can give you a fair shot at it." Bron smirked to himself. "Well, I guess that's good enough," he continued, dropping his second lure. In that case, he looked her straight in the eye and casually announced, "The corpse golem dropped an essence," while chuckling internally. "How about this?" Sure enough, the mage's eyes lit up as if she'd struck gold, and she exclaimed in a panic, "The corpse golem's essence? That's even rarer than the guardians. There are so few of them, I've heard even the Adventurers Guild doesn't know exactly what they do." She bit her nails, muttering greedily, "But to have it appear if I can study its properties," every expression was exactly as Bron had anticipated. I knew she'd react like that. "Now, let the real negotiations begin." Bron calmly made an offer she couldn't refuse. "Raven, I have a proposal. If you want, I'll give you the corpse golem's essence." Her eyes widened in shock. Bron continued with his condition. "But if we come across the Guardian's essence, I'm taking that one." Faced with the unexpected choice, Raven looked stunned. Bron pressed her. "What do you think?" She couldn't believe her ears and asked to confirm. "You want to trade the corpse golem's essence for the Guardian's?" She was wary of the risk. Even though there's no guarantee the Guardian's essence will drop, Bron puffed his chest out with confidence. "I'll take responsibility." Sensing a sweet deal, Raven's attitude changed instantly, and she beamed. "If that's the case, then definitely. The corpse golem is much more interesting to me than the Guardian." The deal was successfully struck. Bron was secretly pleased. What a steal. Then, he feigned curiosity and asked her, "Miss Raven, do you intend to have the porter absorb the essence? I heard mages can't absorb them anyway." Raven pulled a familiar object from her pocket and giggled. No. The essence itself is worth studying on its own." Looking at what she was holding, Bron broke into a cold sweat. A test tube. He was secretly amazed at how much this wealthy mage was willing to spend. It was so expensive that it wasn't even worth using to store any essence below rank 6. Murat saw the test tube and couldn't help but marvel. "It's amazing that you have something so precious." Hearing that, Raven smiled smugly. "This is the only one I have." Bron watched quietly and thought to himself, putting a rank 7 essence into her only test tube. It seems she values the corpse golem's essence quite highly. However, that's surely due to its rarity. As long as I can get the Guardian's essence, this gamble is completely worth it. Raven carefully capped the test tube and let out a sigh of relief with a smile. Success. She immediately raised her staff and shouted excitedly, "Now, let's get out of this disgusting place." Murat eagerly followed suit. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Meanwhile, Bron was praying silently. "So please, let the Guardian's essence drop." The group carefully shuffled through the gloomy corridors lined with towering demon statues. Murat curiously asked the mage, "This doesn't look like a normal golem statue. What is it?" Raven touched the statue slightly and shook her head, responding, "I don't sense any magical energy at all. It must just be a regular statue." Raven looked up at the ceiling and muttered regretfully, "I think the Lord's chambers are right above us. We could have investigated if it hadn't collapsed." Just poking around. While they were talking, the sorceress accidentally pressed a secret mechanism hidden behind the stone statue's teeth. A secret door in the wall instantly swung open, dropping an ancient book that made Hikaru Murat jump and shout. "Whoa!" The dwarf's eyes went wide with admiration. "How did you even know that?" Raven winked and struck a smug pose. She claimed the book was a treasure trove of lost knowledge, but Bron just rolled his eyes in silent contempt. He knew she just got lucky while fiddling with things. The system immediately displayed the details. The book was called the Necronomicon, a grimoire filled with dark magic and immense value, which made Bron ache with regret. Damn it. I was planning to come back here later to swipe that. I never thought that Sorceress would figure it out first. Bron painfully accepted the cruel reality. All they could do was watch as she claimed all the loot for herself. Raven hugged the book with a beaming smile. "I found it with my own skills, so per our deal, it's mine." Bron could only wave her off in defeat. "Be my guest. We don't even know how to use distortion magic anyway. We wouldn't be able to carry it out even if we tried." Raven clutched the grimoire tight, giggling as if she'd struck gold. Heh. Bron immediately caught her forced smile. "Look at that awkward grin." Yeah, she knows perfectly well the Necronomicon is considered an item and can be taken out without any distortion magic. But another question popped into his head. Why didn't she know about the thing hidden inside the fountain statue? Just then, Raven spun around with movements as stiff as a rusty robot, forcing a smile. "Shall we move on?" To avoid suspicion, the group began clearing out the demon worship chamber. We wandered around the room, hunting the monsters one by one. Goi statue, rank 8. After taking out the stone statues, the team coordinated smoothly to face the next enemy, the Chimera Wolf. And to their surprise, the final obstacle was the second sub-boss, the Skeleton Knight. Raven cheered with excitement the moment she spotted it. "How lucky. We haven't gathered enough essence from the corpse golem, and now we run into another Skeleton Knight of a different type." Bron just stood there in silent disbelief. Even he had to question his own luck. This didn't feel like him at all. Why am I getting so lucky lately? Skeleton Knight, rank 7. This monster has 3 variants that appear randomly: hateful, melancholy, and greedy. The system began analyzing the specific attributes of each type. Melancholy type, extremely annoying to deal with, as it constantly emits a gas that destabilizes the mind. Hateful type, the toughest one to face because there's a small chance it will use a soul-slicing skill that permanently reduces the opponent's level. And the one standing before us is the greedy type. It has the ability to heal after every attack using a lifesteal skill. However, Raven smiled brightly, swinging her staff with confidence. "Don't worry, I can render that ability useless with my wound aggravation magic." A bolt of purple lightning struck the Skeleton Knight's head, extinguishing any hope of it healing. Bron breathed a sigh of relief as he and his teammates moved in to coordinate their attack. That's right, this is the easiest type to deal with, but it didn't stop there. Luck kept knocking on their door over and over. Besides, the Skeleton Knight's essence, Bron's eyes widened in shock at this unbelievable chain of good fortune. We just got the corpse golem's essence not long ago, and now we're getting the Skeleton Knight's essence too? Am I finally starting to get lucky? Raven cleared her throat, reminding them of the agreed rules. "You all decided to keep the essences that dropped, right?" Hikaru Murat also happily patted him on the shoulder. "Congrats, mate," Bron laughed in reply. "Thanks." Without hesitation, Bron handed the essence directly to his companion. "Anna, you can keep this one." The girl, Anna, stared at him in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Bron thought to himself quite pragmatically. If I said I was sure, I'd be lying. But from a veteran player's perspective, having Anna absorb this essence is the more logical choice. Bron calculated the strategy in his head. The lifesteal skill is perfect for sword users. Besides, I'll need to replace my weapon eventually anyway. He looked at Anna and silently assessed her. More importantly, I felt it the moment we stepped into this dungeon. Recalling the times they had fought side by side, he confirmed his decision. "I can trust Anna." Anna beamed with genuine gratitude. "Thank you so much, Bron. I will definitely pay this debt back." He smiled and nodded. Judging by her honest personality, she will always support me and never abandon me. Giving the essence to a teammate is a profitable investment. So, I need to be patient, because it's better if I find the right essence for myself through a buffed-up Anna. Go ahead. The light of the essence began to envelop her. But then, Bron started to sweat as he remembered one crucial detail he had forgotten to tell Anna. "Is it done?" Anna felt around her body, looking around in confusion. "I don't feel like anything has changed." Suddenly, her eyes went wide with shock. She looked up at the towering Bron and scrambled back in terror. "Huh? Something's wrong." Bron had suddenly turned into a giant. She pointed at the dwarf and shouted, "You guys too! The dwarf isn't as short anymore. What the hell did you guys do while I wasn't looking?" The brutal truth was immediately revealed. "You're the one who shrank, Anna." What? It seemed she had shrunk to about 1.7 meters tall. Raven calmly analyzed the situation professionally. This is a basic side effect of the Skeleton Knight's essence. Your bone density increased significantly, but your body shrank to compensate. Let me explain it to Anna since she seems confused. Skeleton Knight Essence Info. Cutting power. If we represent it with exact numbers like in a game, the system immediately listed the new stats. Skeleton Knight Essence. Cutting power plus 12, bone density plus 55, agility plus 15, stamina plus 15, flexibility -7, height -25. Passive skill. Antibacterial. All bleeding and poison effects that worsen wounds are reduced by half. Active skill. Lifesteal. After attacking a creature, your regeneration increases significantly for a short time. That's what it looks like. Raven chuckled to comfort her. Don't worry, only your height decreased, not your strength. But Anna's world had completely collapsed. My life is over. She clutched her head and sobbed in despair. If I end up looking like this, no one will see me as a warrior anymore. People already look down on me just because I'm a woman. Seeing that exaggerated reaction, Raven asked back, confused, "But you've become much prettier, haven't you?" She stroked her chin, scrutinizing Anna like a piece of merchandise. "Is it because your face has gotten smaller? Maybe we could sell you to the nobles as a beauty product." That soul-crushing comfort only made Anna feel more devastated. Does that mean I look even less like a warrior now? No. Anna, everyone knows you're a powerful warrior. Bron broke into a cold sweat, looking at his close friend. Honestly, without those tattoos, she looks just like an ordinary human woman. I need to comfort her before she loses all hope. Murat the dwarf laughed heartily, teasing her. What an interesting essence. If I were to absorb it, you lot wouldn't even be able to see me anymore. Haha. Raven didn't let up either. Miss Anna, if you don't mind, could I examine your body closely once we get back to the city? Anna started sobbing. I'm done for. Bron cursed inwardly in frustration. These weirdos just say whatever they want, not caring that someone is in despair. He hurried over to reassure his teammate. Anna, stop that. Suddenly, a death demon appeared to block their path. Try out the power of the essence first. He pointed decisively at the monster. Anna reluctantly picked up her sword, her eyes full of sorrow. Fine. Even if I don't look like a warrior anymore, I still have to do what needs to be done. The mana-infused girl gathered her strength and swung her greatsword, charging straight at the monster with terrifying speed. A single razor-sharp strike cleanly sliced the hulking enemy in half in the blink of an eye. That sight left Raven and Murat gaping in absolute shock, taking down a death demon with just one blow. Bron cheered loudly with enthusiasm. See? Anna, you've become so much stronger. With tears in her eyes, Anna turned to look at Bron, her eyes sparkling with hope. So, am I still a warrior? He laughed and confirmed firmly. No, you're not just a regular warrior, you're an incredibly powerful one. Watching the two celebrate emotionally, the porter remarked softly. They really are a perfect match. Murat nodded in agreement. Spot on. Shall we keep moving? The system notification popped up for the final room. Behind this door is the Guardian's chamber. The dwarf laughed heartily and stretched. Everything is coming to an end. It's been a joy to journey with you all. Raven chimed in with a tinge of regret. It is a bit of a shame, actually. I sort of understand why you guys throw yourselves into these adventures now. Bron replied calmly. Murat was still lost in his fantasy. At this rate, maybe we can even get the Guardian's essence? The mage nodded in agreement. Right? We've been quite lucky today, he silently agreed. We were indeed very lucky to stumble upon an essence that Anna could absorb immediately. Thanks to my key role in the battle against the corpse golem, dividing the loot has become a bit easier too. However, a sense of unease suddenly flashed through his mind. However, remembering the dark days in the real world, I wonder if anything has ever gone this smoothly in my life? His gut instinct told him something was wrong. If the worst-case scenario happens right now, what the hell could it be? Murat didn't suspect a thing, and reached for the doorknob. Well then, let's head inside. Bron's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Was that doorknob red before? He screamed his lungs out, lunging forward. No, close the door. Close it now. Murat turned back, confused. What? What do you mean? The system immediately struck with a lethal warning in glowing red text. The master of the Red Castle has awakened from a deep slumber. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, it's too late. An eerie atmosphere poured out, turning Raven pale. No, it can't be. She trembled and backed away, sweat pouring down like rain. Why? Why? The reality before her eyes completely shattered everything she knew. Isn't that a death knight? From the shadows, a sinister smile emerged along with a cold voice. It has been so long since I last saw a living creature. The system officially confirmed the death sentence. The Guardian had been replaced. Raven screamed in terror. Vampire! A flood of information surged into Bron's brain like an encyclopedia. Usually, that's a monster rarely seen past the 6th floor. Worse yet, it wasn't just a regular vampire but a high-level variant. It possessed intelligence and was a named monster. The vampire sat leisurely on the throne with his legs crossed. Where did you lot come from? The system identified the ultimate danger, Duke Vampire, Kambomai. He mentally reviewed basic survival knowledge. Monsters are divided into 4 main classifications. Mutants, like high elf archers and swordsmen, belong to the same race but differ in monster class. Second are the tiered monsters. These include those with ranks higher than the floor average. This is a relative classification. A typical example is that death demon from the wasteland earlier. Next are the rare types, like the corpse golem that you can only encounter in specific areas. And mimics, which are extremely hard to find in regular spawns, also fall into this category. And finally, his eyes were locked on the one sitting on the throne, named monsters, with unique memories and distinct titles. The Supreme Mutant classification. The group immediately panicked and scrambled to run. Murat screamed, "What the hell is that thing? A vampire just had to pop out of nowhere." Bron yelled, "Run! You dwarf, stop whining and move." Bron gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pressure. Duke Vampire, Kambomai, a boss-class monster that acts independently and is a Tier 5 monster. He's not only skilled in melee but also extremely proficient in dark magic. The mage muttered in fear on the porter's back. A supreme mutant as a guardian? This is an unprecedented event, he thought to himself. I wonder, doesn't a supreme mutant usually only appear on the 3rd floor? He quickly pieced the data together. Well, if we take the 1st floor as a frame of reference, it's not wrong to say this is unprecedented. Even someone like me, who has accumulated over 10,000 playthroughs, has never encountered the Duke Vampire even once. Memories from his past life flooded back to save him. I only knew of its existence after watching a video recorded by another player. What the hell is this? Raven gasped while shouting her question. But how did you know, Bron? You told me to shut the door before I even had the chance to open it. Bron roared in fury amidst a hail of magic bullets. Is that damn academic curiosity of yours still surfacing even in this life-or-death situation? Bron roared in fury amidst the magical barrage. Is your damn academic obsession really flaring up even in a life-or-death situation like this? I told you to just keep running, Raven snapped back indignantly. But I'm not the one running on my own. He lied through his teeth to cover up. I just had a hunch, that's all. In reality, the clue lay in the tiniest detail. The unusual color of the doorknob had given it all away. 9 years of grinding hadn't been in vain. I tried recreating the exact same conditions as that player hundreds of times, but nothing happened. So, he watched the recording, over and over to see if there were any special conditions, and he finally spotted a minor change. That was the only thing different from the video. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. If he hadn't been blinded by that streak of beginner's luck, would he have realized it before opening that door? Anna suggested through gritted teeth while holding back the enemy. We can't get out of here without taking him down anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just fight now? At least lead him to where there's sunlight. The Duke scoffed coldly, his body beginning to dissolve into pitch-black smoke. These guests have no manners at all. Bron cursed while witnessing the eerie scene a wraith form. This is exactly why I hate monsters that know how to use magic. Their utility is just unbelievable. Without hesitating for another second, he roared, calling for his only trump card. Raven the mage understood immediately and squeezed her eyes shut, shouting, "Everyone, close your eyes!" A powerful incantation rang out, tearing through the dark night. Ian Boss 2, the mage's hand trembled as she gripped her staff amidst the blinding light. The dust settled. Bron widened his eyes in shock. It's gone. Anna also screamed in a panic as she saw the black smoke swirling away. The vampire disappeared. He quickly searched his memory for the game mechanics. It was one of the dark spells that vampires used, Wraith form. This mode can move extremely fast, but in exchange, the original body cannot move from its initial position. Instead, it can pull the original body to the Wraith's location with a combined skill combo. Bron mentally assessed the situation. It had almost turned into a disaster, but the mage's amazing reflexes had intercepted the vampire's original body. We've bought ourselves at least 3 minutes, he urged the group hurriedly. By now, he must have regained consciousness in the shrine, but the porter suddenly shouted, cutting him off. Bron, the mage has been attacked. What? He frantically carried Raven and ran over. Seeing the mage coughing up fresh blood, Bron frowned in worry. She has internal injuries? Based on what I know, vampire essence shouldn't have side effects like this. A terrifying hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could it be the essence of a different kind of monster? Memories of the walkthrough video came rushing back to haunt him. Even in that recorded video, they were wiped out before they could do anything. You died. I wasn't able to confirm if that Duke possessed any other essences. Bron brushed off the excess thoughts. I've thought of many possibilities, but our top priority now is to get out of here. We have to get out first. What do? The mage who knew the way had fainted. With no other choice, he had to step up and lead the way. Don't worry, I know the way. What? Isn't this your first time at the blood-soaked castle? He replied calmly. I've already memorized it. Follow me. Then he justified it in his heart. Damn it. Even if I'm suspected of being some weird barbarian, survival is the top priority. The group scrambled, running for their lives as they followed the lead of the man. He confidently surged forward. As I said, I've memorized every corner. The pride of a veteran gamer rose up. How could he not remember the paths he had walked hundreds of times in the game? Light glimmered at the end of the tunnel. Murat shouted in relief. The exit. Did you really remember the way? Bron glanced back behind him, fully alert. The pitch-black smoke, reeking of death, was swirling in pursuit. Damn it, it's chasing us again. Faster, toward the exit. He used his whole body to slam the door open and threw himself into the sunlight. The porter hurriedly carried the mage and dashed out right after him, while the Duke's wraith shrieked shrilly and had to stop. The dark phantom couldn't stand the light and was forced to retreat deep into the shadows of the dungeon. Anna gasped for air, her expression dazed, but she quickly breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying smoke completely vanished into thin air, leaving behind only silence. The whole group collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Bron silently noted that the wraith form was particularly weak against light. Luckily, it wasn't dark yet. The dwarf was still amazed by his pathfinding talent. I really can't believe he could memorize the path after coming here just once. Murat asked suspiciously. Are you sure you only did your coming-of-age ceremony last month? Anna immediately puffed out her chest, proudly defending him. That's obvious, because he's a great warrior. The compliment made Murat mutter in agreement. A great warrior one day. He really might become one. The twilight sky cast a fiery red glow over the ruins. Anyway, what are we going to do now? It's starting to get dark. Bron regained his composure and continued to command the formation decisively. Right, we don't have much time. We have to move, so carry the mage on your back. What? But, the porter suggested anxiously. We'd be better off going to the outer wall because it will provide some cover. I think it's better to rest here. Hearing that, Bron flared up and shouted, Do you all want to die here? If you want to live, get up, scolded soundly. The porter gritted his teeth and clutched the mage tightly. I have to protect the mage, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. He regained his composure and nodded decisively. Definitely. Let's go. Looking at the sky stained red by the sunset, Bron silently calculated. Even with countless simulations, we have no other choice but now. He immediately turned to his teammates. Until the mage wakes up, I'll go scout the area for a bit in reality, to grab the item I purposely ignored earlier to avoid suspicion. Without another word, he swung his weapon, smashing the goddess statue's head into pieces. Seeing the light radiating from the broken neck, he smiled in relief. As he thought, it was here. The system immediately displayed the high-tier item information, Goddess's Tier. It is often said to be a one-time use holy relic capable of healing, and it can also be used to deal with evil-aligned monsters. Your character has obtained the Goddess's Tier. Returning to the spot, Bron saw the mage had woken up and asked, Are you awake? Raven replied wearily, Yeah, I don't know how we managed to escape. However, he will reappear as soon as the sun sets. He agreed in a low voice. He curiously asked what caused her to pass out. What were you affected by? Raven winced and explained. I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability it was a pain-sharing skill. Memories of the game flashed through his mind, making him gasp. Pain-sharing, thank goodness she was protected by the essence of a rank 8 monster. But Bron turned serious and asked about their combat strength. How long until you recover? 20 minutes. Only then can I unleash a rank 7 attack spell about 5 times. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Only that much? That's a huge problem. Bron probed her armory. Do you know any other solar-based magic? Raven immediately glared at him in annoyance. Don't you know it's incredibly rude to ask a mage what spells they know? He thought to himself with disdain. Of course I know that, since I've read the game's lore. But I coldly retorted, Did I ask if it was rude? He smirked craftily, fully exploiting his current role. I now belong to a race whose culture is rude to everyone, except their king. The peak of rudeness is manji. That flimsy excuse left the mage clutching her staff, speechless. Finally, she sighed helplessly and gave in. I suppose I could use the solar core. The system added a note. The solar core is similar to a fireball, but it's a tier 6 solar attribute spell. He immediately pushed his luck. Can you also use a spell to combine attribute augmentation with a solar firestorm? She grimaced and nodded. Fine. If I recover enough mana in about 10 minutes, he firmly cut her off, setting a 30-minute operational limit. I'll try to hold out until then, so don't waste your mana trying to help anymore. Raven blinked, surprised by Manji's confidence. All right, I'll do it, she said. But then she realized something. Wait, why is Bron Jandon the team leader? He coolly countered. Do you have any other suggestions? I wouldn't mind if it weren't me, she stammered. That might be true, but the dwarf, Murat, suddenly burst into laughter, stepping up to defend him. Sorry, but this guy has somehow completely earned my trust. The dwarf stroked his beard, proudly asserting his own intuition. I can confidently say this because I've always been able to tell who's good and who's bad. Bron broke into a cold sweat at that blind praise. Thanks. Gloomy darkness suddenly descended, swallowing the ruins. Night had fallen. The cold voice of the vampire duke suddenly echoed from the shadows. Truly strange, very strange. He stepped leisurely down the dark stairs, unleashing overwhelming killing intent. When I see you all, I get an uncontrollable urge to kill. He flicked his long, red tongue, flashing a chilling, demonic grin. Do you know why that is? Facing the reappearing Reaper, Bron immediately shouted a warning. He's here. The life-or-death battle began as the group collectively resolved themselves with great spirit. We still have 30 minutes until the spell is ready. We must hold out at all costs. Hearing the challenge, the vampire immediately bared his pitch-black claws, sharp as razors, as if he were offering free manicures to the whole team. At the same time, he tilted his head back and let out a horrific roar to drown out the challenger's panic. Realizing the danger was imminent, Bron shouted, Tanj, take Anlua Raven and get out of here. Even in the heat of the moment, our guy Bron didn't forget to analyze the game mechanics. This is just like in the game. Even if we're smart enough to communicate, we can only exchange a few short sentences at most. The blood-sucking demon immediately swooped down from the air at breakneck speed. Seeing the shadow descend, a teammate screamed a warning. He's charging. He's swinging his massive arms to tear apart anyone in his way. However, the brave dwarf Murat lunged forward, blocking the pounce with a powerful shield bash. Even though his face was turning red from the strain, Murat still tried to act cool with a dismissive laugh. You're pretty heavy, aren't you? Witnessing that, his teammates' hearts filled with admiration. The dwarf, he still stood firm despite that ferocious attack. It turns out the secret lies in the old man's treasure, which is the first essence the dwarf possesses. The 7th rank monster, Ian's power. Activating the ultimate skill, weight balance. The system immediately explained the skill in detail. It helps you resist being pushed back as long as your feet are touching the ground. This skill also comes with shock absorption. So, this is an extremely valuable essence for a tank. Not leaving Murat alone, he rushed in to coordinate. Anna, I'll take the left side. This unexpected coordination surprised the Count. Anna swung her massive greatsword, tearing through the space ahead. The demon was startled. At that moment, Bron tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to follow up with a knockout blow. He delivered a powerful direct strike, forcing the vampire to struggle to parry. Pushed back, the vampire nimbly flipped in midair and jumped backward to keep a safe distance. However, Bron suddenly felt a numbing sensation all over and cried out, "Is this shared pain? Life really isn't like the game," he realized bitterly. On the other hand, the vampire was completely unharmed by his attack. Before he could recover, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. His body was turning into a flock of black crows. The eerie flock of crows filled the sky, blocking out a corner of the gloomy ruins. Bron frantically shouted for his allies to stop them. The valiant Murat raised his shield to take the hit. "I'll handle the front." The system continued to introduce the dwarf's second trick. That is the dwarf's second essence, the living armor emergency recovery skill. But the flock of crows still dove down like a storm, frantically tearing away as fresh blood splattered, painting the frame in red. Bron struggled to dodge while yelling in concern. "I've blocked as much as I could, but the blood is still splattering everywhere. It's dangerous if this blood touches us." The fear immediately manifested when he looked at his forehead and panicked. "Bron, what is this? Damn it, all of us have been hit." That is the effect of one of the vampire's skills. Details about the broken, game-breaking charm appeared. Sacrifice. Sigil the character has been chosen as a sacrifice. The physical capabilities of the vampire count, Kambo Mai, will temporarily increase based on the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. This is definitely a sacrifice sigil enhancement skill. That's not all. This boss also possesses Master of Blood, which allows him to absorb some of his opponent's skills when he drinks their blood. The vampire possesses these 3 skills. They are extremely powerful in combat. The game developer really knew how to make it difficult for players when setting this up. The problem is that this vampire can use all 3 of those skills, plus dark magic. He can even play an incredibly frustrating game of hide and seek. He can turn into smoke to dodge a sword attack, or play dirty by turning into crows to explode, or finally, use the monster summoning blood call technique. He has extremely overpowered stats because he is a high-level monster. The battle continued to be incredibly intense as the dwarf, Murat, was sent flying away with a groan. Seeing the tense situation, Anna panicked and shouted the bad news. Bron, Hikaru is down. Meanwhile, Manji was still trying to keep his cool, warning her not to get distracted. Before he could finish, he took a painful hit, causing him to grunt. Accompanied by a mental curse filled with the frustration of a gamer. Damn it. This is why everyone quits the game before even reaching the 6th floor. How much longer until the magic is ready, Raven? The situation was hanging by a thread as the cooldown time remained too long. 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the dwarf, who had been the true carry, had officially run out of juice. Dwarf, you've done more than enough in this battle. You've fallen. And Anna and I are exhausted. So it's better if... Without further hesitation, Bron immediately ordered their compatriot to retreat to the back line. Anna, take the dwarf and retreat quickly, despite her lingering reluctance to leave the battlefield. But playing the hero carrying the team, the young man raised his tattered shield high and roared at the top of his lungs. I'll hold him off. Hurry! Facing his teammates' resolve, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and obey the order. All right, on the other side of the battlefield, the arrogant vampire was still acting high and mighty. I don't even need a weapon. Sweat was pouring down, but he still smirked with confidence. Bron muttered his plan. What he was about to do now wasn't fighting that bastard. Right after that curse, he took a devastating claw strike from the bloodthirsty demon. The attack landed, but it made the vampire's blood-red eyes widen in confusion. As it turned out, instead of dodging, Manji chose to tank through it, chugging a health potion, while silently cursing, "Keep stabbing, you piece of trash." Empty vials fell to the ground, proof of the professional gamer's insane potion-chugging speed. Bron's recklessness left the group in the back stunned. The mage Raven looked pale, her eyes wide with shock, blurting out, "Is he crazy? What on earth is he doing?" Witnessing Bron's body glow with recovery light, she realized his kamikaze tactic with horror. Is he planning to hold out just by chugging potions? Amidst the storm of claws, Bron still roared like a wild beast, leaving the mage trembling in admiration. I have never heard of anyone fighting like that, because this method of trading stamina for time was madness beyond imagination. It was absurd. The pain from chugging potions like that must be unimaginable. Watching his tattered body being continuously pierced, she felt a pang of pity, and the pain would only get worse as the wounds grew heavier. Beneath his feet, empty vials kept falling and rolling, creating a mini dumpster of pure effort. The continuous recovery process even made the system exclaim in surprise. Steam was rising from the man's body. Before the vampire's smug smile, Raven fell into further despair, picturing the worst-case scenario. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if he died from shock right now. Yet, a miracle occurred as Manji's shield still stood firm against a heavy blow. He blocked the attack in that state. Facing the boss's scrutinizing gaze, Bron stood tall and carried the fight, making the spectators bow in respect. The truth was, the fact that he could still move at this point was already a miracle. Despite his iron will, the reality was that he was still being shredded because he couldn't block every attack. However, his toughness had paid off, and he was still managing to block all the attacks. Relying on his deep gaming experience, Manji was still successfully shielding his most vital points from the most critical blows. Watching the live-action movie from the sidelines, the carrier suddenly teared up, remembering a piece of wisdom. This reminds me of something I read before. A shining truth echoed in his ears like a prophecy. The true value of a Manji warrior does not lie in physical ability, but in his spirit. Looking at Bron's vein-popping face as he gritted his teeth, the carrier nodded in deep understanding. I think I understand what they meant now, but respect is one thing, and staying alive is another, he hurriedly whispered to the mage. But Anna, Raven, it's too dangerous here. Shouldn't we leave? Asked a question that fell flat, the mage immediately snapped back. Are you crazy? Leave and go where? We have nowhere else to hide. Thinking of the bleak future, Raven hardened her expression. There is only one way to escape this rift. Defeat the Guardian. Yet, looking at her own trembling self, she suddenly fell into an existential crisis. What on earth am I doing? Looking at her muscular teammate taking the hits up front, Jandon felt ashamed. Even this man, who had just undergone his coming-of-age ritual, was doing his absolute best by making incredibly sound judgments. The pride of a straight-A student rose, forcing her to grit her teeth and decide, I am a mage, we're finished if we die. Raven immediately and decisively commanded the carrier, Tajen, go to Mr. Hikarod Murat, help him so that Anna can join the fight. Acting on Tajen's command, she replied in a rush, all right. The mage rummaged through her luggage while offering a philosophical perspective. A mage isn't just someone who stands and fights from the back. A mage also needs to analyze the situation, using their diverse knowledge, and map out the most effective route for the whole team. I need to make a choice if I want to survive. Pulling out a sparkling vial, she steeled herself, knowing this was the best choice she could make as a mage. Raven waved her staff, casting support spells for her teammates like a top-tier game hack, providing targeting assistance, range boosts, and auto-aim. With a precise throw aimed straight at Manji, she shouted, Bron! Hearing the call, Bron, who was struggling to hold his ground, suddenly jumped in surprise. Before he could even figure out what the strange object flying toward his mouth was, he panicked. The system immediately announced a disastrous forced-feeding sequence. The essence of the corpse doll was being absorbed into the character's soul, accompanied by a surge of rapidly increasing stats, as if he'd just taken a dose of speed. Pain tolerance increased by 70, strength increased by 15, bone density increased by 55, poison resistance increased by 12, appetite increased by 9, and health weight limit increased by 21. His status window was flickering wildly. Bron Jandon level 2. Physique, 111.4, newly added 45.4, Spirit, 95.3, newly added 553, Ability, 23, newly added 13, Equipment level, 21.8. Total combat power, 284.2, newly added 112.7. Essence received, 7th tier corpse doll. However, the side effects of these stats were no joke. My mind was blank, and my vision was blurring. Amidst the delirium, a veteran gamer's survival philosophy flashed through my mind. When one stands at a crossroad in life, they were forced to decide what to sacrifice and what to keep. Standing on the razor's edge of life and death, he gritted his teeth and told himself, I must discard my weak, fragile heart. I can't block every single attack. I need to sacrifice minor parts like my arms and legs, but I must protect my vital points. The demon's razor-sharp claws slammed into his arm, creating a dramatic, spark-filled collision. Yet, the notification stream kept scrolling. The essence of the corpse doll is seeping into your character's soul. The empty potion bottle shattered on the ground, marking the end of a legendary health-pumping session. Thanks to his newly boosted bone density, Bron smirked as he realized, the vampire's claws can't pierce my bones. Feeling a strange surge of power coursing through his body, he was stunned. Did they just force me to swallow the corpse doll's essence? Although his life had just been saved, the hardcore grinder couldn't help but feel heartbroken over the progress he'd put into his character all this time. It was painful just thinking about having to completely change his training regimen because of this. However, looking at this predicament with a stubbornly optimistic mindset, it was a surprisingly positive cosmic signal that brought the savage guy some comfort. A human punching bag who had been beaten to a pulp and couldn't even fight back was finally able to move again. Even though the harsh reality right in front of him forced him to bitterly admit that this was the only thing that had changed, he figured something was better than nothing, right? He remained very confident in his own toughness. Even if that was all he had, his chances of survival had increased exponentially. Clutching his battered body while being tortured by the boss, he gritted his teeth and made a resolution. I can't keep just standing here acting like a punching bag for him to beat up forever. Just after bragging, life dealt him a heavy blow, leaving him feeling bitter. Fortunately, in the midst of the crisis, the system chimed in with some comforting news. High-level regeneration effect is accelerating your recovery. Seeing the brilliant magical light shining from behind him, he was as happy as if he'd struck gold. The mage finally regained her focus, and he started using his gamer brain to recalculate their survival strategy. Bron mentally calculated whether he could keep healing at this divine rate. Realizing the truth about fighting the boss, the savage guy's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant, calculating light. Scheming in his mind, he rose up to strike back at the bloodthirsty demon and asserted firmly, there is definitely a chance to turn the tables. He didn't hesitate to activate the hidden passive skill that grinders affectionately called the Savage Immortal Mode. With his current endurance, he confidently declared that it wouldn't matter at all, even if his flesh were torn or his muscles ripped to shreds. The boss suddenly froze, exclaiming in surprise as he realized his opponent had seen through his weakness. This disgusting acidic blood would deal damage back to the vampire himself. While the Count was busy processing this, a miraculous potion flew in from out of nowhere with perfect precision. The bottle landed brutally, right on the savage guy to refill his flashing red HP bar. Playing the long game, Bron was incredibly smug. And all my injuries will be healed in just a few seconds thanks to these healing potions and that essence. Realizing he had run into a real stubborn nut, the vampire could only bare his sharp fangs and glare in frustration. The boss put his strength into one more slash, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing his comrade getting absolutely crushed, the girl charged in with a fierce, murderous look. "I'll help." She swung her massive greatsword, cutting through the wind, but the boss skillfully dodged. Suddenly, the Count widened his blood-red eyes in horror, because the savage guy, who seemed finished, suddenly rose up and swung his fist down from midair, but immediately he took a crushing blow that rattled his very bones. He spat blood and groaned. On the other side, she was also diving in to hit the boss with intense irritation. Gritting her teeth, she cursed. While swinging her greatsword, she snapped at the support team. "When is that damn spell going to be ready?" Before she could finish, the mage's voice echoed across the battlefield to save them all. "The sunlight judgment is ready." Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but his eyes instantly lit up with hope. The vampire was utterly confused, with a giant question mark over his head as he saw his opponent suddenly lunge forward to lock him down. Summoning all his strength, Bron gritted his teeth and roared, activating his newly acquired power. A shockwave erupted, blasting the demon backward and creating a perfect opening for the magic to strike. Not missing a single millisecond, he shouted loudly for the designated tank. Murat understood immediately. The dwarf narrowed his eyes, which glowed with blue lightning, and responded with cool confidence. "All right." The system immediately updated to show the skill activation, blinding the whole screen. Hikurod Murat has cast Lightning Bolt. Hikurod Murat has cast Discharge. He exhaled decisively. The old man swung his hammer, slamming the lightning-charged weapon into the ground. A bright green electric net surged forward, surrounding the boss, who could only panic and scream in shock, getting electrocuted to the point of being blown away. The system notification popped up with good news. Vampire Duke Kambomai has been stunned. Seizing the golden opportunity, Bron lunged forward like a vengeful god and shouted, "This is it!" His hand tightened around the familiar bottle. Proudly beating his chest, he said, "After all those dangerous situations, I've kept this thing until now." It turned out to be the high-end treasure, hidden in the neck of the broken statue from earlier, which he had secretly pocketed to use as a finishing move in true savage style. Looking at the shimmering item in his hand, he confirmed the authenticity of the certified goods once more. He didn't save the goddess's tears as a keepsake. The savage guy generously shoved the high-end item right into the bloodthirsty boss's mouth. "You can have this." Accompanied by a violent strike that jammed the holy relic into his opponent's maw, he swore fiercely, "Eat that, you son of a BTH." Immediately, a blinding light erupted along with a divine notification acting like a final judgment. Holy grace has been bestowed upon the destroyed area. A pillar of light surrounded the demon, ruthlessly stripping away all of his tough armor. Due to the power of holy grace, all of the Duke's resistances, Kambomai, were temporarily sealed, and he suffered massive damage. The combo of pain continued to rain down on the poor boss's head, causing the system to chime repeatedly. Due to the overwhelming impact, the Duke Kambomai's stun state shifted to paralyzed. At the same time, the mage standing far away frantically screamed, "Sunlight Judgment, get out of there now! Don't let all that blood, sweat, and tears go to waste, you Wang's bait." The system caps off the heated battle with a spectacular firework display. And Lua Raven cast a 6th tier attack magic, Solar Fracture Orb. After firing that massive magical bomb, the mage was left gasping for air. She coughed violently, anxiously warning her countrymen, "You'll get hit if you just stand there. Cough. Ha ha." The blazing sphere of destructive power came flying, tearing through the night sky, aimed straight at the ruins. The solar bomb landed perfectly, creating a heaven-shaking explosion that swallowed the Vampire Duke's shadow completely. Seeing the insane, death-scented blast at close range, the barbarian youth realized he hadn't escaped in time and cursed under his breath, sweating bullets. Damn it. Engulfed by the sea of flames without mercy, he could only let out a regretful, belated sigh. He should have run away sooner. Immediately, the friendly fire notification board popped up repeatedly, like a circus act. Your character has been affected by solar fracture orb and is now stunned. Vampire Duke Kambamai cast the skill Pain Share. Hikarod Murad is stunned due to Pain Share. Anna is stunned due to Pain Share. Tajin is stunned due to Pain Share. He took the full brunt of a suicide combo from both friend and foe. The young man's eyes bulged as he let out a choked cry of agony. Ack. He lay splayed out upside down on the scorched ground, smelling like charred meat. He panted heavily, questioning himself. Ha ha ha, did we do it? But why is it so quiet? Is that vampire bastard dead yet? She dragged her battered body, struggling to crawl up. He groaned, checking on his comrades. Did everyone else pass out? Too little information to understand the current situation. Mumbling as he analyzed the scene, the barbarian's pupils constricted in horror at the sight ahead. A scorched, charred silhouette. With ribs exposed, the boss loomed there, making him want to curse out loud. No way, why is he still alive? The ruthless system poured a bucket of ice-cold water on the player by displaying the boss's massive stats. Active skill, eternal life. Drastically increasing recovery rate proportional to missing health. That wasn't all. In pure desperation, the game added another cancerous passive skill that would make anyone want to smash their keyboard. Passive skill, Dark Roots. As long as the heart remains intact, it is immune to death. Watching the devil's flesh knit back together, regenerating like he was hacking the game. Bron Jandon broke into a cold sweat, screaming at the heavens. His wounds are closing. What a broken skill. Clutching his chest to suppress the pain, he crawled forward, frantic with worry. At this rate, he'll recover everything in an instant. Amidst the scene of unconscious comrades scattered like a battlefield, his will to survive burned brighter than ever. I don't fully understand the situation, but I'm the only one still standing. I have only one mission. Dragging his scarred, bare feet across the blood-soaked ground, he trudged forward, eyes locked on the target that was still regenerating. He braced himself, charging in with his last ounce of strength. I have to kill him before he wakes up. Pouncing on the mangled devil, he gasped out heavy, weary breaths. Ha ha. After a ragged breath, he analyzed the situation with extreme rationality, desperately realizing the bitter truth. Ha! Even though his body is a mangled mess, his heart is still completely intact. Raising his sinewy arms to deliver the finishing blow, he muttered a guess. I bet he used his arms to shield his vital weak point, didn't he? Clasping his hands together into a giant hammer. The youth cursed, racking his brain to remember how to use his skills. Damn it, how do I use that thing again? Oh, right. Just place his calloused, blood-covered palms on the enemy's chest, deciding to go all in. He activated the flesh explosion skill. A shocking blast erupted from right inside the vampire's body, sending gore flying across the ruins. After the suicide attack, bone-deep pain hit him, causing him to grimace and groan. Damn it, why does it hurt this much? Even though the pain made him want to pass out, Bron's will to survive remained as ironclad as ever. However, to survive, he frantically gritted his teeth, activating a chain of self-destruct damage on his enemy. Flesh explosion, light explosion, flesh explosion. In the frenzy of explosions, Bron bitterly realized his own limit. I can feel instinctively that I'm reaching my limit. Even if he could kill the vampire by doing this a few more times, the deafening explosions continued to ring out, draining the last remnants of life from both of them. Flesh explosion, light explosion. Just then, the ruthless system sent an urgent ultimatum with an image of death looming over him. Warning: your character's health is below 1. Flesh explosion will kill me too. Death officially came knocking as the warning flashed red across the screen. Warning: your character's health has reached 0. Starting countdown. But once he had gone all in, he didn't care about anything else. Flesh explosion, light explosion, I can't stop now. Bron chose to bet all his remaining points, fully aware of the game's cruel reality. Mental points consumed per second: 4,346, 3,746, 3,446. Even if I stop, my fate won't change. His mental energy bar dropped to the red zone as he began to fade away. Mental points consumed per second: 1,646. Bron was completely exhausted, collapsing onto his opponent, gasping for air in the silent night. Looking down at his own empty, bleeding wound, he realized the cruel truth. He had no arms left, but he refused to give up while the enemy was still recovering. The courageous barbarian used all his remaining strength to pin his opponent down. Then I'll just use my own body to crush him. A final, blinding explosion erupted, tearing through the night, accompanied by a glorious victory notification. Flesh explosion. You have defeated Vampire Duke Kambomai. Experience points received. 5. Before sinking into unconsciousness, he wore a satisfied smile at his extraordinary effort. That bastard finally died. I fought until the very last second. The system erupted with rapid-fire notifications, like hitting the jackpot, to congratulate the player. Mental points consumed per second, 1,346, 1,046. Reward for killing high-level mutant species. Gained 1 additional experience point. Guardian kill reward. Additional 3 experience points. Your character has leveled up, and my level has increased. However, this game doesn't have a full health recovery after leveling up. But in return, the ultimate drop reward made him incredibly excited. This was the only thing I had aimed for from the beginning. Soul power increased by 10. Maximum essence absorption increased by 1. Drop rate 33%. Rift Guardian Essence. A brilliant aura from the body of the vampire enveloped Bron, along with the system confirmation that the Vampire Guardian's essence was gradually seeping into his character's soul. He had officially transformed into a truly immortal monster with a series of unprecedented power-up notifications. Due to the passive skill, Origin of Darkness, your character cannot die until the heart is destroyed. Due to eternal life, the character's recovery speed increased sharply, and the character's health has recovered above 1. Countdown stopped. Achievement unlocked. Condition for surviving after the countdown. Reward. Permanent spirit point increase by 10. Bron Jandon level 3. This insane growth that defied the laws of the game had even alerted the game management. The abnormal growth rate caused the administrator monitoring this character to jolt awake from a long nightmare. Bron panted heavily to steady himself. The worried, beautiful face of the girl leaning close to his sight made him blankly ask softly, "Are you awake, Bron? Did we really survive?" He looked around the field hospital and hurriedly asked about the situation of his comrades. "Hey, where is everyone else? They all left 3 days ago. More importantly, how do you feel?" Her worried tone made Bron's eyes widen in surprise. "I was so worried because you were unconscious for 4 straight days." He jumped up like a startled fish, frantically calculating the timeline. 4 days already? That means today is the 7th day. He hurriedly tried to clench and open his hands to check his muscle joints. Looking at his miraculously unscathed body, Joan muttered to himself, "It seems like nothing has changed with my body, and there are no visible injuries." Suddenly noticing something extremely unusual below him, Bron's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. Looking down at his strangely exposed body, he shyly asked the warrior girl, "Anna, where are my pants?" Anna calmly turned away and replied flatly, "They looked so tattered that I just ripped them off," leaving Bron stunned into silence. She even excitedly gave a thumbs up and a bright smile to encourage him, saying there was nothing to be ashamed of. "You are truly a warrior," which only made him want to cry in helplessness. "Stop talking." To quickly avoid this extreme embarrassment, Bron hurriedly asked Han, "Anyway, what happened while I was unconscious?" She excitedly told the story of dividing the high-tier loot. The dwarf took that thing, and the mage took the rift stone. Feeling the powerful magical energy surging in his veins, he analyzed his own survival privilege. In reality, the fact that he was still alive meant he had successfully absorbed the Guardian's essence. Anna continued to indignantly recount the corrupt behavior of their teammates. "It seems the Guardian dropped all 3 possible items." "Oh, that's right. Didn't you say that when we divided the rift stone, the whole team would roll for it?" she added angrily. "They didn't even let us roll because that mage kept whining and playing the victim." Bron imagined Raven with a greedy look on her face, clutching the money bag and justifying her selfish behavior. "Wouldn't it be fair if I took this to compensate for all my losses?" The blonde warrior continued to report the spineless attitude of the dwarf uncle. "I'll let you guys decide because I can't do much anyway." Then she sighed helplessly and continued. "The dwarf uncle said it didn't matter, but I kept objecting. And then that mage said something extremely strange." Anna mimicked the arrogant tone of the mage with irritation. "Anyway, Bron already lost the best thing, so he has no right to object to me taking the rift stone," she said irritably. That's what she declared. Hearing the full story, Bron secretly admired the terrifyingly sharp insight of the mage after she clearly understood the situation. It seemed she was the only one here who realized he had successfully absorbed the vampire's essence. Even more than that, the precious corpse doll essence and all the potions they brought were poured into him. He clicked his tongue and told himself, just as she bitterly said, all she did on this trip was lose money. Bron imagined Raven's twisted face as she tried to save face. "I have no objections to this loot division." But she angrily puffed out her cheeks and continued to recount the mage's attempt to sneak away. Besides, she kept going off alone and looted a lot of items. and then she snuck straight to the teleportation gate without even waiting for you. She really was a greedy and ungrateful mage, a sentiment he completely agreed with. On this point, I completely agree with you. Hearing his firm agreement, she excitedly high-fived him in celebration. Thank you. I feel so relieved having you by my side. Which made Bron laugh happily as well. Don't mention it. We are partners in life and death after all. She excitedly asked about the next route. So, will we leave right now? But he immediately shook his head in refusal. No, there are still some important things that need to be cleaned up before we leave. Bron's gaze looked thoughtfully around the ruined debris, secretly calculating his own schemes. Even if that greedy mage had turned this place upside down to loot it, that thing must still be around here somewhere. Determined to hunt for the hidden treasure, he suddenly remembered his embarrassing naked state, thinking at least he had to snatch that thing to make it worth the effort. Then he asked softly, "But by the way, is there anything for me to wear for now?" After completing the dungeon clearing procedures, the system notified Bron of his next teleportation location. You have entered the first floor crystal cave. Not letting the two linger, the game immediately triggered a mechanism to kick the players out of the labyrinth so he could return. The labyrinth had been sealed. Your character will be teleported back to the city of Refronia. Appearing in the crowded square of the familiar city, Bron excitedly tried to calculate his upcoming pay. Finally, I'm back in Refronia. He smiled smugly, thinking that because this time he had gone through so much near-death trouble, the profit surely had to be extremely lucrative, right? The bespectacled female clerk pushed her glasses up and nonchalantly announced a huge number that almost made him drop his jaw. Your total is 231,520 stones. Bron clutched the heavy money bag. 231,520 stones? He couldn't help but click his tongue to console himself. Although it felt like this amount was too meager compared to the life-threatening trouble he had faced, it was okay, because at least he had scooped up 2 super rare essences during this expedition. Just as he turned to leave, the clerk suddenly grabbed his arm, looking suspicious. Bron raised an eyebrow, confused by the other party's unusual inspection. "What are you doing?" he asked, making the female clerk ask him sternly. "This amount of money is way too much for a mediocre 9th-rank adventurer. May I ask what secret is hidden inside that giant backpack you're carrying on your back?" He became wary and asked, "Why are you so curious about that?" He broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the guards shouting loudly behind him. "Don't move, you monster!" A group of armed guards suddenly rushed in, pointing sharp spears and surrounding Bron, leaving him with no choice but to stand still and get restrained. He was extremely bewildered by this unreasonable forced arrest. What the hell is going on here, he wondered, then heard the captain of the guards coldly order, "We will clarify this once we are in the interrogation room. Let's go." Whispers and gossip began to break out incessantly among the crowd, gathering to witness Bron being taken away. In another corner, the elf adventurer wiped the sweat off her forehead and groaned. I truly never expected that the third-floor challenge would be that difficult. She was still shaken, recalling the power of the monster she had faced. I had never experienced that kind of terrifying, destructive power from a 7th-rank monster before. Although my sister was mostly the only one fighting those horrific 6th-rank monsters, it wasn't like the first trip, where I just ran away to save my life. This trip actually felt like a real adventure. She thought proudly. He's definitely going to be shocked when he hears this story. Looking around and failing to see his familiar figure, she searched frantically. I don't see him anywhere. Did he get lost in some corner again? Her face turned red with excitement at the prospect of being praised by Bron. I really want to show off this cool new essence of mine too. I wonder if he'll be curious and ask to test its power just like last time. The memory of his painful shoulder tap from before made her yelp. "Ah, my shoulder's about to break." She shuddered in fear, yet still waited shyly and expectantly. Thinking about that, it's a bit worrisome, but I still really want to see him. The space inside the Adventurers Guild Hall was still bustling and noisy, with the crowd's chatter about him. The receptionist smiled and handed the huge reward bag to the elf adventurer. Your total is 184,100 stones. This made everyone around whisper with envy. But isn't this an unreasonably large amount for a novice 9th-rank adventurer? The girl proudly replied, "Oh, that's because this time I was lucky enough to tag along with my sister." The receptionist opened the administrative ledger to verify Bron's teammates' information. "What is your sister's registered name?" After receiving the answer, Daria, with Jidea, and confirming the information was fully valid, the receptionist happily returned the paperwork. "Oh, that person is indeed a renowned adventurer verified by the system. You can finish the paperwork and go now." The soft sunset fell upon the ancient roofs, closing a stormy but bountiful expedition for him and his team. Emerging from the misty bath, she asked herself happily, Has he returned yet? I'll use the stones I just earned to treat him to a very lavish dinner. Dressed in her most gorgeous dress, she waited eagerly. I'm really dying to see him. I wonder what kind of adventure he had this time. However, a bucket of cold water was immediately poured over her when the receptionist announced, "If you're talking about room 302, they still haven't returned," which left her utterly panicked. Huh? They haven't? A bad premonition suddenly struck, making her face go pale as she stammered to herself, "Has he? That's definitely not it." She could only stand still, watching the sunset fade, and whispered a prayer. He will be back soon. But the harsh reality unfolded. A week later, returning to the old boarding house, Wen jumped in surprise to find an intruder. Seeing Bron's belongings messed up, she shouted angrily, "Hey, who gave you permission to move his things?" The landlord crossed his arms and arrogantly explained his reason. "I've waited longer than necessary for him. How long has it been since the labyrinth closed, and he still hasn't returned? It's obvious." Seeing her about to retort with a trembling voice, the landlord poured more cold water on her. He died in the labyrinth. Amidst the heavy downpour soaking the porch, she could only hang her head in sheer despair. Suddenly, the familiar figure of her sister appeared beside her, softly calling out with deep empathy. She looked up with eyes blurred by tears, choking back a sob as she whispered. Sister Daria sternly helped her sister up and scolded her to lift her spirits. "I've already heard about the situation. Get up now. How much longer do you intend to sit here like this?" Clenching her fists with eyes blazing with determination, Wen clearly declared, "Sister, I want to become even stronger, strong enough to protect someone very important." Meanwhile, back at the jail, Bron sighed deeply at his miserable fate. A week had passed since he was thrown into this dungeon, accused of being a plunderer. The first interrogation officially began as the investigator aggressively questioned him. First interrogation: "Where did you get this crossbow? Since when do you savages even know how to use bows and arrows?" He calmly explained. "These were weapons recovered from the guys who tried to kill me. I'm sure that looting from those who attack you first is no problem at all." The investigator smirked deceitfully, retorting, "Oh, then we'll have to reconsider who exactly struck first." Looking at that arrogant face, he growled in anger, but his mind remained sharp, realizing, "You guys plan to lock me up here just because of this trivial matter?" Then he secretly suspected, something is not right here. Bron pondered, digging through his memories. There was an unwritten rule that they would not interrogate anyone without evidence, no matter what adventurers brought back. But the magistrate immediately shut that thought down. The guild's rules changed a few days ago. "We decided to investigate thoroughly, starting with 9th rank adventurers, to minimize looting." Looking around the cold cell walls, he bitterly understood the laws of society. It turns out that everywhere, the life of the lower class is just as difficult. I bet they are just targeting the weak who have no support, but still manage to bring back a pile of juicy loot like myself. The investigator slammed his hand on the table, urging Bron to testify again. "Now, confess quickly. Where did you get this?" He patiently repeated his old testimony. "As I said before, I took it from the guys who attacked me first. I already reported the entire incident of being ambushed by a group of robbers, didn't I?" But deep down, Bron was still wisely telling himself to protect his comrades. Of course, he had proactively hidden the existence of that young lady. He secretly thought about the oath of a true warrior. Everyone would think he was possessed by a demon if he broke his own vow of honor. The investigator smirked, pointing at Bron's neck, twisting with suspicion. "You claim you were stabbed in the neck and still survived? Then, where is the scar to prove it?" Making him fumble to touch his neck, explaining, "Don't you see it? It's right here." Before he could finish his sentence, he panicked and widened his eyes as he discovered his neck was smooth. Had even his scar been completely healed thanks to the power of the vampire's essence? Then he roared in despair in his heart. How could everything go so horribly wrong? Realizing he had accidentally let a shocking secret slip into the situation, Bron deeply regretted it. In the end, he accidentally revealed the story of the rift, even though he absolutely didn't want to, making the investigator burst out laughing in mockery. "Ha ha, a rift? Why would a vampire appear in a third-floor rift? Is it because you are a savage? You really are the worst liar I've ever met." Being labeled a scammer, he angrily slammed the table and roared, proposing a scientific solution. "Then call a mage here. You guys can completely verify my testimony by using memory magic." But the investigator just calmly shook his head, refusing Bron outright. "Call a mage here just to investigate a mediocre 9th rank adventurer like you? You only have the right to request magic verification once you reach rank 7 or higher, making him grasp at hope with money, even if I pay out of my own pocket for it?" The man laughed cunningly, pouring a bucket of cold water. finally extinguishing all of Bron's hope. Anyway, if you die, that money belongs to us. Why would we waste money on such a meaningless thing? Then he clicked his tongue and stood up. But fine, I understand. I will consider it if it is a mage belonging to the guild, and he helplessly concluded his first stormy day. The first day in the cell had gone as badly as possible. 2 days later, the character's mental stats were over 90, mental magic resistance, making the torturing mages unable to help but cry out. His mental barrier is too strong. I think a mage from the magic tower needs to come here. Damn it. While he triumphantly told himself, the 9th rank mages working in the guild could not use their magic on me. The investigator frowned and rejected his subordinate's request. I cannot call such important people here for this trivial matter. And even though Bron tried to explain, even when I mentioned Enlua Raven and the dwarf, he still maintained an arrogant attitude. He still refused to listen to me. The investigator continued to spread his chubby hand to lure him. Hey savage, why don't you give up and confess? Making Bron extremely weary. He keeps forcing me to confess. Entering a new stormy day, the investigator slammed the table loudly, making him jump in panic. This morning, the 7th interrogation. Bron Jandon. We finally have convincing evidence. That is, looking at the glowing object in the opponent's hand, Bron confusedly recognized his old item, the message stone he received when fighting the Star Crystal Alliance. The investigator triumphantly showed the solid evidence to accuse him. It seems this is not the first time you've looted others. We looked up the number on the message stone and discovered it belongs to a dead adventurer. Furthermore, we have obtained testimony about what you did from the Crystal Alliance. A cruel death sentence was pronounced, striking Bron's head. You will be executed in 3 hours. Watching the jailer walk past the cell, he gloomily weighed the pros and cons in his heart. It's past the point of solving this with words. But even if I escape from this place, I will only be branded as an escaped robber. Resting his chin, thinking very seriously, Bron devised his final move. Then there is only one way to leave here alive. I need to prove my innocence. Gripping the prison bars with a fierce will to survive, he made a firm decision, roaring that he would survive at all costs. Ignoring any sense of reason, Bron immediately unleashed his violent self-destruct technique, and the character activated the explosion, ripping through flesh. A terrifying, blood-red explosion erupted, completely blowing the solid reinforced prison door off its hinges. Stepping out from the thick cloud of smoke, he marched forward resolutely, leaving the guard on the ground screaming in terror. The guard stuttered, unable to believe his eyes at Bron's monstrous power. What? How are you capable of this? The soldier was about to shout an alarm, but the escaped prisoner immediately landed a heavy, barefoot kick right on his face, silencing him and sending him spinning. Looking at the guard sprawled out unconscious, Bron coolly brushed off the dust and told himself, "All right, with my hand burning in red mana, it proves my ironclad resolve. I'm getting out of here no matter what." Bron stood tall in the middle of the dark prison hallway, ready to flatten any obstacle in his path. He crouched down decisively and snatched the master keyring from the belt of the unconscious guard. Seeing the chaos, the surrounding prisoners gripped the bars and cheered loudly for Bron. "Hey, Manji, are you actually breaking out of prison?" "Ha ha ha ha, he's even crazier than I thought. Let us out too." Glancing at the rowdy inmates, he wisely reasoned that surely some of them were actually guilty of real crimes. But since he was already busy stirring up trouble, Bron casually inserted the key and swung all the cell doors open. As for an innocent savage like me, who was framed for no reason, I don't really care about that. Freedom forever. The prisoners swarmed out like a disturbed beehive, hailing him as a savior. "Let's get out of here, Manji, the savage warrior of freedom." Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Adventurers Guild headquarters, 2 guards by the entrance suddenly heard an unusual crashing sound from behind and looked at each other, confused. What was that? With a roar of freedom, he kicked the heavy wooden doors wide open, shattering them instantly. A mob of aggressive prisoners surged out like a flood, causing the hall guard to scream in terror, signaling Bron. Prisoner breakout. The guild staff scrambled to use the PA system, calling for emergency mercenary reinforcements. He just clicked his tongue. "Adventurers, we will reward you handsomely, so please, help us take down these fugitives." Chaos erupted in the middle of the hall as the prisoners roared, blocking the path. "Come and get me, all of you, you bastards." Watching the riot unfold, he silently analyzed the desperate situation of his fellow escapees. These prisoners would be captured soon enough. Unlike the professional adventurers, they had no decent weapons at all, except for the sticks and clubs they had swiped to defend themselves. While the prisoners were causing mayhem in the main hall, the young man strode away, gritting his teeth in anxiety, wondering if they could stall for at least 5 minutes. I don't have much time. As he hurried up the stairs, Bron thought with fierce determination, what I want isn't just to escape. Upstairs, the guards discovered the commotion and started shouting in panic. Damn it! The prisoners have made it up here. The branch manager is on the top floor, we can't let them through. Seeing someone blocking his path, the barbarian didn't say a word, swinging his arm to activate his signature self-destruction skill, Explosive Flesh. The sudden gory blast made a bald guard cry out in confusion. What the? Before he could even understand what happened, the guard clutched his face, screaming in pain from the true damage. Is that acid? It's burning. At that moment, the system pinged. Doping effect active. The user has activated the sacrificial mark. The user's physical stats will increase in proportion to the number of sacrifices within a 100-meter radius. From the hazy smoke, a crimson aura began to rise from his muscular body. He felt a surge of power like a true god of war, reveling in the strength flowing through his muscles. Bron smirked triumphantly. The doping was complete. He charged forward like a runaway tank, roaring his battle cry as the guard in his path shrieked for help. With extraordinary muscular strength, he grabbed his opponent and slammed him straight into the shattered stone floor. The unlucky guard took the full force of the impact, his face crushed, left unable to even plead for his life. Seeing his comrade get pummeled, another guard lunged forward, sword swinging, cursing. You bastard! The sharp blade cut through the air, aiming a lethal strike at the warrior's sturdy, bare back. However, the guard barely had time to celebrate before his eyes widened in shock. What? His wound, it's already healed. He backed away, stammering, how is that possible without using a magic potion? On the other side, Bron was comfortably enjoying the feeling of being overpowered. I can feel the power surging within me. He effortlessly wiped out the guards, blocking his path in a heartbeat, silently praising himself. This doping effect is truly amazing. The remaining guards began to tremble and retreat, muttering in utter despair. Wasn't that savage only rank 9? How is he? While swinging his fists to clean up the remnants, he calmly analyzed the situation. This branch only holds low-level adventurers, so they definitely never imagined I'd be this strong. Just like that, the young man swept through like a crimson whirlwind, using his fists to beat the guards to a pulp until they collapsed along the hallway. After his warm-up, his limbs feeling light, he stood before the intricately carved wooden door he had reached the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild. The system interface appeared, confirming his target once more. 3rd floor, Adventurers Guild, branch manager's office. Not wanting to waste time knocking, he lifted his leg and kicked the door open, only to find a guard hiding inside, waiting to ambush him. Bron's eyes turned cold. He immediately recognized the situation, an ambush. The blade struck his mana-infused body but instantly triggered a recoil, causing the guard to turn pale. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the manager hiding in the room. Enough. As soon as he spoke, the guard's eyes widened in horror. He clutched his face, screaming in agony, and dropped his sword. Bron hoisted him up, delivering a mocking, ruthless remark. Sorry, but my blood is acre. The gruesome sight made a woman hiding in the corner of the room scream in terror. It turned out to be a young lady in fancy clothes. She called out in a panic, and the branch manager looked at him, trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the beauty being threatened, the manager rushed out, pleading frantically like a machine. Don't touch her, don't touch her. This young lady is the daughter of the regional commander. Upon hearing this, he raised an eyebrow, intrigued, thinking to himself, the regional commander has a daughter? Well, that's news to me. Even though he was outmatched, the manager still tried to threaten him with empty words. If you dare lay a finger on her, you won't leave here alive. The young man didn't bother listening. To the end of the sentence, with a light tap, he knocked the manager unconscious onto the floor and stood still to finalize his plan. Changing course, he walked toward the girl, calculating. I didn't intend to do this at first, but if the regional commander has a daughter, then everything changes. The young lady retreated in fear, scolding him. How could you do this? Meanwhile, his mind saw a path to survival opening up. Things might just get a lot easier now. The girl began to suffer from a delusion of grandeur, questioning him relentlessly. You knew it from the start, didn't you? That I would come here today? You planned all of this, didn't you? Realizing this was becoming way too noisy, he reached out and clamped his hand over her mouth roughly. Shut up, he said, leaving her choking for air. Ugh. He was speechless at her ridiculous attitude. What was with her excessive confidence? Having cleared the obstacles in the room, he held the VIP hostage with one arm, turned to the door, and ordered the guards who were standing there, hesitant. You lot, bring me the lead investigator, the leader of the Crystal Alliance. and that mage from the magic tower. And to make sure they work efficiently, he added a bone-chilling threat, or else this woman dies. The guards turned pale, stumbling over their feet as they ran to report it immediately. Restoring silence to the room, he kept a firm grip on the young lady, stepped out onto the balcony, looked down at the chaotic hall below, and smiled to himself. Well, now, this muscular savage. He took a deep breath to prepare for the epic scene of reclaiming justice he had planned. Inhaling deeply, Bron used all his internal energy and let out a roar that echoed across the land. Everyone, listen up! Standing heroically on the third-floor balcony with a hostage in his arms, he clearly declared the start of his argument. It's time to strike back. He introduced himself with great flair. My name is Bron Yanin, and the Adventurers Guild is framing me. A rank 9 adventurer, and I swear to God, I am innocent. He continued screaming, the Adventurers Guild is oppressing me. I'm innocent. Then he chuckled triumphantly to himself. If they've blown this out of proportion, they can't back down quietly anymore. Meanwhile, at the tall magic tower not far away, an unexpected notice broke the peaceful atmosphere. A call from the Adventurers Guild? An old wizard with a white beard stroked his chin and slowly confirmed. That's right, a request for support from the branch manager. It seems a madman has appeared there. Hearing there was some fun, a beautiful blonde mage tilted her head and asked, a madman? Are you serious? The old man calmly explained the riot, saying he had released the captured thieves and was holding the branch manager's daughter hostage. They needed a mage to go. Upon hearing this, the woman smirked and remarked, oh, another brainless idiot. Huh? Adjusting her witch hat stylishly, she eagerly volunteered for the mission. All right, I'll go check it out. I need to find someone anyway. I'm curious to see the face of this brainless guy. Immediately, she teleported and appeared right in front of the shirtless warrior who was holding the young lady in a headlock. Proudly folding her arms, she introduced herself. I am the mage, sent from the magic tower, but the next second, she froze in shock and stuttered. Bron Yanin? What? What the heck are you thinking? Helpless against this guy's knack for trouble, she held her head and scolded him. Do you think you have multiple lives or something? I thought it was just some brainless guy. But it turns out to be this Manji fellow. However, Bron didn't care. He interrupted her firmly. Enough. It seems you already know the situation, so hurry up and use your memory-reading magic now. Seeing her standing there speechless, he frowned and urged her with a deadly serious face. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Seeing the situation was reaching a boiling point, the mage decided to compromise but didn't forget to bargain. Fine, but promise me you'll grant me a favor later. Bron, just as cunning, immediately set a boundary. I don't know what it is, but if it's within a reasonable scope, then fine. With a triumphant smile at closing a good deal, she stepped back to prepare her spell. All right, it's a promise. She concentrated and began chanting a mysterious spell. Dithe Navas. But the moment the magic touched his brain, it rebounded, leaving her startled. It's not working. Do you have some kind of holy relic that creates a mental barrier? He glanced at her with exhaustion. Look at my situation. Do you think I'd have something like that? He clicked his tongue and ordered, then there's no other choice. Use the visual memory spell. Before he could finish, a desperate cry came from outside. Branch manager. A portly investigator waddled into the room, hurriedly helping the manager stand up, and asked anxiously, Are you all right? Seeing his boss beaten so badly, he clumsily tried to report his achievements. What happened here? We already suppressed most of the prisoners on the first floor. He muttered in sheer disbelief, his eyes wide and legs trembling. Is it possible that an escaped prisoner actually made it up here? As he looked up, he bumped right into the tattooed, muscular god of war and began to sweat bullets, screaming, Who are you? Recognizing the familiar face from the interrogation room, he hurriedly pointed a finger at the branch manager. It's this guy. He's the one who incited the prison break. The manager sighed helplessly and clutched his head. I already know that, he said, making the chubby man feel awkward and itchy. Oh, is that so? The manager rubbed his temples wearily, annoyed, and questioned his subordinate to get to the bottom of it. This savage claims he was framed. You were the one in charge of investigating this adventurer, right? The manager's eyes locked onto the fat man, growling. What basis did you have to label this savage as a looter? The investigator immediately waved his hands in defense. Framed? How ridiculous. He loudly listed a dozen self-invented excuses. First, at the checkpoint, he brought out an incredible amount of magic stones that a rank 9 adventurer couldn't possibly collect on his own. He continued to spin his lies without blinking. When we searched his bag, we found a lot of equipment that looked like stolen goods. Getting more worked up, the fat man pulled out fake witnesses and evidence to back his claim. Furthermore, using exploration stones, we tracked the true owner and received testimony from the Crystal Union that Bron killed an innocent person and robbed them of their assets. Listening to the long, rambling nonsense, the manager frowned and immediately retorted, "That's just testimony from a guild member. It hasn't even been confirmed by magic, so it has absolutely no legal value." He flared up, eyes widening as he shouted, "Why wasn't it confirmed by magic?" The chubby investigator pointed directly at Bron, angrily accusing him, because he kept lying. He said he survived a stab wound to the neck, but there wasn't a single scar, and he even claimed he absorbed the essence of a vampire. The branch manager asked in shock, "Absorbing vampire essence?" The investigator nodded hurriedly. "That's right, branch manager." The branch manager shook his head in disbelief. Who would ever believe that? A vampire in a first-floor rift? The investigator puffed out his chest confidently, thinking he had clearly lied based on his unique physique, and wondered, why should I listen to him and bother our precious mages? Pushing up his glowing glasses with a sinister air, he smirked at Bron, thinking, "This is the end for you, you savage." The blonde mage casually poured cold water on his parade. Actually, Bron really did absorb vampire essence in the first-floor rift. The branch manager fell silent, his eyes wide, and the fat investigator turned pale, panicked. "What the hell are you talking about?" The mage gave a firm testimony. "I was there." Then she shrugged and asked defiantly, "What are we supposed to do now? I can't even cast magic on him anymore." The branch manager was forced to admit defeat. "So, he really did consume vampire essence?" the fat man asked, trembling. "What? What do you mean?" The fat man tried to point a finger in desperation, even though the mage was a familiar face. If she was covering for him like this, he then asked suspiciously, "Is it you?" A chilling aura erupted from the mage. "Are you saying I'm lying?" The fat man, scared out of his wits, stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." The mage pointed angrily and demanded, "Then what is it?" She scolded him mercilessly. "You seem to be looking down on mages by investigating adventurers with your measly bit of power, don't you?" The fat man hurriedly knelt on the floor and kowtowed to apologize. I'm sorry," he stammered. "I never meant that." The tower's mages were very close to the nobility, with many different ideological factions, yet they were an extremely tight-knit group that always protected each other's interests. Watching his subordinate dig his own grave, the branch manager shook his head in frustration. A mere investigator from the guild, a low-level employee, daring to doubt a tower mage, he was truly digging his own grave. "Should we stop this?" the branch manager tried to say, attempting to defuse the situation. "You know," he told the mage, "even for you, if you didn't know the situation clearly, this might seem absurd, right?" The mage thought for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging the objective reality. True, there has never been a precedent for seeing a vampire in a first-floor rift. The branch manager breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for her words, but was immediately cut off by her firm rebuttal. She pointed her finger right at the branch manager's face and questioned him sharply. "Isn't that something a branch manager of the Adventurers Guild shouldn't be saying?" The remark struck at his pride, leaving the branch manager speechless and breaking into a cold sweat. The mage continued to lecture him majestically. "Ever since the maze was created, it has always been full of mysteries. In a maze where anything can happen, how can you call it absurd?" The mage pressed him, asking aggressively, "How can you be so sure?" The branch manager clicked his tongue in frustration. Watching from the side, Bron felt smugly satisfied, thinking, she isn't even sparing the branch manager. Indeed, a mage was on a completely different level. Suddenly, an authoritative voice called out toward him. "Are you that savage?" Bron frowned and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man with a dashing mustache introduced himself clearly. "I am the regional director." He looked at Bron with a sharp, probing gaze. "You've caused quite a commotion, haven't you?" While Bron was wondering, "Who's this?" the young lady in the yellow dress cheered happily. "Father." The word father made Bron quickly connect the dots in his head. In this situation, the regional director explained the organization's structure clearly. The Adventurers Guild manages guilds, casts support magic, and sells various types of information for the convenience of adventurers. The guild's management system is simple. Each of its hundreds of branches has its own branch manager. Above them are 13 regional managers, and above all of them is the guild master. The 13 regional managers are basically the second most powerful people. There are things even they don't dare to do. Immediately after, a powerful blow from the regional director sent the branch manager tumbling to the ground, crying out in pain. Ugh. Witnessing the savior suddenly resort to violence, the fat investigator was terrified and stammered, "What's going on?" The regional director just pointed down at the person on the floor. "I heard you were looking for him." Seeing the face of the person just kicked aside, the fat man turned pale, beads of sweat dripping as he panicked and shouted out loud. Bron stepped forward, looming over the one who had framed him with an imposing gaze. So you're Haji Young of the Crystal Alliance. The false witness was scared out of his mind. The savage's face was dark, his voice deep, cold, and menacing. I heard you gave false testimony about the message stone. The witness shook his head frantically, denying the charge. I never. But the blonde mage immediately placed her magic-infused hand on his head to silence him. After just a few brief seconds of checking with advanced magic, she announced the result clearly. This man is lying. Everyone in the room was shocked. Now, he wouldn't be able to escape this, because the tower's mage had proven it. The false witness tried to plead his case, but it was useless. No, the regional director turned and nodded gently at him. You said your name is Bron Jandon, right? You are innocent. Even though he had been cleared, Bron still wouldn't let the young lady go. He suddenly tilted his head and asked, so what will happen to him? The regional director offered a solution. Acting strictly because he had caused all this trouble by giving false testimony. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and decide what to do with him. Seizing the opportunity, Bron made a further suggestion to nip the problem in the bud. I want you to investigate the guild he is a member of as well. Receiving strong support from his superior, the regional director nodded enthusiastically. The Crystal Alliance has caused quite a bit of trouble anyway. I'll take care of it. Not stopping there, the regional director coldly issued the next penalty. The investigator in charge of you will be fired. Hearing this, the fat man collapsed, begging through tears. Branch manager, please, I did everything by the book. The regional director's eyes flashed with fire as he roared, a thunderous voice drowning out the crying. Are you trying to blame your incompetence on the guild? There will be a thorough reinvestigation of every case you've ever handled. That was the final verdict. Reflected in the fat man's sweat-drenched glasses, it looked like a second death sentence. And if we find anything amiss, you will be punished accordingly. After the guards dragged the two culprits out, the regional head, Li Lak, turned back to Bron and suggested, so, I think now we should discuss how to compensate you, shall we? He generously laid out a lavish compensation plan. First, we will promote you to a level 7 explorer, and we will replace all your current gear with new items. The young man was startled. The barbarian grew furious, his face turned red, and he shouted in anger, fuming internally. Why is the reward just a promotion? I could reach level 7 anyway with just a level 5 essence. Does he think I'm a fool? The regional head explained obliviously, but you only have 2 months of experience. Bron, blood boiling, stepped close to him defiantly. Then bring a level 7 explorer here to me. I'll show you who's stronger. He tensed up, roared his fierce battle cry, and lunged, which startled the noble regional head into waving his hands, softening his voice. Calm down. This has just never happened before. That's all. The beautiful mage suddenly interrupted with pride. Of course not. Bron looked over, bewildered. He squinted suspiciously at Raven, who put her hands on her hips and pointed straight at the official, lecturing him sharply before delivering a stinging mockery. I am certain no explorer has ever defeated a level 5 vampire, and survived after consuming the Guardian's essence from the rift. It's truly laughable that you're using something you were supposed to do as compensation. Stung by the truth, the regional head gritted his teeth in frustration but had to back down. Fine. Then what compensation do you want? Hearing the word compensation sound so sweet, the barbarian flashed a cunning, triumphant grin. Compensation, you say? He glowed, lost in fantasies, overflowing with gold, then quickly teased himself with a sly wit. Money, of course. I'll need at least 5 million magic stones. That sounded like a bit much, but then again, I'm just a stupid barbarian, after all. Stop it! The branch manager panicked, trying to intervene. 5 million, that's, but the wealthy regional head nodded decisively. Very well. Leaving the manager stunned, frozen in place, he stared with wide eyes, surprised by his opponent's willingness to spend. What? He actually agreed? The mage immediately took the chance to demand more benefits. 1 million stones for my work here, separately. The regional head nodded respectfully to her. Understood, Miss Raven. Please tell your master that I am always grateful for her contributions. Witnessing this display of power, Bron couldn't help but admire her. Is this the power the magic tower holds? The scene shifts to the place where the keepers of knowledge reside, the magic tower. This is a private space filled with bizarre specimens, the mage of the Antonian school, Anlua Raven's personal laboratory. Looking at the chaotic battlefield of glass vials and books scattered around, Bron wondered with a sigh. Why is it such a mess in here? The blonde mage held out a shimmering blue chemical bottle. Here, drink this, making Bron step back in suspicion. What is this? He winced, looking at the questionable liquid. Is this water? She explained with a bright, cheerful smile. Yes. Well, we don't have any cups here. Do you want to drink some concentrated base fluid over there, if you don't want the water? He hurriedly took a sip to avoid being poisoned by that horrific substance. This is fine. But inside, he was still trembling with doubt. I bet strange liquids and monster parts have been in this bottle up until now. He put the bottle on the table, slumped into a chair, and got straight to the point. So, why did you bring me here? She smiled like a flower, excitedly reminding him. You promised to grant me a favor, remember? Bron was caught off guard, suddenly remembering. Ah, that's right. He sighed softly, comforting himself. I only agreed because I was in a rush back then, but making friends with a mage wouldn't hurt. Bron held up a finger, setting conditions seriously. I'll say it again, only if it's something I can actually do. The mage nodded immediately. Fine. What I want to say is, she spread her arms wide, declaring her ambitious goal with eyes shining bright. I want to research the essence you absorbed. She tried hard to persuade him with scientific arguments. It will be useful for you, too. There might be some features we don't know about, since no one has ever used it before. Bron looked straight into her eyes, evaluating her with unease. Her gaze had changed. They were filled with a passion for knowledge. Man, the undead golem she wanted to study was already rare enough. But a vampire had never appeared as a guardian in a rift before. Seeing how overly excited she was, Bron broke into a cold sweat. She's way too excited. Do mages in this world all act like graduate students? Even so, she confidently asserted, it's not a bad deal for you. Anyway, Bron suddenly remembered something and jolted. Wait. He squinted suspiciously. So, what you said when we signed the agreement, was it because of this? Memories replayed the image of the three of them negotiating. The barbarian had nodded back then. Don't mention what happened here, okay? Fine. Back then, the mage had made a condition to protect him. If you promise not to record that Jan took the vampire essence, then I will agree to these terms. Remembering his own bewildered expression, Bron gritted his teeth. At the time, he was so grateful because she was so thoughtful. Caught in her scheme, the mage coughed awkwardly. Well, that's not wrong. The barbarian glared and concluded, so, I was right. She hurriedly changed the subject, excitedly setting the terms. Anyway, come here once a week and help me for about 3 hours for the next half year. The barbarian bargained without missing a beat. That's too long. Drop it down to 3 months. And you have to report the research results to me too. Pushed by his hard bargaining, the mage retorted, frustrated. Ugh, Jandon, you survived because of me, and you even got 5 million magic stones, right? She questioned him, feigning injury. Don't you think you should be more grateful to me? But the pragmatic young man brushed it off nonchalantly. I am grateful, aren't I? But that's a completely different issue. He put his feet up on the chair, mentally mapping out a negotiation strategy. To keep this relationship running smoothly, I need to show her what kind of person I am. Then he launched a sharp counterattack. You're the one who should be paying me, actually. The mage's eyes widened in shock. She stammered in protest. Huh? Why should I have to do that? Anyone who doesn't know how to stand up for their own rights is just a fool. Bron threatened her by stepping closer, causing her to panic and back away. What is that? Bron got right in her face, his voice dropping as he brought up the old debt. You forced me to consume that zombie golem essence without my consent, didn't you? She felt guilty and broke into a cold sweat. Cornered by the situation, she shoved him away and snapped. Why is that even an issue? I gave you an essence completely free of charge, so back off. The barbarian refused to back down, his neck veins bulging as he argued. You forced me to eat that essence just so you could survive. How can you say that's not an issue? The blonde mage screamed in anger. Don't you realize I did that to save you? Bron coldly rejected her goodwill. I don't care. I didn't want it. Now, he continued his extortion scheme. You need to pay me 10 million magic stones. Just as she was about to explain, I had heard that was the amount needed to remove an essence at the temple, the mage shouted, cutting him off. Why on earth would you want to throw away something so precious? Reaching the peak of her anger, she exploded and shrieked like a banshee. What kind of crazy barbarian are you? Ignoring her rage, he calmly replied, because that's not the essence I wanted. In other words, you have caused me serious harm. She clutched her chest in frustration and retorted, I heard it's extremely rare and valuable to adventurers. Shouldn't I be the one getting paid instead? Bron pointed a finger, crushing her hopes of getting money out of him. That's just the biased opinion of a mage because you people can't absorb essences anyway. Go ask other adventurers and see. Infuriated by being looked down upon, she marched away. I bet you're only saying that because you think I don't know any adventurers, right? Just you wait. She aggressively placed her hand on the magical crystal orb. The system screen displayed. Connecting connected. Who is this? Raven greeted the other end with confidence. Hello, Mr. Payson. I am Anlua Raven of the Antermian School. You met my master last time, didn't you? The voice of a man echoed through the orb. Ah, Miss Anlua. Yes, I remember. But why are you? She tilted her chin, triumphantly getting straight to the point. I only have one question. If someone suddenly forced you to absorb an essence you never intended to take, how would you feel? The other end fell silent. She smirked, waiting for her victory. But the man's voice spoke up, full of confusion. I don't understand why you're asking such a strange question. At the same time, the barbarian smirked triumphantly behind her back. The man continued. But to answer that question, she nervously swallowed, waiting for the verdict. First, the verdict hit her like a bolt of lightning. It would make me extremely angry, she asked, confused and trying to salvage the situation. Huh? Did you say angry? Then she quickly added context. But that's a tier 7 essence, and above all, it's an extremely rare type. Does that change things? Bitterly, the professional adventurer remained firm. The result would still be the same. An unintended essence will only have a negative impact on me. Bron picked his teeth with a toothpick, looking incredibly pleased, listening to the final, fatal blow. A mage like Miss Anlua Raven probably wouldn't understand this. The man flatly threw cold water on the mage, who was now red with embarrassment. You can't just indiscriminately absorb any essence you find and hope to advance to higher floors. Trembling as she glanced at Bron's smug expression, she asked in a small voice, Well, how would you demand compensation if such an incident actually happened? The answer from the other end completely crushed her. If it were me, I would first demand compensation in cash. The magical orb resonated with his calm voice. 15 million magic stones would probably be appropriate. The blonde mage was terrified, stuttering. 15 million? Meanwhile, Bron sat back comfortably, inwardly marveling at the cost of living. The cost of an essence increases the more I consume it. I really can't understand why these people, who claim to worship the gods, are so obsessed with spending money. Seeing her opponent demand such a high price, she hesitated and worriedly asked, Well, if they can't compensate with money, what would you do, Mr. Payson? The voice from the orb sounded cold. Who knows? If that happened and the person responsible was standing right in front of me, I might just snap their neck right then and there. Seeing her absolute look of terror, he thought to himself, Oh, what should I do? The burly barbarian crossed his arms and shook his head in disappointment. I'm telling you, everyone here really lacks imagination. He secretly thought that as someone acquainted with the tower mages, someone like Payson must be a skilled adventurer. He surely understands the importance of combining essences correctly. If you asked a tier 9 adventurer who was desperately searching for a way to survive, you would definitely get a completely different answer. That is your fatal mistake. Now, are you ready to face your own negligence? Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Ha, ha, ha. A barbarian managing to argue better than a mage. You're even more interesting than what I heard. This appearance made both of them turn around in surprise. An old man calmly introduced himself with a polite, friendly smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the teacher of the young lady who was just crying. Bron Jandon, right? The mage blushed and argued vehemently. Ah, I wasn't crying, you hear? While Bron was startled, thinking, the teacher of Anlua Raven? Bron quickly processed information about the high-ranking figure in front of him. So he is the one who independently controls 5 floors as the leader of the massive Antermian force. Is he as important as a zone leader? Maybe even more so. Meeting such a big shot, he couldn't help but feel a chill. A truly influential figure. Meanwhile, the old man still smiled kindly and spoke first. I've been listening to your conversation this whole time. Hearing that, his student was stunned, her mouth agape in surprise. What, teacher, you heard us talking? But I was certain the soundproof magic had. The old man cut her off flatly. It seems I need to teach you more. There are too many holes in your magic. The old man stroked his chin, looking at Bron with interest, as if examining a treasure. This is the first time my youngest disciple has brought a man back. And to top it off, a barbarian who is still alive and kicking like this. I must satisfy my curiosity. This left the young man feeling very confused, thinking, still alive? The teacher's face suddenly darkened, wearing a sinister, terrifying smile. Because most of them, if they aren't. The old master's face suddenly darkened, curling into a sinister, intimidating smile. Because most of them, if not for, when a corpse is brought here, all that remains is the heart offered up. Facing a murderous, horrifying threat from the archmage, the young barbarian Bron remained silent. A few seconds later, the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by a burst of gleeful laughter. Pff, The old man guffawed, waving his hand to make peace before the other's expressionless face. Haha, lighten up. It's just a joke, just a joke. All Bron could do was let out a helpless sigh. Huh? So, this is the humor of a mage? Quickly regaining the initiative with his barbarian grit, he puffed out his chest proudly. I'm a barbarian who knows how to read the room, too. Then he nonchalantly asked, You said your name was Damien or something, right? Bron smirked, leaning close to the old man's ear to deliver a menacing threat. Maybe I should return the favor with a barbarian-style joke? Ha 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 ha. I suddenly feel like crushing your skull. This joke made the great archmage gasp and widen his eyes. What? What was that? Bron stared back with a dangerous, threatening grin. He then laughed it off and clapped the old man hard on the shoulder. Of course, it was just a joke. Come on, lighten up and smile, old man. The white-haired elder was petrified, stuttering, unable to believe his ears. Old man, really? He muttered, feeling irritated. Just by calling it a joke, you think you can just blurt out such nonsense? He shamelessly patted the old man's shoulder as if they were best friends. Ah, come on, that was just a joke. Ha ha ha. Watching this, the blonde girl beside him could only hold her head in frustration. Hey, are you actually crazy? I should have realized that the moment I saw you causing such a scene at the guild. Seeing the old man's shoulders shaking with rage, Bron started to break into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, did I go a bit too far? How was he supposed to clean up this mess? Just then, the old man let out a strange laugh. Damien threw his head back and laughed heartily, the sound shattering the suffocating tension. A moment ago, this kid was quite an interesting character. The old man waved his hand, acting generous and magnanimous. Don't worry about that. I'm not like those petty brats who get hung up on every little word. But looking at the bulging veins on the old man's forehead, Bron nervously broke into a sweat, assessing the situation. You seem pretty upset, actually. Seeing the other party back down, the young man, Manji, pushed his luck even further, continuing to pat the old man's shoulder. So, what are you going to do about it? Anyway, I am a Manji, after all. So to make up for you graciously accepting my joke, I'll take back calling you an old man. The old man cleared his throat, regaining his dignified posture, and pulled a small box from his robes. It's not like I don't have a bold side too, you know? Anyway, as for those 10 million magic stones, would this suffice as a substitute? The small box popped open, revealing a sparkling, exquisite ring inside. The old man introduced it. The number 9425 Frost Spirit Gauntlet. The number might be low, but it's a numbered item. The young man Manji's pupils immediately constricted. He exclaimed in surprise internally. In his mind, valuable information about numbered items quickly surfaced that they could only be obtained from the Guardians. Each one possesses a unique ability. They're incredibly rare items. This left him deeply bewildered. And you're just gonna give me the Frost Spirit Gauntlet like that? Taking the box in his hand, he asked suspiciously, What's so good about this thing? The old man stroked his beard, laughing triumphantly, as if he'd struck gold. Haha, it's exactly what you need. It can seal one of the supernatural abilities of the essence the wearer has absorbed. As expected, the older, the wiser. The old man hit the nail right on the head. You've already absorbed the essence of a corpse golem, right? Dealing with acidic blood can be quite a hassle. What do you think? Hearing this, Bron smirked, thinking cunningly. Even the master of the Antemian faction probably doesn't know about that feature of the Frost Spirit Gauntlet. Having caught a huge break, he cleared his throat and acted resigned. All right, I understand. As he turned to walk away, and Lua Raven's booming voice followed him as a reminder. Don't forget to come here twice a week. You promised to help research the corpse golem's essence. Remember? The young man just waved his hand dismissively. I know. Watching his large back disappear behind the door, the blonde mage blinked, worried, and muttered to herself. Will he actually remember? I'm so worried. The girl then bowed her head apologetically to her master. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The old man casually waved his hand to comfort his disciple. It's fine. It's a numbered item that wouldn't sell anyway and has no real use. The kind face suddenly displayed the cunning smile of an old fox. Besides, the market value of that ring is only 1.5 million magic stones. That idiot Manji, when he realizes how much that ring is actually worth, he's going to go crazy. Meanwhile, the idiot youth was leisurely walking out the large door, basking in the sunlight, leaving behind the charade that had just ended. As he walked, he triumphantly pieced everything together. In this world, mages are the top intellectuals, but they seem completely clueless about how to obtain the tears of the goddess, which gave me confidence. Looking at the bright red box in his hand, the corners of Bron's mouth curled into a sly smile. In my eyes, even a mage is no different from a novice. They clearly don't know the true value of the Frost Spirit Gauntlet. Night fell quickly, enveloping the familiar inn. As he stepped into the lobby, the bearded innkeeper's eyes widened. He pointed directly at his face and shouted, "Hey, hey, aren't you supposed to be dead?" The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, stammering to make excuses. "I thought you were dead, so I took back the room." The burly youth remained calm, folded his arms, and asked back, "So, what did you do with my things inside?" The man opposite him trembled and whispered, I threw them all away." A dark, ominous aura radiated from him, making the air go freezing cold. I'm sure I still had at least a week left. He was terrified, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. The innkeeper begged frantically, "I'm sorry, I'll pay you back for everything." The youth's face was etched with frightening red veins, gnashing his teeth, his killing intent surging. I cannot allow myself to harbor these petty emotions. But then, he immediately froze, cold sweat breaking out as he was startled by his own abnormal shift in thinking. Wait, since when did I start thinking this way so naturally? Bloody memories began to flood back, reminding his lost soul. From the moment I opened my eyes, even while people were being slaughtered, my mind remained completely at peace. Images of swinging weapons and taking lives appeared vividly in his mind. When I first committed murder, he looked back at his own blood-stained hands from the past. It was something that had to be done, but the process was all too easy. Breaking out of prison had also felt like nothing more than a blink of an eye. And even during the escape, I only hesitated for a single moment. Looking back at his own cold-bloodedness, Bron shuddered, thinking about the alarming lack of hesitation. Even his wild and rude behavior from earlier made him rub his temples in self-reflection, arguing with the old man at the tower. That was something 29-year-old office worker Lee Hansu would never have done. A wild fire seemed to be burning deep within his soul. He vaguely realized the harsh truth. I used to think it was just a change due to the special circumstances, but the discomfort keeps growing. And soon enough, he became certain that whenever he fought, it was as if the instincts deep within this ignorant body were awakening. Standing before the massive, barbaric shadow looming over his mind, he asked himself in confusion, is my mind becoming as simple, stupid, and aggressive as a manji? Am I being assimilated by this manji? Shaking off those deep thoughts, his gaze sharpened with pragmatism. However, to survive in this place, this way is better. Pointing a menacing gaze toward the pathetic innkeeper, he coldly set his price. Just hand over 30,000 magic stones, and I'll let this slide. The innkeeper slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted in agony. 30,000 stones? I didn't even get half that much when I sold your junk. Catching the slip-up, Bron narrowed his eyes dangerously, savoring the moment. Realizing he had let it slip, the innkeeper's face drained of all color. Huh? A muscular hand clamped onto the innkeeper's collar, hoisting him into the air. The young man radiated a chilling, dark aura as he threatened. Didn't you say you'd thrown it all away? The shifty man could only wheeze and gasp for air. Yeah, finally got my hands on that hard-earned payout. Bron leaned back onto the plush, comfortable bed in his new, luxurious room, letting out a sigh of relief. Now I feel like a human being again, even if it does cost twice as much as the last dump. He sprawled out, admiring the amenities, checking them off with satisfaction. There's a window and even a private bathroom. Plus, it's much closer to the spatial plaza. Come to think of it, what happened to Anna? We need to split the loot, so I'll have to meet up with her tomorrow. The morning sun rose, dispelling the gloomy night. The next day, at the Mad Bull Inn. The moment he stepped outside, a sky-piercing, tearful shriek rang out, rattling his eardrums. Anna, the blonde barbarian girl, lunged at him, pulling him into a tight embrace as if he were a deity, her voice trembling with pride. Where have you been all this time? Of course, knowing Bron, he'd survive even if he were thrown into hell. Caught off guard by her overwhelming enthusiasm, he scratched his head with a sheepish laugh. There was a bit of an incident. As soon as he let go, she hurriedly looked up, her eyes sparkling. That's right. Have you heard the news? The young man remained oblivious, blinking in confusion. What news? Before he could even wait, another muscular barbarian jumped in, waving his arms excitedly, shouting about the Barbarian of Freedom. The whole city is going crazy over him. Hearing the cheesy nickname he knew all too well, Bron broke into a cold sweat. What? That sounds exactly like me. On the surface, he kept his expression innocent and clueless. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. What's that barbarian's name? The fellow tribesman scratched his head and answered carelessly with a grin. Who knows? I have no clue. Strangely enough, that was the only detail that hadn't leaked. Seeing that, the giant weight on his heart finally lifted, and he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It looks like the guild handled it anonymously. The atmosphere around them erupted like a festival. The fellow tribesmen continued to wave their arms, shouting with immense pride. But I'm so proud that someone like that came from our tribe. He defeated hundreds of people all by himself and cleared his name. He led everyone out of the prison and won their freedom. The Barbarian of Freedom, he is the greatest warrior. Standing amidst the crowd that was practically worshipping him, the culprit could only click his tongue and sweat, muttering to himself, I didn't think it would become such big news. Well, it shouldn't cause any major issues, right? Before them appeared a bustling district with massive, towering buildings featuring high, arched roofs. This is Camelby, Anna chirped excitedly, skipping as she raised her hand with energy. This is my first time visiting this place by myself. In reality, Camelby referred to the areas from District 2 to District 5 surrounding the Golden Koran Road. It acted as a belt where the middle class of Raphronia resided, filled with artisans and shops. Many people often called it the Freedom Market. Standing in the middle of the lively street, Bron pulled out his coin pouch and handed it to his companion. Anna, here's your share. From the gear we looted from the bandits and my own equipment that turned into scrap metal, we brought in about 800 magic stones. He quickly calculated in his head that if he accounted for the loot gathered right before leaving the rift, it was about 500,000 stones. Then he split the money, telling her, your share is 300,000 stones. Looking at the heavy pile of money, the blonde girl stuttered in shock. This is way too much, but Bron brushed it off immediately. Don't refuse, just take it. It's a well-deserved reward. Anna's expression softened completely. She replied shyly, oh, thank you. But not even 3 seconds later, her emotion vanished when she pointed excitedly, screaming, Bron, look over there. People are skewering clouds onto sticks and eating them. This made the modern-day transmigrator wonder in surprise. What? They have cotton candy here too? The blonde barbarian girl stared at the cotton candy stand with eyes sparkling like stars. After he bought her a stick, both of them sat down at a table. She stuffed her face, praising it with every bite. I can't believe humans could make food like this. Are they all powerful or something? I wonder how many cloud sticks I can buy with today's income. Witnessing this, Bron couldn't help but be speechless, thinking to himself that cotton candy had suddenly become her new currency. He sighed. Just eat your food first. As she was chewing away, she suddenly stopped and looked up at him sincerely. Bron, thank you for treating me without any bias, just like before. The sudden remark from his companion left the barbarian youth stunned. She lowered her eyes, confiding sadly, as you know, I haven't really changed that much, right? But the others in the tribe don't see me as a warrior anymore. They avoid me, especially lately. Her face twisted in frustration as she recalled the horrific scenes. No matter where I go, people keep following me around, chirping, oh, Anna, such a sweet name, my lady. Anna, the horror of being hunted by admirers, made the barbarian girl hold her head and yell in agony. I've never had to go through things like this before. Bron, is it me? Is it me? She slammed the table with a loud bang, shouting through indignant tears. Do I look that bad? Facing this catastrophic, self-destructive question from a beautiful girl, the barbarian youth could only stand there frozen, with a giant question mark floating over his head. Seeing her sob, he fumbled to comfort her. Anna, it's just that, but she cut him off decisively. I've made up my mind, Bron. I can't go into the dungeon with you anymore. This bombshell of a decision made him jump up in shock. What? Why so suddenly? In the end, Anna left the party, an outcome that wasn't exactly surprising if one only looked at how much her appearance had changed. But that wasn't the real reason. It turned out the Elder of the Holy Land, known as a legendary master swordsman among them, had taken a special interest in Anna, and on that very day, Anna had resolved to officially become an apprentice to learn swordsmanship under this elder. Bron asked regretfully, trying to salvage the situation. Can't he take a day off to join us in the dungeon? She sighed softly and shook her head. I wish he could, but this is a special training method. I can't set foot outside the sanctuary for the next 6 months. Hearing this harsh condition, Bron's mind immediately raced with shock. Could that training method be what she was talking about? Looking at his teammate's serious expression, he nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I understand. I also realize what a great opportunity this is. The blonde girl heard this and continued with great pride. I won't make you wait, and I won't demand that you take me back unconditionally when that time comes. Her eyes ignited with fierce determination as she declared clearly, I will definitely train hard and return as a formidable warrior. I will never hold you back again. Listening to those heartfelt words, Bron silently raised his wooden beer mug and took a long drink, as if to bid a quiet farewell. Setting the empty mug on the table, He let out a sigh filled with inner regret. I couldn't keep Anna by my side. The painful memories of the previous trip flooded back. During the second expedition, Anna had been controlled by bandits. The image of the proud girl being trampled, her lips stained with fresh blood, appeared vividly in his mind, forced to make a vow. He knew clearly that her deepest trauma was that moment of helplessness. She had no other choice but to stand by and watch powerlessly, while everyone else fought for their lives in the rift. For a warrior as proud as her, that terrible experience was surely the final straw, directly influencing her decision this time. Slamming his beer mug onto the table, Bron silently calculated the arduous road ahead. So, we have to find another companion. Of course, there was still the option of going solo. Gazing at the power surging through his body, he confidently assessed himself. I am clearly different from who I was 2 months ago, thanks to absorbing the essence of the corpse golem, the vampire, and even a sentinel. His base stats had skyrocketed, and when combined with his superior recovery skills, he was practically invincible at the second floor. But no matter how overpowered he was, from the third floor onward, going solo was completely impossible because the game Dungeon and Stone essentially forced you to play in a party. No matter how strong a character is, the game's structure makes clearing it alone impossible. When you climb to higher floors, the lack of certain roles becomes absolutely fatal. Therefore, having team members who can take on various roles is of the utmost importance. Thus, he needed to quickly find companions of similar level to aim for higher goals and hunt monsters on more advanced floors. Seeing him walk into the room, the blonde mage and Lua Raven cheered happily. "Ah, you're here?" Which made him think that if, in the process, he could team up with a rank 6 mage like her, it would be wonderful. Looking straight into her eyes, he smiled knowingly, because her help would certainly bring him closer to his goals. But just as the girl smiled brightly and asked if he was ready, an image of a terrifying, blood-stained torture chair flashed in Bron's mind, along with a self-reflective thought. That is, of course, if we can survive and return from that place. Hearing his suggestion, the girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, flatly turned away, and refused outright. Not a chance. She began to lecture the Barbarian. What kind of mage would be crazy enough to join a pathetic party with only 2 barbarians? Now listen here. If you want me on the team, every member must be at least rank 6 or higher, and you need to find a cleric before you even think about it. Bron could only sweat profusely and nod repeatedly. Ah, I see. The girl smirked arrogantly and added a fatal blow. That would take at least 3 years, wouldn't it? Leaving him speechless and sighing, thinking he should have kept his mouth shut. Quickly moving past the pointless argument, she tossed a stack of documents to him. Anyway, forget that nonsense. Take this. This is the analysis data on the vampire essence that you just checked. He flipped through the papers, furrowed his brow, and muttered, "It only says high, medium, low. There's nothing concrete here. Not important." Either way, he already knew the exact numbers. The detailed status board of the vampire essence immediately appeared in his mind with impressive stats. Natural recovery up by 45, agility up by 15, physical resistance up by 12, magic sensitivity up by 30, artificial sunlight sensitivity up by 12, strength up by 15, magic resistance up by 30, soul force up by 21, and dark resistance up by 12. Gazing at the massive stats, he nodded in satisfaction. I already knew it, but seeing it directly is still amazing, especially the high-value stats like natural recovery, magic resistance, and soul force, which were all extremely abundant. Not to mention, the Sentinel's essence also possessed an incredibly overpowered passive skill called Origin of Darkness, helping the user resist death as long as the heart remains intact. And that's not even mentioning the other basic passive skills. Next is the active skill, Tier 2 Sacrifice Imprint, which helps temporarily increase physical abilities depending on the number of living entities embedded. Even more unique is the active skill, Bloodlord, allowing the user to temporarily absorb one skill from the victim when directly drinking their blood. Finally, there is the active Immortal skill, which temporarily increases recovery speed tremendously, proportionally to the amount of blood lost. All these equipable active skills are fully included. Closing the stack of documents, he smiled to himself, feeling smug. Now I've got both the Immortal Seal and the Guardian's Essence. I'd say my recovery build is basically complete, wouldn't you? He had been playing this game for 10 years, but he'd never seen a character develop this fast. Having secured what he needed, he turned to walk away. I'll be taking my leave then. But she suddenly raised her voice and called out to him. Wait a second, there's something I've been dying to ask you. She narrowed her eyes at him, scrutinizing him. What exactly was that thing from before? You know, the stuff you shoved into that unconscious vampire's mouth, it felt like divine power. The unexpected question caught the barbarian youth off guard, and his mind immediately jumped to a certain treasure. Are you talking about the tears of the divine? But on the surface, he acted nonchalant, reaching up to pick his nose and trying to dodge the subject. Perhaps she was just seeing things? The situation back there had been chaotic enough, after all. He thought to himself that there was no way he could reveal that secret to her. Raven stomped her foot, frustrated and shouting a retort. No way! I saw it clearly with my own 2 eyes. But the barbarian youth quickly shouted to distract her and bolted away at full speed. There's a traitor! I've got to go! Sensing danger, he activated his barbarian-style escape mode, leaving behind the mage's angry, echoing shouts. Hey! You! Get back here! She stood, rooted to the spot, trembling with rage, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. You're hiding something, aren't you? Do you really think I can't figure it out on my own? With that, she dove into the bookshelves, letting out a triumphant cry when she found a lead. Found it. The Comprehensive Records on Spatial Rifts, Volume 3. She reached out, using magic to lift the thick, ancient book down from the library's impossibly high shelf. Flipping through the pages, she recalled its origin. An ancient tome containing priceless information about rifts that wasn't even recorded in the Academy. With no title or author, stumbling upon it when she was a child was pure luck. Now, which page talked about the Blood Castle again? Finding the exact section she wanted, she cheered happily. Aha, here it is. But her face fell the moment she saw the smudged stains. Just as I thought. This part is unreadable. What kind of stain is this? The book vaguely recorded an item called the Golden Mask. And right after that, the section on how to collect the tears of the divine was completely crossed out with jagged, broken lines. Not discouraged, she continued to use magic to pull out another book to cross-reference. I remember reading about the tears of the divine in this one. The page, sparkling with ancient script, opened before her eyes, and she let out an excited shout. Yes, found it. The page described it clearly. The tears of the divine, a consumable holy relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, it grants a powerful blessing to the surrounding area. The old book even recorded a historical event. 150 years ago, during the Great Spatial Collapse, Cardinal Andron used all 3 of these tears to save the Pope. After that, they completely vanished from public knowledge. Reading this, a cold sweat broke out on Anlua Raven's brow. She muttered in shock. A holy relic, does it really say that? The memory of the explosion of light she had witnessed with her own eyes matched perfectly the method of use, and the effect were exactly what she had seen. Was this just a coincidence? Her suspicion turned toward the back of the barbarian youth who had just come of age. How could a barbarian who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony know the hidden location of the tears of the divine, and how could he use them so instantly? An insane theory flashed through her mind. Could that guy actually be the Black Knight? Continuing to flip through to the Golden Mask, the ancient book explained that it was an item obtainable only after defeating the insects of the Blood Castle, provided several specific conditions were met. Sitting on his bed and admiring the mask before him, he recalled its function. It allowed the wearer to change their face as they wished for. 30 days, with a maximum limit of 5 uses. He remembered his utilitarian habits from his gaming days. Even when I was just playing the game, I never had the slightest interest in decorating the face of a 2D pixelated barbarian character. So, I just sold it on the virtual market for about 500,000 stones. But then, he startled himself, reminding himself of his current situation. This is reality. Recently, I even had a run-in with the law and was wrongfully imprisoned. If one day I'm forced to turn this city into my enemy, he reached out to touch the cool metal surface. It's best if I keep this for self-defense for now. The next morning, in a bustling tavern, an adventurer excitedly turned to ask his comrade, "Hey, have you heard the news?" The shocking news broke, and the white-haired elf, who was eating, suddenly froze. The Crystal Alliance has disbanded. The other adventurer kept blabbering. Isn't that shocking? A powerful, massive faction just vanished overnight. People speak of the scale of the power that just collapsed with such reverence. The Crystal Alliance. They had built a vast network based on countless communication stones, providing various conveniences to adventurers on the first floor. It was an adventurer guild that had witnessed explosive growth over the past decade. But another adventurer immediately slammed the table in disgust and retorted, "Powerful? What are you talking about? Were they ever really adventurers to begin with? It's ridiculous that they kept calling themselves adventurers to act all cocky. Yeah, they were just a bunch of low-life scum." Hearing the buzzing rumors, the elf silently gripped her beer, remembering the past. At first, things were truly good. Many commoners struggling to pay taxes had genuinely found salvation through them, but the times changed quickly. As they grew more powerful, the Crystal Alliance gradually became corrupt and depraved. She tossed a few coins onto the counter and stood up to leave. They started shunning outsiders and frequently committed cruel crimes against newcomers. Thanks for the meal. The painful memories stinging her heart made her seethe with resentment. Just looking at what happened to my sister is proof enough of that. The benefactor's massive face appeared in her mind. I hate to admit this, but if it weren't for that barbarian guy, things probably would have taken a turn for the worse, beyond anything I could imagine, she muttered to herself, feeling a sense of relief. I used to think I would have to deal with them myself, but now I don't even have to do that anymore. The chatter of other adventurers still reached her ears. But why did they suddenly disband? Don't tell me you haven't heard anything yet? Everything is because of the freedom mana. It's so ironic, but it's all thanks to that savage. The guy next to him nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wait, you mean the guy who broke out of prison to clear his name, and even took the local lord's daughter hostage? With all this chaos, there are even rumors that the bill targeting ninth-rank adventurers, labeling them as nothing but looters, might be scrapped entirely. Hearing this, the elf girl froze, stunned, as the adventurer added some even more shocking news. But the most surprising part was that the savage was only a ninth-rank adventurer. Exactly. Which means he hasn't even held his coming-of-age ceremony yet. The elf girl's face turned pale. Her heart pounded as she immediately thought of someone a ninth-rank adventurer who was also a savage. No way. Such a coincidence couldn't possibly be real. Standing under the quiet night sky, she looked up at the inn, wondering melancholily. Could that savage truly be dead? Pacing back and forth in front of the half-closed wooden door, she tried to piece the clues together. If the freedom mana is that savage, it would perfectly explain why he hasn't returned to the inn for the past week. She hesitated, placing her hand on the doorknob, her heart racing with fear. Finding the truth, she opened the door to reveal a pitch-black room. She softly called the name of the person sitting alone, hugging their knees on the bed. Wen. Seeing Wen's pitiful, haggard appearance, the elf girl struggled internally. Should she tell her younger sister about this? The next morning, at the luxurious Adventurer Guild office, the receptionist politely looked up and asked Bron, who was standing in front of him, "What brings you here today?" He stated his intention straightforwardly. "I'm looking for companions who match my rank." The staff member then asked about his preferences or any special requirements. He replied succinctly, "A team of at least 4, operating from the 3rd floor and above." The receptionist politely placed his hands on the desk and requested, "Please provide your identification card and badge." Bron handed over the papers and replied, "Here you go." The staff member took the documents and muttered to himself, "Let's see. Bron Yanden, rank 7, then he suddenly froze in confusion. In an instant, his face changed completely. His eyes widened in panic, and he shrieked in horror. 5 stars? Seeing the guy's overreaction, Bron asked, confused, "What is supposed to mean 5 stars? Meanwhile, the staff member jumped in surprise, hurriedly trying to explain. "Saint Stars? Did I say anything about stars? No. It was more like this was a list of teams suitable for the criteria that adventurer Bron Yanden had specified." Bron sighed to himself. "This is so convoluted. It must be some kind of internal code used in the guild." Regardless, it was nice to be welcomed so warmly. But glancing at the tiny note in the margin that read, VIP, or difficult client, he couldn't help but be speechless. Suddenly, Bron's gaze turned sharp as he realized something. That name, a hearty laugh, cut through his thoughts. "Ha, I knew it was you." The dwarf, Hikuros, walked over, laughing loudly and excitedly, adding, "I was a bit suspicious when I saw the file said you were rank 7. Bron sat down heavily on the chair opposite, greeting him, "Long time no see, Hikuros. Glad to see you again, but let's save the details for later. There's still someone else joining us." Hikuros asked curiously, "You've already chosen someone?" Bron replied calmly, "Not exactly chosen, but there's a mage joining us. Let's just say they've been selected." The dwarf's eyes crinkled with joy. Hearing the word mage, Bron started, his eyes widening in surprise. "A mage?" he thought, screaming inwardly. "Such a rare talent is willing to join our team?" Hikuros gestured excitedly. "That's right, and here they come. Look over there, that's them." Bron was incredibly curious, wondering, who on earth is it? He stared in the direction being pointed to, his mind filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. A mage on this team? Who could it be? Just then, a voice called out, "Oh, my friend, Mr. Dwarf." A young man with blonde hair and a monocle walked over with a bright, friendly smile. "I am Leah Guaki. I'm here because I want to join your team." Hikuros and Bron stood up to greet him. The dwarf shook his hand and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, so nice to meet you. Are you the mage we were expecting today? It's hard to believe we'd cross paths with a mage at such a specific time and place. The dwarf paused, confused, seeing the other person staring at him with a puzzled expression. Bron quickly pulled him back, whispering a reminder that he was the person they were looking for. Realizing the awkwardness, Murat laughed it off and reintroduced himself. Ah ha ha ha. Anyway, it's great to meet you both. I am Hikaros Murat, a rank 6 adventurer. Immediately, Leah responded arrogantly. But I am a rank 8 mage from the Ronia royal family. Hearing that, both Bron and Hikaros widened their eyes in surprise. The Rafflonia royal family. But Bron quickly realized the other's true intention. He meant that he didn't work for the guild, nor did he belong to any magic tower. Why didn't this dwarf even know such basic things? Leah smiled smugly, pushing up his monocle. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable for a savage, aren't you? May I ask your name? Irritated by the other's condescending attitude, Bron gritted his teeth. He really is an eyesore, he thought, then replied coldly, Yanden, son of Bron. Sit down. Pulling a chair out for the royal mage to sit at a table filled with meat and beer, Bron decided to get straight to the point, with a firm tone. He looked Leah straight in the eyes and challenged him. I'll be direct. Why do you want to be an adventurer? Because, in Bron's mind, it was extremely rare for a rank 8 mage to be out adventuring. Leah nonchalantly took a sip of his drink and shrugged, explaining, It's simple. I don't have the skills to work in the middle and upper floors. Meanwhile, adventuring in the lower floors doesn't earn enough money. Working in the city is clearly more stable and profitable. The blonde mage puffed out his chest proudly, twirling a sparkling monocrystal between his fingers. I want to become a famous adventurer and raise the reputation of my house of Baron Maktawan. Hearing the word Baron, Hikaros fell off his chair, shouting in shock. But Baron? You're a noble? Meanwhile, Leah explained further. My mother-in-law's sister is the third younger brother of Baron Maktawan's wife. Hearing that convoluted explanation, Bron couldn't help but think silently. What the hell? Basically, the two of you aren't related at all. He's definitely not a noble. Leah spread his hands, feigning friendliness. Don't be so tense. I don't intend to treat anyone as if they're beneath me. But that attitude only made Bron even more suspicious. Is this guy out of his mind? The more he talks, the more he feels like some kind of con artist. Thinking back on Bron Jandenard's background profile, Bron silently summarized the guy's traits. A good-looking face with blonde hair, about 1 meter 60 tall and skinny, knows basic utility magic, administrative magic, a few curses, and ice attribute magic. Definitely an inexperienced 8th rank mage, sounding full of lies and arrogance. However, reflecting on the current situation, Bron analyzed, even though he had his doubts, having a mage in the party would make high-caliber recruits more eager to join their team. So, we decided to recruit Y into the team. As Bron had anticipated, their group later attracted a lot of top-tier talent applying to join, and Hikuro and he had to spend 3 to 4 days each week reviewing the thick pile of applications. Holding a new file in his hand, Hikuro nodded, satisfied. I think this guy is pretty solid. Even though Bron was silently complaining to himself, feeling like he had to shoulder most of the heavy lifting in this team. Hikuro looked at Bron with eyes full of trust and asked, So, are we going with him? I was afraid you were going to turn him down too. And just like that, their exploration party was officially complete. We even upgraded our gear. Afterward, you headed to the familiar bookstore. However, the beautiful librarian with icy blue hair sitting across from you kept a stone-cold expression, not even blinking once. Then she suddenly spoke up. What is that? You replied. Huh, can you see this thing? I could tell you, if you really want to know that badly. You tapped the shiny metal coating excitedly. This is a breastplate and a large shield made of latinium. Immediately, a system notification appeared, recording that the character had equipped a latinium breastplate, increasing the total item level by 270, and equipped a great latinium shield, increasing the total item level by 315. Not stopping there, you turned to show off the massive backpack behind you, as the system notification confirmed the character had equipped an expansion backpack, significantly increasing storage capacity. And this thing on my back is an expandable backpack. Honestly, it's not really a big deal. I just bought it. The receptionist raised a hand to stop you, coldly extinguishing your excitement with one blunt sentence. There have been complaints. Please take off your armor. Bron froze for a few seconds, awkwardly scratching his cheek. Oh, all right, he thought to himself. It seems this lady doesn't like jokes at all. After finishing the procedures, Bron strolled leisurely along the red brick streets of the city. While walking, Bron suddenly jumped when he heard a loud snoring sound from a corner of an alley. You peeked into the alley, dumbfounded, thinking to yourself, a barbarian? Here? Looking at the barbarian crouching in the corner, Bron wondered, but why doesn't he have any weapons? Every barbarian always carries weapons with them, as if they were their own lifeblood, no matter how hungry, poor, or cold they are. Bron approached the dejected barbarian and called out. Hearing the noise, the barbarian jumped, looking up at Bron with eyes full of terror. Seeing the other person trembling, Bron calmly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Where are your weapons? And what are you doing here?" The barbarian timidly lowered his head and whispered, I didn't have money, so I sold them." Hearing that, Bron froze in silence, his mind filled with astonishment. He's using honorifics when talking to me, and he sold his own weapons? Immediately, Bron broke into a cunning, radiant smile as he guessed the identity of the person in front of him. I knew it, this bastard. Bron loudly introduced himself first. "Let me introduce myself. I am Bron, son of Jandon." Hearing that, the barbarian was confused. "Ah, my name is Tarakan, son of Lian." This led you to secretly conclude, he is definitely a vengeful spirit. Bron took him to a restaurant, and as soon as the food was served, Tarakan began frantically stuffing everything into his mouth. While chewing greedily, he looked at Bron with teary eyes, filled with gratitude. "I will never forget what you've done for me today." Looking at that sloppy state, Bron thought to himself, "He said he completed his coming-of-age ceremony a month before me." You propped your chin up, analyzing the information. He said he got lost and couldn't enter the dungeon. Watching Tarakan slurping a bowl of hot soup, Bron concluded, "But I'm sure he just ran away because he was too terrified to fight monsters." You recalled your own experience. Escaping from a group of super excited barbarians is actually as easy as pie. Thinking about the precarious situation of a new explorer, Bron mused, but the real trouble lies after that. I bet he tried to find work in the city, but who would ever hire a barbarian? That is the biggest disadvantage of having the body of a barbarian. Your mind began to sprout many suspicions. Is it really true that the players opened the final boss chamber of the Abyss Gate? No. Someone with such skillful techniques should have understood how this society treats barbarians. Why didn't he bother entering the dungeon? Bron tapped his finger on the table, demanding, "Keep talking. What did you do after that month was up?" Tarikan hung his head, embarrassedly replying, "I didn't enter the dungeon then either." Hearing this, you slammed the table in anger, stood up, and shouted, "What? You didn't enter the dungeon again? Are you crazy?" The other person tearfully begged, "But how could I fight against those monsters without a single weapon in my hand?" Bron glared at him, reprimanding him. "That is why you should have gone the first time. Can't you think ahead at all?" Then you inwardly assessed, "Has this guy ever played this game before?" Tarakan sniffled and continued. "After that, I was kicked out because I was completely broke." Everything he revealed after that was exactly as Bron had predicted. Everything he told me afterward was just as I thought. Tarakan sadly opened up. So I had to struggle against the cold, hunger, and illness. Then I tried to find the dwellings of other barbarians. But for some reason, they chased me away and ostracized me. Bron crossed his arms, thoughtfully questioning himself. How could he have survived for 3 months with such a cowardly attitude? If I had also cowardly run away out of fear that day, recalling the hardships of the first days, you coldly concluded that I would surely have suffered the same tragic fate as this guy. Seeing you silent, Tarakan forced a smile and pleaded, "So, what do you think? What about my story? Don't you feel sorry for me? Doesn't it make you want to help me at all?" Tarakan widened his eyes, trying to convince you with a desperate tone. "You might find it hard to believe, but I know the dungeon very well. I am sure I will be useful to you." But Bron coldly cut him off without hesitation. "I will not enter the dungeon with you." The vengeful spirit was stunned, stammering, "What?" While you calmly proposed another option, "I will help you in another way." Bron spread his large hand, holding shimmering coins out in front of him. "This is 150,000 magic stones. Use this money to buy a weapon, and then go into the dungeon." Looking at the pile of money in his hand, Tarikan trembled, unable to believe his eyes. "Ah, are you really giving this to me?" Then he choked up, eyes welling with tears of gratitude. "Thank you. One day, I will definitely pay this money back to you." You just indifferently waved your hand, signaling him to leave. "Then can you leave now?" "I'm tired." He hurriedly stood up, smiling apologetically. "Ah, is that so? Okay, I'll visit again next time." But Bron brutally shut down that intention with one cold word, "Don't." You looked straight into his sweating face and said in a low, steady voice, "Tarakan, son of Lian, whether you lose the money, waste it, become rich from the dungeon, or even if you have enough money to pay me back, Bron looked at him with dark, emotionless eyes and warned, "Once you step out of here, never come looking for me again." His intense aura made the man tremble as he questioned him. "Answer me if you understand." Tarikan could only timidly obey. "Fine." That night, Bron sat silently alone on the edge of the bed in the quiet, dark room. His gaze deepened with self-reproach as he thought to himself, "My actions just now were truly a bit hateful." He unconsciously recalled his early, lonely days and questioned himself. "Am I thinking about the past?" Bron pondered the world's reaction to his actions. A rational person would surely say, "I'm an idiot." And a sentimental person would be angry because I only helped him to that extent. He clasped his hands tightly together, bowing his head in realization. Both ways of thinking aren't wrong. This might be hypocrisy, but it's the best I could do. A flash of determination lit up Bron's eyes before he closed them. "So, Tarikan, just survive." Time passed quickly until the day they entered the dungeon. When the system notification chimed that they had entered the first floor of the crystal cave, the mage Leah excitedly craned his neck to look around. "Oh, so this is the dungeon? Where do we go now?" His personal info popped up. Liwaki, a 25-year-old rank 8 human mage who kept gasping in awe. "The crystals in the cave are so transparent. Is this really what exploring is like?" This led Bron to silently sum him up with a sarcastic nickname. Simply put, a jerk. At that moment, the middle-aged adventurer raised his hand professionally. "Wait, let me check something." His file appeared. Bron Rod Miller, a 34-year-old rank 7 human adventurer with 8 years of extensive experience. After checking the magic compass in his hand, he concluded, "The direction isn't bad. I think we'll be fine if we follow the path we chose beforehand." Bron sighed with relief and evaluated him. Perhaps he is the most normal member of this team. Next was the info on Hikarod Murat, a rank 6 dwarf adventurer who acted as the team's tank and leader. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've adventured in a party like this." And finally, the rank 7 tank, Bron Jandon. That was him, the real him. His red beast ears twitched with excitement. And finally, accompanied by a high-pitched voice, "I'm itching to fight. It's been so long since I've been out on the battlefield." Misa, the cute beastkin girl, appeared with her detailed info. Misa, a 25-year-old rank 7 beastkin adventurer. With 5 years of combat experience, she eagerly swung her weapon. "Let's go chop off some monster heads." Niaon looked at her and silently remarked with concern. She has a strange habit of always adding Nia at the end of every sentence. She says it's innate since she was born, but I've never seen anyone like her. The dwarf, Hikuro, took the chance to tease her. "Haha, I wouldn't dare disobey the princess's orders." This made Misa blush with shame as she shouted, "I told you not to call me that." Witnessing that noisy argument, Bron frowned, digging through his memories. I think she said she was the 13th princess of some tribe. I don't remember clearly. Meanwhile, Misa was still furiously screaming below. "I'm going to kill you." That dwarf, the guide, Rod Miller, spoke up, cutting off the comedy act to keep the group disciplined. "Let's move out." The middle-aged man took the lead and turned back to instruct. "Everyone, stay close together." Looking at the guide's serious back, Bron thought to himself with anticipation. And so, our first expedition as a team officially began. Thanks to Rod Miller's guidance, we reached the second-floor teleportation gate within 10 hours. But as soon as they arrived, Rod Miller stopped, squinting to observe the tracks around them, and exclaimed in surprise, "Someone else has been here before us." He clicked his tongue in regret. "And we went as fast as we could." Bron thought that was a pretty good achievement, but he guessed the man still wasn't satisfied. He looked at the light of the teleportation gate and silently mused. A navigation skill that lets you know the gate's direction. Initially, I didn't expect much since he isn't a professional guide, but this is quite good. Cutting off that train of thought, the guide loudly ordered, "Let's go in." Walking behind him, Bron sighed with quiet regret. It's a pity I can't earn experience points for opening the teleportation gate. Memories of his old comrades returned, making him compare them. If I were with A, I could have earned those experience points by using a game glitch to open the gate. But never mind. I'll keep that secret until I find truly reliable teammates. When they stepped through the gate, a system notification immediately popped up, saying they had entered the beast's lair on the second floor. Bron silently recalled the basic info about this place. The beast's lair on the second floor could be accessed via the teleportation gate on the east side of the first floor. Just like its name, a lot of beast-type monsters will appear here. But I can never get used to this stench, no matter how many times I come here. The dwarf, Hikuro, turned his head to look at the blonde teammate behind him, asking with concern, "Why? Are you okay?" The scholar-like youth looked green, covering his nose and waving him away, pleading, "Please don't talk to me right now." This made Hikuro laugh, crushing his hope. Ha ha ha, I guess not. Even the Beastkin girl, Misa, had to cover her nose and grimace. It's so dirty here. Perhaps that's why the stench in this place is so disgusting. Bron approached the middle-aged adventurer, who was stooped down and investigating, and asked anxiously, "Rod Miller, are you all right? I heard you possess a type of essence sensitive to scents," but the guide just calmly waved him off. "I'm fine. This isn't the first time I've faced this." He turned back and seriously reminded the team, "There are many waste puddles here, so stay right behind me if you don't want to step in one." This made Bron nod inwardly, impressed and trusting. This man is truly reliable. How come? Is it thanks to his 8 years of hard-earned experience? The whole team trudged through the muddy swamps, with thick, messy mud clinging to every heavy step they took. While walking, Bron silently observed the terrain to analyze the beast's lair, which was a valley. You have to find your own way through this natural labyrinth. There are no traps here, but the role of a guide is extremely important here, even more so than in the Goblin Forest. The monsters here are too weak compared to the team's stats, so there won't be any danger. Their superior strength made clearing out the monsters easy. System notifications kept popping up. You have defeated a large blade-manned wolf. Experience points increased by 1. You have defeated a demon wolf. Experience points increased by 2. Next, another ferocious beast fell. The system rang out again. You have defeated a saber-toothed tiger. Experience points increased by 2. Even the creatures hiding underground couldn't escape their fate. The notification displayed, "You have defeated a wall-crushing mouse. Experience points increased by 1. As night fell, Bron thought contentedly while lying on a warm mattress. And thanks to Dwaki's alarm magic, we could divide the watch into 4 shifts, so I could get a full 6 hours of sleep. However, the young mage sitting by the fire muttered, still confused, "But why do we have to do this? I already have my own alarm magic." Hikuro laughed heartily to soothe him. "Haha, it's not that we don't trust your magic. The alarm magic only detects monsters that are getting close." Bron Jean Denard Y asked, looking blank. "Is there a problem with that?" The dwarf put on a serious face and gave a cold warning. "Explorers are even more dangerous than monsters in the labyrinth." This made Bron Jean Denard Y's eyes widen in horror. Trembling at the cruel truth, the mage stammered, asking Bron, who had just woken up, if that was true. He nodded in response. "That's right. So you should get some sleep too. I told you that you don't need to stay up to guard at night." The other man mumbled in compliance. "Ah, okay." Looking at the trembling back of the rookie mage, Bron was silent. Then he sighed, silently judging in his head. This is probably the last expedition he'll have with that mage. The expedition continued smoothly. On the second day, shortly after noon, Rod Miller pointed to the rocky ravine ahead and announced, "The transfer gate to the 3rd floor is just behind this spot. That is where we will hunt our 78th rank monsters." Bron recalled the structure of the labyrinth. The 3rd floor is a giant map called the Pilgrim's Passage. You will enter a different map on the 2nd floor, depending on where you entered. But everyone will eventually gather at the same place on the 3rd floor. He kept walking while silently praying. Of course, the starting point on the 3rd floor depends on where you entered from the 2nd floor. But I hope we start somewhere decent. Misa curiously turned to ask him. "Now that I think about it, have you ever been to the 3rd floor?" Bron Nia calmly replied, "I've been." The Beastkin girl marveled and praised him. "That's amazing, Nia. It took me a whole year to reach the 3rd floor." Nia made Bron think and ask back, "A year? Then how long did it take you to reach the 4th floor?" She put her finger on her chin to calculate. 2 years. I think that's about right." Nia made Hikuro, who was walking beside them, excitedly respond. "Then it's exactly the same for me." Misa blushed and shouted in frustration. "Hey, I don't like that. Nia, you have less experience than I do. Yet you're already a 6th rank explorer. Naya, I'm still only at rank 7. The dwarf laughed and teased her. "Haha, but you were born into a prestigious family." The noisy argument between the two was quickly extinguished by Rod Miller's cold voice. "Both of you, be quiet," Misa timidly mumbled. "Sorry, Nia." The dwarf also quickly pulled his head in. "I'll stop too." Seeing the sudden tense atmosphere, Bron narrowed his eyes in confusion, wondering what was going on. Then he silently judged in his head. His voice sounded much more irritable than before. Looking at the lonely back leading the way ahead, Bron felt a sense of sympathy. Well, he has to do all the hard work by himself. I can understand why he's angry. As soon as they crossed the border, the official system notification rang out. "You have entered the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Passage." The wild and rugged landscape appeared before their eyes as Bron silently identified the Steel Valley landmark. Suddenly, a thundering roar echoed, making Rod Miller jump in shock with eyes wide in terror. Realizing the danger was imminent, Bron dashed forward, raised his large shield to cover the guide, and shouted loudly, "Rod Miller, get back now!" From the darkness, a giant monster with sharp, pointed horns charged madly, trampling the ground. The massive collision forced Bron to brace himself. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. Ugh, he couldn't help but think in horror. Why are there monsters right at the entrance gate? Numbness spread through his arm. He was terrified as he assessed the opponent's strength. This impact, if it weren't for this large shield, I would definitely have been crushed to pieces. Bron thought in anxiety, just like that dwarf. While Hikuro was sent flying by the impact, the shield only managed a pained groan. Immediately, an urgent blue system notification displayed. Hikurode Murat has activated the emergency recovery skill. As Hikurode stood up, he shouted to warn his teammates. "John, they are rank 7 monsters called Iron Row. Just try to block them and don't let them push us back any further." Bron focused on defense and replied, "I already know that." Watching the dwarf recover so quickly, he thought with a hint of growing envy. So he's already recovered? I'm not even jealous or anything. Really. Looking at the burly monster in front of him, Bron quickly analyzed the tactics. The Einrow's active skill is weight balance. It gives them knockback resistance. That dwarf's essence was actually very useful, because of that knockback resistance when we were in the Blood Castle. Right at that moment, the dwarf Hikuro stepped forward and stomped hard on the ground to brace himself and activate his skill. A brilliant blue system notification flashed amidst the chaotic battlefield. Hikurode Murat has used the weight balance skill. Immediately after, the system notification continued to display that Ligwak had used a level 8 destructive curse, leaving the monster gaping in shock and pain. A dark purple magical aura swirled tightly around the young mage, ready to unleash its destructive power. Having witnessed the precision of the curse, the dwarf Hikur swung his weapon and shouted excitedly, "Nice job!" Then, Hikurode rushed forward, swinging his axe to finish off the beast. "I'll take care of this." This left the mage Leah standing behind, stammering with relief. We actually took it down." Suddenly, another graceful figure shot up from behind. The beastkin girl Misa swung her weapon as she lunged down, shouting, "There's still one more!" Lam Bron, who was holding the defensive line below, was also caught by surprise. Misa tensed up, unleashing a critical attack from midair straight onto the monster's head. With her eyes glowing red with murderous intent, she roared with confidence, revealing her essence. Her sharp blade tore through the night, delivering a bloody, critical strike to her target. The monster roared in agony as its massive body was sliced in two. After the monster vanished, the official system notification sounded. "You defeated Iano, plus 3 experience points." However, Rod Miller looked at the dust clouds and muttered, skeptical, "That's strange. This isn't where Ancho should be. Why are they here?" Quickly sensing something wrong, Bron narrowed his eyes and turned to Rod Miller. "Is anyone nearby?" It made the middle-aged adventurer jump in alarm. A bright system notification appeared. Bron Rod Miller used the body heat detection skill. The skill description clearly stated it was an active skill for detecting body heat, a lizardman pathfinder technique that helps locate nearby temperatures to track living creatures. But then, he shook his head. "There's no one in this area." The scout analyzed seriously, but looking at the lingering scent, someone was definitely here until just a moment ago. They must be within a certain distance, at least 2 minutes away. Bron made a cold deduction. Then it's highly likely they left after watching us hunt. Hearing the tense conversation, the dwarf Hikuro sweated profusely, worried. "Wait, does that mean someone is targeting us?" Rod Miller calmed him down. "I don't think this was intentionally targeting us." Bron silently recalled the dirty tricks in this world. Luring monsters to teleportation gates was a common method used by bandits. They are taking advantage of the moment when we're most vulnerable. A murderous aura flared around Misa as she gritted her teeth. "Then shouldn't we capture them alive and beat them to a pulp?" "Nia, don't we get paid if we kill those bandits?" The dwarf shook his head to stop her. "That's true, but it's hard to find them, and we don't have any evidence. We might be the ones who get into trouble if things go wrong. But dead men tell no tales. Nia, we just need to leave a warning for the bandits at the gate, and then leave." At this, the young mage started trembling violently. Deep in the dungeon, the team chatted while walking. Misa praised him. "Rod Miller, that's amazing." "Nia, I didn't even know such a method existed." The dwarf Hikuro nodded in agreement. "I've only heard of it too. This is the first time I've experienced it myself." The beastkin girl added, "I guess, after all, running into bandits isn't that common." Nia's words left Bron standing behind them, confused and startled, questioning himself. "Not common?" he curiously probed. How many times have you run into them? Misa pointed at herself in surprise. Me? I think about 8 times in the last year. Hearing that number, Bron broke out into a cold sweat and screamed in his mind. What? That's way too low. I thought everyone ran into them all the time. Including today, I've run into bandits 5 times in just the last 3 months. Misa's eyes widened in surprise. Then she burst out laughing. What? Just how much bad karma have you accumulated? Hikuro laughed boisterously and added, That's impressive. I heard that such a bad situation was common about 150 years ago. But the number of bandits has decreased significantly recently. Hikuro chuckled, teasingly adding, Ha ha ha. Maybe you are the reason we ran into bandits today. It left Bron stunned, silently lamenting in his mind. Ah, what on earth is my life like? Rod Miller stood up to defend him. Stop teasing him. You all know that he's quite lucky. Misa protested. Right? I can't be the only one, can I? The scout turned to advise, Bron, don't worry about it too much. Usually, I only run into them once every 3 months. His words of comfort only rubbed salt into Bron's wounds as he stayed silent. Yeah, that's still nothing compared to my 5 times in 3 months. Misa looked at Waki, confused when she saw him looking down. Hey, what's wrong? Bron could only keep his head down and keep walking. Let's just keep moving. After continuously destroying a series of fierce beasts, system notifications rang out repeatedly. You defeated a rock crawler, experience points +2. You defeated an iron crawler, experience points +2. You defeated a Steel Valley guard, experience points +2. Rod Miller turned back to signal the group to stop at the border where this land ended. Let's camp here tonight, and tomorrow we'll move to the next area. Bron inwardly evaluated the scout's decision. The reason we're camping in such an odd area is because there are fewer monsters here. That's a wise choice. Meanwhile, Hikuro turned to ask the young mage worriedly, Waki, are you okay? You haven't looked so good for a while. It made the other jump in surprise. Really? Looking at his pale face, dripping with sweat behind his round glasses, he thought mockingly. That's right, he's usually quite talkative. Why does he look like he just chewed on dirt now? Sitting with his knees to his chest by the warm campfire, Bron Waki sighed sadly and poured his heart out. Honestly, the illusions I had about adventuring have been completely shattered. He hung his head, hands clasped tightly together, blaming himself pitifully. I know how this must sound. I'm sure you all think I'm just naive and immature. Memories of the conversation from earlier still hovered in the young mage's head like a nightmare. Adventurers slaughtering other adventurers. He shuddered, recalling his companion's cold analysis. One adventurer even said that killing those bandits would earn them money. This was definitely far from his beautiful fantasies. If I continue down this path, will there come a day when I have to take a human life, too? Waki hesitated and continued. So, on the way here, I prepared myself mentally. Bron spoke up coldly, cutting him off sharply. And? Are you prepared? The young mage looked at him silently, swallowed hard, and slowly nodded firmly. His eyes reflected the flickering fire as he said decisively, Yes, I am. But then he quickly shrunk back timidly. But I'm not sure if I can actually do it when the time comes. Bron looked at his demeanor and made a sharp assessment. Waki's resolve completely lacks confidence. He is still filled with confusion and fear. The dwarf Hikuro approached, placing a large hand on the mage's shoulder to comfort him. Waki. Watching the touching scene by the fire, Bron compared him to the others. He's still much better than the type of person who always boasts and brags, only to cry and beg when they actually face danger. He is still much better than those who just talk big, only to cry and beg when they actually face real danger. But Rod Miller smiled gently and spoke in an encouraging tone. The important thing is not to be arrogant. I find that much more reliable than constantly beating your chest and claiming you can do it. The guide stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and turned to the team. Could everyone give me a moment? He smiled mysteriously and gestured with his hand. There is something I really want to show you all. Rod Miller walked ahead, repeating his intriguing invitation. I have something I really want to show you. As the group stepped to the edge of the cliff and looked down, the guide whispered, introducing the sight. A brilliant valley, sparkling like a magical starry sky, appeared before their eyes, creating a breathtaking, magnificent scene. Rod Miller smiled proudly and asked the team, Doesn't it look beautiful? This is a sight you can only see at this exact time. The guide continued to explain the wonders of the land. No one knew why this strange phenomenon only occurred on the 3rd floor. Watching the young mage's face flush with excitement, Rod Miller spoke calmly. But once you've seen this scene with your own eyes, the reason doesn't seem to matter anymore, right? The guide patted his shoulder with a knowing look. What do you think? Do you feel a little braver? To continue this expedition? Bron Jandan looked silently at the glowing valley. His blonde hair fluttered gently in the night wind. Time passed quickly into the late night. Bron sat quietly, keeping watch by the dying fire, lost in thought. As the bright light vanished, the familiar darkness quickly swallowed the maze. All the adventurers had fallen into a deep sleep. Except for me, who was on guard duty. He narrowed his eyes, looking toward the tent next to him with vigilance, but the young mage was curled up, tossing and turning restlessly in his sleep. A look of relief appeared on Bron's lips as he listened to the surroundings. It wasn't until much later that I heard the steady, peaceful breathing coming from Y's sleeping bag. The next morning, the journey continued. Bron calculated in his head, tallying the experience points earned so far. It had just exceeded 50. He pondered the arduous path of advancement ahead. I need nearly 150 experience points to reach level 4, so there is still a very long way to go. Currently, I am at level 3, and I can absorb a maximum of 3 types of essence. Images of the ancient monsters he had conquered flashed through his mind. So far, I have absorbed 2 types of essence. Looking at the drawing of the bloodthirsty, powerful vampire, Bron reassured himself. There is still 1 empty slot left, so leveling up right now isn't too urgent. However, it would be amazing if I could swallow a truly high-quality essence. Cutting off his train of thought, Rod Miller stopped in front and announced in a serious voice, "We've arrived." The guide pointed toward the rough, fiery wooden structures ahead. This is the starting point of the Orc territory. Bron silently recalled information about this deadly region. The Orc territory among the various areas of the 3rd floor. This is where the monster population is the densest. A notable characteristic of this place is that only monsters from rank 8 and up appear. He narrowed his eyes, observing the path ahead, and evaluated. The difficulty here is the 2nd highest among the areas on the 3rd floor. But if we aren't planning to head straight to the 4th floor, there is no better hunting ground than this. Shortly after, the dwarf Hikurod Murat seriously directed the team. "First, let's work together here for a while, and then we will decide the next plan based on the results." Rod Miller immediately warned the team when he spotted traces of the enemy. Murat, a group of orcs, is approaching from the 1 o'clock position. The fierce orc rolled its blood-red eyes and let out a bone-shaking roar. Hikurod shouted, encouraging his teammates to hold their ground. "Good, just do exactly what we practiced." The savage orc pack swung their axes and weapons, rushing forward and trampling the ground. Immediately, a glowing blue system notification appeared in the middle of the battle. Riola Warbaki has cast the rank 8 magic, Ice Spear. Bron mentally reviewed the team's seamless tactical coordination. Y and Rod Miller will focus on dealing damage from a distance, while Hikuros and I will firmly hold the front line. The 2 tanks coordinated, raising their large shields to block the 1,000-pound impact of the orcs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Beastkin girl moved swiftly to finish off the enemy as he watched. After that, Misa will take down the melee enemies one by one. Behind the front line, Rod Miller narrowed his eyes, calmly drawing his crossbow to fire precise arrows. But a red emergency notification flashed, causing Rod Miller to jump and change color. The Orc Mage has cast the Berserk skill. The Orc Mage stood in the distance, raising his skull-topped staff, roaring madly as he activated dark magic. Berserk magic. The monster's power suddenly exploded as the system notification displayed the details. Physical resistance of the Orc warriors increases by 3 times for 10 seconds. The Orc warrior roared, its blood-red eyes flashing with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint. Boosted by the overwhelming power, the Orc warrior rushed forward, smashing obstacles and breaking the team's defensive line. Bron was extremely worried as he thought of the worst-case scenario. If by any chance a monster breaks through the shield wall and heads toward the back first, then he shouted in alarm, "It has broken through!" Rod Miller rushed up, raising his shield to cover the young mage, shouting loudly, "Why? Stay close behind me." Bron Jandan replied tremblingly, "Ah, I understand." This made Bron breathe a sigh of relief. Protect Y, the most vulnerable among us. Rod Miller braced himself, blocking the sword strike of the Berserk Orc warrior, creating a fierce, spark-filled collision. The blocked strike left the monster dazed and stunned. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of vulnerability, when the Berserk effect just ended, Bron silently counted that 10 seconds had passed. At that exact moment, Misa lunged forward like a red ghost. The sharp blade coldly claimed the enemy's life in an instant. System notifications rang out continuously, signaling victory. Orc Mage defeated. Experience points added. Orc Warrior defeated. Experience points added. The Orc Shaman in the distance only had time to let out a painful cry before falling. The last Orc Warrior rolled his eyes and screamed madly. But that scream was completely extinguished by Bron's thunderous hammer blow, which shattered the creature's skull, accompanied by the final system notification: Orc Mage defeated, experience points added. The battle ended in victory, and the team gathered to rest. Misa high-fived the others in celebration. We did a great job. While the mage Leia was still clutching his chest in relief. My heart is still pounding like crazy. He rested his chin on his hand, silently analyzing the team's combat efficiency. The battle took exactly 8 minutes, right? We're definitely lacking in raw damage output. This was understandable, given the team had 2 shield bearers and a scout. But even so, although the pace was slow, it was quite steady. He proudly asked the dwarf if he had just taken down an orc, receiving an approving nod from Misa. Bron smiled to himself. With this lineup, we're actually a pretty decent team. I like it. The journey continued deeper as Bron took mental notes. We headed straight toward the center of the orc territory, engaging in multiple battles along the way. As we drew closer to the center, the number of orcs appearing in each group increased. Real danger arrived, and he narrowed his eyes, silently assessing the new enemies. There was even a moment when a level 7 monster, a great orc warrior, appeared, mixed in with the crowd. But through smooth coordination, they easily neutralized the threat. And Bron felt smug. We can still hunt without any trouble. Accompanying this, the system notification displayed, Great Orc Warrior defeated. Experience points increased by 3. Just when everything seemed to be going perfectly, Bron felt a bad omen rising in his heart. Things like this always happen right when everything is going way too smoothly. Interrupting that train of thought, a strange voice began chanting an ancient spell. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed, and fierce flames erupted, illuminating the entire sky. Bron quickly raised his large shield to block the intense heat. He panicked inwardly. Damn it, what kind of crazy situation is this? If that thing hits us, it's over. The skirmish came to a sudden halt as everyone startled and looked toward the approaching footsteps. An authoritative old man carrying a staff stepped out and ordered coldly, This orc territory belongs to the Jawi family, so get out of here. Seeing the Jawi family taking over the area, Bron dug through his game knowledge. Turn Endstone was a solo game, but surprisingly, it had territory control content. Initially, it seemed like it just blocked areas on the map before the main plot progressed. But later, if you formed a family, players could also control hunting grounds. He continued to analyze skeptically in his mind. Of course, this requires significant manpower, so it would be a huge loss. Unless it's a habitat for rare monsters or a boss. You say it's a family, but why control a place like this on the 3rd floor? What is this even for? Hikurode also furrowed his brows, questioning in confusion. I thought a family only. Operates from the 6th floor and above. Why are you guys appearing in a place like this orc territory? The old man, Guy, dismissively brushed him off with a look of contempt. I have no reason to explain that to you people. The killing intent spiked as Bron gritted his teeth, speaking in a threatening tone. I've heard that. Some families are recognized for their merits and granted special privileges within the labyrinth. But I've never heard of this place being Guy family territory. I can't even be sure if you guys are really members of that family. The old man's face darkened dangerously. He chuckled grimly. That's quite an interesting story. The tension escalated to a breaking point. An invisible pressure of lightning seemed to tear through the space between the two sides. The old man spoke sarcastically, making Hikurode break out in a cold sweat. I hear gossip like that all the time. Is it your responsibility as a party leader that makes you so stubborn? Bron assessed the dwarf. Looks like he's pushing us really hard. Suddenly, Bron felt his shoulder being gripped tightly. He asked Misa, confused, why she was clinging to his back like that. It was as if she was hiding from something. So, don't tell me you're afraid of that idiot. The Beastkin girl's face turned pale with extreme fear, and cold sweat dripped down her face in confusion. From the other side, the red-haired Beastkin muttered, Aura Fing, but immediately turned back and snapped. I told you not to call me by that name outside. Poor Misa whispered, I'm sorry. The old man frowned at the red-haired man. Tisk, just as I thought, not a complete fool. Look at the way you talk. I was just wondering, is that lady your sister? The other man replied coldly. That's right. The old man stroked his beard and pondered. I owe Mr. Canston, so if she's your sister, but the man brushed it off, don't worry about that. I can't explain because this is a family matter, but my father won't mind. Hearing this, the old man let out a cynical sigh. Well, if you say so, I guess we can at least tell them why we are here. He turned back to Bron's group, speaking as if bestowing a favor. We are in dire need of the essence of the great orc warrior due to some internal family issues. If everything goes smoothly, starting next term, you can hunt here too. So, this time, we would appreciate it if you moved elsewhere. Bron's mind raced. A family from the 6th floor traveled all the way down here just for the essence of a great warrior Oros? That's not exactly a rare type of essence. Could it be something else? The old man, Jia Wei, flashed a mocking, lopsided smirk. Well, regardless, if you lot stay here, there won't be any monsters left for you to hunt, so you'd better move along quickly. Bron thought bitterly. If we don't leave, does that mean they'll use force to make us? The threats echoed in Bron's head like a labyrinth. The strong make the rules. Don't forget that. And don't try anything stupid. Hikuro gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it. I get that our stubborn leader wants to try everything for the team, but if you don't want to die, you need to know when to give up and leave." Bron broke into a sweat, ready to concede, but suddenly, Y lunged forward, shouting, "I'll handle this." Bron jumped, turning to call out to him. The group's mage stood proudly with his hands on his hips, grinning as he began his arrogant speech. "Haha, nice to meet you, senior. My name is Riole Waki, an 8th-tier mage officially recognized by the Rafflonia royal family. I have dedicated my entire life to the study of magic." Before he could even finish, the old man shut him down with one blunt remark. "Turns out, you're just a pile of trash." Waki stood there, stunned, completely unable to process what just happened. The old man turned his back, hurling merciless insults. "Don't you dare call me senior. A pig like you, having learned a few basic spells, thinks you can parade around like a real mage? You're nothing but a cheap street corner trickster. You, a piece of garbage, dare to say you've dedicated your life to magic?" He pointed a finger straight at him, exuding authority. "Your shamelessness is terrifying. Don't go around calling yourself a mage ever again." Y stood frozen, stuttering in total collapse. "No. I, Bron," standing behind them, felt exhausted just watching. Y has completely lost it. Still, hearing that to his face is pretty brutal. Seeing this, Murat roared in defense. "Hey, isn't that taking it a bit too far?" Meanwhile, Bron cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you crazy dwarf. This is no time to argue. We need to leave." The old man, Jia Hui, glared back coldly. "I'm just stating the truth, aren't I?" This was like adding fuel to the fire, causing Hikuro to gape and growl. "What? Stating the truth, you say? Let's see." Ignoring the weak protests, the system immediately alerted that Hikuro Murat was casting lightning to engulf the dwarf. Bron screamed internally in terror. "Are you really trying to fight a 6th-floor family right here?" The notification screen flashed, confirming Hikuro Murat had used lightning. Watching the thunderbolts crackle, Bron couldn't believe his eyes. Are we actually going to fight a 6th-floor family here? Ignoring every hesitation, the dwarf heroically swung his shield and hammer, charging forward. With eyes burning with mana, Hikuro leaped into the air like a miniature god of thunder. Yet, the arrogant old man just stood there. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a loud shout rang out, calling Hikuro Murat's name. A large, muscular hand reached out from nowhere, slamming down on the dwarf's head and crushing any intent to attack. It was Bron, who had managed to rush out and stop the dwarf's impulsive rage. Y and Misa just stared in shock, while Rod Miller kept a stern, serious expression. Pressing Murat's head firmly into the ground, Bron barked coldly. "Snap out of it." Hikuro could only groan. "Ugh." Sweating profusely, he spoke with a trembling voice. "Just a moment ago, we were standing on the opposite side." The old man leaned on his staff, laughing coldly among his subordinates, whose eyes glowed in the night. "You've got a pretty good teammate. You should be grateful to that barbarian for the rest of your life." Bron's terrifying realization echoed through the group's heads. They had almost died. The atmosphere grew heavy. Hikuro finally realized his own stupidity and said sadly, "I'm sorry." The dwarf hung his head, sweat soaking his forehead, regretfully admitting, "I lost my cool and acted impulsively." Rod Miller kept his stern tone. "Your actions almost got us all killed." Hikuro could only mumble, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Bron silently applauded in his heart. "Well done, Rod Miller. Now keep scolding him so he really learns his lesson." But before he could finish, Rod Miller concluded, "But in the end, nothing happened, so I'll leave it at that." Bron stared in confusion. "You're just letting him off the hook like that?" The shield-bearer calmly explained further. "And even though it was impulsive, personally, I believe that standing up to protect your teammates is a good thing." Bron felt like fainting at this style of parenting. "You're even praising him for it?" He let out a long sigh, thinking, Rod Miller is too soft to be a team leader. If it were me, I would have cursed him out to his face. He let out a quiet, phew. Suddenly, Misa scratched her head awkwardly and spoke up. "I'm sorry too." Things might have gone better if not for me. Y quickly waved his hands to comfort her. That's not true. I think the only reason this ended with us just being chased away is because of you, so don't say that. Misa's beast ears twitched, and she reached out, moved to tears. Mage Bron, standing nearby, was left completely puzzled. Haha, I guess that's one way to reassure her, huh? The young man rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps, feeling a shiver. The atmosphere had completely shifted. This is the kind of cheesy, ridiculous atmosphere that I've found cringeworthy since I was a kid. Damn it. Or am I the weird one here? Shaking off those stray thoughts, Misa smiled bitterly and opened up. Do you all know why I hate talking about my family? I'm the only one in my family who couldn't form a contract with a spirit beast. Her voice pulled everyone back to the lore of this world. Beastmen have the ability to form contracts with ancient creatures known as spirit beasts. She gently explained further. These contracts take many different forms. Some summon spirit beasts to support them in battle. Others let them possess their bodies to enhance physical abilities, while others receive blessings to use special powers. She lowered her eyes sadly. Of course, only a few beastmen are chosen by a spirit beast. But the problem was, Misa was part of the direct bloodline of the Sen family. In other words, her inability to control a spirit beast had tarnished her family's reputation. She felt a bittersweet pang as she recalled the past. I once had such a wonderful relationship with my siblings when we were young. Those childhood memories of laughing and playing with my family still felt as vivid as ever in her mind. But her voice suddenly choked up. However, once I grew up and wasn't chosen by any spirit beast, everyone started ignoring me. A wall was built against me, cold and filled with cruel, ostracizing actions. Don't touch me, you half-breed. Misa sighed and continued. Everyone calls me a half-breed. They say I'm a mongrel. The most poisonous words just kept piercing straight into her heart. A child of royalty. She let out a soft, helpless sigh. My mother passed away when I was young, so no one really knows the truth. I couldn't bear their discrimination anymore. So, I left home and learned how to fight. The Beastkin's eyes shone with familiar resilience. That's how I became an adventurer. After hearing her story, the dwarf teared up and tightly grasped her hand in sympathy. You must have gone through such a difficult time. I know, it's hard to talk about this. Thank you for telling us. Misa quickly waved her hand and replied with a smile. No, it's fine. You treat us like true teammates, and you're genuinely angry on our behalf. Neon made Hikaru burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to hear you say that. Not wanting the atmosphere to sink, Hikaru excitedly asked, So, you're done telling your story, right? Bron, standing nearby, looked speechless and dumbfounded. How on earth did he jump to that conclusion? Ignoring his absolute confusion, the dwarf declared clearly, Then let me tell you all about myself too. His gaze drifted dreamily toward a distant, fiery vision. My dream was to be a blacksmith. The dwarf frowned slightly and continued in a low voice. However, the image of a blazing forge surfaced in his bitter memories. He sighed. I lacked the talent. For 10 whole years, I couldn't even manage to graduate from the training course. Leaving the dark workshop behind, he lamented. That's exactly why I became an adventurer after passing the age of 30. I needed to start making money, so I just ran away. Hearing this, the mage suddenly burst into tears, sobbing like a rainstorm. I'm sure I'm the most talentless one here. I only managed to enter the path of magic because of my family's social status. But I didn't have enough talent to be accepted into the magic tower. The mage's lonely back stood there, dazed, staring up at the pitch-black tower piercing through the clouds, filled with insurmountable despair. Remembering the contemptuous look from the old man earlier, he whispered to himself, teary-eyed, If only I were a true mage. His face flushed with self-pity, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He sobbed. I'm sure that mage would have at least shown me a little respect. Hikaru immediately pointed to the sky, loudly defending him. No, that old mage is the one who's terrible. You're a wonderful mage. Y was touched and wiped his tears. Thank you. While Bron stood by, speechless and screaming internally. What the hell is this? Even someone as composed as Rod Miller had to let out a sigh and admit, I've been in many parties, but I've never experienced anything like this before. Bron Jandon nodded in agreement internally. That's exactly what I wanted to say. What the hell? But the shield bearer's next. Words made everyone fall over in shock. I also need to offer an apology, making Hikaru's eyes go wide as he shouted, You too? Rod Miller calmly opened up before the surprised gaze of Misa and the worried look of the dwarf. When Murat and you were talking about the issue of age and past experiences, I actually felt very uncomfortable. The beastkin Misa flinched and stepped back, her ears twitching in confusion, as she heard their usually composed teammate confess his feelings. Closing his eyes slightly, Rod Miller smiled bitterly and admitted, It was because of my own disgusting envy. I thought the two of you had no right to complain because you were both lucky enough to be born as non-human species. And I didn't even know about the pain you all might have endured, the dwarf stammered in surprise. Is that so? But aren't there any advantages to being a human adventurer? Misa quickly added. That's right. Humans can use spirit energy and can become spirit mages, regular mages, or even saints, while Bron internally assessed the harsh reality. But those things are only for the tiny minority with innate talent. Anyway, I shouldn't have said that just now. Hearing this, Hikurod suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere. Ha ha ha. So, it turns out our party is made up entirely of misfits? Well, that's great. We just need to take care of each other and stop feeling sorry for ourselves. The optimism spread quickly. Y clenched his fist, radiant. I will do my best to be useful to the party. Misa brightened up completely. Let's do our best together. Nienrod Miller also smiled. I hope we'll be together for a long time. The pressure intensified. Bron was sweating bullets underneath. All of them were confessing their own troubles and comforting each other. Now, the only one left was the 4 pairs of expectant, sparkling eyes fixed on the young man, making him panic and scream in his mind. Me? Is it my turn? Invisible pressure weighed on his sturdy shoulders, making Bron sweat profusely. Why are they all staring at me with such expectant eyes? Will I be isolated from the group if I don't say anything? What the hell am I supposed to say? I'm completely not used to this kind of sappy party dynamic. Gulping hard, he struggled to open his mouth to find some nonsense reason. And then, in a state of utter panic, the young man squeezed his eyes shut and shouted at a volume that shook the earth. I don't have a mother! The atmosphere froze for a heartbeat. Y blinked in confusion. Uh-oh? Rod Miller stammered. Just as much. I see. Making Bron cling to a sliver of hope, finally wondering to himself, wasn't that tragic enough? Realizing his teammates' confusion, he decided to pour all his effort into making up an even more melodramatic script. My mother passed away right after giving birth to me. Clenching his fists dramatically, the muscular youth continued to scream his heart out. My father also went into the dungeon and never returned when I was young. He clutched his left chest, feigning extreme pain, grimacing as he yelled, I've become an adult now, but I can't see them anymore even though I want to so badly. The monologue ended in heavy panting amidst the quiet silence of the forest. Bron smugly patted his chest with pride. How was that? This part is 100% true. You know, the monologue ended with a heavy pant, echoing through the silent forest. Bron patted his chest, brimming with pride. What do you think? This story is 100% true, guys. After all, I overheard it from Anna. The acting was a massive success, as Rod Miller looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. He must have assumed Bron had gone through an incredibly difficult time during his childhood. Misa even burst into tears. I'm so sorry. I was just carelessly complaining about my own family without even knowing about that. Y sniffled and wiped his eyes. So, all this time, you've been trying to act like you're okay? Then, the dwarf rushed over and hugged Bron, wailing. Bron, I can't replace your parents, but if you want. Bron felt goosebumps all over his body at this overly intense comfort. The young man, Bron, hurriedly yanked his arm back and shouted in a panic. I'm fine, please, just back off. Despite his desperate resistance, the whole group huddled around him to offer their heartfelt sympathy. That's right. After all, Bron is the youngest in our party. You don't need to keep bottling up your feelings when you're with us. Bron was left speechless, lamenting to himself. Somehow, I have the feeling I've become the most pathetic guy in this party. Well, never mind. Besides, it's not like I actually didn't have a mother in my old world. He quickly pulled himself together, puffing his chest out with a smug, sunny smile in his mind. Plus, I'm a badass barbarian warrior who officially became a rank 7 adventurer in just 3 months. Huh? He continued to whine internally about being dragged into a game world and having to face death countless times. But the important thing is, he suddenly froze. Huh? Misa looked at his blank expression in a panic, calling out worriedly, Bron, what's wrong? Bron stood there like a statue with a blank face upon hearing that bittersweet concern. Are you thinking about your mother again? It made him curse himself in despair. Damn it. Why is my life so pathetic? To break the awkwardness, Rod Miller spoke up. What should we do now? Ignoring Misa, who was still trailing behind Bron, comforting him. If you miss your family, you can think of me as your sister, the barbarian muttered helplessly. It's fine. The shield-bearer clearly suggested. I'm thinking of heading to the Witch's Forest. Misa came up with a different idea. The Witch's Forest? What about the Blue Tail Swamp? But Rod Miller politely refused with a practical reason. It will take 6 days to get there from here. At this moment, Y timidly suggested, "Then why don't we just head straight to the 4th floor? I heard the witch's forest isn't very suitable for warriors." Immediately, the dwarf dismissed it. "I think heading to the 4th floor now is too early." Looking at that firm attitude, Bron evaluated him internally. He's really stubborn. Hikuron frowned and explained his reason. "I've seen many parties go there with an attitude that underestimates the difficulty, only to end up dying. It won't be too late to head to the 4th floor after we work together a little more." Bron stood there, stroking his chin, analyzing the situation. The Witch's Forest is considered an area you should only visit when absolutely necessary. It's not a great place for hunting. Anyway, I guess the reason the dwarf is so adamantly refusing is because the 4th floor is genuinely very dangerous. Images of the game's difficulty flashed through his mind. On the 4th floor, there are rank 7 and rank 8 monsters, just like on the 3rd floor. But sometimes, rank 6 monsters also appear. He recalled the core mechanics of this floor. It's a rare enough rate that you would have to wander around for an entire day for 4 days straight just to accidentally run into one. His eyes flashed with calculation. But that also means we will definitely run into one no matter what once we are there. Bitter memories from back when he sat in front of his computer screen came flooding back. He remembered holding his head and pulling his hair out in front of the bright red text. "You have died." Actually, I've died countless times on the 4th floor just because I wasn't prepared enough. Back then, I just thought, this time will surely be fine. So I completely understand the dwarf's concern. But interrupting his train of thought, Bron suddenly called out with a very serious expression. "Hikuron." The barbarian puffed his chest out and clearly made a bold decision that went against the leader's wishes. "I think we should go to the 4th floor to kick off our strategy meeting." The young man in the iron helmet clearly suggested, "I think heading to the 4th floor will be just fine." He confidently boasted about the toughness of the group. "Hikuron and I are quite sturdy. Even if we encounter a rank 6 monster, we can still create enough space to run away. To be honest, considering I now have vampire essence, I'm capable of holding my own well against rank 6 monsters." Further analyzing the party composition, he concluded, "Although our damage output is a bit lacking, we still have a mage, and the other 2 are veterans." Ignoring the chair, the members behind started whispering, "It'll be a bit slow, but we can manage on the 4th floor." "He's right, but I'm a bit worried because he's a barbarian." "I agree. Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Should we listen to him this time?" Nian. "Yeah, that's right. I think it'll probably be okay." Overwhelmed, the broken clock guy roared in annoyance. "I can hear all of you, you jerks." While the old dwarf remained wary, "I still think it's dangerous." And then, offering a solution. "All right, let's vote." After a quick democratic process, the result of the vote was a unanimous decision. "Let's head to the 4th floor." And so, our party of poor little souls decided to try their luck on the 4th floor. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day after entering the labyrinth. Captain Rod Miller directed, "Let's camp here tonight." The battle-hungry dwarf didn't seem to want to rest early, and suggested, "Rod Miller, I think we're all still pretty energetic. How about we go a little further?" Immediately, the captain poured cold water on that idea. "In reality, we'll have to go another 3 hours to find a better spot than this." "Oh, is that so? Then let's just camp here." He looked at his watch, murmuring calculations. "It's currently 9 o'clock at night." Ignoring the invitation to eat behind him. "Do you want some dried meat?" "Nien, thanks." He secretly thought that was the same time they set up camp on the 1st and 2nd days. A sense of admiration welled up in the barbarian's heart. He must have calculated the camping location in advance based on our distance and speed. It might sound like nothing special, but it was truly impressive. In a labyrinth where there is no day or night, while sitting by the campfire, the warrior curiously asked, "Rod Miller, what's the plan for tomorrow?" "I think we'll reach the Witch's Forest before noon tomorrow." Admiration was taken to a new level. He didn't even need to think about it, he was like a living GPS. Truly living up to his reputation as a veteran adventurer, he was incredibly reliable. Then, the human GPS warned, "It's going to be quite exhausting once we enter the forest, so we should all get some rest now." "All right, I've got the first watch tonight, right?" The peaceful atmosphere closed with his elegant, melodic voice echoing by the campfire. "Good night, everyone." Yet, in the middle of the quiet night, a soft, suspicious call suddenly woke him up. Bron jolted awake, groggy. The young man asked blankly, "Is it my turn already?" Noticing Rod Miller's serious expression, he felt a pang of worry. "Is it the monsters?" "Both." The vague answer made his brain race. "Both? Does he mean both the monsters and the adventurers?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night. "Help!" Bron jumped. This sound is someone being chased by monsters? The composed captain analyzed like a detective. It sounds like it, but that's not what's important. Do you remember we ran into Ian's group a few days ago near the gate? Hearing that, Bron recalled the anomaly. You said there were signs that someone had set a trap for us before they ran off. The curtain of mystery slowly lifted. That's right. The scents I'm tracking right now are exactly the same as they were back then. So, you mean they're the same bandits from before? Rod Miller whispered, confirming the conspiracy. Yes. I don't know who they are, but they're deliberately targeting us. I suspect they're trying to infiltrate our group by pretending to need help. Their pleasant dream was shattered. The beastkin girl cried out in panic. Then what are we supposed to do now? They're almost here. Look, the fire. That's fire. In the heat of the moment, the burly man scratched his head, putting on a deep, dramatic performance, as he muttered to himself. I'd better take advantage of this opportunity. I hope my teammates don't ruin the script. Rod Miller warned. If you aren't confident in your acting skills, then don't do anything. At the same time, the bandits ran toward the group, screaming for help, only to have their acting partners jump out and block their path, shouting sharply, "Stop!" True to form, the protagonist got into character perfectly, swinging his mace with a menacing, blunt threat. Don't come any closer. I'll crush your skulls if you take one more step. The bandits were startled. The bandits continued to play their tragic roles with 10 out of 10 effort. Help us. All the members of our party are dead. I'll reward you all, please. But the adventurer party had already memorized the script and coldly called their bluff. Drop all your weapons. The villains heard this and panicked, stubbornly playing the part of the innocent victims. Wait, there are monsters right behind us. Is it really necessary to do this? The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bow. The young man in the hat gave them a cold, sharp glare. He calmly observed and silently analyzed the situation. The orcs following them are just standing there watching. Are they probing the area because there are more people now? Regardless, this is convenient. He coldly issued an ultimatum. Well, at least they've made things easier for me. The choice is yours. Either drop your weapons or get out of here. The bandits broke into a cold sweat, grinding their teeth in frustration, realizing they couldn't keep up the act anymore. The long-haired man had to concede. Fine. He threw his weapon to the ground with a clang and shouted, I'll do as you say, so please help us. Maintaining high alert, the deputy leader gave the order, Rod Miller, gather all the weapons to one side. Okay, seeing that the prey had gathered in a crowd, one orc clicked its tongue in frustration. The monsters turned and left, making him exclaim, They're retreating? Now that they've seen them, does it seem like they've joined us? These damn monsters are truly intelligent. The immediate danger passed. The con artist hurriedly resumed his role as the grateful victim. Thank you for the help. The blonde woman also coyly stepped forward to flirt. I'm Elisa. You saved our lives. Just as she was about to start a sappy scene, a cough interrupted her. Our dwarf immediately started fawning over her. I'm Hikrod Murat. I don't know what happened, but it must have been tough. Bron was speechless and cursed inwardly. That damn dwarf, he's totally fallen for her looks. The two extra actors also hurriedly introduced themselves. I'm Arita Tayson. I'm Han a Ghost. Hearing that familiar name, the protagonist was jolted in surprise. Han? The bandit I met during my first dungeon run was also named Han. What a coincidence. He immediately poked at the long-haired man, who tried to brush it off. Well, that's a common name. Do you know another Han? He replied coldly, with a hidden meaning. Sure, even though he's already dead. The nun began to play the fake tears card again. I don't even dare to think about what would have happened to us if not for you all. The god Last must have protected us. The living GPS, Rod Miller, asked in surprise. Last? Are you a priestess? Did they hit the jackpot? She began reciting her flashy, rehearsed script. Yes, I serve the goddess of light, the one who watches over exploration and relationships. The star that rises at twilight will guide us. Meanwhile, his judgment warned him. She thinks I'm going to believe that nonsense? Although he already knew they were bandits pretending to be priestesses, he smiled warmly on the outside, playing along with their game. Miss Elisa, could you take a look at my wound? Oh, she chirped excitedly. Yes, of course. But the very next second, the protagonist's eyes went wide with shock. What? Brilliant light magic emitted from her hands, leaving him deeply confused. She's actually using a holy incantation? The whole team was equally shocked. The dwarf stuttered. Is she truly a priestess? Anna hurriedly turned to accuse someone. Rod Miller, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Nian Rod Miller broke into a sweat, beginning to doubt his own existence. But I was so sure. Bron silently sympathized with him. I understand how he feels. Considering the world of Dungeonstone, priestesses were very holy entities, and people were, for the most part, very devout believers. However, ignoring the group's confusion, the nun smirked triumphantly. That should be enough to prove it, right? Now, can you return our weapons to us? Responding to that arrogance was a harsh, single word. No. She froze. The young man with the rebellious streak declared his logic clearly, leaving no room for argument. I understand you're a priestess, but so what? That only applies to humans. Barbarians are a different race that worships their ancestors. You're making such a practical demand. How about you give us a reward for saving you guys first? Even with that incredibly cold-headed monologue, whether she could use divine power or not, there was no reason for me to change my attitude. Bitter, yet still forced to put on a refined act, she forced a smile. Oh, a reward? I've heard such customs exist. All right, how much will be enough? The young man named his price without blinking. 2,000,000 stones should do. Just consider that the value of your lives. The scammers turned pale and shrieked. What? No way. We wouldn't carry that much money on us. We'll give it to you as soon as we get out of here. But once an ancestor demands a debt, don't even think about stalling. He raised his warhammer, pressing them hard. No, I don't trust anyone's word. If they aren't my own kin, if you don't have money, pay with your valuables. The bearded bandit stuttered, cold sweat pouring down his face. While his accomplices turned deathly pale, the armor your teammates are wearing must be high quality. Realizing they couldn't argue, he tremblingly stripped off his armor to comply. I guess these things are nothing compared to the value of our lives. We'll do as you say. After collecting the loot, the armored young man casually did the math. So, I've taken everything I could. Can we rest a little now? The nun quickly reached out her sleeves, inviting him. Of course. Right this way, no matter what game this is. Taking the opportunity to finish playing the good guy, he gave a gentle, kind smile. If anyone is hurt, I'll heal you. But before he could finish, the barbarian's giant silhouette loomed right behind her, raising his deadly spiked hammer high. He swung down with no mercy, accompanied by the timeless truth of a hardcore grinder. The most basic rule is to kill the healer first. The crushing blow slammed straight into her temple. Promising a one-way ticket off this planet, the immense force pinned the target into the ground, creating a significant tremor. Hikuro the dwarf, witnessing the violent scene, gasped in horror. Both the mage and the beastkin girl screamed in panic. Bron, even the two thugs were terrified out of their wits, wailing like pigs at the slaughter. What the hell are you doing? The perpetrator slowly exhaled a cold breath, then broke into a radiant smile, his face splattered with blood. Completely nonchalant, he said, Sorry. My bad. It was a misunderstanding. I was afraid you guys might be bandits, so I couldn't control myself. The actual bandits, now turned victims, trembling and shielding their heads, backed away. No, we're all going to die. Because of these crazy bastards. In the midst of despair, the bearded bandit suddenly froze. What? Wait, they're looking at. A dark, ominous aura swirled, causing the two bandits to stiffen in terror, and the entire adventuring party backed away in shock. What is it, Waki? Did you do something? The mage quickly defended himself. I didn't do anything. From the ground, the nun whose skull had just been smashed stood up in a plume of pitch-black smoke, speaking in a chilling voice. You really are a pain. Bron frowned, his gaze becoming extremely sharp at the supernatural sight. She tilted her snapped neck and growled. How? You should have died. Her previously saintly face was now shattered, revealing half a skull and a demonic, blood-red eye. I am the harbinger of death. Her body twisted within the dark mist, declaring with lethal intent, but what of it? It was already too late. The protagonist gritted his teeth, lamenting his miserable fate. Damn it. Why can't my life ever just be peaceful? The teammates behind him started to panic uncontrollably. What? What's going on? Making him sigh in frustration. Just like the encounter with the corpse golem, they were all suddenly stunned. With no other choice, the acting team leader roared to snap them out of it. Everyone, wake up. I'll handle this. Finishing his words, he gathered his strength and smashed another lightning-imbued hammer blow onto the bizarre figure. The enemy collapsed to the ground, motionless again, as thick black smoke rose. Hikuro the dwarf couldn't even wipe his face in time and shouted in a panic. Bron, what are you doing? Desecrating a corpse? The young man fought and argued at the same time. I'm terrified. I can't help it. The best defense is a good offense. Then he silently analyzed the goddamn situation. If this person could keep coming back to life, there was only one possible answer. Information about a sinister profession you could obtain after becoming a dark priest flashed through his mind. It was a hidden job that could only be chosen after reaching at least the 5th floor, shrouded in all sorts of combat magic and curses. It had the ability to use both divine and dark arts simultaneously, but, in exchange, it came with incredibly heavy penalties, because Karakui was an evil god. Getting caught while practicing this job meant the guillotine. Furthermore, to maintain the profession, frequently sacrificing living beings was mandatory. That was probably the reason why she became a bandit. Without a doubt, the safest way to find sacrifices was inside the labyrinth. Suddenly, the bearded bandit's neck was caught by a dark vortex, and he started coughing violently. He collapsed while the insane nun was reaching out to drain the life force of her own accomplices, half her face now a dried skull. She gritted her teeth and roared. "Because of you bastards, I've lost 2 valuable minions." The barbarian youth smirked, mocking her hypocrisy. "Even in this situation, you're still blaming others? You definitely lacked a proper upbringing at home." While taunting her, he stepped forward heroically with his sturdy shield, delivering his judgment. "What? It's your fault Han and Tyson died. You should have just laid there and died when your head was smashed in." "Insulted," she shrieked, desperately twisting the truth. "What the hell are you talking about?" Bron continued to shout in anger. "I can't take it anymore. Come on. I will avenge my friends, Han and Tyson. Of course, we're going to take all their equipment and valuables. Or rather, we're looking forward to seizing them." No sooner had he finished speaking, the system announced the dark technique. Elisa Ben cast Call of the Dead. Hikuro the dwarf stared in horror at the grotesque scene before him, screaming, "Look over there! The dead are rising again." As a living encyclopedia, Rod Miller immediately recited the skill's mechanics. The basic skill of the Karui priest class Call of the Dead. Initially, it could only summon undead monsters, but using the corpses of minions allowed for the creation of even more powerful servants. Switching to evil villainous mode, Elisa waved her hand, commanding, "Destroy them, my minions!" The zombies obediently followed orders, taking heavy steps as they lunged forward, without a hint of hesitation. Bron held his ground, using his steel shield to block the relentless attacks of the 2 corpses. The beast-kin girl from behind flew. Bron leaped over the head of Bron Hong to deliver a lethal blow. As the system notification popped up, Misa Satane cast her enhancement spell, swung her sword with all her might, and shouted with fierce intensity. Dwaki the mage wasn't just standing by either. The system signaled that Real WRBI had cast an ice spear. The sharp icicle slammed straight into the monsters, forcing Murat to brace himself against the recoil. "Get lost!" He felt a secret sense of pride. Their teamwork was becoming so synchronized that they didn't even need to discuss their next moves. But ice magic was useless here. Rod Miller's warning came just as Bron was thinking the exact same thing. These undead creatures were indeed resistant to both poison and cold, so their primary attacks weren't doing much. Desperate, Bron shouted for backup. Rod Miller, his GPS-like friend who was still busy crafting, called back. "Hold on, almost done." In a flash, Rod Miller threw a firebomb forward and immediately ordered a retreat. The firebomb hit the zombie's face dead on and shattered. Flames erupted, scorching the monsters. Bron hid behind his shield and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, fire was super effective against the undead, but his joy was short-lived as the wicked woman sneered in contempt. Then, a notification appeared. Elisa Bean cast Flames of the Dead. An eerie magical fire burst forth. Everyone panicked as they realized something was wrong. The flames were absorbing all the fire around them. The plan failed, and cold sweat broke out. In a desperate state, he thought to himself, "The fire spells that work against the undead are being blocked, and we can't use our divine powers either." Necessity is the mother of invention. The vice captain immediately changed tactics and shouted, "Everyone, attack the priestess Elisa. I'll hold these 2 off." Following orders, Rod Miller quickly moved into position and added, "Since we've already disarmed them, the 2 of us can buy enough time." The attack squad immediately flanked the enemy, shouting, "We'll handle this side." Seeing the bait fall right into her trap, Elisa provoked them. "Come and get me." She immediately summoned her horde. The system quickly flashed a notification. Elisa summoned the Shadow Guardians. With sharp eyes, Rod Miller noticed the disturbance and warned everyone that something was crawling out. "Watch out, everyone." From the black bones, withered phantoms crawled toward them, while their mistress ordered with chilling malice, "Bring me their heads." Without hesitation, Misa swung her greatsword with immense power. On the other side, Rod Miller struggled, using his shield to block a vicious strike from a shadow. In the heat of the intense battle, the young mage Waki seemed frozen, paralyzed by fear or some form of magic. Seeing her prey was easily spooked, the evil priestess extended her dark hand with a bone-chilling laugh, causing the beast-eared girl to tremble in terror. Enveloped by a deep purple mist, Misa cried out in panic, A curse! Immediately, the phantom guards lunged forward, trying to grab her from behind. Seeing this, a figure stomped hard and dashed over to save her. Misa looked on in shock, as her savior used his shield to block the blow just in time. Hikurat, the dwarf, gritted his teeth, determined to protect his teammate. Bron told me to stick close to you here. Hearing that, Misa snapped out of it and swung her sword to beat back the ghosts. Bron? She asked, looking back in worry. All alone? On the other side, the evil priestess growled angrily, waving her hand to cast a spell. Damn it! That idiot! She glared madly at her fallen minions. Tian and Han, you were supposed to protect me. You useless trash, listen to me. The protagonist smirked arrogantly, cutting her off. Sorry about that, he said, applying pressure to pin both zombies to the ground, finishing with a cool line. These guys are a bit too busy right now. Provoked to the point of madness, her face twisted in rage. She screamed with resentment. I will never forget this humiliation, leaving the teammates confused. As the system notified him, Elisa performed a soul spirit manifestation. Bron gasped. What? Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Is she trying to run away like this? Before her body completely dissolved, she left a final curse. You won't survive to fight another day. She vanished in a streak of dark light, escaping like a phantom. He was speechless, muttering, "This is insane," and sighing in frustration. The boss we just trapped just escaped like that. Suddenly, realizing the grim truth, he gritted his teeth, overwhelmed with guilt. A barrage of red system notifications began to pop up. Energy drain in progress. Low-level life force drain in progress. Tracking in progress. Soul awakening in progress. Power reduction in progress. All accompanied by a deadly warning. Warning, your character has accumulated over 15 curses. Bron panted, cursing to himself. Damn it, that crazy priestess left us with every kind of curse imaginable. But then a glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. Wait, at least he said he could handle curse magic. He hurriedly turned to his savior. I need your curse removal magic. The young mage scratched his head, confused. You mean curse removal magic? Bron frowned. Didn't you say you could use curse magic? Waki replied with a forced smile. Well, that's true. But he carelessly poured a bucket of icy cold water on the situation. Just because I can use a few curse spells doesn't mean I can remove them, right? That unhelpful explanation left the protagonist petrified. Despair quickly turned into a roar of rage in his heart. This useless Waki. The system added another blow. Warning. Character stamina is continuously decreasing. If not addressed promptly, permanent stat reduction may occur. The hulking warrior clutched his chest, staggering. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The dwarf rushed over to support him. Bron, are you okay? He forced himself to look cool. I can take it, don't worry about me. But inside, he was crying. Honestly, I feel like I'm about to die. So the whole party had to run for their lives in the forest, running continuously for over 5 hours, while stacked with curses. He silently thanked his high-end equipment. If it wasn't for the magic and shadow resistance from the vampire bloodline, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. He looked at his comrades, who were also gasping for air. Of course, they were being cursed too. Up ahead, a hopeful cheer rang out. We're almost there. Bron, can you hear me? Just hang in there a little longer. Running out of breath compared to his teammates, the burly guy felt sorry for himself. Unlike me, they were only hit by 2 or 3 curses. Thinking of the evil priestess, he muttered angrily, that crazy woman dumped over a dozen curses on me, while the echoes of the curses rang in his ears. You won't leave this place alive, Barbarian. The nightmare didn't stop there. To make matters worse, I got hit with that damn stamina reduction curse too. He grimaced to himself. Stamina is consumed whenever you move, and it's separate from health, so my naturally high regeneration is useless. Recalling his gaming knowledge from back in the day, he broke into a sweat. In the game, when a character's stamina bar drops below 10%, they can't move. I'm still moving, so I must have about 30% left. Suddenly, the system announced that an achievement had been unlocked. Endurance. Stamina dropped below 5%. Reward. Permanently +1 to mental stat. The whole group continued to push themselves, running in exhaustion. Just a little more, we're almost there. Looking up at the scene ahead, Bron cried out in shock. Suddenly, a black crow with glowing red eyes appeared, blocking their vision. Then, a massive, evil, purple-skinned face manifested, as if mocking their group. Finally, the terrifying destination was revealed before their eyes. The witch's forest. Memories suddenly flashed back to 5 hours ago, by the warm campfire. At that time, Rod Miller was stroking his chin, deep in thought. The priestess Karui is targeting us, he analyzed gravely. If it's a Karui priestess, they must be at least level 5. Confronting them directly means preparing for total annihilation. They are that terrifying. Looking toward the campfire, he kept insisting that if we didn't disarm them and strike first, some of us here would be killed on the spot. Misa's eyes sparkled as she looked at Bron with pure adoration. A reliable barbarian really is the best. She cheered and gesticulated, praising him without reservation. I thought Rod Miller had made a mistake, but he didn't hesitate to use his divine power. He crushed her head in an instant. The barbarian brushed off the glory and focused on the present. Rod Miller, is there any way to track that woman? The answer was a negative. We couldn't even find a single trace. Why? The mage grinned and cut in. She knows we've figured out her identity, so she'll definitely come for us before we leave the dungeon. Then we'll just have to face her like we did before, right? Seems like we handled it pretty well, didn't we? Bron's gaze suddenly flashed like lightning, making the atmosphere turn freezing cold. He sternly corrected his teammates' flippant attitude. But what if they attack us from behind while we're dealing with monsters? As he noticed Y starting to falter, Bron said clearly, that's why we need to head to the witch's forest right now to make them all shut up and do as they're told. New location information appeared, ominous and dark. The witch's forest, a vast woodland surrounding the gate to the 4th floor, is primarily home to level 78 monsters. There are many monsters that are incorporeal and immune to physical attacks, making this place ill-suited for a party with 2 warriors like us. But the group had no choice but to press on, because at this moment, it was our best option. Upon crossing the forest boundary, the system immediately announced, user has entered a special area. All status effects, except for the map effect, were neutralized. Misa jumped in surprise, hopping with joy, while Rod Miller stared blankly at his hands. I feel a lot lighter. Looks like the curse is gone. Rod Miller turned to the protagonist, full of respect, and asked, I didn't expect you to take advantage of the witch's forest's geography. You said this was your first time on the 3rd floor, didn't you? He replied nonchalantly, like a true nerd. I researched it in the library. That made him click his tongue in approval. You're really sharp. Misa grinned and teased him mercilessly. Don't lie. A barbarian who reads books? I've never heard of such a thing. However, their joy was short-lived as the system poured cold water on them again. Regardless, instead of the curse from that priest Karui, the map effect now in play is imposing a status debuff. From the bushes, ghostly voices began to shriek loudly. Die! A barrage of evil curses rained down on Bron. Die, you motherless freak! You wretch! Bron heard the hallucinations, but his iron helmet held firm. He assessed the situation. The mental attacks and insults they were throwing at us didn't have much of an impact. I guess not all of us are affected. Misa was crying, clutching her head and screaming. Bron, how can you stay so calm when hearing these curses? It was just barely tolerable. Rod Miller remained calm as he assessed the situation. But us 3, those who have been to the witch's forest before, seem relatively fine. The next second, he helplessly looked to his side at the useless Y, who was puking his guts out in a vibrant rainbow. Bron narrowed his eyes and thought, this is really strange. He tried to analyze his own state. Is this the effect of hallucinations and disorientation? It feels like looking at the world through a convex mirror. He turned to check on the rainbow mage. Can you use magic in that state? Don't worry, my magic will work just fine. Why are magic users so weak? To ensure the team's safety, Rod Miller decided, let's rest until we adapt to this environment. We barely slept last night. Hikaros the dwarf picked up his hammer, volunteering for duty. I'll keep watch. You all should get some rest. Meanwhile, Y was still behind them, retching and lying limp on the cold ground. The barbarian thought gloomily, damn it, I'm gonna die. Hikaros the dwarf approached him anxiously and whispered, Bron, about that earlier, Elisa. But he cut him off. Not Elisa. That damn woman is the right term. This made the dwarf scratch his head defensively. Oh, right, that damn woman. Anyway, as I was saying, the dwarf recalled the cause. When I went to post the recruitment notice at the Adventurers Guild, someone next to me kept asking all sorts of questions. The saintly face of the nun from the city flashed in his mind. Now that I think about it, that person could very well have been her. The group looked blank. What? The dwarf continued to explain his naivety. Actually, in the Blood Castle Rift we entered together, I received an item called the Guard's Wrist Guard as a reward. That's how I upgraded my adventurer rank. She must have overheard that. The stats of the high-end item appeared. Guard's Wrist Guard. Serial number 3112. An item usually only obtainable from 4th floor rifts, belonging to the 3000 series. Putting its effects aside. Hearing this, Bron was fuming internally, screaming, "I'm so annoyed. While I'm exhausting myself to earn blood essence, this lucky bastard just rode the coattails and got an item worth 50 million stones. He secretly resented it. Typical luck for a guy like him. Why didn't I realize it was her sooner?" The dwarf was still innocently arguing. "Well, that's because she was dressed completely differently than when she was in the city. She was wearing nun's clothes, and they were filthy and torn all over too." The young man coldly exposed the lecherous dwarf. "In short, you mean you didn't recognize her because you were busy looking somewhere else instead of her face, right?" Rod Miller nodded in agreement. "Besides, the meeting happened at a bar, so eavesdropping and setting a trap would be incredibly easy." The dwarf sighed and made an excuse. "Well, they say treasure always brings trouble, and it seems that's true," Bron said irritably. "Don't blame it on something else. It was all your own carelessness." Rod Miller stood up helplessly to mediate. I guess I should have foreseen this. Let's get some rest first." Meanwhile, Misa watched on, full of concern. Is this party actually okay? Suddenly, a loud voice woke him up. "Bron, wake up." Misa shook her head and complained. "You really were sleeping soundly. Even for a barbarian with nerves of steel, the first trip must be exhausting. But how could you sleep through all that noise?" The warrior sat up sluggishly and asked Han, "Anyway, what happened to the monsters?" Rod Miller pointed forward and replied, "Over there." Bron's sharp gaze followed his teammate's finger, and he whispered, "A flock of fairies." The system quickly displayed their info. Tier 9 monster, fairy. Its skill is to emit poisonous powder mixed with stimulants. In the game, they are classified as non-aggressive monsters, but Bron was already calculating tactics. If the fairies were gathering like that, it meant he the monster must definitely be nearby. "Are we really going to fight this?" Rod Miller calmly replied, "Looks like it. This isn't an opponent to take lightly." Glancing over, Bron noticed that Y seemed to have recovered a bit. "Try calling him out." The dwarf immediately took the lead. The system announced that Hikarod Murat was using his full power. Blinding lightning exploded forth. The system signaled that Hikarod Murat unleashed a discharge, leaving the fairies dazed. The system displayed the results. He had repelled the fairies. Experience points. 1. Just as the fairy dust vanished, a bizarre cry erupted from the mist, followed by a giant eye watching them from the shadows. A towering phantom guardian appeared behind the two warriors. It slammed its hairy fist into the ground, creating a violent shockwave. The system identified the attacker, a level 7 half-beast monster. Gloomy details flickered onto the screen. This was a monster found only in the witch's sanctuary, notorious for stalking fairy swarms. The beast roared, lashing out with its claws. As he desperately tried to flee, the dwarf Hikuro was hit by an invisible strike. His eyes bulging in pure terror. A sharp, sudden agony tore through him, forcing the dwarf to grit his teeth in endurance. Hearing the pained groans behind him, Bron looked back and muttered to himself, "Ah, unlike me. The dwarf doesn't have pain resistance, does he? So this is the nightmare of close-range combat. It's one of the main reasons warriors avoid the witch's sanctuary. Warriors are used to being on the front lines and taking hits, but this place amplifies that pain, multiplying it tenfold. Furthermore, most monsters here are immune to physical attacks and use mental skills, causing all sorts of trouble for warriors. Caught in a dilemma, they realized that most of the monsters appearing now were immune to physical attacks." Bron shouted impatiently. "Is the magic not ready yet?" Waki scrambled to respond. "It's ready. Almost done." The mage swung his staff with intensity. Really WRBY cast an 8th rank support spell. Ice Enhancement. The power of their protective barrier surged significantly. He decisively launched his next move. Real WRB Waki cast an 8th rank offensive spell, Ice Spear. The monster shrieked in agony before being frozen solid. He had successfully stopped the half-beast. Experience points. 3. The protagonist sighed with regret while looting the corpse. Too bad no monster essence dropped. That wasn't an easy target to handle. Captain Rottmiller immediately urged the group, "Keep moving. It's not safe to rest in the witch's sanctuary. We need to get to the 4th floor quickly." Suddenly, Rottmiller froze, his pupils constricting as he sensed something wrong. Looking at the shadows flickering within the black mist, Bron gasped, "Adventurers." From the fog, Elisa's shrill, malicious voice rang out. "It's those adventurers. That's them." She pointed directly at Bron's group, slandering them with feigned outrage. "They're the ones who killed my comrades." The lead knight shielded her and shouted, "Miss Elisa, fall back." He looked at Bron with hidden terror, thinking, "Damn it, that guy alone is trouble enough. And there are others too?" Realizing the enemy forces were too numerous, Bron decisively proposed a tactic. We don't stand a chance in a direct confrontation. There's only one way out. Hikurot, the protagonist, roared. Use that item. The dwarf was startled. Accepting the sacrifice of the treasure, the system displayed that Hikurot Murat had used the Guardian's wrist guard. The dwarf groaned as he bore the backlash. A powerful shockwave exploded, pushing the enemies back. The system displayed continuous notifications. While forcefully pushing back the enemy, it temporarily granted their team immunity to all harmful effects. Status ailments cleared. Cough, this is our chance. Everyone, run! Misa shouted as she scrambled away, frustrated. What? How did that woman track us? Didn't they say the witch's sanctuary was safe? The protagonist broke into a cold sweat while analyzing the situation. Once they entered the witch's sanctuary, Elisa must have found it difficult to track them alone. So, she definitely recruited a useful adventurer, pretending to be a pitiful priestess who lost her companions to brutal bandits. Her plan was to make them clash with those angry people, and then finish both sides off. Cutting off his train of thought, he urged his teammates, "Stop talking and just run. The Guardian's wrist guard only lasts for 5 minutes." As he finished, the system delivered the bad news. Duration ended. Map effect. The witch's sanctuary was active once again. The role of the scout became crucial. A scout is the first to detect enemy movements and serves as an effective guide for the team, utilizing knowledge of the maze and accumulated data to navigate the path. However, this was only possible up to the 3rd floor. Another evil phantom appeared to block their way. The true skill of a scout would be revealed in the witch's sanctuary, the final gate before reaching the 4th floor. Bron thought to himself in awe that Rottmiller's main ability was his sense of smell. He had synchronized his olfactory stats using monster essence. Thanks to his superior pathfinding, the captain shouted, "This way." The protagonist couldn't help but admire him. Even in this strange forest where directions were lost and the trees seemed to move on their own, he could still point out the exact path to the 4th floor with astonishing accuracy. He calculated the mechanism. Once a sense of smell reaches a certain level, one can actually smell magic, the very scent he used to find the way. At the same time, he remained wary of the enemies behind them. The scout over there seems pretty extraordinary too. He's closing the distance to our position. Rottmiller decisively ordered. "We have to speed up." Panting heavily, Bron assessed the situation. It all depends on who reaches the portal to the 4th floor first. The problem is, everyone is pretty exhausted. Misa was spent, her face flushed, gasping for air. Then, while running, Misa suddenly slipped painfully. She fell hard to the ground and screamed in pain. Bron hurriedly stopped to ask if she was okay, but the catgirl tried to act tough. "I'm fine, just a cramp. Don't worry about me, keep moving." The protagonist coldly hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Cramp, my foot. You clearly sprained your ankle when you fell." Misa turned beet red in embarrassment and panic. He ordered her with an overbearing tone. "Don't move unnecessarily, just stay right there." Misa obediently bowed her head. "Ah, okay." After carrying her for a while, Misa suddenly looked around in confusion. The dwarf should be right in front of us, shouldn't he? She panicked and clung tightly to his shoulders. "Bron, have we lost track of the other team members?" He remained silent, then clicked his tongue. "Damn it." All in that brief moment, Misa urged him anxiously, punching his back. "Then what are you waiting for? Go after them." Bron coldly brushed her off. She lit a small torch. "Stay quiet. Now is the time to stay put. Rottmiller will realize we're missing and will come back for us soon." But looking at the dark mist surrounding them, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This is really dangerous. In the witch's forest, I know the adversity. Without a scout, we won't be able to find our way. Misa whispered anxiously in his ear, "Bron, how much longer do we have to wait?" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar, making them both jump. Bron turned pale. "That voice, the dwarf?" Misa screamed in panic. "Bron, what should we do now? Should we go help them?" The protagonist remained extremely rational and dismissed the idea. "Even if we follow that voice, we'll just end up getting lost somewhere else. They're being attacked, so they won't have time to look for us. Let's get out of here first." In that life or death moment, he contemplated the philosophy of survival in a disaster. What is most important? Water? Food? A shelter? Weapons? He had his own answer. Everything is important, but if I have to choose one, I'd choose morale. Thinking is doing. He put his head down and carried Misa, running for his life through the gloomy trees. Misa on his back began to cry and completely broke down. "No way, I can't die like this. Why have I struggled so much just to die in vain?" Bron raised his voice to steady her spirits. "Calm down, Misa. In a situation like this, we must not deny reality. We must calmly accept it. Misa sniffled, full of regret. If only I hadn't fallen there, he firmly shouted to revive her will. What we need to focus on right now is the present. Then he gave her a very practical task. First, find a potion in my bag and drink it. Then walk on your own 2 feet. She murmured back. Understood. He put her down and announced they would rest for a while. Misa clutched her chest, panting and sulking while drinking the medicine. While I was riding on a barbarian's back, I actually thought I was going to die. Bron coldly checked their combat status. Is your leg okay now? Can you fight? For now, yes. Looking at the campfire, he began to worry about the journey ahead. It's only been 4 days since we entered the maze. The remaining days won't be easy, especially with a melee fighter and a tank. We need to survive for another 11 days. He looked at their basic weapons. The most serious problem is that most monsters on this map are non-corporeal, and we can't hit them. We desperately need elemental capabilities right now. After musing for a long time, Bron clenched his fists and made a decision. I've decided. He turned to her and asked blankly, Misa, have you ever been married? She stared at him, stunned. Huh? Why would you suddenly ask about that? No, I haven't. He continued to dig deeper with a strangely innocent question. Then, do you have any beliefs? Like thinking it's wrong to show your naked body to another man? Misa blushed beet red and scratched her head. I don't think I have any beliefs like that, she thought to herself. Bron is asking such weird questions. The barbarian smiled brightly, feeling satisfied. That's great. He reached out to open a container of essence blood, making Misa feel a chill down her spine. What do you mean that's great? Seeing the guy looming closer, Misa screamed in panic. Ah, stop. Don't come any closer. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. She covered herself in embarrassment. What are you trying to do? God, I'm not ready. Stay away from me. Ignoring her narcissism, Bron calmly extended his tattooed hand. Here, take this, he explained sincerely. This is a ring I've been saving until I found the right person. Misa stared at him, bewildered. A ring? But why would you give it to me? As he put the ring on her finger, he made an overbearing deal. Swear to your guardian deity that, upon accepting this, you will stay by my side from now on. Receiving such a sudden proposal, she shouted in protest, face bright red. What is this, Bron? Are you crazy? The warrior knelt on one knee, swearing solemnly. The moment you receive this ring, I swear on my honor as a warrior that I will always be by your side to help you. That is why I want you to do the same. Misa hesitantly clutched her hand and replied softly. Are you serious? Then she shyly nodded. This is very sudden, but I am honored to receive such an offer. This made him even happier. That's great, but the very next second, she poured a bucket of freezing cold water on him. But Bron, I'm sorry. She scratched her nose in embarrassment and bluntly rejected his feelings. I have never thought of you in that way. Seeing the protagonist frozen in shock, she hurriedly excused herself. It's not that I hate you, Bron. It's just because Bron's face darkened, speechless. He thought to himself, what the hell is she talking about? Misa raised her voice, describing her weird taste in men. I like thin men who smell like rats. This made him snap back in confusion. Why are you suddenly talking about that? The cat girl yelled straight at his face. You don't have a single bit of male attraction to me, you ignorant barbarian. Bron fell into the state of a first-time failed confession, completely stunned. Realizing the situation, he hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here. That was not my intention. I wanted to form a companion contract in exchange for this ring. Hearing the harsh truth, she petrified in total embarrassment for being so self-absorbed. Oh, the cat girl laughed it off to cover her awkwardness. Ah, is that what you meant? I knew it. Meanwhile, Bron coldly added a clause. Of course, the same terms apply. If you provide me with an equivalent ring or compensate me with 15 million stones, the contract can be terminated at any time. He asked sharply. Understand? This made her scream in shock. How could that be? What the hell is so special about this ring that it's worth 15 million stones? He grabbed her wrist and firmly stated that 15 million stones was still far too cheap. This ring could finally fulfill the wish she had cherished for so long. Bron made a quick mental calculation based on his gaming experience. If he hadn't spent nearly 10 years grinding in Dungeonstone, he never would have chosen it, leaving her to stare at him in confusion. He made up his mind, determined to awaken. The info for the treasure flashed before him. Ice Spirit Ring. Serial number 9425. It was an item obtained by betraying the master of the Amiens sect. At first glance, it didn't look like anything special. But if the item were to be destroyed, a unique, one-of-a-kind effect would be triggered. It seemed like a pointless option since it didn't deal any damage, but after many tests, a discovery was made. With a system message appearing on the screen, the Ice Spirit Ring was destroyed. Special conditions had been met. If the wearer was a beastkin who had never formed a contract with a serial number soul, an event would trigger along with text flashing on the computer. Someone was calling, and the notification panel displayed that the Ice Spirit Ring had been destroyed and the special conditions had been met. The system announced a momentous event. The Ice Beast Scadia had awakened from a long slumber. The Ice Beast Scadia offered to form a contract with Misa Gaston. Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she gulped, her face glowing with excitement. Of course, her small hand emitted a sparkling blue magical glow as the ring began to melt, ready to fuse with her body. To officially awaken her power, she clearly declared, "I accept the contract." Immediately, a surge of blue magic swirled intensely, enveloping her body. A sparkling light appeared on the interface, signaling that the contract had been successfully completed. Her bare feet slowly touched the ground amidst the illusory mist. Seeing this, she couldn't help but marvel at the system's speed. Is forming a contract really that easy? Misa stared blankly at the sparkling ring on her hand and asked, "Bron, what exactly is this ring? How could something like this possibly exist in this world?" She hung her head sadly, silently wondering, why didn't my father ever tell me about this? Bron nonchalantly offered a theory, saying that perhaps he didn't know either, which surprised her into asking, "He didn't know?" He continued to explain, "That's right. It seems a mage only recently discovered it after a long time of research, making Misa even more curious as she pressed him. Wait, then how do you know about it? Where did you get this ring?" Bron looked away, clearing his throat with a subtle hint. "We should talk about this after you put some clothes on," leaving her wide-eyed and stunned. Looking down at her naked body, she blushed beet red and shrieked, "Wait, when did I?" While he turned away with his shield, he instructed, "I've left some clothes there for you, so put them on first. And I also left the bandit's gear next to you. Wear that too." Misa watched his back and thought to herself, now that I think about it, Bron is wearing something that looks pretty strange too. Meanwhile, the system notified that the total item level had increased by 83. She shyly put on the clothes and timidly asked, "Bron, why was I naked?" The male lead bluntly admitted, "To do what I did, I had to strip you. I heard that all the gear a person is wearing gets destroyed during this ritual, making the cat girl stomp her feet in anger and shout. Then why did you ask about marriage and all that stuff?" He tilted his head, offering a very persuasive argument. "Well, if you already had a husband, he might have felt uncomfortable." Misa cried out in frustration at his half-baked sense of tact. "So you thought about that, but you couldn't tell me beforehand?" Bron could only try to defend himself. "I was in such a rush." The Barbarian guy cleared his throat to steer clear of the sensitive topic. "Let's move past that. Isn't there something you wanted to say to me?" Misa turned her face away, embarrassed. She mumbled, "I'm sorry," causing him to pretend he was hard of hearing. "What was that you just said?" Blushing deep red, she clenched her hands and shyly said, "Thank you." The realistic young man wouldn't let her off the hook, asking, "Is that all? Thank you? Don't tell me you're trying to brush this off. Do I really have to say it out loud?" Cornered, she suddenly smirked with a knowing look. She softly called his name to start her own story. "Bron," the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. "I once tried to kill myself." Painful memories flashed back, showing her gasping for breath in a pool of blood. "It was my father who found and saved me." Bron calmly remarked, "Then you should feel grateful to have a father." But she just shook her head bitterly. "Well, that's not a beautiful story at all." She recalled the moment she knelt in humiliation. "Do you know the first thing my father said to me when I woke up? Oh, father." The cruel words of her father haunted her for her whole life. "Misa Gaston, if you really want to die, go die in the dungeon. How much more shame do you want to bring upon our family?" After hearing the story, Bron fell silent, deeply empathizing. Her family was even worse than I had imagined. She lifted her head with pride. "That's why I entered the dungeon. Of course, I didn't go in there to die like my father said." Running away from the stinging insults that followed her, she suppressed her emotions. "I just wanted to escape that family." She choked up while sharing her initial motivation. "I kept thinking if I became a great explorer, even without a serial number soul, maybe my father would look at me just once." Her hand emitted a sparkling blue magical glow. Misa let go of the past. "Of course, I don't know if my father would acknowledge me for this, but now I think that doesn't matter anymore." She took a step forward with determination. She bowed deeply, showing sincere respect. "Thank you, Bron." Under the flickering firelight, she promised, "I will cherish and repay this kindness until the day I die." Smiling contentedly behind his iron helmet, he nodded. "A vow before a guardian? Misa smiled radiantly, confirming. A vow before a guardian. Bron silently recalled the Beastkin power systems, summoning, enhancement, and ability types. Beastkin, who form contracts with serial number souls, usually possess one of these three types. In Misa's case, the system sent an important notification as Misa leaped into the air. The power of the Ice Beast Scadia has permanently fused with the body of Misa Gaston. That was the enhancement type. Her ice-encrusted fist tore through the air, lunging straight forward. The spirit of the Ice Beast, in the shape of a dragon, appeared, crushing the target and securing the achievement of defeating the Wraith. Experience point 1. The male lead silently rejoiced for his teammate. Finally, I have the elemental attack method I've always dreamed of. Now I can defeat incorporeal monsters. He continued to analyze. Incorporeal monsters are easier to deal with because they are weaker relative to their rank. He slashed away while feeling conflicted, but every time I landed a hit, it felt so strange. Bron pondered as he could now execute elemental attacks. Misa could fight on her own. But just like there are stages in evolving the soul of a barbarian, the assigned soul of a beastkin also develops in stages. Misa was still at stage 1 and couldn't infuse elements into her weapons yet. Originally being a martial artist, fighting right away wouldn't be an issue. But fighting alone in the witch's forest wasn't easy. Seeing a pack of vengeful spirits crawling toward them, Misa panicked and shouted, "Bron, more of them are coming!" Bron yelled out a command, "We need to get out of here first." Misa nodded in agreement. Got it. He gritted his teeth and ran for his life, telling himself, the real survival starts now. Darkness blanketed the gloomy forest as crows shrieked miserably. Time flew by, and about 11 hours had passed. During that time, we fought when there were few enemies, and avoided them when they were too crowded, wiping out quite a few monsters. The system continuously ticked up the experience points. Defeated Witch's Lantern, EXP 1. Defeated Bear Cub, EXP 2. Misa fought fiercely too, taking down more ferocious beasts. Defeated Demon Wolf, EXP 2. A series of monsters fell. Defeated Mutant Flower Spirit, EXP 2. Defeated Woodman, EXP 1. Defeated Hom Moon Killis, EXP 2. Misa leaned on her weapon, panting. Ugh, I'm so tired. Bron, busy digging on the ground, urged her, hurry up and pick up the loot. He silently counted his blessings. Lucky for them, they hadn't run into any rank 7 monsters yet. Contrary to their fears, Elisa hadn't shown any signs of finding them either. But the underlying damage began to take effect. The Ice Spirit Ring had vanished during Misa's awakening process. When the ring was lost, the passive skill of the sealed corpse golem was activated. He looked back at his belongings in pain. Acidic blood had corroded their equipment everywhere. He lamented bitterly. Even his second-grade lithium chestplate and shield had lost their shine. He scanned his surroundings in frustration. Another regrettable thing was that they hadn't found any elemental blood essence yet. Turning to look at his teammate, he realized he could see Misa's exhaustion building up. The protagonist calculated his survival rate. At this pace, the probability of him surviving safely and returning to the city was about 30%. Perhaps. As time passed, the system continued to bomb them with disadvantages. 12 hours had passed since they entered the Witch's Forest. Map effect. The Witch's Forest grows stronger. This was now the 12th hour wandering in the Witch's Forest. An abnormal status would occur due to the map disadvantage. He hurriedly proposed a safety solution. Misa, tie this rope around your waist. If we get separated, pull the rope so we can find each other. She nodded calmly while tying the rope. She already knew about the abnormal status that happens when staying too long in the Witch's Forest. I know. A bright red status board popped up. Abnormal status. Witch's Eye mana has been inflicted. Bron immediately urged her to move. Then let's go. From now on, we can't stop. Not even for a moment. Information about the real trap was revealed. Map disadvantage. Witch's Eye. The real reason why the Witch's Forest is only considered a transit area. Its effect is very simple. If you stay in one spot for a certain moment, a rank 7 monster, Carnibero, will appear. And that certain moment decreases as your level rises. The cold system board calculated the countdown to despair. 70 hours have passed since entering the Witch's Forest. Map effect. Witch's Breath has been enhanced. Abnormal status. Witch's Eye has increased to level 5. The third day in the Witch's Forest, in the afternoon. Meanwhile, our gamer gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's been over 60 hours since we were separated from the dwarf group and got stuck here." Looking at the cat girl who was swaying like a drunkard, he resignedly admitted, "But we still have to wander aimlessly in this hellish forest." Footsteps dragged heavily on the dark ground. Since the abnormal status, Witch's Eye, was activated, They weren't allowed to stop even for a moment. The time for the Carnibaros to appear with the Witch's Eye at level 5 was only about 10 minutes. Under his sweat-drenched helmet, Bron felt a chill down his spine as he did the math. It took them over 15 minutes to finish off just one. So if they stopped, they would definitely face a death sentence from the swarm of monsters gathering. He sighed and recounted. Another desperate change since dragging themselves through the witch's forest was that he and Misa had to chain themselves together with a rope. This way, if someone gets left behind or lost, we can still find each other. The cat girl's voice was weak and gasping from behind a rock. Please, slow down a little, he responded painfully. Okay. Pulling up his teammate who was stumbling along, the protagonist pondered. Misa's condition had visibly worsened since this morning, and it wasn't due to illness or severe injury. The rope suddenly went taut, signaling a harsh truth. It was simply that she had been drained of all her energy to her absolute limit. Her face was flushed red, struggling to gasp for air with every weary breath. We've already slowed down, yet the rope is still pulled tight. The gamer's brain began to rationalize for his teammate again. Could she really not keep up even at this turtle's pace? Of course, she had to endure much more hardship because she had to deal damage alone. On top of that, she was being tormented by hallucinations in this place. Unable to watch his employee die, the gentleman lowered himself and commanded, "Get on my back." The cat girl looked confused. Huh? He gently coaxed. Maybe you'll feel better if you close your eyes and rest for a bit. Misa looked teary and pathetic, shyly refusing her boss's kindness. But, Bron, you're even more tired than I am. Before she could finish her sentence, his giant, guardian-like hands grabbed the rope decisively. And just like that, a rough but extremely practical lift occurred, making the cat girl jump in shock. What? What are you doing? He carried his teammate on his shoulders like a sack of rice. The protagonist snapped, acting tough. Just get on, leaving her stunned. Unlike usual, Misa suddenly went quiet and obediently lay flat. Normally, she would have kicked up a fuss to resist, but it seemed she was too exhausted for that. Thank you. Once again, the system heartlessly poured cold water on them. 87 hours have passed since entering the witch's forest. Map effect. The witch's forest has been enhanced. Abnormal status. Witch's Eye has escalated to level 6. Around them, there were only terrifying screams and curses. 17 hours had passed since I had to carry her through the witch's forest, except for the times I had to put her down to fight. Die, die. Kiki ha. You're so pathetic, just like a piece of trash. With a swollen, veined face and sweat dripping down, the barbarian cursed under his breath. I'm almost at my limit now. If they didn't find it soon, just at his most desperate moment, a sweet, seductive female voice whispered in his ear. Darling, why don't you just leave her there? His eyes widened, his pupils constricting in panic. He froze at the sound of that voice. A beautiful woman with silky purple hair lay on the ground, caressing him with a reproachful tone. I even fulfilled your lifelong wish, didn't I? She crossed her arms and offered a sharp, provocative half-smile. She would have definitely fallen for him if he had tried to flirt with her even a little, right? The protagonist broke out in a cold sweat, cursing the ridiculous nature of this game world to himself. My ex-girlfriend appeared right here. She stood among the trees, looking so real it gave him goosebumps. She didn't look like an illusion at all. Or was she afraid of being abandoned again? The ghost sensuously twisted her body, just like a real person. It felt like if he touched her, he could feel her body heat. So lewd. What are you imagining, Bron? He coldly walked past the absurd illusion. It's using my own memories to create this. Every action was a perfect replica, and her voice kept clinging to him. That's always been your problem, darling. You always have to know everything. She raised a finger to brush her lips, pouting with a glare. Isn't that too much? On top of that, you never tell me anything. Facing the boss that took the form of his ex, the hardened youth retorted. Same with you, isn't it? She replied brazenly. Is there anything about me you don't know? Finally, she turned her back to him, showing off her hot curves, delivering an incredibly dangerous flirtation. Every corner, every curve of my body. She winked and dropped a soul-crushing jab. You know that better than I do. Feeling a slight touch on his face, the youth jumped back, his brain stalling. It didn't stop there. She shamelessly showed off her mysterious underwear. I changed my stockings. Your taste is still the same as ever, right? Sweat rolled down his forehead as he cursed himself. He scolded his own terrible male instincts. Damn it, what kind of person am I? In this life or death moment, the first thought to pop into his head, upon seeing his ex-girlfriend, was sexual desire. The ghost saw her chance and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Retai, forget that wild girl, and come here. You were meant to be with me. The heavy backpack slid off his shoulder and thudded onto the purple ground. Her demonic hands caressed his cold armor. Ah, she continued, whispering sweet nothings. The other girls will never understand you, right? As if under a spell, he asked, blankly. Is that so? Causing her to boast even more. That's right, my love. A satisfied smile bloomed on her lips. Prepare yourself. I'm going to finish your spirit off. I'll make you feel amazing. Just as the dream was reaching its peak, his teammate's hoarse scream pulled him back to reality. Bron, wake up! Along with that, the protagonist spat out a mouthful of blood due to internal damage. Fast as lightning, Misa lunged forward with her frost-covered sword, splitting the trashy illusion that was clinging to her teammate in two. The image has no dialogue. The barbarian stumbled back, his brain still struggling to process the situation. What the hell? Was this just an illusion too? Without further ado, the crazy cat girl jumped up, stabbing the screaming, fake green tea ghost repeatedly. Die! The protagonist blankly observed the battlefield, suddenly hearing Misa's voice from afar. It's done. Bron finally snapped out of it. Having cleared the obstacle, the cat girl turned around, acting like the team's greatest carry. I already took care of that rad, so hurry up and wake up. His eyes twitched when he heard the name of that plant monster. What? A reel? Immediately, the corpse of his ex-girlfriend cracked open and turned into a disgusting, rotten piece of wood. The system confirmed. Status anomaly cleared. A rare Tier 8 monster in the Witch's Forest capable of using charm skills. The cursed log dissolved into blue dust, accompanied by a final game log. You have defeated Drixp 2. As he pulled his backpack strap back up, the veteran gamer clicked his tongue in realization. No wonder that damned illusion was so vivid. It wasn't a map effect, it was a monster's skill. Knowing he almost died because of a girl, he sincerely apologized. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be in big trouble. Misa smirked, patting her chest in self-satisfaction. A little something? This is nothing, right? But just as he was bragging, the cat girl's face suddenly went pale. Bron, turns out, in the distance, a group, appeared out of nowhere, leaving them both stunned. A party of adventurers. These are the first adventurers we've run into since getting lost. A bowman and a chubby older lady playfully sized up their weak prey. Only the two of you? Oh boy. Looks like you kids got lost, huh? He frantically analyzed the situation. Bron swallowed hard, staying alert. The Witch's Forest is massive and not exactly a main hunting ground. So, very few people venture here. The odds of running into someone else are extremely low. Besides, it's already day 8 on the 3rd floor. Teams planning to head to higher levels should have passed through long ago. The bearded captain gave a fake, greasy smile. You two got separated from your team, didn't you? He replied coldly. That's right. But inside, his internal alarm was blaring. However, in a place like this, we absolutely cannot easily trust them. Contrary to the male lead's suspicion, Misa grabbed onto his back like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Bron, we're saved, aren't we? He hurriedly growled to stop her, keeping his cool while acting like a two-faced villain. The chubby lady reached out a hand for peace, feeding them sweet, brainwashing lies. Don't be so guarded. We aren't bad people. Back in the city, I've got kids about your age too. Stop worrying. You must be exhausted, right? Come here. Replying to that bowl of poisoned chicken soup, the barbarian lad poured a bucket of freezing cold water. I refuse. He logically reasoned for survival in his head. If she really has children, these people are even more dangerous. Raising his flail to block the way, he stood tall, shielding his teammate. Having children waiting at home with mouths to feed meant in his survival-tinted vision, the kind lady's face looked red and twisted like a demon's. She had a clear, absolute, and much more ruthless motive to make money. The cat girl asked, heartbroken, Bron, why are you doing this? They could help us. But he immediately shut her down. Shut up. The barbarian lad reflected internally. If we meet other adventurers, how should we handle it? I've thought about this a lot, but the conclusion was always to seek help first. His brain began to calculate meticulously. If we promise a reward and ask them to lead us out of the forest, that should be a reasonable deal for them. The strategy was clearly laid out, but to trade, they needed to know who they were. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. I am Bron Yondon. The guy with slicked back hair gave a fake smile. A pretty cautious fellow. Huh. I'm Han. I'm the team scout. Hearing the deadly keyword, Bron's face changed color, breaking into a sweat. Your name is Han? The other guy answered nonchalantly. Haha, that's a common name, isn't it? The male lead screamed in the depths of his resentful heart. Why are there so many Hans in the world? Bad name. -1 point. The barbarian's sharp eyes scanned their formation. 2 warriors, 2 archers, 1 scout. The archer glanced over with a fidgety expression. The old lady sniper also broke into a sweat, swallowing hard. Radar, Bron's internal danger warning, was blaring loudly. These guys are dangerous. The frame sealed the darkness of the opposing team. These guys are trouble. Bron tilted his head and whispered, Misa, will you follow my lead? She replied obediently and immediately. Of course. The guy was covered in cold sweat, his mind racing. It might be unnecessary worry, but something felt very suspicious. Decisively turning away, Bron declared, let's go. It made Han jump, calling after them as they left. Wait, aren't you guys supposed to be asking us for help? Their dark nature revealed itself with bloodshot eyes. Bron scoffed inwardly. Well, regarding that, my gut is screaming that you guys are a threat. Outwardly, he kept a straight face. No, we can handle it ourselves, so we don't need help. Misa, let's go. She hurried to follow. Understood. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air, embedding itself in his shield, making Bron jump in shock. He gritted his teeth, confirming his intuition. Damn it. Sure enough, they aren't normal adventurers. The old lady snapped at the archer. You idiot? What the hell are you doing? The brat argued back. You fool. Don't you see his equipment? The guy stared greedily, drooling. That's gear made of rhenium. Do you have any idea how much it's worth? The scout, Han, sighed. But we're fellow adventurers. Kid, if you can't do it, just stand aside. Their assets were being shamelessly ogled. What's in that barbarian's backpack? It's an expansion bag. It's so expensive that even if you worked until your bones broke for a year, you couldn't afford it. The archer backed away, trembling. I still can't do it. The old lady snatched the bow and threatened him. Then those who can't do it just get lost. The warrior brandished his axe to justify their robbery. I'll take it. This isn't the first time. Besides, our financial situation isn't looking too good. Misa clung to Bron's back in a panic. Bron, shouldn't we run away? The male lead silently analyzed the dire situation. It's 5 against 2, and we are completely exhausted after the trials. A glance crushed any thought of running. They have a scout, so even if we run, they'll catch up very quickly. There's only one way to overcome this crisis. Planning a life-saving strategy, Bron whispered. Misa, stall for time. She quickly caught on. Understood. The barbarian turned on his panicked acting mode, pleading. Wait. Let's make a deal. I'll give you the expansion bag. Even this shield, too. So please, spare our lives. The Oscar-worthy actress Misa suddenly changed her tune, shouting with red eyes and sobbing. Just kill that barbarian. I am a princess of the merfolk tribe. If you spare my life, I'll come back and give you even more money. The male lead froze, looking at his teammate who was tearfully clasping her hands and acting so deeply. Surely she's not serious, is she? The robbers were stunned, taken aback. This merfolk princess, what should we do? The ruthless old lady brushed it off. Forget it, just kill them both. Do you think they won't report us if we let them go? The warrior laughed maliciously. All the better. As a princess, she must have something of value. The robbers charged like hungry beasts. Whoever found it first would be the winner. Seeing the bait had been taken, Bron braced himself to fight. We can't stall any longer. Now is the time to strike. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. Death to all. The true hunters had arrived. Rank 6 monsters, the Nevarro. The robbers backed away in utter panic. The Nevarro? How long have these bastards been stuck here? Bron chuckled to himself, feeling pity. 5 days already, you fools. The golden opportunity had arrived. The male lead shouted, Misa, hold on tight to me. She obediently hugged him tight. All right, got it. Ditching them to feed the bandits, nice move. Bron smirked to himself. The Nevarro had a habit of hunting their prey until the bitter end. Once you crossed them, there was no escaping. Sprinting past the bandits' formation like a whirlwind, he dropped a final word. Meanwhile, the captain stared, bug-eyed as the level 6 boss charged like a freight train, his face drained of all color. What? Why is it here? Wait. Stop, the protagonist thought to himself. Might as well use these guys as bait, right? Then he took off, just as a cursed sound echoed beneath a bandit's feet. The bandits panicked, scrambling to defend themselves while screaming in terror. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He smirked as he ran. Good. The aggro has definitely shifted. Now, the Nevarro are their problem. A cold system notification popped up, signaling a bloodbath. The Nevarro had deployed magic mines. The chubby lady screamed in terror. Everyone, don't move. There might be magic mines around here. The scout, clutching his blood-soaked head, shrieked in frustration. What about them? The captain braced himself, trying to rally the team to survive. Focus on the Nevarro first. They can't have gone far. Elsewhere, the barbarian's iron boots crunched into the ground, scattering purple light. Magic mines, huh? A pragmatic analysis of the situation. His genius brain clicked. Of course, there was no way to dodge them, right? Fire and smoke exploded everywhere. The protagonist, carrying his companion, plowed through the minefield like Rambo. We planned to trigger the mines while running from the start. The cat girl on his back was sobbing, terrified by Bron's reckless disregard for his own legs. The boss behind them kept casting, summoning reinforcements to corner its prey. The game screen flickered with a familiar message. The Navarro have summoned hounds. The pitch-black, red-eyed dogs lunged, tearing into the captain. The warrior with the shield was dripping cold sweat, panicked. Damn it! Damn it all! There's no way to dodge this minefield. Desperate screams echoed across the battlefield. The cruel lady from before was now kneeling on the ground, weeping and begging for her life. No, I don't want to die. Stop, stop. Mines kept detonating with every step. A hound with a drooling, razor-fanged maw lunged to rip them apart. Misa, on Bron's back, kicked and crushed the monster's head as it blocked their path. With no way back, he activated his ultimate area-clearing skill, pushing his body to the limit. He was reaching the threshold of permanent disability, no longer feeling anything from his ankles down. A terrifying red warning flashed across his vision. Warning: character has lost a body part. Failure to treat immediately may result in permanent damage. He coldly wondered to himself, my feet are smashed, so I can't keep running? Time for a plan B. He steeled his resolve and entrusted the task to his comrade. Misa, handle the cleanup. The cat girl nodded, eager to coordinate. Understood, I'll throw you toward the Navarro. Gaining momentum like a pro athlete, he roared. Use your ultimate to wipe them out and come back. Fueled by the push, she soared through the air like a bullet, her eyes glowing with bloodthirsty intent. The cat girl bared her fangs and shrieked. Die! Her downward strike slammed into the target with brutal force. The impact exploded, obliterating the obstacles in an instant. Misa snapped her head around, eyes cold as she searched for the next target. The survivors were on the blood-soaked ground. The chubby lady was crawling feebly at the cat girl's feet, pathetically squeaking out words. Please, the cruel lady who was so arrogant before could only crawl on the purple-stained ground, tears and snot running down her face as she begged, save me. Seeing the cat girl look at her with utter contempt, like she was trash, the woman still shamelessly pleaded, please, give me a health potion. Realizing her situation was hopeless, she played her last financial card. Save me. Once we get back to the city, I'll give you money. But before she could finish, she received a merciless finishing blow. After clearing the trash, Misa ran back, looking sorrowfully at her boss's severed legs. Bron, are you really okay? With injuries this severe, a regular health potion won't heal you completely? The young man, despite having lost his feet, remained unfazed. He casually revealed his game hack mechanics to his subordinate. A system notification appeared, shielding the protagonist's absurdity. Character's vitality increased due to immortal effect. He smirked. It'll recover in the blink of an eye. The cat girl was stunned, jaw dropped at this horrific magic trick of limb regeneration. What the hell? Your feet just grew back. Even with a top-tier health potion, how? His gamer brain started calculating the numbers, crunching the stats with the immortal mark and the natural regenerative properties of vampire essence, combined with his active immortal skill. In gaming terms, my natural recovery stat must be over 150 by now. In short, even without a health potion, as long as I have enough time, regrowing limbs from fatal wounds is totally possible. Seeing his boss with severed feet, yet showing no change in expression, the girl was horrified, asking, Bron, what exactly are you? Even after drinking the potion, he didn't even look like he was in pain. Naturally, he used the age-old excuse to cover the harsh truth. That's the indomitable spirit of a barbarian. He remembered the muscular old master from before as a model. Even that master never let out a peep after chugging a potion. But deep down, he knew the truth. I'm only acting tough because I have the maxed-out pain resistance passive. But who cares about the details if the result is the same? With his feet newly regrown and still bright red, he calmly sat down to tie his shoelaces as if nothing had ever happened. With gear sorted, the captain ordered them to move out. Let's get out of here before the Navarro come back. The cat girl followed, still curious. But Bron, how did you know those adventurers were so dangerous? With his transcendent garbage game scenario reading logic, he coldly replied, their scout's name was Han. I absolutely hate guys with that name. The cat girl's innocent mind couldn't grasp such logic, and she just blanked out. That's it? He exhaled, ending the conversation. Forget it. Regardless, we survived, didn't we? Recalling how the lady turned on them faster than a flip-flop, she lamented, that woman looked so kind. but she turned out to be completely different. Maybe she really was a good person once. Bron's calm brain analyzed the scum of humanity in this abyss. If we didn't look so weak and desperate, if we weren't carrying valuable treasure, if we hadn't met in a dark maze but in a safe city. Note: this line seems to be the end of the input snippet. He clicked his tongue, lamenting the cheapness of human nature. She might have been remembered as a kind woman, but she was the very first one to pull the trigger and spark that looting. Seeing his employee looking so gloomy about life, he just couldn't stand it, so he immediately hit her with a realistic question to bring her back to earth. "Misa, why did you throw yourself into this maze?" Caught off guard, the cat girl broke into a sweat, stammering for an excuse. "Well, I need to make money, obviously." He nodded, delivering the killing blow. Those people were exactly the same as her. He started giving her a lesson in pragmatic survival. Money is the most effective tool for self-preservation, especially in this godforsaken world, where even tax evasion is enough to send you straight to the guillotine. Remembering that woman's trashy, sweet lies during the trap at Gyeong, there is only one type of entertainment for adults in this city. Don't get too worked up. Let's protect each other and go this way. He analyzed it perfectly. That old lady didn't just have to protect her own hide. Having had her brain washed successfully, Misa, suspended in midair, sighed in admiration. "I feel like I've gained a bunch of valuable lessons from this expedition." The timer still loomed like a death sentence in the witch's forest. Survival time, 109 hours. Suddenly, Misa shouted in excitement. "Huh? Bron?" She looked like she had found a treasure, her face radiant as she pointed directly at the glowing ancient tree. They found it. Both pairs of tired eyes suddenly lit up with the hope of survival. Finally, the only place where we can peacefully lay our heads in this witch's forest. We've found the witch's hut. After being put through the ringer by the system so many times, the young man reached out, trembling, to touch the glowing wall. He prayed, "Dear God, please, no more traps or any other damn incidents this time." His rough hand touched the magic, and the system reported the peaceful news. The character has entered the witch's hut. The eerie, purple scenery was suddenly replaced by a paradise with warm sunshine and flowers blooming everywhere. The witch's hut appears randomly in the witch's forest at specific intervals. For 8 hours, the game dictionary activated, scanning the facility and temporarily nullifying the map's effects, and those hideous monsters wouldn't be able to set foot in this safe zone. Even though the odds of finding it were miserably low, this was definitely the only shelter in the middle of this wretched witch's forest. After braving the storm, it took a long while, but they finally found the first cabin. Thanks to Misa's efforts, the next cabin was located much faster. The survival countdown timer kept ticking away, only 53 hours left until the maze closes. A system notification popped up. Your character has entered the witch's cabin. The system displayed the room's information, piquing your curiosity. With 5 people already inside, the entrance sealed shut, leaving the cat girl looking around, bewildered. She never got tired of this sight. Even for the 3rd time, Misa giggled, tugging at the leader's sleeve to start a conversation. But Bron was immediately silenced by the giant's cold hand over his mouth. Misa stood there in silence. He adjusted his imaginary glasses, whispering with a dangerous edge. The cat girl jumped in panic, sensing someone else's presence. "Wait, how did you know?" As he analyzed the game's mechanics, he realized the witch's cabin only allowed a maximum of 5 people. If there are more, the teleportation portal closes. Misa broke into a cold sweat, asking nervously, "So, there's someone else in here?" The leader gave a cold, affirmative nod. "Exactly. Let's go find them." Tracking the signs inside the cabin, the two discovered a battle axe and a purple helmet lying abandoned on the vibrant yellow flower carpet. Bron frowned, observing the shadow lying unconscious on the floor. Looking closer, he recognized the face of a familiar enemy. He clicked his tongue, muttering that it was the guy who had been with Elisa. "He looks pathetic, doesn't he?" Misa looked around and reported on the room's status. "Ron, there are more people inside. They look like the ones from before." The leader didn't mince words and gave a brutal order, then knocked them out for good. No sooner said than done. A brutally heavy blow landed straight on the unfortunate guy's head without a hint of mercy. Misa watched the guy get smashed and trembled, questioning her leader's skills. Wasn't that supposed to be a non-lethal blow? The guy was still gasping for air after that devastating strike, making the cat girl shake her head in disbelief. They're still alive after a hit like that? The leader dusted off his hands and nonchalantly justified his actions. But they look like they're about to kick the bucket anyway. I don't think we need to tie them up. Bron suddenly pulled out a bright red health potion and dumped it directly onto the unconscious man's head, making Misa's eyes widen in shock. The potion took effect violently. The guy shrieked in agony as if he'd been splashed with acid. The leader stood over him, looking down coldly, and asked, "Awake now?" The guy woke up in a state of pure terror. "No. You're that barbarian." Terrified of getting hit again, he frantically wept and began to spill everything, trying to excuse his mistakes. "It's all a misunderstanding. We were just being used by that woman." He started confessing everything from beginning to end. "When we caught up to your group, there were only 3 of them there. To stop them from escaping, I ambushed the one who looked like their scout and inflicted a light wound." Recalling the pain of his own scout, Rod Miller, he added, "It wasn't a deep wound, just a scratch on the shoulder." At that exact moment, just like before, an inexplicable surge of light pushed us back, accompanied by the sudden screams of my comrades in my memory. "What? What is this?" By the time I came to, our scout had been impaled through the head by an ice spear, the captain recalled, paralyzed with fear. How could they have done that? The leader silently analyzed the situation from a spectator's perspective. It seems Hikuro's group managed to escape safely. The scream I heard back then was when Rod Miller was injured. The prisoner sobbed, continuing to recount their miserable plight. "We lost our scout. We couldn't keep tracking you, so we wandered the forest. But trouble struck again about 2 days later, when the fog began to appear." Recalling the flashback, his comrade blushed happily. "Oh, Elisa." But immediately after, a horror scene unfolded as Elisa revealed her true form, a demon sucking the life force out of his comrade amidst the pitch-black smoke. The rest of the crew could only watch helplessly as their friend turned into a dried-up skeleton. What is this? He saw his friend wither away and have his life force drained instantly. I finally realized. The wicked woman wore a sickening smile while looking at the pile of bones. How pathetic. The captain realized with a shudder that the woman was actually a wicked follower of the Karaku cult. The prisoner knelt, sobbing and begging for his life. "So, this whole thing was just a mistake. We were tricked by that woman. I swear on the goddess. We never intended to rob anyone." But Bron shut him up with one word. "Shut up." Seeing the leader wasn't budging, the guy cried even harder to beg for mercy. "Now that I think about it, I haven't even apologized to you all yet. I'm incredibly sorry. We were so foolish to fall for her deceptions. We will compensate for all damages. Please, please, have mercy." Seeing Bron deep in thought, Misa turned to delegate the life or death decision. "Bron, whatever you decide, I'll follow. What should we do?" Deep within the gamer's mind, a fierce ideological battle broke out. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had taken many lives. But those were desperate situations where his own life was hanging by a thread, and his opponents were intolerable trash. But what about these guys? Amidst the prisoner's pathetic pleading. "Please, I beg you," he told himself. Even though they caused them quite a bit of trouble, in the end, no one had actually died yet. Passing his own tests of survival morality, he admitted, "That's right. This situation is completely different from the previous ones." Instantly, a hypothetical courtroom appeared in his mind with a difficult question. Is killing them right now the right decision? The tattooed barbarian in his subconscious growled pragmatically. Right or wrong, who cares about that in this place? Just kill them and be done with it. Why leave behind potential future trouble? But the posh, suited intellectual in his brain immediately objected. Why think so negatively? Clearly, killing someone just because of a fatal misunderstanding is completely wrong. The leader hesitated, his heart torn, but a dark voice whispered, reminding him of the cruel reality. Is that just your mindset from your old world? Finally, he decided to pass the buck to Misa. What do you think? The cat girl didn't even need to think. She answered coldly, I can't trust these people. What's your opinion? The cat girl didn't even need to think, immediately responding coldly, I can't trust these people. Misa looked stern, her eyes sharp and cold. Whether it was a mistake or not, they tried to kill us. I've realized that people like that should never be forgiven. Her words hit the nail on the head. Bron muttered, I understand. My mind has become clear, like mist clearing away. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The bandit screamed in panic. We said it was a misunderstanding, but Bron just swung his mace and replied coldly, if not, you might end up losing your lives. Decisively swinging his mercy strike, he finished them off. This time might have been a mistake, but who can guarantee you won't make that same mistake again? Immediately, the system board chimed with good news. Achievement unlocked. Condition: 10 kills. Reward: permanent increase of +1 to spirit stat. Standing tall amidst the pool of blood, he pondered, I've known this since the first day I woke up in this body. Bron Yanan from now on, I must live under this name. Not just in name, but I must fully become a savage. The only way to survive here is to do just that, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Misa asked timidly, Bron, are you okay? Your hand is shaking. He hurriedly waved her off, hiding his psychological trauma. Don't worry, it's nothing. Go gather the gear. Suddenly, Misa shrieked. Bron looked at the scene of him dragging the corpse across the floor. She asked in horror, What are you doing? Preparing to toss the mess into the fireplace, he replied calmly, I'm doing what needs to be done. The cold system notification appeared again. New offering has been made. The time for the witch's hut increased by 8 hours. Watching the flames roar, he told himself it was just like a game. Wiping a streak of blood off his face, he turned and said, Now that we have 2 more logs, we can rest in the hut for at least another 24 hours. Misa was visibly shaken. Bron, are you really okay? Seeing her speechless and standing still, he continued, Why are you still standing there? You should be resting instead. Without waiting for an invitation, he threw himself onto the mattress. I'll sleep on the bed first. Enjoying the rare comfort, he muttered, so comfortable. After all, sleeping should always be done in a bed. His eyes closed, the cluttered thoughts slowly settled. It was no longer ironic. The blood-stained weapon lay abandoned on the ground, drawing a clear line. As I shed the habits of a modern person and become more savage, I find myself living more like a human in this place. Then, the sweet dream transported him back to his life as an office worker, diligently grinding away in front of a computer screen. After work, he happily waved goodbye to his female colleague. A cozy scene unfolded as they went out for barbecue together, happy as a real couple. Back in the room, he was enthusiastically playing games, while she was lying down reading a book right beside him. Ending a long day, the two hugged and drifted into a very peaceful sleep. A satisfied smile bloomed on his lips, proving that he was immersed in a completely fulfilling dream. Suddenly, he jolted in fear, returning to the cruel reality. He woke up, gasping for air, and discovered the cat girl, Misa, was sleeping soundly using his thigh as a soft pillow. Terrified by this compromising position, the hulking warrior jumped up, his face covered in beads of sweat, shattering all the romance that had just begun to bud. Bron frowned and asked himself, was that a dream? Looking at his hulking hands, he sighed, sadly. With this monster body, I have to fight real monsters to survive. The sight of the burning skeleton in the fireplace reminded him, this is my reality now. He looked dazed. Did I sleep for almost 7 hours? Looking down, he muttered, when did this kid climb up here? Wasn't the chair comfortable? Bron called out coldly, Misa, wake up. Misa kept her eyes shut tight, pouting. 5 more minutes, before she could enjoy her dream any longer. A ruthless flick to the forehead landed. Misa held her head and screamed, Ah, I'm up. Don't shake me anymore. What a savage, rude jerk. Ignoring her protests, Bron grew pensive. There were about 24 hours left until the maze closed. 1 hour before the witch's hut closed, the day had finally come. If I can just endure today, I can escape this godforsaken forest and return to the city. Misa stretched refreshingly. This expedition was so harsh. I need to take a bath as soon as we get back, Bron. What will you do when we get back? Bron replied bluntly. I don't know. Suddenly, a cold system notification appeared. The witch's hut has closed. Your character is moving to the witch's forest. Area effect. The witch's forest has been disabled. Stepping outside, the blood-red sky left Misa in utter shock. Misa frantically clung to Bron. What's happening? Silence, dead and heavy, was her only answer. Bron broke into a cold sweat, cursing under his breath. Damn it, the memory of his old gaming PC screen flashed in his mind. The familiar system log lines came flooding back. The 5th sacrifice has been offered to the hut. The 6th has been offered. The 7th has been offered. Special condition. 7 sacrifices met. The scene shattered, replaced by ominous red text. The Chaos Lord, Lys, has begun wandering the floor. Bron swallowed hard, a floor boss. His gamer memory kicked in. It was a regional boss in the game. They were called Floor Masters, and every floor had a unique one with its own title. Misa stammered, unable to find her voice. Lord, stop joking. I heard there was no floor boss on the 3rd floor, right? Bron's expression hardened. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that the summoning method is a strictly guarded secret, he explained further. If some lunatic summons it, it won't just end with a few deaths. The 3rd floor's boss is the Chaos Lord, Ruckus. The system added that as the erosion begins, all monsters on the floor dissolve into chaos. Bron continued. This monster doesn't just affect the entire 3rd floor. Once summoned, it will roam the dungeon and lay waste to everything until it dies. A message of despair appeared. Due to the erosion, Spatial gates have been temporarily disabled. He concluded, since floor transitions are also blocked, escaping to another floor is impossible. The adventurers on the third floor need to prepare themselves for total annihilation. Misa shrieked. What? Why would a floor boss show up right now? Bron guiltily scratched his head. That might be because of us. He calmly laid his cards on the table. We burned the corpses in the hut's fireplace, didn't we? That's one of the summoning conditions. Misa roared. What the hell are you talking about? Bron hurriedly scrambled to save his skin. Didn't they say the last summoning was over 10 years ago? So I thought burning about 3 bodies wouldn't matter. But who knew someone had already burned 4 of them beforehand? Misa was furious, pulling at her hair. Bron, what the hell have you done? We're all going to die because of you. Even in a crisis, he was full of advice. Bron warned, anyway, never tell anyone about this. If it gets out that we summoned it, the consequences will be dire. Misa cried, we're doomed. It's all because of this barbarian. Before, he spoke so boldly about protecting our lives to the end. Now, he brushed off all responsibility, ignoring her complaints. His big brain started crunching tactical data. Since the status ailment had been removed and they could leave the forest without scouting, they had to get out of there as fast as possible. Bron pointed the way decisively. We're going to the orc settlement. The scene appeared along with information about the Jawi clan. According to the dwarf, this is a large clan operating on the 6th floor with hundreds of members. Bron's big brain began analyzing the harsh reality, considering they would be crushed if they ran into Rakis now. If he wanted to increase their survival chances even slightly, he resolved, we have to stick to them. He calculated that while not all clan members were concentrated on the 3rd floor, they must have sent at least 10 teams down to control the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, Misa looked around, confused. There are so many people, Bron. Amidst the chaotic, panicked crowd, an imposing voice echoed, everyone, calm down and follow the instructions. The crowd stirred with every emotion. Among you, I heard there is a high-level mage. Please, use a portal spell. I'll pay any amount. It's your fault you guys summoned the floor boss. So, what's going to happen to us now? They're a big clan. Surely they won't kick us out, right? Seeing the chaos, Bron sighed. What a total mess. Just then, a clan priestess closed her eyes, clasping her hands in prayer. Brilliant, warm, magical light radiated from her hands. The leading knight loudly reassured them, everyone, please calm down. This place is safe. Our clan's priestess has just cast Evil Ward, and scouts are guarding the perimeter. He announced clearly, like a savior. The 3rd floor of the dungeon will be sealed in another day. Until then, our Jawi clan, by agreement with the royalty and the guilds, will do our best to ensure as many adventurers as possible survive and return home. Hearing the comforting promise, the adventurers' expressions immediately relaxed, showing relief. But before they could celebrate, he snapped, his voice threatening and firm. If anyone does not comply with our control or causes trouble, we will have no choice but to forcibly expel you. So, please understand, the threat was formal but extremely effective. Even the loudest ones fell silent. Bron breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the Evil Ward, we can rest a bit more comfortably. The system panel appeared to explain, Evil Ward, one of the core skills of a priest, allows humans to move freely but creates a safe zone that monsters cannot enter. An image of an ancient tree stood tall, glowing in the magical light. Bron kept his cold, indifferent head. At least we don't have to worry about getting kicked out. But we can't relax just yet. Before long, he looked up. That problem will arise. He turned to ask his teammate, Misa, just asking, but are you confident in your hearing? Misa blushed and squirmed. I'm not sure, but sometimes people say they like my ears. He was fed up with her delusions. He frowned. What the hell is she talking about? He hurriedly corrected himself. I mean, can you hear sounds that are far away or quiet? Misa scratched her head, grinning boastfully. Oh, that. I'm confident in that. Exploiting his teammate's ability, Bron ordered, then listen carefully to the chatter around us, and if there's any useful information, let me know. Bron cupped his ears to listen. The crowd's murmurs reached them. It's been 10 years since a 3rd floor boss appeared, hasn't it? Another voice chimed in. I don't know what lunatic caused this, but luckily, a 6th floor clan was here just in time. How incredibly fortunate. Flattery and fawning remarks followed. Yeah. Who would have thought we'd witness a large-scale Evil Ward spell right before our eyes? A big clan really is in a different league. Bron connected the information and deduced, right. And if the Jawi clan is on the 3rd floor for that reason, he made up his mind. Perhaps it's worth a gamble to overcome this situation. The scene shifted to the beastkin girl Misa, who was eavesdropping so intensely she was drooling. Bron, speechless, looked at the airheaded woman, and didn't hesitate. He reached out and delivered a sharp flick to her forehead that shocked Misa into reality. Ow! Snapped out of her trance. Misa rubbed the top of her head. What was that for? Bron replied calmly. It's about to happen. Misa blinked, confused. What do you mean by about to happen? The warrior tilted his chin toward the surroundings. Look, the crowd was packed tight. The system recorded too many people. Even for a crowd, it looked like there were about 500 people. Misa worried. So, what will happen to us? Bron revealed the true face of their savior. The Jawi clan can only handle about 50 people. Let's see how they manage this massive crowd first. Just as predicted, the commander cleared his throat again. Please, pay attention. He began his pitch to manipulate the crowd. Thanks to the evil ward, this was the only safe zone on the 3rd floor. But the priestess demanded devotion to the gods. He laid his cards on the table, shamelessly extorting them. 1 million stones from each of you, right now. He demanded they pay in magic stones or trade goods. Bronjandon nodded, calculating the scheme. Very smart. Since no adventurer carries 1 million stones worth of magic stones, they were planning to control this massive crowd by seizing their gear first. The commander continued his brainwashing rant. 1 million stones is both an offering to the gods and a protection fee. Even if you lose a few items or potions. He spread his arms arrogantly, like a savior. What is there to worry about when we are here? Bron cursed silently. Everything, you idiot. Idiot. He analyzed the situation. Even though evil repulsion was an overpowered skill, it was effectively useless against a floor master. His brain raced. Honestly, those guys alone couldn't defeat a 3rd floor boss. He conceded to the situation, but for now, we have to play by their rules. Turning to his teammate, he laid out the plan. Misa, keep the consumables like potions, but take out everything else we don't need. He smirked at the sack of loot they'd swiped earlier. He told her, luckily, we don't need to strip our own gear thanks to all this junk we picked up. Even after dodging the tax, the pragmatic protagonist couldn't stop grumbling about the cost. Besides, if we didn't have this stuff, do they want us to starve next time? Indignant at the blatant extortion in broad daylight, murmurs of resentment filled the air. Demanding 1 million stones just to survive another day? That's utterly shameless, it's disgusting. But, as expected, the situation mocked the crowd's helplessness. Right on cue, those who refused to pay the protection fee and tried to run appeared. Misa returned after gritting her teeth and paying the toll. I've paid them, Bron replied coldly. Good job. His internal accountant instincts were already crunching the numbers. About 300 people had each paid 1 million stones. That meant they had raked in at least 300 million stones, killing 2 birds with 1 stone by thinning the crowd while making a fortune. Even so, he saw right through the grim reality of this mess. Yet in the end, these people were left with nothing but prayers. If the floor boss made it here, it would be the end. Bron broke into a cold sweat. He thought that since the 3rd floor was massive, they must have figured the odds of encountering the boss were low. Both those who left and those who stayed were hoping for the best. He worried because of his own bad luck. But I always prepare for the worst. Usually, such wild imaginations never come true. But what about this time? And, as expected, he was never disappointed by his own bad luck. 19:7. About 5 hours left until the dungeon closes. He froze, thinking, I never imagined it would actually happen. A terrifying omen fell from the sky, snuffing out all hope. A storm of despair, the area of effect passive skill of the floor boss, Rakis. The system notified them that the era of destruction had arrived. Your character is taking continuous damage from the Chaos attribute. Character magic resistance is significantly reduced. This skill didn't just deal wide area damage, it turned the rain-soaked terrain into an eroded wasteland and wiped out all existing field effects. Warning: continuous exposure to Chaos attribute damage increases the chance of contracting a Chaos status ailment. The protection charm shattered. Misa trembled, clutching his arm tightly. In the midst of the life-eroding rain, the giant shadow of the monster emerged from the pitch-black mist. A demonic face with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs roared, signaling a bloody massacre. The crowd fell into total panic, screaming senselessly. Look at that! Stop it! Someone stop it! The customers started lashing out at the investors. Don't tell me you're planning to abandon us and run away. I don't want to die yet. You took our gear and promised to protect us. Take some responsibility. The guild commander clicked his tongue, feeling helpless before the catastrophe. So it had come to this. This expedition would be a massive loss. Yet, he still showed the class of a major guild, roaring for his men to prepare for battle. Rakis is here. Bring out everything we prepared. The mages began tearing through scrolls, buffing the squad to the teeth. Used high-grade stamina support scroll. Used high-grade health recovery support scroll. Heavy weaponry was brought out onto the field. Activate artifact. Flag of the Sunlord. The light of the artifacts enveloped their weapons. They were burning through cash faster than incense. Countless offensive magic scrolls, consumable artifacts, and support gear were being used. In less than a minute, tens of millions of stones worth of consumables had vanished into light. The commander roared to boost his men's spirits. "We have enough supplies. Don't hold back. We have to make it out alive, even if it's just one more person." Watching this display of raw, dollar-fueled power, Bron smirked. Wait, these guys? Were they actually planning to fight Rakis? He broke into a sweat, but inside, he was celebrating. So, I wasn't the only one who prepared for the worst. It was the first time I'd ever felt this relieved. His eyes filled with admiration for these true professionals. These people were the same they had risked their lives countless times on expeditions to reach this level. It definitely wasn't just luck. Battle cries echoed across the forest. "Everyone to your positions. We're going to hold off the floor boss Rakis." As the giant monster's foot gathered momentum for an attack, everyone wondered what a real raid outside of a game would actually look like. On the other side of the line, the inexperienced crowd was still shaking and crying. Is this a nightmare? We're all going to die." Meanwhile, the fierce battle erupted. The team leader screamed when faced with a lethal blow. "Don't try to block it. Dodge." The answer to how a raid boss behaves in real life was crystal clear. The answer to his long-standing curiosity was surprisingly simple. Laios, is the magic ready? There were no flashy, one-on-one tactics. It was all just spamming heals and running for their lives. The melee assassins and even the tanks avoided direct confrontation, only defending against weak, harassing attacks. Damned potions don't fight head-on. The warriors returned to the front lines immediately after being healed, even if they had been beaten to a pulp. Of course, not everyone was so lucky. "Damn it! You didn't deserve to die like that." The team leader strained his neck, screaming. "Don't get distracted. Focus on the battle. The situation is still holding." One warrior was sent to the afterlife instantly after being stomped. 3 ranged damage dealers evaporated after taking the full force of Rakis's breath. Anxious murmurs began to grow. "That's 4 dead already. Isn't this too dangerous? Damn it." After swallowing 1 million stones and standing on the sidelines watching, Bron thought, "This is absurd." They were conducting the raid as safely as possible. The warriors were holding the front line well, and the mages were suppressing Rakis perfectly. The system window flickered. "The floor boss, Rakis, is drawing power from the orb." The leader sharply ordered everyone to stop attacking. "Don't let it feel threatened anymore. Destroy the orb first." They clearly knew how to counter the dark orb mechanic, which had once been a huge concern. System info confirmed that by controlling their firepower to prevent the phase transition, they were managing Rakis's health bar successfully. "Don't attack Rakis, shoot the orb." Seeing that the situation looked promising, he nodded in relief. They knew the tactics. If this kept up, they might actually hold out until the dungeon closed. The current time was 22:37, only a little over an hour until the dungeon closed. He nodded, impressed. They knew their stuff. If they kept going like this, they might really make it until the dungeon closed. He calculated, with a total of 11 dead, which was about 20% of the total force, it wasn't yet bad enough to lead to a fatal end. However, some people were still screaming in panic. "They're wrong! You useless idiots! How many people have died already?" The real problem lay with the adventurers themselves. Panic was starting to spread through the crowd. Every time Rakis's mechanism triggers, countless adventurers who paid for protection end up dying too. Honestly, in my opinion, it's their own fault for standing around like idiots right next to the boss area. The tension around Bron's group was heating up fast. "Shouldn't we do something?" Misa asked timidly. Bron replied calmly, "Wait, I'm thinking." The crowd started getting restless, demanding action. "We can't just stand here and watch. If we want to survive, we all have to work together. Too many people have died already. We need to protect ourselves." Some realized the bitter truth. But how could they? Especially since the guild had confiscated all their gear. The pile of confiscated equipment glittered on the ground, looking like a feast for desperate beasts. Sensing the encroaching aura of death, Bron made a quick decision. "Misa, we're leaving this place right now." Misa was stunned. "Huh? Right now?" The chaotic looting was playing out exactly as he had predicted. "What the hell are you guys doing? Everyone, please stay calm. You took our protection fees but didn't keep your end of the deal. If you don't back off, everyone's going to be in danger. We need to get out of here." The crowd surged forward to grab their belongings despite the resistance. "Give my gear back, you bastards. Move, everyone. Damn it, that's mine." Bron moved fast to slip away. Misa, stick close to me. Of course. How could ordinary adventurers know how to strategize? Against Rakkus? This scene of them tearing each other apart was bound to happen eventually. The two of them sprinted for their lives, leaving behind the mob trampling each other in the fiery hellscape. Misa pointed ahead in a panic. Bron, there's a chaos spirit in front of us. Bron didn't want to get bogged down. Let's take a detour and get out of here. We don't have time to deal with them one by one. Misa obediently followed his lead, running headlong. Right. Understood. We need to get as far away from here as fast as possible. They ran while silently reassuring themselves. Just a little further, keep moving. If we can make it there, we'll be out of the central zone. But the system interface delivered a cold, crushing blow. The Raki's floor boss has successfully absorbed the power from the orb. The malicious void area effect is now active within a 5-kilometer radius. Looking at the sky turning pitch black, Bron broke into a cold sweat. This darkness is this Rakkus's malicious void, the instant kill ability? He gritted his teeth. That bastard finally swallowed all the orbs, didn't he? Misa was in a total panic, clinging to him in desperation. Bron, what's going to happen to us now? No doubt about it. Damn it, it was real. The malicious void, the skill known as malicious void, had officially been triggered. His gaming memories flooded back automatically. It was a wide-area instant kill skill that appeared when Rakkus absorbed over 10 orbs. The in-game time limit was roughly 45 minutes. If you didn't escape the area within the time limit, no matter how strong your character was, the result was instant death. And the most messed up part of this mechanic was that once the skill activated, regardless of your location, everyone would be pulled back toward the center. All characters within the radius were teleported to the heart of the malice. In the blink of an eye, they were back at square one. What the hell? I was sure I was running away. Where am I? Looking around, he calculated there were only about 200 adventurers left. He scanned the big shots. The guild still had about 20 members down from 50. Analyzing the situation sharply. 11 casualties in 3 hours, but in the short moment I tried to run, even more had vanished. It was obvious what had happened in the meantime. The crowd that had just been dragged back started wailing. What's going on here? The guild's mage roared furiously. Shut your mouths, you trash. He gritted his teeth, cursing the useless idiots who had ruined everything. Do you have any idea how many people died because of garbage like you? If anyone comes closer, I'll attack immediately. The deadweight continued to weep and beg shamelessly. Why is it our fault if you guys were the ones who took our gear? Please, let me in. I didn't even participate. I'll pay extra protection fees. The guild members brandished their weapons without mercy. Be grateful I haven't killed you yet. Don't expect me to be as lenient as before. I could burn all of you bottom feeders to ash right here. The atmosphere sank into despair. The crowd murmured, damn it. What are we supposed to do now? Suddenly, a young man raised his hand like he'd found a life raft. Hey, I know about this phenomenon. He began to spout a lecture. I don't know the details, but if we don't get out of here in time, we're all going to die. It's written in an ancient text. The crowd turned pale. What? There's a time limit? He offered a glimmer of hope. But if we head in any direction for 5 kilometers, we can escape this place. Although he'd heard there were monsters, if everyone worked together, Bron silently acknowledged it. Surprisingly, the man's words were accurate, but theory is easier than practice. The problem is that Rakkus's clones and the chaos spirits will swarm us the moment we try to leave the center. The crowd followed along, full of spirit. That's right, we're going to die anyway. If we're just standing here, let's go together. Misa tugged his sleeve nervously. Bron, everyone is starting to leave. What should we do? Really? In an instant, more than half the people had left the center. With a cool head, the protagonist turned on his heel. Of course, we aren't going to bet on such low odds. Let's go. He walked confidently toward the door of death, seeking a way to survive, aiming for a gamble with better odds. The guild's bodyguard shouted, Stop right there, you barbarian. If you get any closer. All eyes turned toward him. The red-haired beastman frowned. What's this? You idiot? Why are you here? Bron greeted him with that signature, infuriatingly chill attitude. Long time no see, you grumpy beastman? Long time no see? We aren't exactly on friendly enough terms to greet each other, are we? Ignoring the jab, Bron smiled and probed. So, did the essence of the hero Oros drop? He smirked, showing off. Well, luckily, under the sharp, blood-red eyes of his opponent, the beastman's gaze froze, filled with caution and suspicion. He growled. How do you know that? Bron smirked in triumph, feeling proud. Well, the first gamble was a success. He quickly scanned the battered ranks of the large guild. There were currently 23 members alive, 3 clerics, 6 mages, 12 support ranged members, and only 2 melee fighters. Just as predicted, only 2 melee fighters, the guild vice leader Jawi and Eros Marcrane. Recalling the events, when the riot broke out, too many warriors died because of a lack of support. Raucus had absorbed the dark orb, leaving them behind. Stalling for time while keeping the upper hand, he spoke sharply. Look here, Captain Marcrane, what's your plan? If you've been studying the Chaos Lord Raucus, you know we're running out of time, don't you? Captain Marcrane was furious at being hit where it hurts. The shortage of warriors was a critical loss. With only 2 of us left, we can't even break the encirclement. Bron kept reading the situation. Furthermore, the remaining 2 were damage dealers, a swordsman, and a lancer. This means we're missing an adventurer in the tank role, a defensive specialist, the final piece needed to turn the tide. Just one person. If we had even one true tank, we could make it. A subordinate urged in a panic. Vice Captain, the other adventurers have already left. Please, make a decision. We don't have any time left. We need to move while those who just left are still drawing attention. The Barbarian Vice Captain shouted to prove his own worth in front of the recruiter. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'll open the path. Vice Captain Marcrane spun around, eyes wide with shock. The minions whispered among themselves. Who was that guy, and why was he acting like this? I happened to overhear a bit. It seems he's a teammate of Genny's sister. It's not something the Vice Captain needs to worry about. Brushing off the interference, Marcrane glared intensely. I'll be the one to decide that. Just answer the question. The subordinate trembled. Yes, yes. I don't know how he knew, but he's making a crazy demand. He's asking for the orc hero's essence. He said if he has that, he can open a path. Facing the brink of life and death, Marcrane immediately activated a survival instinct skill. The system screen explained the skill's overpowered nature. Survival instinct increases survival probability and shines a light on the target. The Vice Captain gasped in amazement at the blinding halo radiating from Bron. This is the first time I've ever seen such a brilliant light emit from a person. A powerful conviction flashed through his mind amidst the crisis. This skill told him he had finally identified the right lifeline. He was overjoyed. The only way out was that man. The subordinates were baffled. The Vice Captain stared straight at the Barbarian. What is your name? Maintaining his cool demeanor, the protagonist clearly stated his name while his brain cheered. The second bet, Bron, son of Yandon. The plan was already working. The system flashed a success notification. Bron officially entered negotiations. I am Eros Marcrane, Vice Captain of the family. So, who told you we defeated the orc hero? The young man calmly bluffed. Just a guess. The Vice Captain raised an eyebrow. How? The dismantling of the big player's tactics began. Why would a large family like yours come all the way down here to control the orc territory on the 3rd floor? Bron argued confidently. If it were just to catch a few orc warriors, we wouldn't need such strategic supplies. He sealed the deal with a slick conspiracy theory. There must be a different, real objective. The monster file opened. The level 5 orc hero. It was a hidden boss that could be summoned by sacrificing 777 orc warrior tokens at the altar in the central area. He threw in a jab to punish their secrecy. Looking at the supplies we have, they were prepared for the slim chance of the Oro's Lord appearing. It seems the Oro's Lord didn't appear, did he? Caught off guard, Marcrane broke into a cold sweat but remained stubborn. Huh? You knew about that too? Then give us one reason why we need you. He confidently presented his resume right on the battlefield. I am a barbarian with the immortal imprint. My first essence is from a vampire. And just for your reference, it's the essence of a rift guard. He continued stuffing his profile with an overpowered corpse golem that possessed pain resistance traits. Ghostly, twisted soul images appeared to prove this dark power. No further explanation needed. Quickly understanding the situation, the big boss nodded. No need for detailed explanations. You mean you can fight while drinking magic potions, right? Was that all? Bron was firm. Yes. Marcrane stroked his chin, evaluating the candidate. Certainly, that's not bad for exploring the 3rd floor. He suddenly froze. No, compared to the 2 warriors we have left. He burst into excited laughter as if he'd struck gold. It's extremely outstanding. The deal was closed in a heartbeat. All right, Bron Yandon, we'll invest in you. The subordinates tried to stop him. Huh? But that essence was already requested by a noble family, Marcrane snapped back. Enough. Just act like that essence never existed. The level of a pragmatic leader was on display. If one essence could save even one more family member, this investment was well worth it. The order was given immediately. Bring the essence here, the protagonist smugly told himself. All right, I've cleared the first hurdle. Information about the windfall he'd just hunted appeared. There are 3 types of orc heroes summoned by magic stones. Each has a unique name, in other words, a named monster, a high-end variant with quite tricky essences. He pocketed the rare item that usually took blood and tears to obtain. Although they are level 5 monsters, a raid party is mandatory to take them down. The system table provided information on the targets used as sacrifices. The 3 summoned orc heroes were all named monsters, high-level variants carrying quite tricky essences. As level 5 monsters, a raid party is required to defeat them. The Barbarian reminisced about his game knowledge. We usually call them the Orask Trio. Each one drops an essence of a specific color. He began calculating the system's gacha rates. Tanis drops the red essence with the Roar of Fury. Benta drops the blue essence with the Flag of Struggle. Tarugas drops the green essence with that skill. The key to his tanking path. Which one did we get? Holding the vial, the corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. Green. Still, his bad luck made him wary. With luck like this, the ending usually wasn't pretty. Throwing aside all doubts, he downed the potion. His stat board immediately danced wildly. The orc hero's essence seeped into his soul. Strength 70. Agility 35. Fighting spirit 40. Physical resistance 29. Bone density 30. His fists glowed with emerald light, power surging throughout. An intense, ecstatic feeling took over his mind. I can feel the power surging through my whole body. Is it because my fighting spirit increased? I want to use this power right away. But before becoming a savior, he exhaled. First, I need to take off my gear. He braced himself, face full of determination, and used all of these items. Wee Wee's assistant brought him a full set of equipment. Bron praised them. Magic potions? As expected of a great family, they provide such decent support. He stripped off his armor and handed it to his reluctant secretary. Misa, keep these safe. He started ripping through scrolls like they were scrap paper. He used a physical defense support scroll. He used a high-grade stamina support scroll. He used an energy recovery support scroll. The warrior bit the bottle cap off with his teeth, looking incredibly cool. He consumed an elixir to boost his strength, temporarily increasing his strength by 10 points. Drinking potions like water to maximize his toughness. He consumed a spirit tear to temporarily increase elemental resistance by 10 points. He consumed a basilisk flask to temporarily increase pain resistance by 10 points. The VIP support team began channeling their powers to cast buffs. Aeonplin cast Spirit's Grace. His magic power increased significantly. Arndl cast Flame of Resurrection. His physical recovery rate increased significantly. Terralespion cast Sacrifice Circle, significantly increasing his threat level. To maximize his power, he decided to finish it off with a forbidden technique, the Blood Sovereign. Whatever power he absorbed from the others would be the most useful thing, Mark Wren explained to his subordinate. Without hesitation, he used his knife to make a clean cut across his arm. Blood gushed out, and the system registered a dark skill. He activated Blood Sovereign and grabbed the hand of the bewildered beastman. Crimson magic connected the two, temporarily absorbing the passive skill, the exiled one from Talenton. Bron's eyes turned a dangerous, vibrant red. Seeing his eyes change color, it seemed he had successfully absorbed the exiled one. The system confirmed the power trade-off for the passive skill. Although the maximum essence limit was reduced by 1, the efficiency of all active skills increased 1.5 times. After the gear-up sequence, Vice Captain Marin turned to his partner and asked, "Are we ready to start?" He replied decisively. "Of course." Gathering his strength, Bron muttered, "Slow down," referring to the skill obtained from the orc hero's essence. He roared, his voice echoing through the forest as he activated Gigantification. The signature skill was successfully activated. He cast Gigantification. His body expanded violently, muscles bulging out. His stature grew, and along with his size, his threat level and physical stats also increased. A massive, brawny physique emerged through the haze, known as the Barbarian hero mode. Seeing the protagonist naked while in giant form, Misa covered her eyes in embarrassment, but still peeked through her fingers. Oh my god, the soldier beside her was speechless. That is literally a monster. The beastman, Talenton, broke into a cold sweat and stuttered. Huh? How can you do that? Facing the accidental exposure of his debtor, the big boss Mark Wren helplessly looked away to save face. I guess we need something to cover him up. Bring some more cloaks here. Tie that loincloth properly, he muttered. With this, we are ready to move out. Vice Captain Mark Wren urged. There are only 30 minutes left. Can you do it? He smiled confidently. Of course. Taking a deep breath to charge up, he was ready for the fight. Carrying the awakening Manji bloodline, he threw his head back and roared to intimidate the heavens and the earth. For Biela, nothing is impossible. The barbarian oath rang out heroically. The vice captain seized the moment and ordered the team, "Don't fall behind. Move out." The giant guardian began his thundering strides, tearing through the murky fog of darkness. He mentally calculated the team of mercenaries behind him. Following him now were 23 clan members, Misa, and 3 third-tier adventurers who weren't swayed by the incitement. They joined in exchange for their entire set of gear, milking every bit of surplus value from his teammates. Under Mark Wren's rational judgment, the adventurers not only had to pay with their gear, but also had to participate as sacrificial pawns. He cast the sacrifice seal within a 100-meter radius. The number of sacrifices would temporarily increase his physical stats. Brutal power boiled in every muscle fiber. Overwhelming strength came with an intense desire for destruction. Fortunately, there was no need to suppress this urge. A brutal blow smashed and shattered the formation of monsters blocking the path. The dark spirits were crushed under the might of the crazed giant. However, the real enemy appeared. A miniature clone of Lacus, though called miniature, it was over 2 meters tall. A single punch sent the monster flying. But standing next to him, it still looked tiny. The game mechanic immediately punished his arrogance. Lys's grudge was triggered. He took a massive amount of dark attribute damage. He calmly analyzed, "This is why the presence of a tank is crucial in the malicious void mechanism." Even with pain resistance, the damage still caused paralysis. Of course, thanks to the essence of the dragon, he confidently showed off his life insurance passive skill. "As long as I protect my heart, I'll be fine." The source of darkness ensured he wouldn't die until his heart rotted away. If you're just a glass cannon, whether you're a famous swordsman or a notorious archer, you're completely useless here. The mage reminded him, sweating profusely. "It's dangerous, don't pull too many at once." Bron panted and thought, easier said than done. Explaining the most extreme aggro pulling mechanism in the gigantification state. The larger the size, the higher the threat level, meaning the rate of attracting monster attention also increases. And for a barbarian, that increase is almost insane, making him the perfect magnet for attacks. Basically, it's a permanent provocation mode. This allowed the adventurers following behind to move freely. Relying on having a tank, the beastman Talenton rushed up to slash, but the consequences arrived immediately counter damage. The same damage dealt to the attacker was reflected right back. Indeed, the troublemaker shouted for help. "Priest, what the hell are you doing? Heal me. I can't take how useless my teammates are." Bron glared and scolded. "Don't just stand there blankly and take hits in the front. You'll die." The priest panicked and ran over. "You jerk, hurry up, he's coming." The pinnacle of high-level gaming art was officially revealed. The front line is mine to handle. That was because when his health was below 50%, the hero's path increased all defense and magic resistance values. The fancy skill just stolen from the boss glowed brilliantly. The orc hero's passive skill, Hero's Path. The secret of the blood-for-blood suicide tactic. In reality, it was because of this skill that he wanted the orc hero's essence. When health is below 50%, it increases all types of defense, and when it drops to 20% or lower, the maximum effect is applied. To take full advantage of it, he shouted at the whole team to reclaim the stage. "No one is allowed to move forward. I will handle the front line alone." And just like that, the giant barbarian rushed in to take on the entire swarm of monsters alone, to the astonishment of everyone. The vice captain turned to his subordinates to save face. "Oh, so you finally decided to show up, huh? Neuronison, that's right. You always love to brown nose and butter people up just to hide how pathetic you are." The vice captain made a smart call. "We need to watch out for whatever might come up from behind us." "Yeah, that's right." Even though the beastman was talking trash, deep down, he begrudgingly admitted it. "Damn it, right as I swung my weapon, an agonizing pain hit me. How pathetic. I had no choice but to fall back." He shuddered in terror at the wall of pure, maddening flesh ahead. "Even though I only stepped forward for a split second, I can guarantee that's not something a human should be doing. Every previous prejudice I had completely crumbled. Who the hell is that man? I thought he was just some low-tier, third-rate adventurer, someone perfectly suited for his useless little brother. I feel like slapping myself for ever underestimating that country bumpkin, the guy who didn't say a word when he was kicked out of the territory. Even as a measly barbarian warrior, I'm in complete awe of his inhuman endurance. No matter how much pain resistance he has, and even if he's a tank and not me, how can he not run away in a situation like that?" Whispers of admiration started erupting from the group behind him. They say no one is as brave as a barbarian, and it's absolutely true. If someone like that joined the clan, it would be a massive guarantee of safety. The vice captain's eye for talent is truly amazing. I never expected him to perform this well. The crowd watched, curious and admiring him like a god. Does anyone know this guy's name? He must have some kind of reputation. He looks like he doesn't even know what death is. If he wasn't here, I don't even want to imagine how bad things would have gotten. Finally, they turned to question the idol's family member. You're Misa, right? What exactly is this guy's real identity? Clutching the storage box tightly, the cat girl stammered, blushing and breaking into a cold sweat. I don't know either. Watching his sturdy back as he bulldozed forward, the Vice Captain Marin was struck with shock and admiration. If the legendary barbarian hero Ban Kan were brought back to life, that muscular monument radiating such brilliant, godlike power, he would probably look just like this. Meanwhile, the Beastman talent glared with envy, thinking, I don't need to bother remembering the name of a barbarian like that. The light of the exit was right in front of them. The crowd screamed in joy. It's over. I can see the exit. Pick up the pace. Everyone will know soon enough. The system panel confirmed a spectacular escape as the malevolent void area effect faded. At the same time, Bron Yanen's stat window lit up with a barrage of insane new numbers. Level 330.1. New additions. 131. Spirit, 168.3. New additions, 62. Total combat power, 846.3. New additions. He acquired the rank 7 Corpse Golem, rank 5 Dragon Guardian, and rank 5 Orc Hero. The crowd continued to cheer like they'd struck gold. It's over. I can see the finish line. Faster. The barbarian exhausted every ounce of his strength, charging ahead headlong. We're almost there, just a little bit more. As soon as he crossed the safety boundary, the system immediately sounded the alarm to reclaim his power. Character, soul energy insufficient. The crowd erupted. We're out. Mana depleted. The giant mode automatically shut down, and the transformation ended. The system panel announced the clearing of the blood-soaked battlefield as the malevolent void effect vanished. The adventurers hugged each other, crying, faces smeared with mud. Oh God, we escaped. We're out. We're still alive. We actually did it. But in the dungeon, one person's joy is always built on someone else's life. For those who couldn't escape, a deadly crimson light swept down from the giant boss, wiping out everything in its path. The destructive force leveled everything in its way. The Oro settlement evaporated in an instant. He hurriedly grabbed his loincloth to cover himself. Bron wiped away cold sweat, trying to calm his racing heart. That was close. The escape and the giant skill ended almost at the same time. It's a miracle we made it out in time. The Vice Captain Marin wiped his own cold sweat, muttering in shock. That was way too risky. But life never gives anyone a break. But the real tension was only just beginning. The game's vicious mechanics officially took hold. That's right. Black text on a white board. The death sentence. After escaping the malevolent void kill mechanism, one of the survivors would be designated as the prey. His brain started calculating the odds of his horrible luck. Misa or I have a 1 in 15 chance of becoming the target. Just stay calm. It definitely won't be Misa or me. A trembling voice cut through his thoughts. Bron looked down, an ominous feeling hitting him instantly. Misa was horrified, her body completely rigid. I can't move. A bright red notification slammed into his face, ruthless and cold. Misa has been designated as the prey. Misa is immobilized. Pure bitterness. Bron screamed internally at the mockery of fate. Damn it, is this for real? Out of all these people, why her? He forced a distorted, soulless smile. She asked hurriedly, Why? Why are you doing this, Bron? What the hell is going on? Misa's eyes widened, the cruel truth invading her mind. She understood what awaited her. The cold, scrutinizing gazes of the clan turned in unison, staring fixedly at the unlucky lamb marked for death. Even her beastman brother Talent froze, biting his lip in helpless silence. Despair and fear were clear in her crimson eyes. The system panel coldly explained the mechanics of the death debuff. Prey. The person affected by this debuff will be immobilized. A crimson light enveloped the little beast girl like a spotlight, attracting all of Rakis's hostility. That meant they would be hunted by Rakis until they died. Marin stepped forward, dropping a condescending, corporate-sounding remark. Unbelievable. I never imagined it would fall on your side. The Vice Captain Marin spread his arms generously. We will protect this girl together. So, do you want to join our clan? But the barbarian refused the corporate invitation. I refuse. I'm not ready to serve under anyone yet. The Vice Captain shrugged. Is that so? What a pity. If you were the one designated as the prey, you wouldn't have had a choice. The lightning-fast negotiations ended. Anyway, our deal ends here. If there's a chance, let's meet in the city someday. Bron replied realistically, that's assuming I can survive the trip back. The Vice Captain smiled cryptically. watching his muscular back fade away. I believe you can. I have a hunch about it. Before they parted, a kind priestess added a little magic. I hope this can help you, at least a little. Let's do this. The system reported good news in rapid succession. Daniel Kamen has cast Blessing of the Wind. Character movement speed has increased significantly. The rogue had used a locator spell. Their soul energy was recovering faster. Bron judged them silently. You guys aren't half bad. Even though escaping must have drained their resources, he received the blessing at the last second and said, "Thanks." The vice captain smirked, stripping away any pretense. "Thanks? Just don't die in front of me. If you die, that thing won't chase us anymore, right?" Bron's brilliant mind recognized the pragmatic logic. Always effective until the bitter end. The man turned away decisively. "Yeah, go." The death race against time officially began. 23:45. Only 15 minutes until the dungeon closed. He never thought it would actually happen. The red system notification box shook violently. Chaos Lord, floor boss Rakis, has awakened. The barefooted barbarian sprinted, legs pumping, running for his life. On his back, Misa trembled, feeling death closing in. I can feel the heat from Bron's sprinting strides against my skin. She didn't dare look back, but those bone-chilling roars were getting closer. At this rate, they were both going to die. With tear-filled eyes, she screamed, "Bron, son of Yan!" He barked back, breathless. "Speak!" Her conscience flared up, and she insisted on getting down. "Stop! I'm aware enough to know that monster is chasing me, not you." Memories of cold, humiliating rejection flooded the girl's mind. That's why they all looked at me like that. The painful flashbacks continued to tear at her. Even my family turned their backs on me because I was just a nuisance. Feeling the dead weight on his back start to struggle, Bron scowled impatiently. "What are you talking about?" Misa sobbed, demanding to sacrifice herself. "This is enough, isn't it? At this rate, you'll die too." She continued her dramatic farewell act. "We aren't that close, are we? If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago anyway. Besides, you helped me fulfill my life's wish at the last minute." Seeing through the burden's fake act, the pragmatic guy shut her down with a brutal line. How ridiculous. Misa blinked, stunned. "My Sigma mode is at full power. I have no intention of dying at all." "Then why are you doing things you don't even want to do?" Called out. She weakly argued back. "It's not like I don't mean it. Truly." Finally, her defenses shattered, and she confessed the deep-seated fear in her heart. "I'm just afraid of being abandoned." Burying her face into his sweat-drenched, sturdy shoulders, she sobbed loudly. "Why can't you understand what I'm saying? I just don't want to be a burden anymore." But the big-brain guy didn't have a single romantic cell in his body. He shut down the psychological drama bluntly. "Are those feelings more important than your life? Stop beating around the bush. Tell me if you want to live or not. At least then, you'll have a chance to survive." Doused with a bucket of cold water, her self-pity evaporated. Misa woke up. Simple words, he really lived up to being a barbarian. "But I think I understand what you're trying to say." She reflected on the past to regain her will to live. From the witch's forest until now, Bron had shown her what it took to survive. Wiping away her tears, she steeled herself, swearing not to be dead weight anymore. "I must look pathetic, crying and whining like this. At the very least, what I need to do now is not give up or whine in front of the person who is reaching out to save me." She pressed tightly against her benefactor's back. Misa whispered, "Bron, if you save me, I'll follow you for the rest of my life and help you." The man sighed, exhausted. "I feel like I've heard that somewhere before." "Ah, right." Caught on to the protagonist's weakness, the girl quickly switched to a capitalistic perspective with teary eyes. "Then, if I can survive and return, I'll give you all the money I earned from this expedition." The barbarian's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk. "Now, doesn't that sound better?" Just then, the system announced more bad news. Wind's blessing duration has ended. Bron clicked his tongue. The supplies the family provided had just worn off. Feeling the space around them, he broke into a cold sweat. It was raining, and the rain was proof that the monster was right behind them. Assessing the critical situation ahead, the number of chaotic spirits was increasing significantly, and the path was being blocked more and more. He had intended to use it a bit later, but without hesitation, he immediately activated his charge-up skill. Character has activated gigantification. Character volume has increased, and along with size, threat level, and physical stats have also increased. The physical advantage was starting to pay off. With gigantification increasing his size, his overall stats shot up too. But the most crucial change right now was his increased stride length, which allowed for much faster movement. His supersized brain was calculating every last drop of mana against his remaining soul energy with pinpoint precision. He could maintain gigantification for about 2 to 3 minutes. Turning to his living, breathing stopwatch, he asked, "Misa, how much time is left?" She reported back in a panic, "Exactly 196 seconds. He immediately gave her an order. "Right, then count down to kill time." She clung tightly to his neck and started counting. "Got it. 96. 95. He swung his fist, clearing a path. It was time to clean house and move forward. System notifications flashed rapidly. The Chaos Spirit had been eliminated, and its position had been eroded. A powerful punch rains down on the monster pack. Misa keeps shouting. 170. 169. The warrior charges forward like a tank. Wait. 165. He delivers a legendary kick, blasting away the obstacle. 120. Time slips away, amidst the chaos. 103. Suddenly, destructive, crimson magical energy descends from the sky. He desperately sprints through the hail of attacks, sweat pouring down his face like rain. I count in despair. 99. Bron grits his teeth and curses under his breath. Damn it! A massive, crimson footprint is imprinted on the ground. He realizes the bitter truth. We've entered its attack range. Trying to console himself in the midst of extreme adversity, the number of chaotic spirits has decreased significantly after that breath attack. He keeps running for his life. It's much easier to run now. But death never lets go. But that also means we're currently within its striking range. A shocking explosion erupts right behind his back. 77. The immense pressure makes the protagonist grit his teeth. The final boss monster has officially targeted the fugitives, the Chaos Lord, Raucous. His muscular legs are forced to skid to a sudden halt on the ground. The pressure is too great, making Misa, on his back, consider giving up. Bron, this is as far as we go. Nian, he snaps, refocusing his spirit. Stop whining. The guy asserts the responsibility of a professional mercenary. I have no intention of leaving you here to die. The girl stubbornly plays the tragic role. I'm not worth saving. You should save yourself, Nia. The capitalist logic of a mercenary is unleashed. I made a promise. What about the money from my ice spirit ring if I leave you here? Misa shouts in frustration. A promise? Are you planning to die here with me? Just because of a promise? He confidently retorts. Who said we were going to die? Just as he finished his desperate vow to collect his payment, I will survive this. A beam of light flashes by at lightning speed, wiping away all his arrogance. Misa screams in extreme panic. Bron! His arm ignores the agonizing pain. The protagonist coldly asks, just leave me here. If not, both of us. He brushes off all the tear-jerking melodramatic scenarios. He roars, Misa, tell me the time. Scared into alertness, the girl sobs and performs her duty. 60 seconds. There are 60 seconds left. The brainiac begins to analyze the fatal situation. I need to endure for a minute with a severed arm. Running away is no longer an option because it's already right here. He turns on his heel to face the boss. Looks like this is going to be a bit difficult. Seeing her pillar of support showing signs of insanity, the girl panics. What are you doing, Bron? You're walking toward Raucous. He snaps back, brushing off the noise. Count the time instead of crying. He lunges straight into the death zone to find a way to live. Misa obediently counts. 52. An outplay tactic for this game's mechanics. It attacked with its breath at the exact spot I was standing in just before. I'm sure it will be harder for it to do that when I'm right under its feet. While carrying Misa and running for his life, Bron thinks to himself in growing, trembling fear, even though we're done for if it moves even a little. So, the guy begins to count down the time in extreme panic. 50. While scrambling to dodge the attack, he yells loudly. 44. Slipping to the side, the young man confidently asserts, I've learned this guy's attack pattern. The words had barely left his lips when reality hits him in the face. He can only sadly add the conclusion. When I was standing there watching the Jawi clan fight it, clinging tightly to his shoulder, Misa also enthusiastically shouts to support him. 30. The giant monster behind them doesn't care about math. It keeps charging madly. The pressure is truly suffocating. Sweat pours like a rainstorm as the countdown timer hits 25. The giant swings its body in a lethal motion, waiting to claim the lives of the two daredevils. Suddenly, the smile vanishes from Bron's lips as he realizes the bad omen. Damn it, I'm too late. A treacherous blow is unleashed, splitting the very ground in a cruel display. As a result, the big guy takes the full impact, hurt so badly he spits blood from his mouth. Behind him, the demon with blood-red eyes continues to display its terrifying power. The recoil is so strong it sends Bron tumbling, sprawling onto the ground. Looking at the massive black shadow descending from above, Bron helplessly utters, "I can't dodge this attack." In the final moment nearing death, Misa cries out, "We're going to die." Then the system unintentionally pours another bucket of cold water. Character has exhausted soul energy, triggering the notification that the giantification status has ended, while large and muscular Bron suddenly deflates, forced to shrink back to normal human size, left confused and looking silly. But in every misfortune, there is a silver lining. Thanks to the sudden shrinking, he dodges the lethal blow, sighing in relief while breaking into a cold sweat. What a perfect bit of timing, and damn it, my skull would have definitely been crushed if I'd been even a second late. Irritated that the prey slipped through its fingers, the boss unleashes a massive shroud of energy, as if to exert its power. This is the end. Not wanting to let the despair drag on, the numbers of destiny begin to appear. 10. Despite the pain he grits his teeth to endure, the time still counts down. 8. Death is right before his eyes. The crushing attack descends in rhythm with the count. 7. 6. Dust flies everywhere. The immense pressure weighs heavily on his shoulders. And then, 5. 4. 3. Blood flows profusely. He summons every ounce of his strength to hold on through the mark. 2. Finally, a ray of hope glimmers at the moment that decides survival. A smirk, an arrogant, smug smile. Bron curls his lip, taunting right under the nose of death. It's too late. Trash. Right as the system announces, the labyrinth has closed, and the character is being teleported to Ronia. Leaving behind the cruel, blood-soaked scene, the safe landing spot appears. Rafdonia Square. At this moment, the people in the city are still gathered, leisurely chatting and buzzing. I wonder how much money they made this time. Along with the innocent question of a child, will Daddy come back? Suddenly, a magical space portal emits a brilliant purple light, tearing through the air and opening right in the middle of the square. Instead of a cool landing, a rain of people, adventurers all battered and wounded, pours down from the portal, accompanied by shrill screams that completely shatter the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd around the square immediately panics at the brutal sight. One person screams in a panic, "What's wrong with them?" Another urges frantically, "Contact the guild, right now." Then another hastily directs, "Quickly move the wounded and set up temporary shelter for them." 2 passers-by look down at the battered, blood-drenched body of the big guy, clicking their tongues in pity while judging the situation as if they knew it all. "Oh my God, look at that guy." Then they assert, "He's about to die, isn't he?" Amidst that chaotic battlefield, Misa vaguely wakes up, a sound of confusion escaping her lips, sitting up with a look of not yet understanding what happened. She looks around, telling herself, "I'm still alive, huh?" Then she frantically searches for her benefactor, Bron. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered around Bron's muscular body was buzzing with gossip, exclaiming in shock, "What on earth happened in there to make him end up in such a half-dead state?" One shook his head with a sigh. "Man, even if he is a beastman, in that condition, he's basically out for the count." Misa scrambled through the curious crowd, shoving people aside and screaming, "Move! Get out of the way!" Nia called out with a sob. "Please, Bron!" Finally, she broke through to the center. Seeing the massive, blood-drenched beastman lying motionless on the ground, she could only scream his name in utter despair. With tears streaming down her face, Misa hugged his body. She shrieked, demanding that everyone nearby call the temple immediately, while she kept mumbling and pleading. "No, no, Nia Bron, please, don't die. I'm begging you." Just as she was about to start writing his eulogy, her hand resting on his massive chest felt a steady, normal heartbeat. She jumped back in surprise, leaving a mark. Tears were still rolling down her face, but Misa's lips twitched into an awkward, tearful smile. "Ha, what is this?" She was speechless at the harsh reality. Was he just sleeping? Nia? It turned out our grumpy beastman had been so exhausted that he just passed out for a nap right in the middle of the square. All that crying, and she felt like scolding him. "You scared me to death, Bron." A few days later, rumors spread through every corner of Ronia like wildfire. The townspeople gathered, whispering. "Did you hear the news?" People whispered. "The Lord of the Third Floor, you say?" Others nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Rumor has it over 30 members of the Jawi family lost their lives to that monster." In a noisy tavern, a man holding a beer mug looked skeptical. "Only 30? No way." He ranted on. "I bet by tomorrow, the guild will have an official announcement." He finished with a mysterious look. "But I've heard rumors that hundreds actually died." His drinking buddy, sitting opposite him, leaned in, eager to join the conversation. "I heard from one of the survivors." He dropped a heavy statement. "It's all thanks to one person that so many were able to make it back alive." "Curious," the other guy guessed. "You mean Vice Captain Mar of the Lion Corps?" But he was immediately shut down. "No, It was clearly some adventurer from the third floor who just happened to be there. Curiosity reached a fever pitch. Who among the third-floor adventurers could be that strong? The answer came as a proud introduction. His name is. The scene shifts to a cozy room where our protagonist is still fast asleep, tucked in snugly after his stormy journey. The hero's identity is finally revealed. Bron, son of Jandon. He comes with an insane resume. A barbarian who breached the third floor just 3 months after his first trip into the dungeon. Elsewhere, 2 high-profile figures are deep in discussion. One analyzes slowly. The mage told me about this, referring to that barbarian. He remarks bluntly, he hasn't achieved enough yet to be called a true hero, mostly because he's still so young. Yet, he seals the conversation with a bold, authoritative statement. But he will definitely become a true hero. He concludes with high expectations, so it would be fitting to call him. The barbarian's back appears, imposing and heroic, as if to prove the new title bestowed upon him. Little Bron, named after the brave hero who is greater than anyone else. Along with that grand title, the system keeps giving him notifications. The character's reputation stat has increased by 1. It repeats 5 times in a row before throwing in the familiar ominous red text. Warning. This increases the probability of special events occurring. Across the city, a mysterious man sits comfortably behind his desk, flipping through documents, murmuring the new nickname with great interest. Little Bron, how interesting. His sharp eyes scan the reports, reading and marveling at the meteoric rise of the hulking young man. How many adventurers out there have achieved so much in such a short time? And he admits a truth. I haven't seen a case like this since I started this job, he ponders, connecting the dots. Bron's list of slaughtered monsters flashes by like an action movie, proving his point. He possesses talents far beyond a normal adventurer. He concludes with logical analysis. He's developing at an abnormally fast rate. You can't just chalk it up to luck. He turns away, remembering ancient legends. If you look at history, there have been people like this. He offers a fateful conclusion. There are beings born into this world who already carry a special destiny laid out for them. Images of great warriors from the past, radiating brilliant light, appear to illustrate his story. These people are called heroes and are written into history books. But his suspicious mind won't let everything be so rosy. He strokes his chin, staring at Bron's image in the report. I wonder which type he belongs to. He presents 2 clear extremes. Is he a hero, or, with a chilling hypothesis, or an evil spirit? To explain these deep doubts, our memories are pulled back to that moment of utter despair in the dungeon. When the system announced the grim red news, the Chaos Lord Rakkus has awakened. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the giant boss, Misa stuttered, calling to her savior in helplessness. Bron, she realized with horror that her body was frozen. I can't move my body, Bron. Because the system had cruelly judged, Misa has been chosen as prey, adding a death sentence. Misa has entered a state of paralysis. Rocks and dirt exploded into the air. A devastating attack descended, making even Bron, who was running for his life, cry out. He looked back, calling his teammate Misa's name. Back to the harsh reality of survival. Our barbarian was dodging attacks while screaming the countdown in the night of death. 25. The pressure increased tenfold. 17. And finally, the image of his muscular bare back taking the full force of the crushing blow. Flesh torn to shreds, followed by the red countdown numbers blinking, signaling the final moments of endurance. The desperate countdown. 3, 2, 1. Covered in blood, his lips still curled into a defiant smirk. The protagonist cursed triumphantly. Too late. You son of AB. The system chimed in with good news. The dungeon has closed. Immediately, the screen flashed. Character is being transported to Arflonia. Accompanied by tired groans, Bron opened his eyes, feeling his face, mumbling in confusion. Seeing the girl Misa sleeping, head slumped against his leg, he finally snapped to. That's right, I'm back. He reached out to pat his companion's head, breathing a sigh of relief along with her. 2 days later, the town was buzzing again. Hey, did you hear the news? About the lord that appeared on the 3rd floor? How could I not? Hundreds died. In a tavern, a man smacked his lips excitedly. Well, you must know about that brave barbarian by now, right? He received a cheer. Of course, little Bron. Everyone chimed in. Ha ha, who would have thought someone like him would be a 3rd-floor adventurer? Then, the subject changed to something frustrating. But which bastard summoned Rakkus, right? The culprit still hasn't been caught, has he? They didn't seem to think so. The scene shifts to the group's gathering. Rod Miller said happily, So, Bron, Caston, I'm so glad both of you are okay. Misa cheerfully replied, I'm glad you're okay too, Nia. Then, concerned, she asked, I heard you were injured in the witch's forest. Nia Bron hung her head, apologetic. I'm sorry about that. If I hadn't been injured then, you all. The guy abruptly changed the subject. That's enough. Why don't we order some food first? This left Rod Miller confused. Ah, right. You must be very hungry. As the food was brought to the table, the protagonist spoke up. So Hikur, while chewing a sausage noisily, the dwarf asked, What happened to you two? He started calculating in his head. It's a long story, but to keep it short, since you already know Rod Miller was injured after that, we used the Guardian's bracelet again to buy some time. Misa's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? You guys can use it that often? Nia and the young Bron were sharp enough to realize internally they must have used an item combination. The dwarf laughed triumphantly. Haha, if you use emergency restoration, you can restore the number of uses for an item. A little experience passed down from a senior, the cat girl said, her eyes wide with admiration. Wow, I didn't know you could do that. Meanwhile, Bron was being forced to eat broccoli. Eat up, the dwarf calmly continued. Anyway, we ran far enough to get medical treatment for Rod Miller. After that, we tried to find you guys, the mage added, but you two were too far away for me to track, so we had to keep searching in circles. At the tense part, the dwarf chimed in. But we happened to run into that crazy woman on the third day. Misa slammed the table in a panic. What? Then what? What happened? Nia, the dwarf answered nonchalantly. Well, obviously, we turned tail and ran. We slipped through a portal to the 4th floor. Rod Miller added. We managed to lose her and became the only ones who made it up there. Bron nodded in realization. They must have exploited the portal's player limit. The game mechanics were explained clearly. The color of the portal leading to the 4th floor of the Sky Tower changed frequently. If you dove into the portal right before it changed color, you could block anyone tailing you. You have to climb this 100-floor tower, and once a floor's trial is cleared, it doesn't respawn. So, they basically enjoyed a vacation. In other words, it was extremely safe. The dwarf sighed heavily. Just sitting around doing nothing on the 1st floor for 10 days, it was torture. That made our male lead boil with rage, thinking, torture my ass. We were the ones going through real hell here. As if that weren't enough, his teammate added more fuel to the fire. Oh, but luckily, we picked up an essence during the very first trial. Bron froze. What was that? The dwarf just shrugged and continued. The essence of a mimic, a rank 7 monster. I absorbed it. He cleared his throat proudly, making the young beastman seethe with jealousy inside. What is this? Is this game hacking? A sparkling frame appeared to explain. Rank 7 mimic, a rare and hard-to-find monster, making its essence priceless. Although it's not combat-oriented, it grants the active skill Treasure Room, allowing you to open a personal storage space. And the most infuriating part was the cold, hard truth. When you open the Treasure Room for the first time, you get to spin for random items scattered inside. Hearing this, someone became incredibly curious and greedy. So, what did you guys manage to get? Roughly 2 million stone worth of mana stones and 3 top-tier healing potions. The dwarf finished off his flex with an item, numbered in the 8,000s, along with another in the thousands, completely shattering the young beastman's worldview. What is that? While shoving food into Bron's mouth, the dwarf hinted, Good grief. It's good news. No need to curse. Bron forced himself to lower his voice. Sorry, I was just too shocked. But in his heart, he was still screaming with envy. Is he blessed by the gods or something? Why is he so lucky? The door to getting rich is starting to open. It's a numbered item, but I don't use it, so I'm planning to sell it all. He was going to split the money from the sale with his brothers. The male lead did the math, and his eyes went wide. That pile was worth at least 10 million stone. Even split 5 or 7 ways, it was still a massive amount of money. Frustrated to the point of crushing the innocent spoon in his hand, he gritted out every word. I see. Congratulations. That scared the cat girl. Bron, why did you crush the spoon and fork like that? Nia broke into a cold sweat, trying to play it off. The male lead quickly covered. Oh, I just haven't been able to control my strength because of that orc hero essence. The girl immediately challenged him. Huh? But you've always controlled it just fine until now, he countered. You talk like you've seen right through me. Unexpectedly, Misa blushed and hesitated. Well, if you say so, maybe I have seen it all. The moment she finished, the dwarf choked on his water. What happened between you two? I heard some rumors too. Sensing things were going south, Bron immediately cut off the speculation. Let me tell you about that. Then he thought, there are secrets that must be taken to the grave, absolutely not a word. He put on the most serious face possible. The young man cleared his throat. In short, it went like this. Then came a fast forward through all the life and death, stormy events. After hearing the summary, his 3 teammates nodded in awe. I see. The mage turned to congratulate Misa. Congratulations on successfully forming a contract with a spirit beast. That must have been a huge mental burden up until now. Then he looked at the male lead with a question. But just now you said, it was all thanks to Bron. What did you mean by that? The girl felt guilty and started sweating, quickly changing the subject. I mean, both of us wouldn't have survived if Bron hadn't carried us on his back. Nia, the dwarf laughed heartily. Ha ha. Anyway, taking the orc hero's essence right from under the Jawi family's nose, that's legendary. But they really had the guts to charge you 2 million stones for protection? Tell you what, we'll give you 1 million. Consider this our way of taking some responsibility for this mess. That remark brought tears to Bron's eyes. Is this uncle a dwarf, or some angel sent from heaven to light up his life? Why, the mage eagerly chimed in. That has to be the most epic and insane survival story I've heard in a long time. I'm kicking myself for not being there to see it. And then I dropped the punchline. For sure, with a fiery reputation like that, no one's gonna dare to argue against your nickname, Little Vancan. Hearing the sensitive keyword, the young man jumped in surprise, looking blank. Huh? Wait a sec. Little Vancan, what's that supposed to mean? Leaving the other guy stunned as he replied. Don't tell me you haven't heard the rumors spreading around. A super cool shot showing his broad back appeared to illustrate the explanation. That's the name everyone is using to praise you. Bron's nickname, the one being compared to the great savage hero of the previous era. Vancan? Little Vancan? Suddenly saddled with such a heavy title, the protagonist's face darkened, breaking into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, a nickname? Getting famous this fast is bad news. Red alert lines popped up as if to mock him. If this were a game, grinding for fame would be a sweet deal. But the problem is, this is real life. Along with that, notifications about point increases kept popping up, accompanied by that all-too-familiar warning message. The rate of special events raining down on him was on the rise. He bitterly realized that becoming famous out of nowhere like this would surely bring a mountain of annoying trouble. Even as his brain worked overtime, he still had to force a smile and accept the heartfelt congratulations from his teammate. Anyway, congrats, he muttered. He picked out an imposing nickname, plus he'd snagged a rank 5 monster essence. At this rate, you're bound to do great things. Thanks, Misa winked mischievously, and excitedly changed the subject. Now, there's still one very important thing we need to discuss. Nian? Right, let's talk about how to split the money. Oh, and we also got a reward for reporting the car incident. Misa's eyes lit up. Really? Neon replied. Total is 3 million. A long list of loot appeared, exposing their wealth. The exploration results for Bron and Misa's team. Total income, 8.55 million stones. After deducting repair costs for gear and the medical bill for Bron's arm, they were pocketing a total of 7.65 million stones. Splitting it was supposed to be a 50-50 deal, but the brute turned difficult and reminded her, we were supposed to split it, but do you remember what you said? You promised to give it all to me. The cat girl gritted her teeth in frustration, forced to concede. Fine, take it all. Nian scoffed. You brute. A few days later, Misa tied up her hair and asked, is everything finished? Nian stretched his limbs while strolling down the street. She complained. Being in the maze was tough, but living in the real world is just as exhausting. The protagonist replied with a leisurely, confident stride, but I've already finished most of the things I needed to do. Seeing her friend beaming, Bron muttered to himself, I've retrieved my gear from the repair shop and bought the necessary consumables. We even hung around the auction house for a while. He calmly said, that's good. Seeing her clingy, inseparable attitude, he started overthinking. What's wrong? She keeps hovering around me. All the time. Is she crying over the money because I took the whole share? His pragmatic brain immediately kicked in, thinking it was better for him to keep it all and manage it anyway. 7.65 million stones isn't that much. If I think about the future, essence is just as important as weapons and gear. I need to focus on making Misa stronger. As he was busy finalizing the training plan for his core member, since she was now a key part of his team, Misa leaned in close to his face and asked, Bron, why are you looking at me like that? In the middle of the crowded street, the sounds of gossip echoed. Is that Bron, the son of Jandon? He looks like a normal brute, though. He ignored them and turned to ask, I'm heading back. What are you planning to do? She nervously twisted her fingers and replied, about that, I'm planning to go visit Neon's family. Her family? Huh. Looking anxious and breaking into a cold sweat, Misa mumbled, maybe I'll stay there until tomorrow or the day after. Bron nodded. I see. But his mind was filled with question marks. Why did she seem so scared when talking about that? Even though it felt off, the fair-minded guy decided not to burden himself with other people's problems. Of course, he felt a bit worried, but that was their business, not his. So, he coldly dropped a line, "Good luck." Her silhouette slumped in disappointment. "Yeah, I think I feel a bit better now," Nian thought to himself, mocking her. Just the sound of her voice made it clear nothing was fine at all. To boost his teammates' morale, the brute landed a heavy pat on her back, wishing her luck, which made her jump and snap at him. "You stupid brute," he smirked triumphantly, looking better already. As she walked away, Misa looked back and urged, "Anyway, I'll be back. Remember not to skip meals." Neon Bron replied indifferently, "Got it. Stop nagging like a mother." She added, "You need to eat more green vegetables too. See you later." The protagonist watched her back and pondered. She claimed she would treat him like a savior. As he pushed the door to go inside, he clicked his tongue, but in the end, "She acts more like my mother. Man, just like my ex-girlfriend." The carriage wheels rolled. He had only one goal in mind now. Anyway, the first mission is to grind levels for Misa. A gloomy sky appeared before them. "We've reached the 8th district," Ron said as he stepped out and started calculating. "With my current stats, I could easily jump to a higher-level party. But then I wouldn't be able to bring Misa with me." Adjusting the oversized backpack on his shoulders, he locked in the itinerary. "For now, I'll just stay in this team. That way, Misa can also level up her contract with her spirit beast and snag another essence." As they stepped into the square, the sight of an execution hit them. The megaphone blared with excitement. "We will now begin the execution." The protagonist cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I knew the last few days had been too peaceful." He scanned the crowd. However, the crowd seems much thinner than usual today. The guillotine blade came down coldly, and blood splattered, staining a corner of the platform. The crowd below stood in disappointment, whispering, "I went through the trouble of coming here to watch, because rumor had it he was an evil spirit, but this is boring. Yeah, even his blood," he cleared his throat, "is just red." The sensitive keyword immediately triggered Bron's nerves. An evil spirit? The insults continued. "It's disgusting how those things dare to pretend to be human, right?" Looking closely at the bloody face of the prisoner on the wooden platform, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. It was Tarakan's son. His face darkened. He bitterly realized the harsh reality. "Damn it, I was actually worried about his condition." He was sure that the guy hadn't bought any weapons with the money he gave him. The prisoner on the guillotine trembled, his eyes suddenly widening in panic. While Bron was still piecing the facts together, he definitely hadn't entered the maze either. Tarakan's desperate, pleading eyes locked onto the brute below, making him jump. Did he recognize me? Not wanting to let the chance slip, the evil spirit strained his neck and screamed the only familiar name in the sea of people. "Bron! Bron!" At the exact moment the fatal blade tore through the air, he swallowed hard, a cold chill running down his spine. The protagonist slapped his own face to stay alert. That could have easily been his own life. He immediately learned a painful lesson. From now on, forget about helping others out of pity. As he turned to walk away, pretending not to know him, a guard blocked his path and asked, "Are you Jandon's son, Bron, right?" The young man stopped, glared at him with half-lidded eyes, and spat out a cold reply, "Get lost." The mysterious blonde man raised a finger to his lips, looking suspicious. "Don't be so harsh. I'm in the same boat as you." The protagonist was left with a giant question mark, as the man kept a mocking smile. The man began firing off a list of places. "America? Thailand? Europe? Where do you come from?" It was enough to make the young brute curse in his mind. What is this now? But he stepped back slightly, having just intended to turn his back coldly on the guard. "You're Jandon's son, Bron, aren't you? Get lost." The blonde guy popped back up, holding a finger to his lips, acting all mysterious. "Don't be so harsh. I'm in the same boat as you, aren't I?" The guy kept rambling, digging for his background like a census taker. "America? Thailand? Europe? Where are you from?" The protagonist's eyes went sharp as a razor, his mind instantly shifting into high alert mode. "What is it now?" The two guys stood frozen in the middle of the road, staring at each other. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward and weird. His face twisted in annoyance. The savage let out a decisive sigh. There was only one way to handle a situation like this. Without a word, he grabbed the guy by the collar and lifted him up, resorting to force. "Stop talking about stuff I don't understand and get straight to the point," the blonde guy stammered in panic. "Huh?" Even while being lifted by the collar, he still managed a stiff smile. "Haha, you almost had me there. I thought you'd only been here for 3 months. You're a damn good actor," the male lead growled, threateningly stepping on his foot. Act all you want. I thought I told you to get straight to the point. But the guy just kept on smiling. I told you, there's no need to be so rude, the blonde guy rambled on. You're here because of that damn thing called the game, right? Bron looked blank. What the hell is he talking about? He silently cursed the bastard, ignoring the guy's snarky attitude as he started flattering him. You're actually pretty impressive, though. You earned that title in just 3 months. It took me over 3 years to really get settled. See, I'm only human after all, Bron sighed, judging him. How dare this guy try to scam me? Still wearing that fake corporate smile, the guy acted empathetic. Ah, you don't have to tell me where you're from. After all, we're all outsiders here. The male lead stared at him like he was some strange alien life form. The blonde guy reached out, trying to put an arm around him. Anyway, we've set up a kind of guild. So do you want to? He was cut off instantly. I want to ask you one thing, the savage guy said, sounding as hostile as possible, pointing his finger right in the guy's face. Are you an evil spirit? That left the guy stunned. Then, he burst into amused laughter and narcissistically admitted, Haha, I get it now. I was being so vague. It must be hard for you to trust me. That's right. I'm an evil spirit. Before he could even finish identifying himself as Flake, Bron gathered his strength and dealt him a crushing blow. He slammed the guy's face into the ground to the shock of every passerby. Looking down at the battered and bruised blonde, the male lead nonchalantly explained, My squad leader always told me to kill any evil spirit I see. The guy trembled. Huh? While the crowd panicked, wondering what was going on, the savage guy just stared, only able to mutter in despair. Evil spirit? Then he followed up with another lethal punch. Bron shouted with righteous indignation. That's right. A savage never shows mercy to injustice. The scene shifts to the security bureau late at night, where a guard speaks up in admiration. You really are a hero. The guard gratefully thanked him. Thank you. My younger brother made it back from the labyrinth safely, all because of you. Is your brother from the Jawi family? No, he's just one of the people who paid for protection. Bron muttered, horrified. Huh? I thought only about a dozen of them survived. He crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, losing patience. Our savage protagonist started grumbling. Anyway, I'm hungry. How much longer do I have to stay here? I'm already pissed off that I didn't get to kill that damn evil spirit. The guard broke into a cold sweat. Ah, about that. At the same time, from the next room, there was a loud, chaotic commotion. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Stop it. It turned out Bron had just rushed back in to give the blonde guy another brutal beating. Ignoring the guards trying to hold him back, he shouted, Let go of me. He's an evil spirit. He was trying to pull some sick stuff on me. The bruised blonde lay flat on the floor, groaning in protest. What evil spirit? Are you crazy? Back to the present. The door opened. The guard from earlier walked in to reassure him. We're still investigating, so please hang in there a little longer. If what you said is true, we will, but he was cut off by another panicked guard. The captain of the guards stammered, reporting the situation. That whole mess of blood and violence? No, I mean, the suspect is carrying an evil spirit hunter's badge. The captain's eyes went wide. What? An evil spirit hunter's badge? The male lead froze. An evil spirit hunter? Total embarrassment as the whole group gathered around. The hospital bed where the blonde guy lay, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. The captain cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, so, this man isn't an evil spirit. He didn't even care about saving face anymore. The savage guy refused to back down, arguing stubbornly. He admitted it with his own mouth that he was an evil spirit, but he's not one now. Did you really think I'd be fooled by that? The superior officer just let out a long, weary sigh, trying to explain it logically. We have to go through this procedure with anyone who achieves so much in such a short time. It's all part of the system. But the male lead cut him off sharply. Stop explaining it like that. No one knows what the hell you're talking about. The poor guard could only let out a helpless sigh. Desperately, he tried to summarize it simply, so that Musclehead could actually process it. In other words, they thought you were an evil spirit. The young savage stared, pointing at himself. What? Me? His rage flared up again. Bron started thrashing about, ready to throw hands. Who are those bastards? I'll crush their skulls, I swear. The guard frantically grabbed his waist to hold him back. No, it's just a standard procedure. He turned to the blonde guy, who was shivering in his bandages on the hospital bed, and said, Explain it clearly, will you? Are you trying to mess with me? The guy stammered, sweating bullets. Well, the thing is, it's complicated. Bron roared like a wild beast, scaring the guy so bad he nearly peed himself, swearing, This won't happen again, I promise. Walking dejectedly down the quiet night street, the male lead cursed under his breath. Damn it. I never expected them to know this much about us. Flashbacks flooded back to the moment the blonde guy started grilling him about his background. America? Thailand? Europe? Where are you from? The guy's mocking laughter haunted him, proving a bitter truth. So, the bastards here aren't all idiots, huh? He remembered the guy's comment from earlier that afternoon, dripping with a sense of shared origin. You're here because of that damn thing called the game, right? He broke into a cold sweat, impressed by his own quick thinking. It's a good thing I caught on just from how he pronounced the word game, just like how Japanese people say Makudo Naruzu McDonald's. In this strange, lonely city, he realized the harsh truth of survival. No wonder Terrakin was executed, a strange city with no one to rely on. And then suddenly, someone approaches you, rambling about experiences exactly like your own. Looking up at the symbols on the gloomy buildings, he clicked his tongue and cursed. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more this world seems completely screwed. Stepping into his room, he tried to comfort himself after a chaotic day. Well, at least that went smoothly. As he was taking off his shoes, the tip of his foot accidentally stepped on a mysterious letter that had fallen on the floor. Huh? Opening it, he found a suspicious, bright red pill rolling around in his palm. A pill? He sat down on the bed, scanning the attached note, his face turning pale. It was an anonymous letter with a super shady tone, clearly stating, "This letter is sent randomly to those we consider to be players." The magical, glowing text continued to warn, "If you can read this, don't tell anyone you are a player. Oh, and please don't translate this letter, even if an evil spirit hunter catches you." Anyway, what he wanted to say left our savage protagonist wide-eyed in shock. A multi-level marketing invitation appeared in brilliant detail. We have a community that guarantees 100% anonymity, and once you swallow the pill attached in this envelope, you can join the community. Please throw the pill away if you don't want to join. Good luck surviving. Ghost boosters. On top of that, at the bottom of the letter, there was a handwritten note, incredibly snarky and full of insults. The King of Rafflonia is a total scumbag. Cut to the secret security agency under the Rafflonian royal family. The senior officer kneels down, rubbing his forehead in frustration. What the hell is this? My order was just to tail him. He winces and sighs, blaming his subordinate. He thought it would be a piece of cake because the guy had only been here for 3 months. So, what's the result? The commander presses a button on the magical projector on his desk with a click. I think you should see it for yourself, sir. The orb glows brightly, projecting a crystal-clear, 3-dimensional image of the protagonist, along with the interrogation from earlier. You're Jandon Bron's son, right? The big boss strokes his chin, lost in thought, while the recorded conversation continues to play. You almost fooled me. Your acting is damn good. Then, a rough, savage voice booms out in response. I thought I told you to get straight to the point. Sounds of heavy thuds and punches ring out, followed by sharp, cold reasoning that echoes through the room. The vice captain always told me that I have to kill every evil spirit I see. The big boss stands up and walks toward the window, slowly analyzing the situation. A normal evil spirit would have tried to run in that situation, but this man attacked without a second thought. So, the image of the protagonist yelling at the top of his lungs inside the magic orb appears like a firm confirmation. Bron Jandon is not an evil spirit, the obedient soldier concludes. Yes, sir. Gazing at the curtains fluttering in the night, the boss mutters to himself. To earn such a reputation in just 3 months, even without being an evil spirit, could he really have the soul of a hero? Perhaps? He smirks with a calculating look. He smiles and says, "That's good. This city." The frame cuts to a list of reputation notifications scrolling rapidly, connecting to the unfinished sentence. Always needs more heroes. At the same time, the next morning, the protagonist heads to the giant magic tower, thinking to himself, I think the letter I got yesterday was from Ryan. That means I have to act deep, like I'm trying to figure out what this thing is. As he enters the lab with its bubbling glass beakers, he hears a woman's teasing voice. Oh, you must have made quite a name for yourself, haven't you? The beautiful blonde mage turns around with a smile. Yeah, anyone who gets even a little bit famous gets one of these right away. You don't need to worry about it. It leaves him looking confused. Holding the blank piece of paper, she sighs in regret. But it's a real shame. I could have checked the handwriting if you'd brought it in sooner. Aren't you curious what the hell those evil spirits wrote in here? The guy immediately uses his acting skills, feigning surprise. Evil spirits? She lets it slip, then quickly waves her hand. Ah, I didn't mean it like that. I meant, it's a letter from the evil spirits. He nods, playing along to get through the conversation. I didn't even know it was a letter. You're good. The mage smiles smugly. Well, I guess most people wouldn't know. She shifts her focus to the bright red pill, playing with it. There's also a pill inside, right? Do you know what it is? The protagonist shakes his head, acting completely clueless. She switches into expert lecture mode. The mage starts explaining. Actually, it was created by an extremely skilled mage, someone who specializes in mental and spatial magic, as well as alchemy. The image of a dimension opening up, sparkling like a sci-fi movie, illustrates her story. You can enter a specific spirit realm if you swallow that. The protagonist widens his eyes, acting innocent and confused. A spirit realm? The mage smiles gently and explains in detail. Think of it as another dimension. Your physical body is left here, but your consciousness is already flying off somewhere else. The blackboard clearly displays: 1. Take this pill, get summoned every 15 days. 2. The evil spirits are probably storing intel there. 3. Plenty of fools try to take the pill and sneak in. The next day, they're always found dead. The protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat and interrupts. Wait, dead? He curses under his breath. Damn it, if I swallow that, I'm done for. Crushing the anonymous letter in his hand, he struggles with his frustration. So it's poison? He growls internally. What kind of bastard sent this thing? The mage chuckles, teasing him. Goodness, what do you think we mages are? There's no poison in this. Our savage friend retorts. Then why do people die? Standing in the dark lab, she begins to preach. There are many theories, but the most credible one is that they can sniff out who isn't an evil spirit, so they just casually rip the intruder's soul out of their body. Cold sweat runs down Bron's back. It really is a death trap. Does this mean some random player will have his life and death in their hands? Suddenly remembering something, the mage blinks and adds, Oh, now that I think about it, the unique thing is that in that realm, they appear as souls. So you'd never know what they look like in real life. A ray of hope flashes, and the young man asks quickly, But can't you use magic to find out who took the pill? The mage shrugs bluntly. As for that, no. There's no way to track it. Otherwise, those evil spirits would have been wiped out ages ago. He sighs in frustration. I see. Preparing a gleaming syringe, she gives him a dangerous smile. Now, let's start today's checkup. First, the blood draw. He sits heavily in the chair, obediently holding out his arm. The protagonist mutters, So, identity protection is actually guaranteed. He starts to calculate carefully. Thinking about it, digging for information in that nest could be quite profitable. His thoughts drift away, wondering if he could find a way back to the real world, before reality shocks him with a zap on the experimental chair. The mage beams. Come on, hurry up, it'll be fine, you won't die. It leaves him speechless, gritting his teeth as the magic slowly courses through him. Our savage friend's mind is still preoccupied with the pivotal question. So, should I swallow that pill? Looking at the bright red pill resting neatly on the table, he tells himself, the safest bet is still to take it. No matter how many times he racks his brain, that is the decision made after carefully weighing the risks and benefits. The faint light from the magic pill reinforces his belief. If it were truly a poison that kills people, that community wouldn't have lasted until now. He lies sprawled on the luxurious bed, hand over his forehead. His brain is still racing. But I can't drink it right away. Even if it's anonymous, the person who sent the invite must surely know who the rookie is. The scene of the anonymous letter appears to illustrate his suspicion. For example, what if I'm the only target who received a letter recently? If so, they'll catch my tail the moment I show my face in that group. His cold eyes solidify a perfect plan. So if I want to drink it, I have to wait another 3 to 6 months before I can touch it. He casts his gaze out at the quiet nocturnal cityscape. He comforted himself, justifying his procrastination. Besides, he wasn't desperate enough to need that information right away. The timeline skipped forward abruptly. 15 days after returning from Dungeon C, the silhouette of the magic tower loomed large once again. The ticking of the clock marked the time, drawing the viewer into a research lab located in the upper reaches of the magic tower. A hand glided over a glowing green crystal ball, and a respectful voice spoke up. Tower Master. The figure, hidden in a gloomy cloak, slowly began to inquire. How is the rookie doing? Nien. An invisible voice replied. He didn't appear, but the mysterious man nodded. Is that so? The face of the man with round, intellectual glasses flashed with a cold expression. Then, he certainly isn't a player. That's highly likely. The partner on the other side of the magic orb urged him on. So, what do you plan to do about the pile of delayed letters? The cloaked man sighed. We shouldn't delay sending them any longer because of me. Just send them in order. That's clear. Holding the communication device, the man with glasses clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had set his expectations very high because of the rumors. But in the end, he had to sadly abandon his grand, blood-soaked theory. It wasn't him this time either. The scene shifted to a bustling Adventurers Guild branch. The clerk congratulated him on being promoted to a rank 6 adventurer. The protagonist replied flatly, "Thanks." The idle survival log appeared. Every day, he was busy handling necessary tasks, just like doing homework. That made time fly in the blink of an eye. A stream of cold tears washed away the dust of the world, accompanied by a painful admission. And throughout that time, wiping his face with a towel while watching his purse shrink as his gold was spent like water, he comforted himself. "I'm not sad at all, because I'm only spending money on things that are truly necessary." The scene shifted to a weapon shop. Misa stared, jaw-dropping at a giant flail worth 400,000 stones. "Isn't that thing way too big?" Nian, the protagonist, nonchalantly carried the heavy gear along with some acid-resistant charms, not that it mattered, muttering to himself as he calculated, "And I still need to buy one more extremely important item to protect my privacy whenever I transform into a giant." Holding a fancy advertisement, he looked at a pair of heirloom protective pants, 900,000 stones, enchanted for automatic restoration during transformation and acid resistance. The protagonist muttered, full of obsession, "I can't be stark naked every time I transform into a giant." Misa glanced over, blushing furiously, and asked shyly, "Is that enchanted with magic too?" "Nian, I expect it would be hard to find something that fits you." The young savage asked back with utter innocence, "And what about you? Does it fit? It's still smaller than average, but surely it has to be bigger than what you've used before, right?" Hearing those ambiguous words, even though they were talking about weapons, the cat girl blushed to the tips of her ears and stammered, "I'm not sure, Nian. That's a bit too big." Nian shifted the scene, swinging a pair of sharp swords. She defended herself. "I'm gradually getting used to them." This came with a hefty shopping bill. 70% of the cost for standard lich, twin swords, 550,000 stones, and beast blood for leveling up her beast pet. Consumables cost 200,000 stones. Watching her swing her swords, he clicked his tongue inwardly. "Oh, is that thanks to the beast blood? Now she can enhance her attacks with ice elements." Misa boasted excitedly. "Did you see that? What do you think, Neon?" But she was immediately doused with cold water. "Your movements are still clumsy. Go practice more." She pouted in annoyance, while the protagonist shifted his focus to the main task. "So the only thing left to do is unlock the 3rd level spirit seal." As he stretched, his joints cracking, the savage frowned, remembering, "Man, clawing my way up to level 2 yesterday really cost a lot," along with a 100,000 stone bill for the 2nd level spirit seal. A painful memory flooded back. Although it only took 10 minutes, it felt like the 12 hours of extreme agony from level 1 had all been compressed into those 10 short minutes. The tribal shaman smiled kindly. "Young warrior, if you want to scream, feel free." Before he could finish, the young man let out a desperate roar, making the old man break into a cold sweat. I didn't expect his pain tolerance to be this crazy. The system notified him as stats danced. Immortal Seal reached level 2, increased durability, mana resistance, spirit plus 30, strength plus 60. The old shaman smiled dangerously. "I've never seen anyone remain conscious after completing that seal." Holding out a bamboo fortune stick tube, he suggested, "Pick one. I'll read your fortune since we still have time." Panting from the pain, the savage squinted at him suspiciously. "What the hell is this? Tarot's dog fortune-telling?" Even though he didn't believe it for a second, his hand reached out and grabbed a stick. Holding the bright red fortune stick, he stared at it, blank-faced. With a grave expression, the old shaman asked, "Young warrior, when is your birthday?" The critical question made the protagonist jump, break into a cold sweat, and stammer. That is, he racked his brain in a desperate search. How would a savage know his own birthday? Seeing the young man freeze up, the old shaman burst out laughing. "Just kidding. How could a warrior know such things?" Bron grunted angrily. "So, what exactly is my destiny?" The old man made a chilling pronouncement. "Whether good or bad, all the things that others might experience only once in a lifetime, you are destined to taste countless times. That is the fate of those people called heroes." Back in his room packing, the young man clicked his tongue in contempt, tossing the whole concept of destiny to the dogs. Destiny, schmestiny, it's all nonsense. Anyway, nothing's going to change. I just need to do what I have to do. He quietly solidified his resolve so he could be tough enough to shoulder whatever hellish trouble came his way. Misa pushed the door open, carrying a basket of fresh food. "Bron, are you up?" "Nian, let's eat breakfast." "Nian, I'll prepare the best food I can." Returning to the cruel reality in front of the fortune-telling shaman, the old man smiled slyly again. I've never seen anyone come for the third-level seal as fast as you. He laid out 3 paths of life before a flickering candle. Here, warrior. You have 3 choices before you. The fire spirit, the iron spirit, and the wilderness spirit. The savage's brain quickly analyzed it. Doesn't seem to be anything different from the game's plot. Without hesitation, he decided. I'll choose the wilderness spirit. The shaman took out a tattoo needle and nodded. All right, prepare yourself. And so, a scream that tore through the eardrums echoed across the horizon, accompanied by an astronomical bill for the third-level spirit seal, 200,000 stones. In exchange for the pain, the system sent non-stop good news. Seal upgraded to level 3, increased physical resistance and fire resistance. Physique plus 56, strength plus 80, harmonized with the wilderness spirit. Base threat level soared, unlocking the skill. Wild burst. The protagonist sighed in satisfaction, even though it was brutally expensive and hurt like hell. The wild spirit's efficiency was explained through a clip of him wielding a mace to provoke a whole horde of monsters. It increases his threat level. To put it bluntly, he just has to stand there and breathe, and the monsters will naturally lose their minds and swarm him. On top of that, Wild Burst temporarily triples his threat level and buffs his physical stats too. Crouching down, panting with glowing patterns on his muscles, he proudly assessed his power. Humiliating monsters while getting a stat boost? This is absolutely perfect for a savage like me. Rubbing his face with a wicked grin, our savage started plotting. That's not all. If I throw in gigantism, my threat level will skyrocket to a terrifying threshold. I can't believe I accomplished so much in just 3 months. Lost in his own ego, he was snapped back to reality when the old wizard gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. You look exhausted. Get lost already. The guy broke into a cold sweat and nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Just as he stepped out the door, the old man barked back at him. Wait, there's something I haven't told you about yesterday's divination. Bron froze and turned around, fully on guard. What is it? The old wizard folded his hands mysteriously and warned grimly, beware of those who harbor deep hatred in their hearts. He seemed to be drawing them toward himself. And you're faster than that. If you can resolve their hatred, it'll be good for you. If not, it'll come back and bite you in the ass. The savage, annoyed by the cryptic message, snapped back. I told you to speak in plain English. Being yelled at directly, the old wizard just stared back with such a dangerous glint that our savage instantly chickened out and made a run for it. Fine, I'm out of here. Walking briskly away from the hut, his mind kept organizing his schedule since he had already obtained the 3rd-tier seal. The rest of the work is, before he could finish, a messy head of hair popped out from behind a bush. Bron jumped back in surprise. Anna, what the hell are you doing in there? The silly savage girl whispered, waving her hands sneakily. Keep it down. We'll be doomed if we get caught. Come here, fast. The protagonist just stared blankly, confused. What? Anna excitedly burst out of the bushes, leaves rustling. I heard from the elder that you won the small volcano title. She gushed. That's so awesome. Bron kept a straight face, modestly replying. It's nothing special, but she kept pestering him. What happened? I want to know everything. Her eyes sparkled like car headlights. After a long-winded explanation, our savage wrapped it up, and that's how it went down. Anna sighed with relief. You were on the same team as Hikaru? That's great. I was worried you'd have to go alone. Looking at her scrawny frame, he wondered, why do you look so skinny? Does the elder not feed you? She shook her head proudly. No way. I'm just compressing my muscles. Bron made a confused face. Compressing your muscles? Holding a stick, the silly savage girl admitted something ridiculous. To be honest, I don't even know what that means. He was speechless. I see. As they were chatting, a thunderous voice shattered their eardrums. Fenelon's second daughter. Anna, where are you hiding this time? Anna jolted. I have to go. Bron nodded. All right, I should get going too. Thanks for listening to me ramble. Come visit me again next time, you'll be okay, right? She laughed with her signature over-the-top optimism. It's fine. At worst, I'll just train double and skip sleeping altogether. The protagonist sweated, thinking to himself, that sounds even more worrying. Just as he turned to leave, she called out again. Oh, right, Bron. The guy turned back under the blinding sun, and Anna flashed a bright smile. I almost forgot, but I'm really happy you seem to be living well. The protagonist looked confused. Huh? She remarked honestly. You used to have this desperate, die-hard survival vibe. That wasn't bad, but now you seem more relaxed. I guess it's because your new friends are trustworthy. Before she could get all sentimental, the lion's roar echoed again. Anna, get over here right now. She bolted away. Anyway, see you later. I'll come back as a more reliable warrior. Watching her back as she ran for her life, the savage just stood there in silence. Her careless words kept echoing in his head. More relaxed, the scene shifted to the library, where the turquoise-haired sorceress suddenly spoke up. "You're pretty famous, aren't you?" He was startled. The savage's brain immediately went into suspicious mode. She's initiating the conversation, she must want something. But for some reason, he put on an indifferent, annoyed face, not wanting to deal with it. He turned away sharply, being ice cold. "I'm leaving." He justified his coldness to himself. "I used to suck up to her because she was a mage, but I'm a 6th-rank adventurer now, and I even have the imposing title, so why would I bother?" As his footsteps clicked on the floor, he scoffed. "Besides, my party already has a mage." Even though the guy wasn't from the magic tower, he kept trying to analyze the situation. Given she has to work as a librarian here, her situation is probably just as mediocre as Waki's. Then he paused and mentally slapped himself. This was just self-justification. The mage's back stood behind him. The protagonist reminded himself of the harsh reality. For someone who puts survival above all else like me, caring about what others think is a luxury. I don't have the capacity to look after others. The image of his bloody, fallen comrade surfaced. That's why I always suspect everyone I meet and have to dissect and analyze their every move. He switched on his cold, pragmatic, savage businessman mode. I always evaluate people to see their worth and what benefits they bring me. Remembering all the ruthless beheadings and slaughter, he thought, I'm ready to send them to the afterlife if they're a threat. I'm always wondering if I can exploit them or if they'll turn around and stab me in the back. Misa's smiling face from back then flashed in his mind. That's right, I've always been cold, acting only for my own safety. Misa's sobbing echoed, You'll die too. Just leave me behind, Bron. Connecting the dots, he clutched his head and cursed. Damn it. No wonder she commented on me like that. His footsteps echoed heavily down the hall. He sighed. Now I'm suddenly wanting to do all this useless, idle stuff. I must have gotten too used to the life here. This is big trouble. Our savage questioned himself. So, what's the solution? Who knows? He concluded with a perfectly logical answer. I'm a savage at the end of the day, after all. And with that, he turned around, walked up to the sorceress's desk, and slammed it. Stop staring at me. If you have something to say, just spit it out already. Her eyes widened in surprise. How did you know I had something to tell you? The protagonist smirked. A new life motto was set. Just live like a savage. Her eyes were screaming it, and he'd do whatever he pleased. The system notification pinged, reporting Bron Janden's level 3 intimidation stats. His physical stats and strength were skyrocketing. Plus, he'd gathered a heap of essence. The next afternoon, a massive, hulking savage pushed open the door to a rosy, pink-themed cafe called The Promise of Flowing Waters. He stood amidst a sea of ladies sipping tea and whispering. Seriously? A savage? Did the owner rack up some debts or something? He broke into a cold sweat, regretting it the moment he heard the cheesy name. Turns out, it was just a regular dessert shop. He was standing there, looking like a complete idiot, when a woman with glasses waved her arms excitedly and called out, Hey Bron, over here. You're the one who accepted the mission, right? She beamed and introduced herself. Anyway, you can just call me Savin. A shimmering profile window popped up. Savin Iyer, a level 7 deputy director of the Levision administration and a friend of the librarian. The protagonist squinted, sizing her up. She's got to be over 30, right? I thought she'd be younger since the librarian called her a friend. The lady in glasses was very hospitable. I haven't ordered yet since I didn't know what you liked. What should we order? He pulled a chair out and plopped down, giving a blunt order. Beer and meat. She froze. Yes, he finished coldly. If you don't have it, that's fine. I don't like sweets anyway. He was feeling pretty smug. This was his revenge for having a savage meet her in this dainty place. That was enough. She took a sip of green tea, the air smelling like macarons, and got straight down to business. So, did Lagna not tell you what you're needed for? Bron looked blank. Lagna? You mean the librarian? It was the lady's turn to look surprised. You don't even know her name? Well, I guess that makes sense. Her name is Lagna Litanien Pef. The savage caught the keyword and his gears started turning. Is she a noble? No. But the protagonist's eyes flashed with sharp intuition. So, there's more to that name than meets the eye. He pushed the trivial stuff aside and dove straight to the point. Whatever, just tell me what you want. She adjusted her glasses, looking serious. It's a patrol job in the underground tunnels. We have to patrol down there because low-life criminals and tax evaders keep crawling in. Even though his partner seemed hesitant, the protagonist grumbled irritably in his head. Why does this woman love to be so vague? She sighed and revealed the bloody truth. It seems the patrol squad for that area was completely wiped out during the incident on the 3rd floor. Bron quickly grasped the situation. So, you need someone to fill the gap, right? Exactly. And Lagna recommended you. Those laser-like eyes narrowed again. The protagonist was on high alert. I get what's going on now. But why me? There are plenty of better people out there. His mind was racing through 1,000 conspiracy theories. Don't tell me it's because of those damn spirit hunters again. She hemmed and hawed. Then suddenly, she raised a finger, looking excited. Behind her, the protagonist appeared in a radiant aura, posing and showing off his muscles. Because right now you're a massive sensation, aren't you? The famous Savage Vancer, she confessed with fangirl admiration. To be honest, I was so curious. Even I wanted to see you in the flesh once. The Savage was left completely speechless. What? The bespectacled lady clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling. I'll buy some cookies to take home later. Could I tell my colleagues you gave them to me? The young man's sweat dropped, nodding reluctantly. Sure. He hurriedly grabbed a cookie. She continued rambling. So, what will you do? The reward is only 200,000 stones, but it's not too bad. She trailed off again. It's a bit weird for me to say it myself, but he was getting annoyed and cursed under his breath. There she goes again. Can't this woman finish a sentence? Finally, she spat it out. We're quite strict about our recruitment, so if you work for us, it's like a stamp of character approval in the eyes of other guilds and agencies. Thanks to that, people will find you more trustworthy. The protagonist sneered inwardly. Yeah, right. This is the first mission I've gotten since getting that damn title. At the end of the day, no one expects a savage to be good for anything other than fighting. But thinking about the money and the perks, he put on a professional, overly confident smile and gave a thumbs up. All right, I'll do it. He stood up decisively. I'm heading out. See you later. Watching his broad back as he walked away, the lady took off her glasses and smiled to herself. It's been a while since I've met someone this interesting. She started rambling to herself. I'm curious because she never talks about other people. He's so innocent and naive. Talking to him really puts my mind at ease. She blew on her hot tea, continuing her speculation. It seems he doesn't know anything about her background either. I don't think he's a bad person. She chuckled to herself. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. Well, Lagna, it's time for you to make some new friends. 2 days later, at the sewer entrance, Misa frowned and covered her nose, complaining. You didn't say it would smell this horrific. Bron replied with a deadpan expression. Shouldn't you have expected that since this is a sewer? The mage, sweat dropped and chimed in. That's true, but I didn't think it would be this bad. The squad gathered. The guard opened the sewer gate and cautioned them carefully. I'm opening the gate. Please don't lose the map or the headlamps. The lamps have recording devices, so keep them on at all times, and remember to return them to us. Bron nodded. Got it. A quick flashback to why they were all here. The dwarf, Hikuron, laughed heartily. I couldn't miss a chance to explore a dungeon-like sewer system. With a double-line skill set, I don't need a single cent. Guardian Hikuron. The mage, Waki, shyly raised her hand. Can I come along? I've been reading books lately, so I've got such a headache. Status update. I need a change of scenery. Mage Duaki. The handsome scout, Rot Miller, stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's easy to get lost in the sewers. This will be a great opportunity to test my new skills. Reliable double line. I need to use my sixth sense. Scout Rot Miller. The cat girl, Misa, blushed and stabbed her fork into a sausage. You said criminals are hiding there. It's dangerous, Nian. Double line appeared. I need to get used to dual wielding. Bron stepped his boots into the filthy water. Our protagonist smiled to himself, feeling incredibly pragmatic. Why would I turn down free help? Standing before the dark and vast space, he observed, It's bigger than I thought. No wonder they like hiding here. And it's dark too. Why? Light it up, he told himself. I don't know about the others, but Rot Miller will definitely be very useful. Y raised her hand to cast a spell, and a brilliant ball of light instantly appeared. Is this enough? As the group formed their formation and moved forward, a voice echoed through the darkness. By the way, has everyone heard the rumors about a terrifying monster living down here? Misa nervously nudged the mage. Why? Do you think that monster actually exists? Neon stammered, beads of sweat rolling down her face. As images of chemical vials spilling iridescent liquid flashed on screen, she continued. I heard all the waste from the magic tower gets dumped down here. She began spinning a sci-fi theory. If that waste happens to be some kind of poison or chemical reagent, and it reacts with the remains of a monster, it could lead to the creation of a beast, unlike anything we've ever seen. Hearing this, the cat girl paled instantly. Is that for real? Neon? Then it could actually exist. The protagonist rolled his eyes, thinking, no way, that's ridiculous. Rod Miller, the scout, remained calm. The officials said there haven't been any issues down here for the last 2 years. Bron nodded in agreement, acting as if such things couldn't possibly survive. While walking, Rod Miller suddenly froze, staring intensely at his map. Seeing his teammate stop, the protagonist asked, "Why did you stop?" Rod Miller winced and replied, "I can't smell much over this god-awful stench down here." The scout's face was deathly tense, sweat dripping down. "But I have a feeling there's something else down here with us." The party immediately drew their weapons, backing into each other, alert. What? Where? A status window popped up to clarify. The mimic essence Rod Miller had absorbed granted him a +50 to his sixth sense and +20 to luck. Our wild man fully trusted him. If he said he felt something here, the odds were high he wasn't wrong. Suddenly, Misa shrieked, pointing at the dungeon wall. "There's someone over there, Nien." A disheveled man, mouth agape in terror, was stuck fast against the rough brick wall. While everyone panicked, the protagonist's brain jumped to a completely different, cynical question. Huh? How did he even get in there? The protagonist reached out with his massive hand, grabbed the man by his collar, and yanked him out. The bearded guy screamed for mercy, terrified. The protagonist shoved him right into a puddle of filthy sewage with a splash, making him choke in pain with a loud, "Ugh." Cornered, the man scrambled up, wielding a dagger as he cursed. "Damn you." Driven by the desperation of a man with nothing to lose, he lunged wildly, stabbing toward the protagonist. "Die." But our wild man caught the blade with his bare hand like it was a joke, calmly teasing, "That's a commendable effort." The protagonist continued preaching. Doing whatever it takes to survive is a great trait to have. Just then, a bolt of black magic from Y shot past, blowing the guy away. The group crowded around the defeated man, who was kneeling on the ground. Bron ordered coldly, "Now, start talking. Why are you hiding down here?" The bearded man whimpered. Seeing him stay silent, the protagonist started his usual interrogation routine. "Not planning to answer? Or maybe your wounds hurt too much, and you'd rather choose death?" The heavily tattooed man finally began to tremble and cry. "Please, don't kill me. I haven't hurt anyone. I'm just broke." The protagonist's brain immediately translated that. "Hiding down here for tax evasion? As if I'd believe that." Rod Miller calmly exposed him. "Bron, that tattoo on his forehead, that mark is only for serious criminals. Meaning tax evasion isn't the only crime he's committed." The dwarf, Hikuron, chimed in happily. "He reminds me of the good old days. Back when I was a blacksmith, plenty of guys with tattoos like that came looking for me." Misa worriedly asked, "Bron, didn't the administration say what to do in this situation?" Nien's capitalist brain started doing the math. "They'll give us a 5,000 stone bonus if we catch him alive. But they also said killing him is fine, as long as we record a video as proof." Why, the mage seemed hesitant. "But what if he's just a civilian?" Bron answered, cold and bloodthirsty. "They said no civilian has the free time to crawl down into a hole like this." Hikuron the dwarf laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's just like the administration." Misa the cat girl dropped the final blow. "And if we catch him alive, he's going to get executed anyway." Hearing the Grim Reaper hovering over his neck, the criminal screamed in panic. "Wait, let's make a deal. If you spare me, I'll give you information." Our wild man curled his lip, intrigued. The information unleashed an intense killing intent, pressuring the criminal. He growled a threat. "Don't you dare try anything with me." The guy shook like a leaf and stammered, "I wouldn't dare. If you catch that crazy woman, I bet you'll make way more money than this." The protagonist's sharp eyes flashed. "Who?" The guy hurriedly confessed. "A crazy woman who stole my hideout a few days ago. I swear she used some disgusting dark magic." An image of a cloaked figure standing amidst a terrifying horde of zombies appeared to illustrate his testimony. "She leads a bunch of corpses with her. But they're completely different from the wimpy undead in this dungeon. So, if you turn her over to the temple, I bet you guys will make a mountain of cash. Compared to her, my pathetic life isn't worth a dime." Hearing this, the protagonist was so shocked he cursed internally. All the evidence suddenly clicked together, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it, could it actually be her? The familiar silhouette of the blonde woman in a cloak walking among zombies flashed through his mind. The priestess of Karakui, Elisa Veng. Misa pulled him back to reality with a worried look. "Bron, what do we do now?" Nien put on his most serious face. The protagonist analyzed, "If it really is her, we can't let her roam free in this place. That crazy woman has a grudge against us. I want to confirm if she's really down here or not. What does everyone think?" The whole group shouted in agreement. The dwarf fired up. "Let's grab her and do our duty." Misa didn't forget her true nature and wanted to grab some extra cash. Rod Miller was hesitant and waved his hands. "No. I don't think we should just throw our lives away, but I'll tag along since there are more of you. The protagonist sealed the deal. All right, that's settled. But first, we have to finish this unfinished mission. Half an hour later, the tattooed criminal was tied up and dragged along like a pet to point the way. Bron ordered coldly, "Lead the way." The man walked, shaking like a leaf. "This path isn't on the map, so please stick close to me." Wading through the sloshing sewage, why the mage complained. God, the structure here is like a labyrinth. Our wild man kicked the prisoner in mockery. Right? There are plenty of better places to hide. How did you end up in a spot so easy to get caught? The guy bitterly poured his heart out. I was wandering around looking for a new hideout because of that bitch. Then I suddenly saw you guys, so I had to scramble into a corner to hide, didn't I? The protagonist smugly teased him. So in the end, it's all your fault. The group stopped in front of a pitch-black manhole cover. We've arrived. Rod Miller, the scout, cautioned carefully. From here on out, keep your mouths shut. Speak quietly. The mage started sweating bullets again. Oh boy, I'm starting to get nervous now. Bron Jandon leaned down, held a blade to the informant's neck, and whispered an interrogation. Hey, is there any other way out of here? The guy swore up and down that this was the only entrance and exit. The corners of the protagonist's mouth curled into a truly sinister smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Really? Then why don't we close the doors and unleash the beast so she can get a real taste of justice this time? Without further ado, he grabbed the guy by the rope, dragging him along as a human shield. You, get in there, first. The criminal didn't forget to set a life-or-death condition. If that's really the woman you're looking for, you have to let me go, okay? The protagonist replied with rock-solid reliability. Of course. As soon as they poked their heads into the tunnel, a horrific scene greeted them, with corpses strewn all over the place. The informant stammered, What is this? The savage gritted his teeth and urged him, shut up and keep moving. Suddenly, the tunnel cover stirred, and a purple magical aura poured out along with an eerie incantation. Savium, Vantia, Hatia. The savage's brain immediately went into red alert mode. Damn it, did that psycho set a trap here? Seeing the magic trap about to trigger, Bron shouted a warning. Everyone, get back! A terrifying burst of dark energy exploded. The criminal standing nearby screamed in despair. The system board appeared, explaining the deadly trap. Summoning of the evil god. Hundreds of evil spirits will rush toward the chosen path when activated. This was a trap skill. Max HP would decrease every time you were attacked by the spirits. Check immediately if max HP hits 0. In the darkness hiding behind, a cloaked figure jumped in fright. Elisa Vian stared in panic, looking ahead. The evil god summoning has been triggered? Did those people from the temple really make it here? She ground her teeth in frustration. She still hadn't found the path leading to the underground city. And, unconsciously, she squeezed the necklace in her hand. Her eyes burning with vengeful fire, she muttered, "A sacrifice, I need a sacrifice," and dashed off desperately. The system kept chiming with stressful warning messages. Character has encountered 120 evil spirits. With shadow resistance at the current level, effects will be reduced by 30%. Your character's max HP will be temporarily reduced by 29%. Bron hurriedly untied the informant. Misa asked the protagonist in a panic, full of worry. "Bron, are you okay?" Nia, the protagonist, gasped for air and replied, "I'm fine, damn it. I almost kicked the bucket, didn't I?" Bron Jandon turned to look at the team and asked, "Is everyone safe?" The representative replied, "Thanks to you, we're all fine." Turning his gaze toward the unfortunate criminal, he wondered, "Anyway, did he bite the dust yet?" Looking at the dead body stuck to the wall with HP at 0, Hikuro clicked his tongue. Good thing I told him to take point earlier. Otherwise, we'd be done for. Nia Rod Miller sighed in relief. I would have been toast if he hadn't cleared the way. Bron Jandon urged them, "Let's keep going." Then he suddenly froze. Wait. The dwarf Hikuro rummaged through the corpse and cheered. Knew it. He was carrying this ID card. He grinned, showing his teeth. Let's see. His name is... Before he could finish, a thunderous blow from above slammed onto his head. Hanmako made the whole group jump out of their skin. He laughed. We can take this to the administrative office as evidence. Meanwhile, Bron's face was pale as a sheet. Damn it. I have a really bad feeling about this. The scene shifted to Han Makom's secret base. At Han Makom's hideout, Han Makom looked around and marveled. This guy decorated the place quite nicely. Contrary to his rough exterior, he must be a very handy guy when it comes to interior design. However, Rod Miller interrupted. Still, the person we're looking for isn't here. Don't let your guard down. Maybe he's still hiding somewhere. Hikuro cupped his hands to listen. The scout, Rod Miller, raised his detection device. I can feel a faint trace of magic here. I think something is hidden beneath these tiles. Bron nodded. Is that so? Then, readying his giant mace, he delivered a massive blow to the ground. Clang! Misa blinked. What the heck are you doing? The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied. I'm going to smash this floor to pieces. Misa was bewildered. What? Duaki tried to stop him in a panic. Wait, Bron, you can't break the magic seal that way. Bron glared. Can't break it, you say? His skill system window flashed. Skill activated. Gigantification. The character's size, as well as provocation, value, and physical stats, will skyrocket. Bron smirked. I don't think so. His muscles bulged, and he roared, If I can't break it with brute force alone, a full power blow slammed straight into the floor, creating a shockwave that rocked the entire base. He growled. Then that just proves I didn't use enough strength. The whole group, Hikuro, Waki, Misa, and Rod Miller, stood frozen, eyes wide, with the exact same expression on their faces. Bron swung his mace, smashing the base a few more times before muttering to himself. Well, of course, that method wouldn't work on a ghost. The floor collapsed, revealing a secret passage. Misa whispered, It really opened. Then she turned to look at him. Didn't you just say that method wouldn't work? The mage broke into a cold sweat, looking flustered. I'm not really sure about that either. Riller suddenly sniffed the air and turned serious. Bron, I smell that woman. I don't smell anything else, so we're definitely heading in the right direction. Seeing the scout's unwavering confidence, a thought flashed through Bron's mind. It seemed his sixth sense hadn't picked up on anything unusual. I see. In that case, let's head in. In the distance, the evil spirit hunter suddenly swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat and gasping for air. A terrifying underground city appeared under the cover of night. The underground city was chaotic, filled with the sound of rapid, fleeing footsteps. The hunter rushed headlong into the office door and screamed in a panic, Captain! Protection Deputy! The wooden door burst into pieces, and he couldn't catch his breath. The door was destroyed, and the boss looked over, bewildered. What? What do you mean? Was the door destroyed by someone from the royal family? The assistant shook his head violently. No, according to reports from above, it doesn't seem so. The boss stroked his chin in thought. That door has been abandoned since the Kankar cult terrorist attack. Could he be a runaway priest? We need to verify this. Looking to his side, he called out to the red-haired female guard. Amelia, I think you can handle this quietly. Elia smirked sharply. Fine, I'll be right back. The boss nodded. Great, I'm counting on you. The scene shifts to Bron's group groping through the dark tunnel, hitting yet another turn. I never expected the sewers to be such a labyrinth. Hicker laughed. Hickorodal, do you even know where we are? Nia, the dwarf, puffed out his chest. Not every dwarf is an expert in architecture, you know. Misa turned to the group's mage. Duaki, what do you think? You're the mage here, aren't you? Y waved his hands awkwardly. You think just because I'm a mage, I know everything? How am I supposed to know why people built this crazy thing underground? No clue. I don't know. Misa pouted. I thought you'd at least know something. Nia, haven't you been reading a lot of books lately? Waki turned beet red and made excuses. That's for learning new magic. Rod Miller raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Wait, the scent of that woman just got much stronger. This isn't just a lingering trail. Rod Miller's eyes turned cold and sharp as he insisted. I'm sure of it, she's closing in on us. From the deep, dark shadows of the tunnel, a hooded figure approached slowly. Footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by panicked, muttering sounds. Where the hell am I? This place is like a maze. Elisa Vian's eyes widened, her face deathly pale with terror. Is that the laughter of an evil god? The frantic woman muttered in fear. I always hear that laugh whenever something terrible is about to happen to me. Did those bastards from the temple chase me all the way here? Too scared to think, she bolted, running for her life, before suddenly freezing. Huh? The scent is fading again. Glancing ahead, she told herself to just keep chasing it, and continued to flee. Hearing the noise ahead, Misa nervously warned, that crazy woman might have set a trap. Bron Miller suddenly stopped. What was that noise? Elisa Vian's eyes widened as she realized it was that idiotic barbarian and his pathetic crew. Her eyes darkened with hatred. Perfect. They walked right into the trap. I won't let you bastards leave here alive this time. Dark energy erupted around her, and a summoning portal to the demon realm tore open with a ghastly roar. From within the purple mist, grotesque shadows lunged out the night guardians. Misa swung her sword, glowing with ice elemental power, firmly blocking the path. Not a chance. With sharp, icy strikes, she tore through the monsters. Misa smirked. That's what I'm talking about. Bron watched in admiration. The elemental buff really made her much stronger, and he confidently declared that this time would be completely different from the last. Without hesitation, the protagonist activated his skill, Wild Burst, tripling his threat level and physical stats before charging headlong into the swarm of monsters. The sound of impacts rang out sharply in the underground tunnel. Our barbarian shouted excitedly, "We're much stronger than before! This is a walk in the park!" The dwarf and the rest of the team immediately coordinated their attacks. "Haha, I'm joining in too." Right then, a system notification appeared. Hikorod Murat has used Combo Strike. Cornered, Elisa Vihen screamed in frustration, "You bastards," and began flailing wildly to fight back. She unleashed a curse into the air, "Decompose. Reduce stamina, increase pain, reduce evasion. I will kill you all in the most painful way possible." Immediately, the Mage Y raised his staff, chanting a level 7 support spell. A brilliant light shone as he clearly declared, "We won't let you do that." A notification confirmed that all dark status effects on the team had been removed. Y boasted, "How about that? Impressed? Awesome." The protagonist silently marveled. "I told him to learn one debuff cleansing spell, but he went and learned a full party purge? That must have cost a fortune." In the heat of battle, Bron swung his mace, deflecting her attack, and shouted, "Wakey, do it now." The mage's eyes widened in surprise. "Now?" The captain urged him again. "Hurry!" The barbarian suddenly lunged right in front of the stunned Elisa Vihen, causing her to shriek in terror. The system displayed the skill board, Spirit Morph, Physical Attack Resistance X. As the effect passed, she gave a twisted, mocking laugh, "I won't forget this," before realizing his physical attack had bypassed her defenses. The screen flashed. Destructive combo. Lu of Dwaki has used Materialization, and Luwak has used Aim Assist. The perfect plan worked incredibly well. The spell was a success. Elisa Vihen's physical attack resistance had been nullified. She stood there, completely clueless about what had just happened. The barbarian's rough hands grabbed her. "Gotcha." Putting every ounce of his enhanced muscle power into it, Bron delivered a thunderous punch directly to her face, leaving her reeling. The team stood by, watching as the protagonist pounded the enemy mercilessly. Misa asked hesitantly, "Bron, didn't we want to capture her alive for the bounty?" Bron replied casually while still punching, "Oh, really?" The scene ended with Elisa Vihen tied up like a mummy, knocked out cold in a heap. System text displayed, Bronze Physics, Dwaki's punching technique, and paralysis poison from Elisa's leftover stash. Bron hoisted the unconscious priestess over his shoulder, turned around, and signaled the team, "Great work, everyone. Now, Rod Miller, lead the way." Suddenly, his instincts flared. Bron's eyes widened as the system sounded an alert. Player has been struck by basilisk paralysis poison. Along with a fateful notification, player's physical stats exceed 300, poison effect reduced by half. From the darkness, a red-haired figure stepped out, coldly muttering, "Damn it, I knew things were going too smoothly." She stared at Bron's group with sharp eyes. "You've gotten much stronger, barbarian." The protagonist was shocked, recognizing an old enemy. While his mind replayed memories of the psychopath he'd met in the Deadlands. Amelia flashed a predatory toothy grin and glanced down at the ground. There lay Misa, the girl in white, unconscious from the poison. Amelia smirked maliciously. "Couldn't bring yourself to run away because your friends were holding you back?" Bron tightened his grip on his weapon, his expression hardening. "I don't know why you're asking that." It sounded terrifyingly ominous, and he guessed, this crazy woman definitely showed up here for that very reason. The protagonist remembered Elia's cruel tone. "To make sure I didn't open my mouth and spill anything. She let me go back then only because I was a clueless rookie. But now I'm famous enough to have titles. She must think this is the perfect chance to silence me now that she's found me lurking in the sewers." Bron gritted his teeth and growled, "I kept my promise and didn't say a word. Why are you still following me to kill me?" Elia looked confused. "Following you?" she screeched with indignation. "You're the one who broke down the front door and trespassed on my territory. Barbarian, how the hell did you find this place?" The protagonist was dazed for 3 seconds. "Trespassed?" Seeing her look of genuine confusion, Bron grew even more annoyed. "I don't get it. Speak normally. Where the hell are we?" She responded nonchalantly. "You broke in here without knowing anything? How the hell did you even open that door?" Bron answered innocently. "You mean that magical thing on the floor? I smashed it to pieces with my mace." Ilya put her hand to her forehead in total shock. "You smashed it?" The protagonist frowned, frustrated. "So, is that a problem?" Amelia sighed. "No. But why would you smash it?" Bron replied blankly. "Because this bitch was running away down here, that's why." The red-haired leader pointed at the unconscious Elisa. "That's the wanted priestess from Karakui. Elia glanced at him, probing. So, you know about it? Good. Then everything is clear now. Bron nodded. I get it. So, let's get out of here. You don't need to give me the antidote. I can handle it myself, Bron said as he turned to slip away. Stop right there. Elia drew her weapon and took a stance. I can't just let you leave after you've learned so much about this place. Bron broke into a cold sweat and offered a sheepish smile. Even if I swear I'll keep it a secret and not say a word to anyone? Elia's presence was overwhelming. Things are very different now compared to back then. The protagonist thought to himself, damn it, I knew she wouldn't just let us walk away easily. Without a second of hesitation, he flung his heavy shield to the ground with a loud thud, tossed his helmet away, and then ducked down to grab it again. Elia was taken aback. What are you doing? Bron smirked and charged in a battle stance. Do you know the two ways to make someone furious? The first is interrupting someone mid-sentence. The second is staring at them with curiosity. He lunged, swinging a massive mace in a powerful arc, aiming straight for his opponent's head. Amelia was startled and dodged. The blade of wind grazed her, and the assassin rolled away just in the nick of time. With a determined look, Bron gripped his weapon, ready to strike. He gritted his teeth and threw his heavy helmet like a professional pitcher, sending it spinning through the air as a projectile. Amelia's eyes widened as the helmet whizzed through the air like a circular saw, narrowly missing her face. The protagonist's brain went back to comedy mode. This woman is so flexible. Elia dodged, but was completely caught off guard. She somersaulted in midair to counterattack, but Bron delivered a powerful kick. The direct hit sent Elia stumbling backward. Bron smirked confidently, ready for more. As expected, she moved back just enough to dodge the follow-up. Then, I'll have to pull something unexpected. The system roared with a skill notification. Giant transformation. At the same time, Elia was snatched up firmly in the Barbarian's palm. The protagonist's roar echoed through the tunnel, and finally, a heavy punch with the force of 1,000 pounds landed squarely on her. Amelia let out a painful groan. Bron pulled back his hand, panting, and muttered, "One more for good measure." Suddenly, his survival instinct screamed, making him jump. Amelia seized the chance, flipped over, and drew a dagger imbued with magical energy, her gaze cold and sharp. Is she trying to cut off my arm? A blast of energy erupted. She let out a loud shout. The air seemed to explode. Her blood had acidic properties. Ignoring her own injuries, the assassin swung her blade wildly and mercilessly. This woman is truly stubborn. She's still trying to fight back even after taking a hit like that. The barbarian roared in anger and swung his leg. Let's see you dodge this then. A massive kick landed, sending her flying backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned. Bron stood with his hands on his hips, grinning triumphantly. It worked. I can actually beat her. Suddenly noticing something wrong, he froze. What the hell? Why is her voice coming from behind me? The system board displayed an explanation of the opponent's skill. Amelia Rainwise has used Self-Clone and Asura Kick. From behind him, the real Elia delivered a lightning-fast, powerful kick to the nape of his neck. You better be able to take this hit, since word is, you've absorbed the essence of a vampire. The treacherous, full-force kick landed squarely on the barbarian's neck, making him cough up blood. The system initiated emergency life support. The character survived thanks to the Dark Origin passive skill. Simultaneously, the character's HP recovered significantly due to the immortality effect. From afar, the helmet lying on the ground seemed to admire the scene. What kind of insane recovery is that? Amelia stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the barbarian lying flat on his back, lazily taunting him. A single potion cures everything? You almost had your head knocked off, you know. Bron woke up, looking dazed. He scrambled up like a zombie and shouted in panic. Huh? How? She glared at him, annoyed. Why aren't you dead? You haven't changed a bit, have you? She continued to nag, always overreacting, just like last time. Why did you just jump into a fight for no reason? Can't normal people just use their mouths to talk? Bron held his head high. What do you want me to do when you're trying to take me out? Amelia argued, raising her voice. What the hell makes you think I wanted to kill you? I spared your life back then, didn't I? He narrowed his eyes and retorted, You literally just said you couldn't let me leave because I knew too much about this place. She shamelessly denied it. I said I couldn't just let you walk away, that's all. Bron was speechless. He crossed his arms and acted tough. So what now? Amelia sighed. I'm not planning on killing you, so take your hand off. Noticing the protagonist's hand creeping toward his dagger hilt, she was startled. I said take your hand off. Bron glanced at her. What, you think I was planning a sneak attack while you weren't looking? Bron gave a sheepish, awkward laugh. I just misunderstood. I wasn't planning on fighting you at all. It's just Ilya raised an eyebrow. Just what? You were ready to fight just in case I changed my mind? The protagonist swallowed hard. Yeah, exactly. Our barbarian started spouting his philosophy. The best defense is a good offense. Amelia just covered her face, speechless. A puff of blood escaped from the assassin's sleeve, catching Bron's attention. You aren't taking healing potions? Amelia answered curtly. I can't. The protagonist nodded. I see. I guess there are some essences that react terribly to healing medicine. After saying that, she pulled out an item. Anyway, take this. Bron narrowed his eyes. What is that? The description box appeared. Lot preserving. An elixir crafted by alchemists in the underground city of Nock, capable of erasing memories from 1 hour prior to use. Bron took the pill and asked, This is for a brain wipe? Why didn't you use this earlier then? Amelia shrugged. Because it's rare. The protagonist blinked. Ah. Bron suddenly took a sharp turn, looking at his unconscious comrades lying on the ground. But if you kill all 5 of us, you could probably earn 10 million stone, couldn't you? Why didn't you just finish me off instead of sparing my life? The female assassin asked, frowning. What kind of person do you think I am? Bron thought helplessly. Could he say he thought she was crazy? Ilya didn't care anymore and coldly ordered, Forget it. If you want to live, swallow this pill. Then she reached out and covered his mouth tightly. The protagonist swallowed hard, telling himself, Well, it's better to drink this than to lose my life here. Bron asked for confirmation. The only effect is that it causes memory loss, right? Ilya stood with her hands on her hips and replied, I've never heard of any side effects, so just rest easy and go to sleep. Or do you have a better option? Bron stared blankly, answering briefly. Not remembering something, she suddenly stopped and asked hurriedly, Oh, and what about the second question? Bron looked dazed. What? Which second question? Amelia recalled the protagonist's bold declaration from earlier. 2 ways to make someone go crazy. The protagonist's head started feeling heavy. His eyelids began to droop, and a wave of drowsiness hit him suddenly. Oh, that. He began to lose consciousness and was about to fall. That one. A magic system swept through his mind, fragments of memories dissolving into the character's soul. Suddenly, Bron jumped up in surprise as the system appeared. This soul is not blessed. Blessings are being stripped away from the soul. Memory fragments are being torn apart. His memories are the next morning. At the administrative office, the staff member nodded, confirming, We have finished checking your ID. The female clerk handed over a heavy bag of money. Criminals wanted for robbery and murder. This is the bounty and the tip, totaling 180,000. Looking at the coins, Bron thought to himself that he had stopped by the guild early in the morning and came straight here while it was still hot. Holding the money, he was still worried. Bron asked, Don't I have to pay for the damaged equipment? The clerk smiled and pointed. You can just sign here. I've already smoothed things over with my superiors. After all, what you went through was quite a special case. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. A special case, huh? Well, honestly, we almost died. The flashback brought Bron back to the harsh reality of yesterday. Yesterday I woke up in the sewers. Luckily, my gear was still intact, but the headlamp and recording device inside were smashed to bits. Looking at his teammates lying around, he realized that what that crazy woman said must have been true because the others didn't remember a thing. It seemed their last. Memory stopped at the point of reaching the safe spot of Han number 5. While stroking his muscular chest, he wondered, then why is my memory still perfectly intact? Then Misa woke up in a panic. Ah, that crazy woman. Nia, I'm dead. The whole group was confused, trying to piece the situation together. Why don't we remember anything? And why is this woman dead? Misa tentatively guessed. Perhaps it's because of the monster you mentioned. Nia Rod Miller rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I have a feeling that everything was likely caused by this woman, which annoyed the dwarf. Huh? What do you mean? Rod Miller brandished his staff, breaking down the logic in 3 magical steps. Doesn't it look like she was hit by Bron's mace? Misa gasped in admiration. Why, the mage, broke into a cold sweat looking down at the corpse. Now that I look closely, I can see traces of my own mana on her body. Bron finished, pretending to agree. Either way, Rod Miller's theory is quite believable. Y nodded, appearing knowledgeable. Makes sense. A dark god would likely possess the kind of power that could brainwash and erase memories. The dwarf laughed optimistically. But we definitely solved it somehow because she's poor, and we're still alive and kicking. Bron continued, recalling the exit from the sewer. Afterward, when they escaped the sewer, they were greeted by the librarian who ran over, waving her hands. Bron, are you okay? The guy asked in surprise. Savin, Why are you here? She scolded him. You were way too late, so we had to come find you. Looking at the two girls, Bron muttered, just an office worker from the administration and a librarian? The friend accompanying her pouted uncomfortably. Why are you looking at us with those eyes? Lana is very skilled, the blue-haired mage said haughtily. You should thank Savin. I was just dragged into this. Seeing her demeanor, Bron assessed her silently. I don't know how good she is, but she definitely reeks of money. Seeing the gear, Savin playfully nudged her shoulder. Lana, what do you mean you were dragged into this? You were the one who was worried sick. Lana's face turned beet red as she denied it. Worried? When was I worried? Savin covered her mouth and giggled. Is that so? Lana glared coldly. Savin sniffed something suspicious. Misa pulled Bron's sleeve and asked, Bron, who are they? Nia, the protagonist, sweated and stammered. These two are Misa, glared with lethal intensity. A librarian? So she works at the library you always visit, right? I see. Nia, Bron, was extremely confused. Does she not like her because she's obviously rich? He quickly changed the subject, remembering again. Anyway, after that, a holy knight with a giant greatsword on his back walked over to them. The knight placed his hand on his chest and recited a flashy oath. The star that rises at twilight will guide us. Truly, Elise Avenge, we will never forget what you did for us. Bron looked blank. What do you mean? The knight smiled awkwardly. About that. Returning to the present, the system reported. In that way, the bounty has been confirmed. Whispering could be heard from the local gossips. Is that little Vancan? Rumor has it he has to use a cloak to cover up. They say he gets incredibly large when he uses his special move, making the girls blush and scream. Is that the little clerk? Rumor has it he has to wear a cloak to cover up. They say he grows to an insane size when he uses his ability, making the ladies blush and shriek. Oh my god, what are you guys talking about? The brute gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he went into a shell. Do you really think I view myself as some kind of animal in this damn zoo? Unable to stand the scrutiny any longer, Bron slammed the table and shouted, Hey, you guys, move on to the next scene. Savin reminded him tactfully before they parted ways. I think I saw Lagna preparing something for you. Bron nodded. Her? All right, I'll drop by when I have some time. Savin gave a radiant smile as she cautioned him. Okay, don't you forget it. The frame cut back to the tavern, where the dwarf's booming laughter echoed across the room. He slammed his beer mug onto the table. I'm being serious here. Mia pouted and retorted. Stop talking nonsense, you shorty. Nia, the cat girl, laughed hysterically. How could anyone in this world possibly be named Dick Bronson? Nian, the mage, was passed out on the table, mumbling drunkenly. I am the great mage of the league. The dwarf kept shouting, I'm serious. Bron looked around, feeling completely fed up. What a total mess. Seeing Bron, the dwarf lunged at him like he'd just struck gold. Our walking jackpot is finally here. The goddess of luck is shining down on us, he added immediately. No, you're the goddess of luck in the flesh. The protagonist jumped back, startled. Hikuro, keep your trap shut. The narrator explained the reason in detail. The reason they were as hyped up as if they were high on something was simple. The reward we received for taking down that crazy hag was 10 million stones, an astronomical figure. Even after splitting it 5 ways, everyone still walked away with 2 million each. Memories of blood splattering against the wall came flooding back, Tyelia blowing up into pieces, my own arm exploding. Along with the scene of my head flying off my neck, my head just completely gone. The protagonist cursed bitterly to himself, but since this bunch didn't remember a single damn thing that happened, they were probably feeling as high as if they'd just won the lottery. While Bron was wallowing in the injustice of life, Misa timidly asked him, Hey Bron, I want to talk to you about something. He crossed his arms and nodded. Go ahead. She blushed, leaned in close, and whispered right into his ear, shy and bashful. My father told me to bring you two. The confession was cut short by a voice as raspy as a bullfrog. Who's this? Isn't this Janbron's son? The young man turned around, looking bewildered. It was a blond guy hovering nearby. Ha ha ha, have you forgotten me? I'm Han. The brute stood there, completely stunned for a few seconds. I muttered to myself, that's right, I just forgot his last name. He's Han number 2. A caption box appeared to clarify things. He had never appeared in the guide, but he does show up in chapter 44 of the novel. Ignoring that rambling guy, what am I even saying? Bron was still digging through his memories. After all, he was the one who advised me to join the guild after. Han number 2 smiled brightly and offered, Can I join you guys? But he was met with a cold, ruthless rejection. No, I have nothing to say to you. Deep down, Bron was silently cursing. How dare he? Perhaps it's because every Han I've met so far has been the same, so I don't have a good feeling about this guy. Bron shot him a death glare and shooed him away. We're about to leave. You should get lost too. That made Hans sweat as he interrupted. I understand. I'm just really happy to have met you. Watching his dejected back as he walked away, the protagonist proudly declared to himself, Han has been successfully dealt with. But the joy was short-lived. The tavern door was suddenly kicked open. A group of knights in shining armor marched in, making the whole place buzz. They're from the Men organization. Why are they at a tavern like this? The encyclopedia popped up. Men, one of the most powerful organizations, where only knights with noble blood are allowed to join. People started sweating and whispering. Word is, those they catch are just waiting for bloodshed and death. Silence. The lead knight pointed straight at Bron's table. That made the protagonist jump and swear under his breath. Damn it, what is it now? I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Wait a minute. A psychic flashback flashed through his head with a warning. Beware of those who carry deep hatred in their hearts. You seem to attract them quite a bit. Bron was extremely confused. Was he talking about Han? Nothing good ever comes from getting involved with a Han. Did this happen because that jerk Han number 2 just started talking to us? Heavy footsteps approached and stopped right beside them. But the target was a huge surprise. The knight clearly announced to the drunken, lifeless body, Liagu, you are under arrest for slandering nobility. The truth left Bron and Misa stunned. The protagonist stood there with his mouth wide open, wondering, they aren't aiming for me, but for Duakia? The young mage still hadn't sobered up, lifted his head, and mumbled, who dares? The scene shifted to 3 hours later at the men office. The guard coldly closed the gate. Wait here until the investigation is over. The group had no choice but to wait dejectedly outside the iron gate. Misa sadly called out the name of her teammate, Gu Unki. The dwarf was sweating with anxiety. He's still alive, right? That made the cat girl bristle and yell, Hikuroto, stop saying such ominous things. Niabron sighed and reassured her, yeah. Savin said she would look into this too. Suddenly, dragging footsteps echoed from inside. Rod Miller, sharp-eyed, noticed. It looks like it's him, M excitedly pointed. Isn't that Duaki? Nia and the group rushed over to welcome their tired friend. The dwarf asked in a panic, Duaki, are you okay? What happened? The mage hung his head and replied, well, the thing is, half an hour later, back at the tavern, Duaki dropped a bombshell. I think I'll have to leave the party. Hikuro slammed the table in deep shock. What do you mean? Explain now. The guy regretfully revealed his identity. Well, my brother is actually Baron Maktawan. Bron was stunned. What? While the dwarf's eyes went wide. So you're actually a noble? Y smiled bitterly. Probably just half. I'm the son of the former Baron Maktawan, and a maid. Since I was the disgrace of the family. As soon as I was born, I was adopted by the Baroness Tereziava's third younger brother. A picture of his childhood appeared. Of course, that was just on paper. In reality, I was still raised by my mother. The narration explained more about his secret comfort. That's why he was still able to grow up in wealth while studying magic. Not understanding anything, the dwarf slammed the table and snapped. But what the hell does that have to do with you leaving the group? Wakyu sadly continued. A year ago, my father passed away, and my second brother took over that position. Rottmiller shrewdly hit the main point. Isn't it the eldest brother? Y exhaled. That's right. That's the problem. Misa tilted her head, confused. I don't understand why that's a problem. Nian painted a bloody picture. After the death of the former Baron, the eldest son and all those belonging to the branch families were killed. I assume my brother sent the men as a warning that I should continue to live hiding in the shadows as before. Y broke into a cold sweat, his eyes tired. I think he's annoyed that I've joined a proper party like a real adventurer, especially since there's a famous person in the group. At the sensitive part, Bron frowned and muttered to himself, are you blaming me now? Isn't he jumping to conclusions too quickly? Even though he was annoyed, Bron summarized the issue. So, you don't want to be an adventurer anymore because you're afraid of your brother? Waki choked up. That's not wrong, but there isn't much I can do. A high-angle shot showed the depressing atmosphere at the table. Duaki desperately concluded, in exchange for not being punished for slandering nobility, I've been forbidden from stepping foot into the dungeon. Taking a bitter sip of his drink, Bron complained about life. How annoying. Isn't the next dungeon opening only 9 days away? Nothing ever goes the way I want. Ha! The notification text changed the scene. We decided to let Mai continue the discussion, then disperse. Everyone waved goodbye. See you later. Go do your own thing. Bron, however, firmly turned around. I need to stop by the library. The cat girl widened her eyes in confusion. The library? Nia, at this hour? Just as she was running after the protagonist, Misa timidly offered, "Do you want me to come with you, Nian?" But Bron coldly waved her off. "It's fine, you should go back and rest," M pouted dejectedly. "But I don't have anything to do even if I go back to my room." Nian, hearing that, the wild man turned around and scolded her harshly. "What do you mean you have nothing to do? If you have free time, go and practice. You haven't trained a single bit today, you know." That made her tear up in self-pity, whimpering. M sulked away, silently complaining to herself, intending to rest and take it easy all day today, before training tomorrow. But the situation was different now. The scene shifted to the library. The wooden door was pushed open. The protagonist walked to the counter and cleared his throat. "Now that I think about it, we haven't officially introduced ourselves. I am the son of Jandandan Bron." The female mage calmly replied, "Of course I know that. It's almost closing time. Do you intend to stay?" Bron got straight to the point. "No, I didn't come here for books today." Lagana blinked, curiously asking back, "Then?" The wild man read the other person's full name with a very serious face. Lagna Litanyan Pef. He was immediately corrected. "It's JL, not Litanel. But let it go." The guy broke into a sweat, trying to fix his awkwardness. All right. Look, I'm putting it out there, why don't you take a break from being a librarian and join me in the dungeon?" Before he could even finish, she shut him down with a single, massive no. A sparkling background effect appeared, as if it were mocking him. "Fine, the answer is no." Even though he felt a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat to keep his cool. He wasn't giving up. The guy immediately switched tactics, flashing a challenging grin. "If you're so bad that you can't even step foot into the dungeon, then I guess that's that." Bron kept pushing. "If you're pathetic enough that you can't even enter the dungeon, then I guess there's no helping it." Lana fell for the trap immediately. "When did I ever say that?" The protagonist smirked triumphantly. So, she had the skills to back it up. The female mage's eyebrows twitched with annoyance. Realizing she'd been tricked, she snapped at him. "Why are you so curious about that anyway? The conversation ends here. If you don't like it, that's your problem." Seeing her deflect, Bron decided to change the subject. "By the way, Savin said you had something prepared for me." Lana was stunned. "Something prepared for you? He actually said that? Explain yourself." She flustered, trying to explain herself at length. "Savin said his position at work improved because of this whole mess, so he wanted to repay you. He kept insisting I pay off his debt for him. He made the excuse that I owed him a favor. Basically, this isn't mine, it's from Savin. Get it?" The protagonist nodded. "I get it." But in his head, he was thinking, "So, she's trying to fall for me." Bron asked excitedly, "So, what is it?" Lana answered calmly, "It's a book." A book with a mysterious cover appeared. An info panel popped up to enlighten him. It was a high-security book, completely immune to standard detection magic. It's only issued to the nobility or a select few with special privileges. The protagonist wondered, "Is it really okay for you to give me a secret magic item like this?" Lana coldly warned him, "Just don't go blabbing about it. Besides, this magic hasn't really been used in a long time anyway." Bron held the book and told himself, "Who cares about that? I'm starting to get curious about the contents myself." He drifted into thought. High-security books really were in a league of their own. I want to read all of them, no matter how long it takes, because they contain so much useful information to stash away for the future. Ironically, I almost didn't get to read it because I arrived so close to closing time. Lana grumbled. "Why are you so late?" The cheeky guy replied, "How was I supposed to know? Just let me read it." She gave in, helpless. "Fine, I'll let you stay for today, just while I finish organizing these books." The narrator closed the thought with a note of luck. Because of that, I managed to read countless useful books. The first was a map of Leftonia, a book about the various government agencies in the city. It even included information on secret organizations, like the Secret Security Bureau, that commoners could never know about. The protagonist sighed. Every powerful organization is just as corrupt as the last. Next was The World of Spirits, a masterpiece that delved deep into their realm, written by an agent of the Secret Security Bureau, someone who had infiltrated the spirit world and barely made it out alive. The narrator analyzed that, with security this tight, even drugs wouldn't make a dent. Bron pulled out a thick book. Next up, Comprehensive Records on Rifts, Volume 2. The info revealed that it was a book containing everything about the rifts. Because there was so much data, it only covered 4 rifts. After reading it, the guy's eyes lit up. It was just like a game guide. All the hidden pieces I had struggled and grinded for over 9 years were written right here. To me, it was perfect. To the locals, this book would definitely be a priceless treasure. Suddenly, Bron stood up, his face changing as he slammed the table. Who the hell wrote this? Why is that jerk's name here? The dark name appeared. Ariel Gabus. The download process completed. Created by Ariel Gabus. A shocking revelation confirmed the name of the game developer for Dungeon Stone. His brain started racing. There were two possibilities. Either some player wrote this book, or the author really was Ariel Gabus himself. He analyzed the situation thoroughly. If it was the latter, things would get extremely complicated. It meant that my presence in this world was deeply connected to that game developer. In other words, this wasn't some mysterious supernatural phenomenon, but a deliberate interference. In my experience, the higher the orchestration, the greater the chance of it leading to a bad ending. Bron held his head. So, that game developer is some kind of divine entity? Still, finding a lead was a good sign. His mood sank again. But thinking about it, I still didn't really know anything. I didn't even know if reopening the Abyss Gate was the key to going home. A spark of hope flashed in his eyes, but if I can track down this name, I might finally find a way home. I have to be careful not to cause bloodshed while I'm asking around. Calming down, Bron decided. Let me read it again carefully, maybe I missed something. The guy focused, flipping through the pages, lost in thought until the sun came up. Bron looked blankly at the sunlight hitting the window. Is it morning already? Turning to the side, he saw the haughty librarian, Lana, nodding off in her chair. Bron stepped forward gently and said apologetically, "Why didn't you say anything? If I had known, I would have left right away." Waking up, she blushed and started making excuses. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just dozed off for a bit because organizing the books took longer than expected." The protagonist thought, "A bit? The library is already opening for the day." Outwardly, Lana still raised her voice to hide her embarrassment. "I'm serious. Don't get the wrong idea." Bron nodded along. "Got it." He stared at her in silence, speechless. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Lana frowned and shooed him away. "What the hell are you doing? Aren't you leaving?" The protagonist was busy reevaluating his life. Was she actually a good person? A few hours later, at the Magic Tower, a loud banging on the door was followed by a shout. "Raven, are you in there?" The door cracked open, and Raven hugged a pillow, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Yin, why are you here at this hour?" Bron got straight to the point. "I have something to ask." She yawned and replied, "Make it quick, I'm exhausted." The guy tried his old trick again. "Our team is looking for a mage. Are you interested in joining?" The door slammed in his face without mercy. He laughed at himself. She wasn't interested, but for the greater good, he quickly blocked the door and shouted, "Wait, I have another request." Peeking through the cracked door with a grumpy look, Raven frowned. "You're asking for something else?" She grabbed the scrap of paper torn from the Encyclopedia on Rifts, Volume 2, to show him. "That's right. I want to know when this paper was made." The mage smiled cryptically as she opened the door. "You know this doesn't come for free, right? Is that so? Come on in." Bron reluctantly stepped into the lion's den. Once he sat down, Raven crossed her arms and legs, starting her interrogation. "So, tell me, the relic you used to capture that vampire, how did you know about it, and how did you get it?" Bron broke into a cold sweat, trying to play it off. "I've said it over and over. I have no idea what that thing even is." He recalled a montage of violent destruction as proof for his testimony. "I got it by smashing the statue in front of the water spirit shrine." Raven narrowed her eyes, looking smug. "I knew it." "So you did know about it beforehand?" The guy kept denying it. "No, I was just bored and started smashing things. It just happened to fall out." She skeptically questioned him. "Didn't you read it in a book?" Bron flinched, feeling guilty. A book? What book?" All while his brain was racing, thinking about the Encyclopedia on Rifts. Seeing her reaction, he panicked to himself. "What?" Raven immediately pointed out the absurdity. "Wait, that's strange. You used it without even knowing what it was?" Bron made up a random, fancy-sounding excuse. "I just guessed. It had the goddess's symbol on it, so I thought." She looked at him with half-belief. "Really?" The guy shamelessly put his hand on his chest and swore, "I swear it on my honor as a warrior." Seeing him persist, Raven sighed in disappointment. "I thought I'd finally found someone who had a decent encyclopedia on Rifts," she said, then revealed the secret, blinking and pleading. "If I tell you where it is in the library, will you keep it a secret?" Having gained the upper hand, Bron turned the tables and set a condition. "In that case, my request is Raven shut her eyes, resigning herself to it. Help my seniors with their research, and I'll do it." As text popped up complaining about him pestering her constantly, Bron negotiated. "Just once?" She closed the deal. "Fine. I'll report the results of the paper analysis to you next week." Before seeing him off, Raven didn't forget to warn him. "Oh, and by the way, If you can, don't go sneaking in at the crack of dawn like this again. He obediently complied. I got it. Not long after, at the team's gathering spot, Misa was screaming her head off. Bron, she complained, panicked. What the hell? I went to the dorm and didn't see you anywhere, the savage guy replied calmly. Oh, I was at the library. Misa's eyes bulged, brain short-circuiting. All night? Don't tell me you know. That's impossible. Her wild imagination was met with a cold splash of reality from Bron. What the hell are you rambling about? The guy honestly explained. Ragna let me stay to read books. The cat girl narrowed her eyes, pointing a finger suspiciously. For real? Bron shrugged, helpless. Why the hell would I lie to you? Being stared at until he got the creeps, the protagonist shuddered. What kind of look is that? You're making me worried. Then he quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Oh, by the way, what were you trying to say yesterday? Recalling the interrupted confession, Misa blushed, flustered. Well, that was. The words she hadn't managed to get out were interrupted by a nuisance. You two are here early? Bron looked up, bewildered, to see Rod Miller walking over with a smile. Oh, you're here. We've been waiting. A heavy silence filled the meeting table. Rod Miller started. All right, if anyone has any ideas, just speak up. Seeing the whole group quiet as mice, he called out. So, Bron, you go first. The savage offered a practical, albeit harsh, solution. I think it's best we find a new teammate. Rod Miller crossed his arms and sighed. I've already asked 2 other mages. Accompanied by a heartbreaking status, both had refused flat out. The dwarf Hikuro narrowed his eyes in anger. You've already gone to see other mages? Why nervously broke into a cold sweat to intervene. Murat, relax your face. Rod Miller calmly diffused the situation. Bron isn't wrong. He turned to Bron. Do you have any alternatives? Only then did the dwarf clear his throat, looking serious. That's why I wanted to talk. He held up a finger, starting his story. Yesterday, I thought very carefully about this with Dwaki. First, let's consider the reason why Daki ended up in such a miserable situation. Unable to stand the slow, long-winded pace, Bron glared and cut him off. Get to the point. Forced to speed up, Y timidly suggested. What if we go meet Baron M. Toang directly and talk it out clearly? Misa was stunned and snapped back. What? How do you expect to meet the Baron? He lives in the royal capital, and we're not even allowed to step foot in there. The dwarf laughed awkwardly, scratching his head in explanation. Haha, actually, this is a tea shop Baron M. Toang frequently visits, and it's almost time for him to appear. Bron's jaw dropped in shock. What? Meet him this abruptly? Hikuro hugged Waki tightly, whimpering and acting out. But if it's not today, we'll have to wait a whole month. Besides, he's a titled noble. It's safer to go with more people, right? He pulled his trump card. Money. No matter the result, I'll give each of you 300,000 stones, so please don't leave. Thanks to the power of money, the protagonist clicked his tongue to himself. If it wasn't for those 300,000 stone, I would have packed up and left ages ago. The bell on the door rang, signaling the arrival of a VIP. A group of armored men marched in majestically. Y broke into a cold sweat and whispered, That's my second brother. The dwarf pushed his back, urging him mercilessly. Go meet him. Be strong, my brother. Footsteps hurried down the stairs. Dwaki shouted loudly, Baron M. Toang. It's me, Bron Jandon WRB Dwaki. Dwaki knelt, clasping his hands in plea. Please, I beg you to hear me out just this once, the Baron muttered. Waki sounds familiar. The attendant bowed and hinted. The Waki family is the maternal side of Lady Kalina, the third wife of the late Baron. Sir. The Baron clapped his hands, suddenly remembering. Oh, right, that incident. Then he asked coldly. So, what do you have to say to me? Tan stammered, breaking into a cold sweat. Well. The thing is, seeing Y stuttering in fear, Bron stood behind, holding his forehead, whispering to himself that there was no saving him. Seeing that, the protagonist decided to intervene, placing his hand on Y's head to push it down, and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Bron, son of Jandon. The Baron looked at Bron with interest. It's been a while since I've talked to a savage. That feels quite interesting. Then he got straight to the point. So what do you need from me? Bron straight up asked. Yesterday, he was caught by M and banned from entering the dungeon. Please remove that ban. The Baron shrugged, completely indifferent. How unfortunate. But why talk to me about that? The savage guy was bewildered, wondering to himself, why does he look like he has absolutely no clue about anything? The Baron turned and whispered to his butler, a child of the imperial family? Is that true? Oh, you, the butler replied, covering his mouth. Yes, sir. Since this isn't a matter worth worrying about, I didn't report it separately. The Baron coldly praised the servant. Well done. Knowing these trivial things is truly a waste of time. Dwaki was absolutely devastated after hearing that. A trivial matter? Bron pressed Dwaki's head down to keep him in line and continued asking. Regardless, you can't lift the dungeon ban, can you? The Baron raised an eyebrow. Why on earth would I do that? The protagonist gritted his teeth in frustration. The Baron's clueless, harmless attitude was even more infuriating. Damn half-dragons. Seeing the tension rising, the butler quickly leaned in to whisper to the Baron, My lord, please grant me a moment. The Baron's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, is this the wildling they call Little Van Can? The butler nodded. Yes, exactly, sir. Bron just stood there looking blank, having no clue what was going on. The Baron's attitude did a complete 180, and he beamed with joy. I never expected to meet the adventurer the Count has been keeping an eye on like this, the butler muttered, calculating. Thanks to him, I can get the fee reduced to 200,000 stones, he replied happily. I am deeply grateful, sir. Bron was speechless, thinking, what are these people doing? Leaning on his diamond-encrusted staff, the Baron changed his tone to a friendly one. You said your name is Bron, right? The Baron generously offered a deal. I will lift the dungeon ban or grant whatever you wish, but in return, you must fulfill a request. No. Actually, a mission for me, Bron asked cautiously. What kind of request? The Baron looked proud. In 2 months, my beloved Count will be holding a grand banquet. You must accompany me to that banquet. The wildling was stunned. Is that really all? The Baron suggested excitedly. Do you have any talent you could perform at the banquet? In his imagination, he pictured Bron flexing his muscles and bending steel bars with his bare hands, while the nobles cheered. Like bending steel with your bare hands, for instance. That would be amazing. The protagonist cursed under his breath, wondering, what the hell does he think a wildling is? But the real kicker came in the next sentence. Like a reward. I'll give you 1,000,000 stones. How about it? Can you do it? Bron stood there with his mouth wide open, his brain completely short-circuiting. Huh? Seeing the protagonist looking so bewildered, the Baron looked confused too. Huh? Bron stammered. Instantly, the young wildling broke into a bright, sunny smile and gave a flashy, highly trustworthy thumbs up. Just reach out whenever you decide. I'm ready to do anything for my teammates. The narration explained his lightning-fast change of heart. That was too large a sum to refuse. A pop-up window provided some historical context. A wildling does not commit the crime of insulting a noble even when using informal speech. Since ancient times, they have achieved such great merits that the king granted them the special privilege of not having to use honorifics with anyone except the king himself. The scene shifted to the next morning, where Miz and Hikuro ran up to greet their brother at the gate. Dwaki, what happened? Nien scratched his head and smiled with relief as the narrator summarized the successful outcome. Y was allowed back into the dungeon. Everything had gone way too easily. Bron folded his arms, nodding as he realized a truth. Having power really is great, isn't it? I should start planning to climb to a higher position. Rod Miller, however, was satisfied with his current life. I'm fine with my current reputation and strength. Noticing Misa's curious look, she pressed, But why do you look so unhappy? Nia gave a bitter, forced smile. You saw it wrong. The narrator described the following events. Afterward, Hikuro brought the reward as promised. The dwarf presented 3 large money bags. Here, take it. 300,000 stones in total, Bron explained, but we all decided not to accept it. Y also felt embarrassed. I feel so guilty. Even if he alone couldn't take the money, the dwarf was still grateful. Anyway, thanks to you, it must have been really hard to put aside a warrior's pride. The protagonist smirked internally, thinking, who would be stupid enough to refuse that 1,000,000 stone offer? How on earth have these damn wildlings even managed to survive this long? To hell with a warrior's pride. Not knowing the full story, the dwarf teared up and pounded his chest, vowing, I will never forget this. I will definitely repay you one day. Y tried to stop him. You don't have to do that. The young wildling stood frozen. What the hell are you thanking me for? Hikuro turned to Bron and declared loudly, Bron, I will repay the debt of gratitude you've shown us tenfold. Y jumped in, trying to take responsibility. No. As the leader, Bron dismissively cut him off. I don't give a damn who repays me. Misa stood nearby, giggling and teasing. Hey, Bron is acting shy. Nien, the protagonist, frowned. What the text box shifted scenes. Time passed quickly. The narrator signaled the life or death moment. On the day the dungeon opened, crowds cheered excitedly in front of the massive spatial gate. The dungeon, a sacred place for battle. The protagonist covered his ears, muttering, too noisy. Bron narrated his own epic intro in his head. Son of Jandenden. Bron found the dungeon and ran into some young, lost warriors again. Standing before the newbies, the young wildling acted like a mentor. Do you guys get it? Just do exactly as I say. That is the path of a true warrior. He followed up with a stream of survival tips pouring out like a waterfall. Protect your heart. Be careful with humans. Fire is pain. Otherworldly creatures are friends of the night. Don't run unless necessary. Watch out for traps. The new recruits gasped in admiration. If we follow your advice, will we become famous warriors like you? Bron patted his chest, confirming firmly to the two muscular wildlings. Of course, you all can do it. The recruits were fired up, shouting until they were nearly in tears. Understood. We will follow your words. Thank you. Little Van Can, we respect you so much. After putting on a show, the protagonist turned to leave. Well, I'm heading out. Good luck with the dungeon. He left behind the fading cheers of his juniors. He led us to the dungeon and even gave us advice. Little Van Can is truly a great warrior. Wishing you luck, sir. The dwarf walking beside him smacked his lips and sighed. You treat your fellow kin really well, don't you? The young wildling shrugged, acting modest. I just do what I can. Learning from experience on your own is too harsh. Hikuro laughed heartily in agreement. Haha, you're right. However, behind his helmet, Bron's eyes were cold, harboring a calculating truth. A flashback returned to a few days ago. Bron happened to run into an old acquaintance. Well, lately I've been working as a guard for a team on the second floor. The others, the young man named Karak, the third son of Van, bowed his head, covered in bandages, looking sad. Most of them are dead. The protagonist judged silently. Looks like you're still doing okay, Bron complained irritably. I wish they had taught us properly instead of sticking to those damn traditions. If they had, they wouldn't all have died. They'd only been into the dungeon 3 times. As they return to the present, the group is heading toward the portal. Misa curiously asks the mage, finally noticing something. Why aren't you carrying your weapon? Rod Miller smiles and replies, It's back in the treasure room. I'm used to keeping it there, so I only take it out when I really need it. The cat girl is amazed at how incredibly convenient that is. Naya sees Bron, and Rod Miller calls out, Oh, you're here. Are you done with your business? The protagonist nods. Yeah, let's head in. The group walks proudly into the dungeon. Bron mentally recaps his previous struggles. Man, the last 3 times were honestly as miserable as a complete disaster for me. This is already the 4th time, and the age-old question pops up again. I wonder what we're going to run into this time. The savage guy mutters to himself with extreme vigilance. I'm sure there's going to be some ridiculous nonsense happening again. I need to get rid of any complacency or overconfidence right now. Bron hypes himself up, ready to face whatever stands in their way. The system reports that the character has entered the crystal cave. It's followed by a gentle reminder. Tip: you have reached the maximum amount of essence you can hold. Try hunting new monsters to level up, along with the familiar notification. The character has entered the stone desert on the 2nd floor. A fierce battle breaks out. As the narration summarizes their journey, thanks to a lucky starting point, they were able to reach the stone desert in just 9 hours. The savage shows off his speed grinding achievements. We hunted all sorts of monsters to farm experience, but still, we were so efficient that we reached the next floor's gate in just 4 days. The system screen displays non-stop kill notifications. You have defeated Corrupted Glom. You have defeated Shield Bearer. You have defeated Stone Golem. You have defeated Stone Soldier. You have defeated Sandman. Moving to the next stage, the character has entered the pilgrimage corridor on the 3rd floor. Their tower climbing speed is explosive. On the 8th day, we cross the Witch's Forest and reach the portal to the 4th floor. Arriving at the ideal farming spot, the character enters the Sky Tower on the 4th floor. Monster data is updated. All monsters from the 3rd floor will appear here. There are even Tier 6 monsters and some exclusive species found only in this place. The protagonist's eyes brim with ambition. In other words, this is a golden opportunity to farm a massive amount of experience. Smashing a monster's skull with his club, he exclaims, It's no wonder people call this place the Training Tower. A long list of victims appears, covering the screen. You have defeated Bo. You have defeated Lazarman Scout. You have defeated Dun Lahan. You have defeated Queen Bensi. You have defeated Elch. You have defeated Dragon. You have defeated Living Armor. After days of non-stop grinding, the narration summarizes the earnings. Because we gave it our all in the hunt, we pocketed a profit of 3,900,000 stones, splitting it to 780,000 stones each. I click my tongue. That's not a small amount, but I'm a bit disappointed. Is it just me? Misa follows up. I feel the same. Nia and Rod Miller nod in agreement. The dwarf laughs, teasing him. Looks like Bron's bad luck has run out. The bitter truth behind the numbers. We only made this much thanks to the Mimic Essence's passive skill, which increases the drop rate of magic stones by 30%. Looking at the pouch in his hand, the protagonist sighs dejectedly. Calculating it, I actually made less than the first time I entered the dungeon. Dark thoughts flash through his mind. Now I understand why there are so many bandits. She suppresses a sigh, and he comforts himself. This is the normal income most people get. Stop being disappointed. Putting his worldly sorrows aside, the narration continues. I comfort myself and spend time in the city doing productive things. Switching scenes to acting as an assistant, I helped Raven with experiments and learned that the second volume of the encyclopedia on rifts had been created. A shocking timeline is revealed. 150 years ago, the veil of secrecy slowly lifts. The year the game began was also the year the founding king passed away. Just like the time when this book was written, it all happened at once. Bron shops for groceries while his head aches from deep thought. I really want to know what the hell happened back then, but there's no way to find out right now. It can't be a coincidence, Misa grumbles as she walks beside him. Are you even listening? Nia, the protagonist, rushes to answer. Yeah, I'm listening. He calculates. For now, I have no choice but to keep throwing myself into the dungeon. Fast-forwarding through time, much time has passed, and it's time for the 5th dungeon expedition, summarizing the income from yet another boring run. 790,000 stones per person. Staring blankly at the meager pile of money, Misa is confused. Good heavens, did I calculate something wrong? Nia. The narration summarizes the utter boredom. Nothing happened, except for leveling up. The candle in the room blows out. He lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Bron tells himself, right, don't worry so much. Things have been going pretty smoothly lately. Just as he closes his eyes to get some good sleep, damn it. The protagonist jolts awake, staring wide-eyed, cold sweat dripping, slapping his own face. What the hell am I thinking? The savage guy pulls at his hair, clutching his spiritual fear. Everything is going well? That makes it even more dangerous. The hard-learned lesson comes back to knock him on the head. I must not forget that the worst, rot-filled disasters always happen whenever I let my guard down. His will to survive surges strongly. I can't stop. I have to keep getting stronger. Only then, his hands clench tightly, his face twisting in a silent, crazed scream, can I survive? Fully aware of his own madness. Of course, if anyone saw me acting like this, they'd definitely think I'm insane. His sharp, determined gaze glows in the night. But I need to be ready for the worst-case scenario at all times. A twisted smile creeps onto the savage's lips. If I'm going to be considered a madman anyway, I'd rather be a madman who's still alive. The system stats screen appears, proving his durability is increasing every day. Switching to the next morning while scooping food, Misa glances sideways, probing, Bron, did something bad happen? Nia, the protagonist, chews his food and replies, no, why do you ask? The cat girl breaks into a cold sweat, worried. I feel like there were sparks of violence in your eyes. Bron feels guilty, then tells himself, I must have been a bit cold toward her. As he stirs the porridge, the protagonist tells himself, not keeping myself busy is my own problem. I should reflect on myself. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on others. His train of thought is interrupted by Misa's shy voice. Bron. She blushes bright red, launching a devastating, heart-fluttering move. Do you want to touch my ears? Hearing the closing line, the young savage is so shocked he chokes on his food, spraying it everywhere. Misa shyly begins her story. My older brother used to say he felt more comfortable whenever he touched my ears. The beast man listened silently, though his mind was already plotting against Chi Li. Even though we were just little kids back then. Misa continued excitedly. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about my eldest brother, Nia. He's always been so kind to me. Hearing that, Bron silently judged her with a look of disgust. What kind of creep is that guy? Talk about a lesson in life. This is exactly why your environment growing up matters so much. Looking at Misa's innocent, sparkling eyes, the protagonist thought to himself, just look at that gaze. She's just genuinely trying to be kind. She probably doesn't even realize how sketchy that sounds. With a stern face, Zhang issued a warning. Misa, don't go saying things like that to other people. They might get the wrong idea about you. She tilted her head, confused. Huh? Wrong idea? The beastman broke into a cold sweat, thinking, if I didn't know Misa's type was lanky guys, I might have misunderstood her too. An image of the cat girl grinning mischievously flashed in his mind, illustrating the delusion. It's like she's trying to seduce me. Misa pouted and retorted, but you aren't other people. Nien Bron cut her off bluntly. Don't argue. Just say you understand. She huffed. Fine, Nien. But if that's not what you want, the protagonist raised an eyebrow threateningly. Or what? Before landing a critical blow to end the conversation. Do you want some meat or not? Misa's eyes lit up, and she immediately sealed the deal. Yes, that is a fantastic offer. The scene shifted. Familiar footsteps echoed as someone entered the library. The protagonist walked in, staring straight at the person busy snooping around. Lana turned back with a look of boredom. You seem to be doing just fine, don't you?